Chapter 1. The Disheartening Reality. The unfortunate truth is that after 3 months, neither Beerus nor Whis has dropped a single card, not even a single hair. Damn it, am I truly that unlucky? Lin Sheng sat up abruptly, his fist striking the ground as he cursed under his breath. Given the current circumstances, it seems this system relies entirely on luck. However, despite not having acquired any cards from Beerus or Whis, Lin Sheng did manage to collect some power attribute cards from various monsters on Beerus' planet, nearly at the cost of his own life. Fortunately, Whis intervened just in time to save him. Under Whis' tutelage, combined with the occasional power cards he picked up from fallen monsters, Lin Sheng's combat power has now reached a substantial 100 million. While 100 million may not be particularly impressive, it is certainly sufficient to destroy a planet. In this world governed by bloodlines, what use is 100 million combat power? Indeed, the Dragon Ball universe is a realm utterly dominated by bloodlines. 100 million combat power is barely enough to be considered cannon fodder. Moreover, with no bloodline within him, he is merely an ordinary human. Thus, no matter how much he enhances his combat power, it remains limited. An ordinary human is destined to have a ceiling that is not particularly high. Even a typical Super Saiyan could easily overpower him. If only I could acquire a bloodline of a legendary Super Saiyan or something akin to Frieza's potential, even an ordinary Saiyan bloodline would suffice. As he pondered, self-doubt crept in, and Lin Sheng questioned whether, with his dismal luck, he could truly obtain a card with such remarkable attributes. This is utterly ridiculous. The more he thought about it, the more his frustration bubbled to the surface. Let's just focus on the task at hand. After a moment's reflection, Lin Sheng decided to set aside his worries. One must bow their head when under the eaves if he were to delay the planet-destroying task assigned by Beerus. He would undoubtedly face dire consequences upon his return. Consequently, Lin Sheng piloted the dimensional cube lent to him by Whis, departing from Beerus' planet. Lin Sheng is not a deity. He cannot survive in the vastness of space. Thus, to ensure Lin Sheng could complete Beerus' task of planet destruction, Whis had lent him the dimensional cube. The Angel's dimensional cube is the fastest means of transport in the Dragon Ball universe, capable of traversing the cosmos at will. Though Lin Sheng is merely a tool for Beerus, his treatment remains quite favorable. As he navigated the dimensional cube through the cosmos, watching the endless stars rush by, Lin Sheng found little joy in the spectacle. What once seemed novel had become mundane with repetition. Which planet should I destroy? Aimlessly searching for a target, Lin Sheng's attention was suddenly captured by a planet radiating a yellow hue. This planet surely has no human inhabitants? Lin Sheng murmured to himself. The planet, entirely yellow, was riddled with pockmarks from meteorite craters and ravaged by relentless storms, cloaked in darkness. It appeared to be an incredibly harsh environment unsuitable for human habitation. After all, Beerus' task was to destroy a planet, not specifically one inhabited by humans. Thus, Lin Sheng often resorted to destroying uninhabited planets devoid of life, considering it sufficient to fulfill his duty. You're the one. With a swift gesture, Lin Sheng summoned a massive white energy sphere several hundred meters in diameter, directing it toward the yellow planet. Yet, moments later, the anticipated cosmic explosion failed to materialize. Instead, the energy sphere he had cast returned along its original path. Chapter 2. Broly and Paragus. Is there someone on this planet? Lin Sheng was momentarily taken aback. Nevertheless, he maneuvered the dimensional cube to evade the returning energy sphere. He was uncertain of the cube's durability, so for safety's sake, it was prudent to steer clear. If the cube were damaged, he could not afford the cost. A powerful aura emerges. Suddenly, Lin Sheng sensed an overwhelming presence that instilled fear within him. How can there be such a formidable energy on this desolate planet? Who could it be? Narrowing his eyes, Lin Sheng piloted the dimensional cube downward, resolved to investigate. Even if he couldn't defeat the source of that aura, surely he could escape given his means of travel. Judging by the intensity of the aura, its owner was undoubtedly far superior to him. If he could obtain an strength card, it would be a tremendous windfall. At the very least, a rank would suffice. In an instant, Lin Sheng descended from the cosmos to the planet's surface. Before him lay a desolate expanse, devoid of any signs of habitation. Yet, he could distinctly feel that powerful aura nearby. Is it the Frieza Force? Just then, an elderly man with a head full of white hair rushed toward Lin Sheng, his face alight with hope. In his haste, he stumbled and fell to the ground, revealing a furry tail behind him. Following the sound, Lin Sheng's gaze fell upon the source. A Saiyan? His eyes widened as he spotted a tall, muscular man with an impassive expression following closely behind the old man. Unlike the elder, he bore no tail and walked with a calm demeanor. Broly? Ignoring the elderly man sprawled on the ground, Lin Sheng's attention fixated on the muscular figure. Even though this was his first encounter, he recognized him immediately as the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly, a warrior who only grew stronger with each battle. So, this is Planet Vampa, and the man on the ground is Broly's father, Paragus. Are you with the Frieza Force? Can you help us escape? Paragus trembled with excitement and hope as he lay on ground. For nearly 40 years, father and son had been trapped on this desolate planet. Isolated from the world, they endured a monotonous and dreary existence. Due to the planet's inhospitable environment, it was deemed unworthy by anyone. Thus, Paragus and Broly remained confined here, with Paragus once believing they would spend their entire lives on this forsaken rock. Yet now, before him stood Lin Sheng, a potential savior capable of delivering them from this wretched place. How could Paragus not be exhilarated? Regaining his composure, Lin Sheng shook his head. I am not with the Frieza Force, and I cannot take you away from here. What a joke. Lin Sheng certainly couldn't bring them to Beerus' planet. Wouldn't he be obliterated by a mere sneeze from Beerus? While he could use the dimensional cube to transport Broly and his father to another planet, there was no necessity, given their lack of connection. Moreover, Paragus was hardly a virtuous character. Upon hearing this, the expressions of excitement and hope quickly faded from Paragus' face, plunging him into despair. After 40 years, the chance to escape this cursed planet had finally arrived, only to be dashed by Lin Sheng's refusal. How could Paragus not feel despondent? But in the next moment, Paragus' demeanor shifted dramatically. Since you refused to help us escape, HM? Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow. Then do not blame me for being impolite. Paragus rose from the ground, his voice sharp. Broly, kill him. Seize his spaceship, and we can finally leave this accursed planet. For Paragus, the ideal scenario would be for Lin Sheng to assist their escape. If that proved impossible, he had no qualms about allowing Broly to eliminate Lin Sheng and commandeer his spaceship to flee this dreadful place. He had long since grown weary of his confinement. He still had scores to settle and could not simply perish here. The reason he and Broly had ended up on this desolate planet was entirely due to King Vegeta. Fearing Broly's immense potential at birth, King Vegeta had exiled him to this forsaken world, claiming it was for training, but in truth, it was a death sentence. This vendetta must be avenged. In pursuit of revenge against King Vegeta, Paragus would stop at nothing. HM? Broly suddenly raised his head, looking at Lin Sheng. Yet, he hesitated, uncertain whether to take action, as it felt morally wrong. Deep down, Broly's nature was one of kindness. Thinking of murder and theft? How naive! Lin Sheng scoffed dismissively. Perhaps he was not a match for Broly, but if he chose to leave, Broly lacked the ability to stop him. However, at that moment, ping! A brilliant and dazzling golden light emanated from Broly, nearly blinding Lin Sheng. This was the golden light he had yearned for over the past 3 months. Because the golden light signified and shrank hard. 3 months and entire 3 months and he had finally reached this moment. The sensation was akin to finally receiving a long-awaited shipment after countless months of anticipation. Words could scarcely convey this feeling. A dazzling golden light enveloped him, invigorating every cell in his body. Damn! And strength card finally graced me. Lin Sheng swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on Broly. After waiting a full 3 months on Beerus' planet without encountering strength card, it astonishingly dropped from Broly today. Chapter 3. Strength card, Legendary Super Bloodline. Lin Sheng had once believed he was truly unfortunate. However, it now seemed his luck wasn't as dire as he had thought. This golden radiance was undoubtedly the most exquisite light he had ever witnessed. Broly, facing Lin Sheng, felt the intensity of his gaze and was momentarily taken aback. Is he happy? Broly pondered, baffled by Lin Sheng's expression. A clueless brat, on the brink of hell, and yet he still smiles? Paragus, too, wore a puzzled look. He could not fathom why Lin Sheng had suddenly become so exhilarated and agitated. But at this moment, he could not afford to ponder further. As long as he killed Lin Sheng and seized his dimensional cube, he and Broly could escape this wretched place. Broly, what are you waiting for? Are you ignoring my orders? Paragus turned, barking, eliminate him. In the next instant, Broly's demeanor shifted, his expression sharpening. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted around him. Although he understood that taking something from another was somewhat distasteful, he still felt compelled to heed Paragus' command. Meanwhile, Lin Sheng remained oblivious to Paragus and Broly. He was entranced by the melodious voice of the system echoing in his ears. Ding! An Shrine card has been detected in the vicinity of the host. Would you like to collect it? Of course, pick it up. Isn't that obvious? Lin Sheng replied impatiently. He was eager to discover what the Shrine card dropped by Broly would entail. Power? Speed? Or the legendary Super Bloodline? The anticipation ignited within him. Ding! Collection successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Shrine card. Legendary Super Bloodline. Would you like to absorb the legendary Super Bloodline? Holy crap! It really is the legendary Super Bloodline. At that moment, Lin Sheng's pupils constricted, his excitement surging. The legendary Super Bloodline was the most formidable lineage in the Dragon Ball universe, second only to the gods of destruction and angels. Prior to this, only Broly in the entire Dragon Ball realm possessed the legendary Super Bloodline. This bloodline uniquely required no training rather than diminishing. One's power would only escalate. There was no exception. Consider Gohan, who, during the battles with Cell and Bu, had overshadowed Goku's brilliance, but later, due to neglecting training, had devolved into merely Goku's son. However, with the legendary Super Bloodline, such issues would be non-existent. Before arriving, Lin Sheng had contemplated the legendary Super Bloodline, never imagining he would actually acquire it. It felt almost surreal. The legendary Super Bloodline, the divine lineage that only Broly possessed in the entire Dragon Ball universe. Phew! Taking a deep breath, Lin Sheng calmed his racing heart. Absorb. As the words left his lips, the Shrine card transformed into a warm current, spreading through Lin Sheng's limbs and merging into every cell within him. In the next moment, he could distinctly feel the blood and cells within him undergoing a monumental transformation. The combative essence of the Saiyan race seeped deep into his bones, becoming one with him. Simultaneously, a torrent of immense power surged forth from his blood. 100 million, 200 million, 1 billion, 10 billion. A colossal force flooded Lin Sheng's being. Had this occurred prior, he would have surely been overwhelmed by such overwhelming strength. Yet now, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Instead, he was captivated by this tremendous power. It stirred restlessly within him. For in this moment, he had acquired the fabled bloodline of the Super Saiyan. Despite only appearing to possess a surface combat power of 100 billion, once engaged in battle, his power would continue to rise. And the rate of growth was terrifying. Though the legendary Super Bloodline was indeed a game-changing lineage, it bore a downside. Should the power surge too drastically, even Lin Sheng himself would struggle to maintain control, potentially leading to a berserker state. Only when he could fully master this power would he avoid such a fate. Is this the legendary Super Bloodline? Incredible! Merely absorbing the legendary Super Bloodline had multiplied his surface combat power by 100 times. Truly worthy of being a game-changing lineage. Taking another deep breath, Lin Sheng declared, System, open the attribute panel. Host, Lin Sheng. Race, Saiyan. Bloodline, legendary Super Bloodline. Combat power, 100 billion. Skills, flight technique, key control, energy control. Have I truly become a Saiyan? Due to acquiring the legendary Super Bloodline, Lin Sheng had transformed from an ordinary human into a Saiyan. But it mattered not whether as an ordinary human or a Saiyan. The legendary Super Bloodline was what truly mattered. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sheng's gaze sharpened, locking onto Broly ahead. Perfect, let me test this legendary Super Bloodline on you. Lin Sheng clenched his fists, curious as to whose legendary Super Bloodline was superior, his or Broly's. Noticing the confidence radiating from Lin Sheng's eyes, Broly was momentarily startled. For some reason, he felt that Lin Sheng now seemed somewhat different than before. Yet he could not articulate how. It seems that confidence has begun to blossom within him. As for Paragus, he has become increasingly oblivious to the changes occurring within Lin Sheng. With a mere battle power of 4,200, he is unable to even graze Lin Sheng's hair. Broly, do you dare to defy my command? Noticing Broly's prolonged silence, Paragus once again issued a stern shout. Now, with a thunderous roar, Broly finally sprang into action. His fists clenched tightly. An overwhelming aura erupted around him, causing the very ground to tremble and the air to swirl with dust and debris. In an instant, he propelled himself forward, propelled by an unstoppable momentum, directly charging towards Lin Sheng. Just as I wished. Lin Sheng smiled brightly, unleashing an explosive surge of his own power without reservation. In the next moment, the two individuals endowed with the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, Lin Sheng and Broly, collided with the force of a cataclysmic event. Chapter 4. The intense battle with Broly. In the blink of an eye, Lin Sheng and Broly clashed. Boom! The surrounding space began to tremble violently. An invisible shockwave radiated outward from the two, causing the very earth to quake. The moment they made contact, they separated, only to collide once more. Bang! 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 Lin Sheng and Broly engaged in close combat, their shadows flickering across the sky, accompanied by the terrifying energy fluctuations that shook the very fabric of reality. How can this individual possibly contend with Broly on equal footing? On the ground, Paragus, concealed in a relatively safe position, observed the fierce battle between Lin Sheng and Broly. Though he could not discern the finer details, the intensity of the confrontation revealed that Lin Sheng's strength was not at all inferior to Broly's. As the battle unfolded, the combat prowess of both Lin Sheng and Broly soared rapidly. 100 billion, 500 billion, 1 trillion, 5 trillion, 1 quadrillion, 100 quadrillion. In a mere few minutes, their battle power ascended to 100 quadrillion. With no signs of abating, their strength continued to surge. With the escalation of their power, the aftermath of their conflict grew increasingly formidable. The tempest wreaking havoc miles away dissipated under the waves of energy unleashed by their clash. Boom! Seizing an opportune moment, Lin Sheng landed a direct punch on Broly's face. Whoosh! In an instant, Broly's colossal form was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. He soared for hundreds of miles, leaving a trail of shattered peaks in his wake. Broly. Witnessing this spectacle, Paragus's weary eyes widened in shock. Is this the nature of battles among the powerful? What exhilaration! Bring it on! Lin Sheng laughed with delight. Invigorated by the fight, he had never craved battle as intensely as he did at this moment. Perhaps this is the essence of the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. The Saiyans are inherently a warrior race, and the legendary bloodline amplifies this trait even further. Roar! Buried deep within the mountains, Broly unleashed a ferocious roar, his aura surging once more. The towering peaks, soaring thousands of meters high, crumbled under the sheer weight of Broly's terrifying energy. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared before Lin Sheng, his fist, larger than Lin Sheng's head, hurtling through the air with a cataclysmic force aimed directly at him. Unfazed, Lin Sheng seized Broly's arm and yanked him forward, while his other hand gathered a surge of energy. Boom! A powerful energy blast struck Broly squarely in the chest. The explosion sent a cloud of smoke billowing into the air. Subsequently, Lin Sheng retreated a distance before unleashing his prince's technique. Boom, boom, boom! A relentless barrage of energy blasts rained down upon Broly, enveloping him in a dense storm of energy. Some blasts detonated upon contact, while others missed their mark, creating massive craters in the ground. Finally, Lin Sheng gathered his energy into a large white shockwave and unleashed it upon Broly. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the energy wave detonated against Broly, sending shockwaves rippling for miles around. Moments later, as the smoke cleared, Broly remained suspended in the air, his appearance disheveled yet remarkably unharmed. Indeed, the law of no harm without smoke holds true. Lin Sheng did not find Broly's lack of significant injury surprising. After all, Broly's tough exterior made him impervious to harm unless faced with overwhelming strength. There he was, Broly, poised in midair, utterly unmoving. What is he up to? Lin Sheng furrowed his brow. Suddenly, an incomprehensibly immense aura erupted from Broly. In the next instant, Broly roared, causing the ground to fracture with deep, bottomless crevices. The surrounding space quaked violently, as if the very planet of Wampa itself trembled beneath Broly's terrifying energy. Broly's roar continued, enveloped by a ghostly green flame. Amidst the roar, Broly's pupils began to constrict. Broly, Paragus, who had fallen to the ground due to the violent tremors, looked up in horror at this spectacle unfolding above. He understood that Broly was on the verge of losing control. He had believed Broly could easily handle Lin Sheng, never anticipating the situation would escalate to this extent. The ascended Super Saiyan form. Observing Broly's current state, Lin Sheng murmured to himself, "This is a stage prior to Super Saiyan 1, weaker than the latter. But who is Broly? He is a Saiyan endowed with the legendary bloodline. His ascended Super Saiyan form is more than sufficient to overpower the Super Saiyan God with red hair. Should he transform into the Super Saiyan 1 form, the legendary form, he could easily surpass even the Super Saiyan Blue. This is the terrifying nature of the legendary bloodline. I cannot continue fighting. If this persists, I too may lose control." Lin Sheng was also capable of transforming into the ascended Super Saiyan form to engage Broly in a contest of strength. However, having only just acquired the legendary bloodline, if he did not reign in the explosive surge of power, he too might succumb to the overwhelming force, entering a state of uncontrollable rage compared to Broly. Lin Sheng was the more rational one. Moreover, should this battle continue, neither would emerge victorious, and they might end up annihilating countless surrounding star systems. It would be wiser to withdraw. Lin Sheng turned to Paragus on the ground. "Paragus, old man, within 2 years, someone will come to take you away from Wampa. Farewell." "How do you know my name?" Paragus exclaimed, but Lin Sheng did not respond to his query. He simply piloted his spacecraft, departing Wampa at light speed. Chapter 5. Unforeseeable? Following Lin Sheng's departure, Paragus did not dwell on his words, for his immediate concern was calming Broly. Otherwise, this planet might very well face annihilation at Broly's hands, and he would be reduced to cosmic dust. After leaving Wampa, Lin Sheng gleefully obliterated a few uninhabited planets before piloting his spacecraft back to Beerus' planet. Although he had now attained a legendary Super Saiyan bloodline and experienced a significant power surge, allowing him to survive independently in the Dragon Ball universe, he could not yet leave Beerus' planet. Despite the prowess of the legendary bloodline, there remained a vast chasm between him and the gods of destruction and angels. If he did not acquire the cards that had fallen from Beerus and Whis, then his 3 months of servitude would have been in vain. Upon returning to Beerus' castle, Lin Sheng prepared snacks for Beerus and Whis. Afterwards, he stepped outside the castle, ready to tackle the chores assigned to him. A task that Whis had framed as training. "Did I trust you not, you crafty old angel?" Yet, Lin Sheng had no choice. After all, he was at the mercy of others and had to earn his keep. Clang, clang, clang. Just as Lin Sheng was about to mow the grass, a staff suddenly plummeted from the sky with great force, creating a cloud of dust upon impact. I say, "O prophetic fish, could you possibly exercise a bit more restraint?" Lin Sheng brushed off the dust that had splattered onto him. The staff bore a fishbowl, within which resided Beerus' prophetic fish. The fish, lounging at the edge of the bowl, regarded Lin Sheng and remarked, "Lin Sheng, have you completed Lord Beerus' task so early today?" Lin Sheng squinted his eyes, filled with suspicion, and asked, "You aren't here to supervise me, are you?" "Of course not," the prophetic fish replied honestly. I merely felt a bit bored and wish to engage you in conversation. While you play, I shall chat with you. Lin Sheng gestured towards the expansive grassland before them, which was large enough to accommodate several football fields. If I converse with you, will you help me mow this grass? Simple enough. Immediately, a blue light glimmered past. Under the blue radiance, the vast meadow vanished in a thin air. Wow. Impressive. Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow, surprised that the prophetic fish took his casual remark seriously. However, this did save him the trouble of mowing the grass. Lin Sheng, can we chat now? The prophetic fish gazed intently at him. All right, Lin Sheng cleared his throat, suddenly struck with inspiration. Prophetic fish, you can foretell, right? Indeed, how can I assist you? Could you predict my future? Lin Sheng inquired. To predict your future, the prophetic fish pondered briefly before responding. I can, but keep in mind, I prophesy, I do not foresee, it may not be accurate. No problem. Lin Sheng rubbed his hands together. Although the prophetic fish's predictions might not be entirely reliable, they were certainly more dependable than the fortune tellers from his past life. The prophetic fish then closed its eyes. Moments later, it abruptly opened its eyes, gazing at Lin Sheng in disbelief. What is it? Lin Sheng asked, filled with anticipation. The prophetic fish hesitated, wearing a puzzled expression. Strange, why can't I predict your future? Do you perhaps have no future? Lin Sheng. Well then, it seems this prophetic fish is even less reliable than a fortune teller. Just then, a stream of colorful light descended from the heavens, landing not far in front of Lin Sheng, and the prophetic fish it was none other than Beerus and Whis, accompanied by two additional individuals. Hello there, greeted a rather peculiar-looking individual with an odd hairstyle. Sun Wukong, Vegeta. Lin Sheng instantly recognized these two figures, Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Moreover, each of them was carrying a bag. Were they here to train with Whis? Sun Wukong approached Lin Sheng, extending his hand with a cheerful smile. Hello, I am Sun Wukong. Lin Sheng shook his hand and replied nonchalantly, Lin Sheng. After their initial introduction, Sun Wukong eagerly asked, Lin Sheng, are you training here with Whis as well? Your strength must be considerable. Rubbing the back of his head with a grin, he added, May I witness your power? Upon hearing this, Beerus raised an eyebrow. This guy truly seeks out a fight wherever he goes, a true battle fanatic. When Beerus first encountered Sun Wukong, he had asked him the same question. Sun Wukong, he is my chef residing here, albeit with considerably weak strength, Beerus remarked. He was well aware of Lin Sheng's abilities. If Sun Wukong inadvertently defeated Lin Sheng, it would mean he could no longer indulge in exquisite cuisine. Lord Beerus is correct. He likely cannot withstand even a single blow from you, Whis concurred. That can't be right, Sun Wukong murmured, but I sense a powerful aura from him. He doesn't seem weak at all. Meanwhile, Lin Sheng maintained a serious demeanor. You wish to witness my strength. I fear I might defeat you in one blow. Chapter 6. Try a blow at me. Currently, Sun Wukong required the strength of 5 Saiyans to transform into a Super Saiyan God. Engaging him in battle would almost certainly result in a swift defeat. Even in his Super Saiyan 3 form, Lin Sheng estimated his combat power to be a mere trillion. Having transformed into a Super Saiyan God once, and having fought Beerus, perhaps his combat prowess had significantly improved. But he still seemed a tad inexperienced for a fight against Lin Sheng. Sun Wukong was taken aback, his interest piqued. Indeed, my instincts were correct. Lin Sheng's strength must be formidable. He immediately assumed a battle stance, excitedly exclaiming, Lin Sheng, the last person who defeated me in an instant was Lord Beerus. Let me witness your power. Nearby, Beerus looked on in astonishment. This kid really knows how to boast. He afraid of being defeated in a single blow by Sun Wukong. With stifle a laugh. Oh ho ho, perhaps Lin Sheng is concealing a tremendous amount of power. That's so. Upon hearing this, Beerus's eyes widened. Lin Sheng's apparent combat prowess still stood at a mere 100 billion. To Beerus and Whis, whether Lin Sheng's combat power was 1 million or 100 billion made little difference. It was all negligible. However, after Lin Sheng's previous statement, Whis took a closer look at him and discerned a hidden potential within. He realized that Lin Sheng harbored an immense strength that was well beyond Sun Wukong's current capabilities. Vegeta scoffed, saying little more. While Lin Sheng's aura seemed somewhat strong to him, he believed that once he transformed, Lin Sheng would be easily crushed. He also didn't think Lin Sheng could rival Sun Wukong, let alone defeat him in one blow. That moment, Sun Wukong had taken his battle stance. His movements precise and unwavering. I'm coming. Sun Wukong's eyes sharpened. Suddenly, he sprang forth. Bang! With a flick of his toes, Sun Wukong propelled himself with incredible speed, creating a sonic boom. He charged towards Lin Sheng, unleashing a fearsome punch that descended like a mountain upon him. The battle commenced, and as Sun Wukong launched his attack, Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly if necessary. He would intervene to save Lin Sheng. Faced with Sun Wukong's fierce strike, Lin Sheng remained unfazed. Just as Sun Wukong's fist was about to land, Lin Sheng effortlessly raised a hand, slap. That seemingly casual palm firmly intercepted Sun Wukong's full-force strike, though Sun Wukong was still in his normal state. A full-force attack from him was certainly not something that Lin Sheng, with a combat power that Beerus recognized as merely 100 million, should be able to withstand. Oh, Beerus's eyes widened. Sun Wukong attempted to retract his fist, only to find Lin Sheng's hand gripping it like a vice, rendering him immobile. Impossible. There were no flaws to exploit. Just as he contemplated retaliating midair, he realized that Lin Sheng, who appeared nonchalant, exhibited no openings whatsoever. Transform. Unleash your full power, Lin Sheng remarked, raising his gaze slightly. Otherwise, I fear I might inadvertently end your life with a single punch. Did Sun Wukong think he could look down on him by using his normal state to fight? As I suspected, Sun Wukong grinned, excitement coursing through him as Lin Sheng's strength intrigued him even more. Then I shall take this seriously. He furrowed his brow, then unleashed a powerful shout that a torrent of energy surged from within Sun Wukong, enveloping him in a golden aura. Simultaneously, his hair transformed into a brilliant gold, and his pupils shifted to green. He had reached Super Saiyan. This was no ordinary Super Saiyan. It was Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan form infused with the essence of the Super Saiyan God. In terms of strength, while this form was not as potent as the red-haired Super Saiyan God, it surpassed the Super Saiyan 3 form by a significant margin. After transforming, Sun Wukong effortlessly broke free. Lin Sheng, you should reveal your true strength now, Sun Wukong exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm as he stood before Lin Sheng. Dog Kong, watch closely. Lin Sheng smirked, tightening his fists. Ha! With a mighty roar, an unparalleled aura emanated from Lin Sheng, engulfing him entirely. This aura far surpassed Sun Wukong's. As this overwhelming energy exploded forth, Vegeta's pupils constricted in shock. He had concealed such immense power. Vegeta was astounded. Lin Sheng's energy instilled a sense of fear within him. How could he suddenly become this strong? Not only Vegeta, but also Beerus was taken aback. Prior to this, he distinctly remembered Lin Sheng's battle power being merely 100 million. Even the beasts on Beerus's planet had nearly claimed his life. How could it be that, after such a short time, Lin Sheng could unleash such a formidable aura? The disparity was simply too vast. Even Beerus found it difficult to comprehend. Why Lord Beerus? I mentioned earlier that he was concealing an immense power. Whis remarked mysteriously. In truth, he too struggled to explain the situation. It was certain that Lin Sheng's battle power had indeed been only 100 million. But as for why it had surged so dramatically, Whis had his suspicions, yet he could not articulate them. Meanwhile, Lin Sheng moved. Goku, let me test you with a strike. As soon as the words left his mouth, before Goku could react, Lin Sheng's fist had already landed heavily upon his abdomen. Boom! Chapter 7. Is this truly incredible? The dull thud echoed as the terrifying force behind Lin Sheng's punch instantly penetrated Goku's body. Wah! Goku's mouth gaped wide, his eyes bulging in disbelief. In the next moment, he could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan form. The golden flames surrounding him vanished in an instant, and his golden hair reverted to black. Then, with a swift whoosh, Goku was propelled into the sky. Bang! Finally, Goku collided with Beerus's castle, only to fall helplessly to the ground. The serene surface of the lake rippled gently with the breeze on the shore. Beerus and Vegeta were both left in a state of shock that a deathly silence enveloped them. Whis, however, looked on with great interest at Lin Sheng. Could it be that this young man truly defeated Goku in a single blow? After a moment, Beerus regained his senses. He blinked in disbelief, exclaiming, "I initially thought Lin Sheng was merely boasting, but given the current situation, it is clear that he speaks with genuine strength. How is he able to accomplish this?" Beerus pondered, unable to fathom it. From what he observed, Lin Sheng had far surpassed Goku. This revelation left Beerus in disbelief. How could Lin Sheng's strength progress be so astonishing, at this pace of terrifying growth? Would he not eventually reduce Beerus to a single blow? Surely, there could be no being in existence to rival a god of destruction. Beerus shook his head, and no matter how powerful Lin Sheng became, he could never be a match for him. The god of destruction, the supreme deity of the seventh universe. Kakarot was felled by a single strike. Vegeta gazed in astonishment at Lin Sheng, who stood unwavering in place, swallowing hard. Initially, he believed that only Goku could surpass him, but after encountering Beerus, he realized that there were indeed other formidable entities. First was Beerus, then Whis, and now Lin Sheng, who was neither a god of destruction nor an angel. The fact that Lin Sheng could defeat Goku in one strike implied he could easily do the same to Vegeta. Indeed, those who remained by Beerus' side were no ordinary foes. After dispatching Goku with a single blow, Lin Sheng retracted his power. He still struggled to fully control this newfound strength. If left unchecked, he might lose control and enter a berserk state. Truly, he was worthy of the legendary Super Bloodline. Lin Sheng clenched his fist and smiled with satisfaction at that moment. Goku lay on the ground with his eyes closed. Though he was not dead, he had lost consciousness. Lin Sheng's punch had inflicted severe injuries, and he had held back, or else he could have killed Goku with a single blow. What a hassle! Whis sighed helplessly, then waved his staff. In an instant, Goku's injuries were healed. As Goku slowly opened his eyes, the image of being sent flying by Lin Sheng's punch lingered vividly in his mind. What an impressive individual, he mused. Yet, the stronger Lin Sheng became, the more his fighting spirit was ignited. He silently vowed that one day he would defeat Lin Sheng. Now his goal was no longer to surpass Beerus, but to surpass Lin Sheng. That if he could not even surpass Lin Sheng, how could he hope to surpass Beerus? Since Lin Sheng had become so powerful through training alongside Whis, he could do the same. In terms of talent, he might not be as gifted as others, but when it came to diligent training, he would never concede defeat. Regaining his focus, Goku rose and flew back to Lin Sheng and the others. But just as he was returning, a chime sounded. Ding! A burst of orange light suddenly radiated from Goku. While this orange glow was not as dazzling as the golden light, it was enough to excite Lin Sheng. Orange signified at least an A-grade card. Immediately, an enchanting voice echoed in Lin Sheng's ear. Ding! Detected the presence of an A-grade card near the host. Would you like to collect it? Without hesitation, Lin Sheng responded, Collect! Ding! Collection successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained A-grade card. Tenfold Kaio-ken with no side effects. Would you like to absorb it? Tenfold Kaio-ken with no side effects. Lin Sheng was taken aback. Could it be? Today was his lucky day. First, the legendary Super Bloodline, and now this side effect-free Tenfold Kaio-ken. This is truly remarkable. It should be noted that while the Kaio-ken could enhance one's strength and speed, it also imposed a significant strain on the body that it was, in essence, a double-edged sword. However, what had fallen from Goku was a Tenfold Kaio-ken without any adverse effects. Wow, have I struck gold? Lin Sheng blinked in disbelief. Then, with a thought, he commanded, Absorb. As soon as Lin Sheng's words fell, the A-grade card transformed into a warm current that flowed through his body. Simultaneously, a wealth of information about the Kaio-ken filled his mind. Goku, it seems you must train diligently, or else you will never catch up to Lin Sheng, Whis remarked, gazing at the sheepishly smiling Goku. Indeed, Lin Sheng is truly formidable, Goku declared, filled with determination. But I will also work hard to surpass him. After encountering Lin Sheng, he realized that besides the gods of destruction and angels, there existed such powerful rivals. This undoubtedly greatly stirred his competitive spirit. Beerus paid no heed to Goku. the battle maniac, but instead turned to Lin Sheng and inquired, Lin Sheng, have you completed the task I entrusted to you? Chapter 8. What earthly delicacies are these? Yes, it is complete. Lin Sheng nodded. So, Lin Sheng, what culinary delight do you have for us today? Whis asked eagerly. Ever since Lin Sheng arrived, he had come to realize that the meals he had prepared in the past were akin to pig feed. Lin Sheng crafted exquisite dishes for him and Beerus daily, each one unique. Tea this moment, Beerus rubbed his belly. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Hurry and bring out the food. Seeing the eager expressions on Whis and Beerus's faces, Vegeta and Goku exchanged puzzled glances. Could it be that Lin Sheng's culinary creations were superior to those from Earth? They had come to train on Beerus's planet solely due to the allure of exquisite food. Today's dish will surely leave you craving for more. Lin Sheng smiled confidently. The delicacy he had prepared was a snack that had captivated millions in his previous life. As a chef, nothing pleased him more than witnessing others relish the meals he had crafted with his own hands. Oh, really? Hurry and present it, Beerus urged impatiently. Whis nodded in agreement, also unable to contain his excitement. Patience is key. You can't rush a good dish, Lin Sheng replied. He then flew back to Beerus's castle, retrieved the snacks he had prepared earlier, covered them on a tray, and flew back. Upon his return, Whis and Beerus eagerly approached him. What kind of delicacy could it be? Whis clasped his hands to his face, already brimming with anticipation before the lid was even lifted. At this moment, Goku, Vegeta, and the prophecy fish gathered around. What is it? Is it delicious? Goku blinked curiously. Lin Sheng smiled enigmatically before slowly lifting the stainless steel lid before 5 pairs of watchful eyes. As the lid was removed, a wave of aromatic, spicy fragrance immediately wafted through the air. Oh, how delightful! As the crowd fixed their gaze, they beheld a tray, neatly arranged with a dozen or so snacks, each entirely enveloped in a vibrant red hue and no larger than a thumb. Surrounding the tray was a drizzle of crimson chili oil. Beerus was the first to seize one, eyeing it with skepticism. Surely this isn't some dark cuisine. After all, the snack bore a resemblance to what one might consider an obscure culinary creation. Nevertheless, the enticing aroma wafting from it caused Beerus to swallow audibly. Why not simply try it? Lin Sheng remarked casually. Then, under the watchful eyes of Whis, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and others, Beerus cautiously took a bite. The sounds of crunching filled the air as he chewed, and suddenly his expression shifted dramatically, his eyes widening in astonishment. Seeing this, Whis hurriedly inquired, Lord Beerus, are you all right? In the next moment, Beerus devoured the entire snack in one go, his demeanor brimming with exhilaration. What exquisite delicacy is this? Why have I never tasted it before? This seemingly unremarkable snack possesses such extraordinary flavor. The initial hint of spiciness, coupled with a delightful chewiness and a rich yet non-greasy zest, utterly captivated Beerus' heart. What a culinary marvel! I swear, this is the most delectable snack I have encountered in my several billion years of existence. How is it possible for such a delicious treat to exist in this world? With uncontainable excitement, Beerus exclaimed, What is this called? Observing Beerus' elation, Lin Sheng chuckled softly. This is known as spicy strips. I demand this daily. Beerus declared emphatically that I shall partake as well. Whis remarked, sensing Beerus' delight. He was convinced that this snack, dubbed spicy strips by Lin Sheng, could not possibly disappoint. Could it truly be that delectable? Sun Wukong and Vegeta, somewhat skeptical, also took a strip and began to chew. Ah, Lord Beerus speaks the truth. It is indeed fragrant and spicy, with a delightful texture. Whis found himself enraptured by the deliciousness of the spicy strips, unable to resist. Delicious, delicious. I never anticipated that Lin Sheng not only possesses formidable strength, but also excels in culinary arts. Truly remarkable. Sun Wukong echoed his praise, his discerning palate thoroughly impressed. How can such a delightful snack exist? I must have Bulma prepare some for me in the future. Vegeta maintained a facade of composure. Yet internally, he was in turmoil. Just as they finished one strip and yearned for more, they discovered to their dismay that the tray was utterly devoid of any remaining spicy strips, all consumed by Beerus in a whirlwind of gluttony. Lord Beerus, how could you be so inconsiderate, devouring them all by yourself? Whis protested, gazing at the empty tray with dissatisfaction. Haha, Beerus replied, contentedly picking his teeth. Well then, he continued, letting out a satisfying belch. Lin Sheng, you are responsible for guiding Son Wukong and Vegeta to find accommodations. What? So, I become a little leader now. Lin Sheng mused inwardly. However, he did not linger in thought. With a wave, he soared towards the castle. Follow me. Noticing this, Son Wukong and Vegeta grabbed their respective bags and quickly followed suit. Chapter 9. I have another request after arranging rooms for Son Wukong and Vegeta, Whis sought out Lin Sheng. A vague sense of unease flickered within Lin Sheng, but he still followed. After all, as an angel, Whis posed no inherent danger to him. In the rear hall of Beerus Castle, Whis adopted a serious demeanor. Lin Sheng, during the time that Lord Beerus and I are away, you must have had some fortuitous encounters, correct? I suppose so. Lin Sheng nodded, recognizing that his sudden surge in power could not be concealed from Whis. Thus, he had no intention of denying it for the specifics of his encounter. That was for Whis to speculate. However, you seem somewhat unaccustomed to wielding this newfound power. Your strength should far exceed what you have just displayed. Am I correct? Whis stated incisively. Truly, he was an angel. Lin Sheng mused silently. Lin Sheng clenched his fists and replied, but I shall gradually master it. Now that he had inherited the bloodline of Ultra Instinct, mastering its power was merely a matter of time. Once he could fully harness it, he would wield the power of Ultra Instinct at will, without the current concern of losing control over its release. Whis smiled faintly and said earnestly, you were merely an ordinary human before, yet now you possess potential that even Son Wukong and Vegeta cannot fathom. What do you say? Would you be interested in becoming the next god of destruction? Angels possess eternal life, whereas the god of destruction's existence is finite. Once an angel's patron god of destruction perishes, their angelic functions cease until a new god of destruction emerges. Thus, Whis was effectively scouting for the next candidate for the role. It was evident that Whis deemed Lin Sheng a more suitable choice than Son Wukong and Vegeta. The god of destruction? Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow at Whis. Not jest. Whis he waved his hand dismissively. Though now endowed with the bloodline of Ultra Instinct, he could not compare in terms of vitality to Beerus, at least until Beerus' demise. Lin Sheng's life would inevitably reach its conclusion first, even if the opportunity to become a god of destruction truly presented itself. Lin Sheng might not wish to accept it. After all, becoming a god of destruction would mean serving the Omni King. Unless absolutely necessary, he had no intention of taking on that role. Do not be so hasty in your refusal. Consider it carefully, Whis replied, shifting the topic seamlessly. Lin Sheng, from now on, you shall serve as a sparring partner for Son Wukong and Vegeta. Engaging with them will allow you to master the power within you more swiftly. Be their sparring partner? Well, that's not out of the question. Just as Whis suggested, the accumulation of combat experience would indeed facilitate Lin Sheng's mastery over the Ultra Instinct bloodline's power. Moreover, battling alongside Son Wukong and Vegeta would further augment his strength. Yes, you need only focus on sparring with them. The rest of your training will be managed by me, Whis affirmed. Whis, do you expect me to be omnipresent? Lin Sheng protested. I am tasked with preparing your meals, annihilating planets, handling household chores, and now sparring with Son Wukong and Vegeta. Oh ho ho, Whis chuckled lightly. There's no need for concern. Henceforth, all household chores will be the responsibility of Son Wukong and Vegeta. And you're free to utilize the spatial cubes at your leisure. I have another request. Lin Sheng raised a finger. What request? Whis inquired with keen interest. I am willing to spar with them, but only for 1 month. After that, let them face each other. Lin Sheng understood that Son Wukong and Vegeta would undergo a 4-month training period here, with a month dedicated to being their sparring partner. He would prefer to explore the universe using Whis spatial cubes instead, perhaps even discovering some high-tier card along the way to IT is settled then. Whis had no objections to Lin Sheng's request. He had simply wished for Lin Sheng to motivate Son Wukong and Vegeta to grow stronger while stabilizing the immense power within him. Whis sensed that Lin Sheng harbored an unparalleled force within. Failing to master would not bode well for him. After a month, he believed Lin Sheng would be able to control that power. And by then, Sun Wukong and Vegeta would be at their peak motivation to that point. Pitting them against each other would yield even better results. Truly a win-win strategy. Thus, in the ensuing days was managed Sun Wukong and Vegeta's other training, while Lin Sheng focused on sparring with them. Given Lin Sheng's current strength, even facing both Sun Wukong and Vegeta simultaneously posed no challenge for him. This not only dented their confidence, but also ignited their competitive spirit and determination to grow stronger. Moreover, there was yet another matter that left Sun Wukong and Vegeta utterly perplexed. Chapter 10. The goal is the stars, and the night sky of Beerus' planet is exceptionally brilliant and beautiful. The celestial bodies that are difficult to observe with the naked eye from Earth are effortlessly visible here. After a day of rigorous training, Sun Wukong and Vegeta lie on their beds. The cool moonlight streaming through the grid-pattern windows, imparting a refreshing ambience to the room. Vegeta, why do you think Lin Sheng, who clearly does not train, continues to grow stronger? His rate of improvement far surpasses ours. Sun Wukong muses, scratching his head in confusion. This is one of the many perplexities that occupy his mind. They have been training under Whis on Beerus' planet for nearly half a month, during which they have made rapid progress in their abilities. Yet, they remain unable to keep pace with Lin Sheng, whose aura has significantly intensified since their initial encounter. Vegeta gazes at the ceiling. I have observed him that he appears to be like us, gaining strength through combat. Moreover, there is a familiar essence about him. A familiar essence. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong springs up in surprise, eagerly awaiting Vegeta's elaboration. After a brief pause, Vegeta continues, if I am not mistaken, Lin Sheng is also a Saiyan. Furthermore, his combat talent far exceeds mine. This deduction arises from Vegeta's careful observations over the past month that I in this world. Only the warrior race of Saiyans can grow stronger through battle. That if Lin Sheng is indeed one of them, it leads to but one conclusion. He is a Saiyan, and his combat prowess transcends his own. Another Saiyan? Sun Wukong responds incredulously. That can't be possible. If he were a Saiyan, why have we never heard of a Saiyan named Lin Sheng? After Frieza annihilated planet Vegeta, only a handful of Saiyans remained in the 7th universe. How could another Saiyan suddenly emerge, possessing such extraordinary combat talent? Vegeta shakes his head. I do not know for certain whether he is a Saiyan. This is merely my hypothesis. After Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta, only Nappa, Raditz, and I escaped due to our missions, along with you on Earth. Nearly 40 years have passed since that catastrophe, yet Lin Sheng appears quite youthful. The likelihood of him being a Saiyan seems slim. Nevertheless, his ability to grow stronger in battle compels me to question his origins. This leaves Vegeta troubled. If Lin Sheng is indeed a Saiyan, whose son could he possibly be? The vast majority of Saiyans perished alongside planet Vegeta. If there were any survivors, surely he would be aware of them. Perhaps I should inquire directly with him? Sun Wukong suggests bluntly. There is nothing to ask. Vegeta's eyes narrow, regardless of whether he is a Saiyan or not. My current objective is to surpass him. To Vegeta, Lin Sheng's lineage is of little consequence. What matters is his determination to outshine him. Indeed, Sun Wukong contemplates. My goal is also to surpass him. Vegeta, let us strive together. Who said I would join you in your endeavor? Vegeta retorts, rolling over with an air of pride. He is not only intent on surpassing Lin Sheng, but also on leaving Sun Wukong behind. After years of rivalry, he has always been overshadowed by Sun Wukong, a reality that frustrates him greatly. With the opportunity to train under Whis, he is determined to exert himself even more than Sun Wukong. Maximizing his strength, as Sun Wukong drifts into slumber, Vegeta quietly rises, stealthily engaging and training away from his comrade. I will not be outdone by either of you. In the subsequent half-month, aside from occasionally destroying a few planets, Lin Sheng spends several hours each day sparring with Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Meanwhile, Beerus and Whis lounge comfortably below, indulging in delicacies while observing the combat between Lin Sheng and the others. After their training sessions, Whis conducts special training for Sun Wukong and Vegeta. After a month, Lin Sheng feels a marked improvement in his mastery of the Ultra Bloodline's power. He has fully harnessed the form of the Super Saiyan God. Yet he still finds himself some distance from achieving the Ultra form. However, Lin Sheng remains unhurried. After all, one must consume a meal one bite at a time, that he understands that mastering the powers of the Ultra Bloodline cannot be rushed. In comparison to a month prior, his progress is unmistakable. He has learned to control the power of the Super Saiyan form, preventing any overwhelming surges of energy that could lead to uncontrollable outbursts. Throughout the month of sparring with Sun Wukong and Vegeta, significant advancements have been made. Of course, Sun Wukong and Vegeta have also experienced rapid growth. The only source of vexation for Lin Sheng is that neither Beerus nor Whis has dropped any cards during this time. One day, after concluding a month of sparring, Lin Sheng sets his sights on the stars and the sea. Chapter 11. Earth, I have returned after bidding farewell to Beerus and Whis. Lin Sheng pilots the shuttle cube away from Beerus' planet. Whis, you must have surmised the reason behind Lin Sheng's sudden surge in strength, correct? For the past month, Beerus has been perplexed by Lin Sheng's extraordinary ascendance, which even approaches his own power. This has instilled a sense of crisis within him. Could his status as the strongest in the 7th universe be at risk? Leaning casually on a sun lounger, with a delectable dessert in hand, Whis takes a bite before elucidating he is a Saiyan endowed with the Ultra Bloodline. After a month of investigation, I have finally unraveled the mystery behind Lin Sheng's exponential growth in power, a Saiyan with the Ultra Bloodline. Beerus's eyes widen in disbelief. What is that? While he is familiar with Super Saiyans and Super Saiyan gods, the existence of a legendary Super Saiyan is unfathomable to him. This Saiyan race truly is complex. According to legend, a Super Saiyan emerges once every 1,000 years among the Saiyan race, possessing astonishing innate abilities and combat prowess from birth. Their bloodline is distinct from ordinary Saiyans. The Ultra Bloodline grants its bearers the capacity to grow stronger through constant battle without the need for training, and the magnitude of their growth is significantly greater. Moreover, the potential of those with the Ultra Bloodline far surpasses that of Sun Wukong or Vegeta. Lin Sheng is the prime example. What? Beerus is taken aback, sitting upright in shock. There exists a Saiyan even more powerful than a Super Saiyan God. His eyes narrowing dangerously, Beerus contemplates. The Saiyan race is truly intricate. Oh dear, Lord Beerus, are you feeling frightened? Whis teases lightly. Humph, what nonsense. I am not afraid. Beerus retorts, though his voice betrays a hint of unease. Whis chuckles softly. Choosing not to press the matter further, by the way, why has he not displayed these abilities until now? Listening to Wiss's laughter, Beerus swiftly shifted the topic. Perhaps he had never noticed it before. Whis shrugged his shoulders, admitting that he too was rather unclear about this matter. In the vastness of space, Lin Sheng piloted the shuttle cube, racing swiftly through the cosmos, that he summoned the attribute panel. Host, Lin Sheng race, Saiyan bloodline, transcendental super bloodline combat power, 1 trillion skills, void dance, aura manipulation, energy control, tenfold King Kai fist. Gazing at the attribute panel, Lin Sheng nodded in satisfaction. The results from a month of training were indeed impressive. After a month of diligent practice, not only had he mastered the mimicry of the Super Saiyan form, but he had also elevated his base combat power to 1 trillion, a staggering increase of 100 times compared to when he first acquired the Transcendental Super Bloodline just a month ago. If I unleash my full power, my combat strength could easily reach 90 quintillion, Lin Sheng mused, his gaze deep and contemplative. 90 quintillion was the maximum combat power he could currently control. Beyond that, it would become somewhat unwieldy. 1 trillion equals 1,000 billion, 1,000 trillion equals 1 quadrillion, and 1,000 quadrillion equals 1 quintillion. But a combat power of 90 quintillion was already incredibly formidable. Should he transform into the Transcendental Super form, his power could potentially soar to several hundred or even 1,000 quintillion, perhaps even more. Of course, this was merely Lin Sheng's speculation, as he had yet to formally transform into the Transcendental Super form and could only estimate his potential. Where to next? Lin Sheng pondered over his destination. With 3 months remaining until Goku and Vegeta's training concluded and the reborn Frieza would soon arrive, he intended to explore the universe during this time, hoping to stumble upon some useful cards that if cards were to drop from Beerus and Whis, they would undoubtedly be of S rank or higher. However, after spending a full 4 months on Beerus's planet, Not a single hair had fallen from them. Thus, Lin Sheng could only leave the acquisition of cards to fate, as such high-quality cards were, after all, rare and hard to come by. Let us head to Earth first. Lin Sheng decided. Though he had traversed into the Dragon Ball world, he was still an Earthling at heart, and he felt a certain sense of belonging to Earth. It was also a good opportunity to see if he could locate his hometown within the Dragon Ball universe. With his destination set, Lin Sheng sped towards Earth. After over 20 minutes of travel, he finally arrived at the solar system located in the Milky Way's spiral. He gazed upon the azure planet in his line of sight. A profound sense of belonging surged within him, accompanied by an unexpected wave of nervousness. Was this what they call homesickness? Although this was Earth in the Dragon Ball universe, it remained Earth, whether in this world or his previous life. Earth, I have returned. Lin Sheng inhaled deeply to steady himself, then suppressed his combat power to 10 billion. Following that, he piloted the shuttle cube, diving towards Earth. Chapter 12. Do you wish to try your hand? West City, at Gohan's home, Piccolo was assisting and looking after Gohan's daughter, Pan. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly powerful aura manifested within his perception. Upon sensing this formidable presence, Piccolo's brows furrowed instantly. Uncle Piccolo, did you feel that? Gohan suddenly flew out of the house. His expression grave. I felt it. A very strong individual has arrived on Earth. Piccolo nodded gravely. The aura they sensed was none other than Lin Sheng. Although Lin Sheng had suppressed his combat power to 10 billion. To Piccolo and Gohan, it still felt exceedingly potent. They were unaware whether Lin Sheng's arrival signified good or ill. With both Goku and Vegeta absent from Earth, it fell upon them to protect their home. Let us go take a look. They exchanged glances, and, after entrusting Pan to Videl, they launched into the sky, swiftly heading towards Lin Sheng's direction. Meanwhile, upon entering Earth, Lin Sheng quickly explored the entire planet. He discovered that the continental layout of Earth in the Dragon Ball universe bore no resemblance to that of his previous world. Indeed, I cannot find it. Lin Sheng shook his head in disappointment. He had hoped to locate Huaxiao in the Dragon Ball world, but it appeared unfeasible. Here. Lin Sheng hovered at an altitude of 1,000 meters when several auras entered his perception. Rapidly approaching his position, without needing to look, Lin Sheng knew it must be Piccolo and the others, undoubtedly curious about this unexpected visitor. Moments later, Piccolo, Gohan, Trunks, Goten, Krillin, and others confronted Lin Sheng. Who are you? What is your purpose on Earth? Piccolo questioned warily, his gaze fixed on Lin Sheng, who appeared harmless. Having lived on Earth for so many years, he was well aware of the powerful beings that existed on the planet, and he could ascertain that Lin Sheng was certainly not an Earthling. The terrifying aura emanating from Lin Sheng made him feel threatened, compelling him to uncover Lin Sheng's origins and intentions. Lin Sheng had no desire to complicate matters for them, and responded calmly. You may call me Lin Sheng. I suppose I can be considered an Earthling. You take us for fools. Piccolo scoffed. I have lived on Earth for so long, and have never known of your existence. Moreover, no Earthling could possess such a powerful aura. With narrowed eyes, Piccolo continued, Earth does not welcome you. Please leave. But Uncle Piccolo, he has no tail, and he looks just like us. He should be an Earthling. Right? Goten chimed in innocently. The aliens they had encountered before had all looked peculiar, yet Lin Sheng appeared just like them. That doesn't mean anything, Krillin said, equally vigilant. The universe is vast. It's not strange for there to be aliens that resemble us. Having accompanied Goku for so many years, Krillin had become quite discerning. Thus he remained skeptical of Lin Sheng's claim to be an Earthling. Krillin was right. An Earthling could not possibly possess such a powerful aura. Piccolo nodded, then turned back to Lin Sheng, warning him, this is the last time I'll say it. Leave Earth immediately, or do not blame us for being impolite. Faced with Piccolo's stern warning, Lin Sheng frowned. He had no intention of troubling them. Yet Piccolo insisted on driving him away. Did he think Earth belonged solely to him? Lin Sheng felt a surge of annoyance. And if I refuse to leave? Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow. Piccolo, it would be unwise to underestimate me. Ending your life would merely be a matter of a finger snap. Kill me. Piccolo scoffed. You overestimate yourself. Although Lin Sheng's aura was indeed strong. Piccolo believed that he and Gohan together could defeat him at least. That was his assumption, unaware that such thinking seemed utterly naive to Lin Sheng. Clearly, you will not learn without a lesson, Lin Sheng stated as he slowly extended his palm towards Piccolo. Upon seeing this, everyone on Piccolo's side immediately assumed a battle stance to be careful, Gohan shouted as he prepared for combat. Overestimating your abilities, Lin Sheng smirked as his form suddenly vanished from view in that instant. Everyone's pupils constricted in shock. So fast. Boom. Just as Gohan's astonished words fell, a dull thud echoed that he turned slowly, only to find Lin Sheng had somehow appeared beside him, his fist deeply embedded in Piccolo's chest. Uffed. Piccolo immediately spat out a mouthful of purple blood, his body plummeting like a cannonball, ultimately crashing into a mountain several hundred meters high, reducing it to rubble. That moment, Piccolo's aura became exceedingly feeble. Witnessing this scene, expressions of shock washed over Gohan and the others. Piccolo was actually defeated in one move? Uncle Piccolo! Son Gohan shouted in a state of panic that him. Piccolo was the closest person to him aside from Son Wukong and Chi-Chi, as well as Son Goten. Therefore, the one who felt the most enraged at Piccolo's defeat was none other than him. Do you wish to join the fray as well? Lin Sheng coldly glanced at Son Gohan and his companions. He did not wish to trouble the Z warriors of Earth, but that did not mean they could act arrogantly in his presence. Treating him with contempt, Chapter 13. The Shame of the Saiyans. How fast? I can't see a thing. How? Can you see it? The bald Krillin stared in horror at Lin Sheng. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a sense of fear creeping in. His hands began to tremble slightly. If Lin Sheng could defeat Piccolo with a single blow, it was evident that he could do the same to him. In the past, he might not have felt such fear, but now he was not alone. He had Hao, and he had a daughter. He cherished his life more than ever before. Hao shook his head gently, her expression grave. I can't see it. Krillin swallowed hard. If even Hao couldn't discern Lin Sheng's movements, how formidable could his strength be? It seemed that this battlefield was beyond their fighting capabilities. Should we retreat? Krillin pondered this in his heart, but he did not dare voice the very least. He needed to maintain his composure in front of Hao. Uncle Piccolo! At that moment, Son Gohan erupted once more, his aura surging dangerously. He fixed a dark gaze upon Lin Sheng, declaring, with Dad and Uncle Vegeta absent, I shall protect the Earth. Suddenly, Son Gohan made his move. His fists clenched, he charged directly at Lin Sheng. Too slow, Lin Sheng remarked, shaking his head. He extended a single hand effortlessly to intercept Son Gohan's attack. With such feeble strength, you think you can protect the Earth? Don't be ridiculous. Lin Sheng firmly grasped Son Gohan's fist. Son Gohan, you were once a paragon among the Saiyans, yet now you have devolved into a mere wild rice. What a disgrace to the Saiyans. Can you still transform into a Super Saiyan? Faced with Lin Sheng's soul-searching inquiry, Son Gohan hesitated. Indeed, over the past year, due to neglecting his training, his strength had diminished significantly. Now, even transforming into a Super Saiyan felt somewhat strenuous. How radiant he once was, now he appeared so dim. You are correct. I have indeed neglected my training. However, regardless, I must protect the Earth, for there are those I wish to safeguard. The gentle face of Bidalai and the ever-smiling visage of Xiaofang flooded his mind. Even if it cost him his life, he would protect those two smiles. In the next instant, Son Gohan let out a fierce roar. His aura suddenly surged. A golden blaze erupted around him, enveloping him completely. Gohan had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Surely he could contend with that individual now. Witnessing this scene, Krillin felt a slight sense of relief. No. However, Hao shook her head, declaring, not necessarily. Krillin was dumbfounded. Could it be that even in his Super Saiyan form, Gohan was no match for that individual? Lin Sheng observed Son Gohan, now transformed into a Super Saiyan. With keen interest at this stage, Son Gohan's combat power must have reached several hundred billion at the very least. Perhaps it would be fitting to unleash a fraction of his power as a gesture of respect. The battle was just beginning. Son Gohan assumed a combat stance, and in the next moment he charged forward. With the golden aura trailing behind him, his fierce assault bore down upon Lin Sheng. Yet, Lin Sheng did not rush to retaliate. He leisurely sidestepped every one of Son Gohan's attacks with ease. Damn it! Why can't I hit him? Son Gohan felt increasingly frustrated, despite pushing his speed to the limit that he still couldn't touch a single hair on Lin Sheng, who appeared to be effortlessly evading him. Son Gohan, you disappoint me that I expected you to unleash greater power. It seems I was mistaken. With that, Lin Sheng ceased to hold back his combat power, allowing it to explode forth. As Lin Sheng's energy surged, the pupils of Son Gohan and his companions abruptly contracted. What? Such overwhelming power! He had concealed such immense strength. Krillin felt his scalp tingle. If he was merely apprehensive moments ago, now he was gripped by terror. The energy Lin Sheng emitted was entirely beyond their capability to withstand. Only Sun Wukong and Vegeta could possibly contend with him. What was his purpose for coming to Earth? How too felt a sense of dread. This aura brought her to the brink of despair. Boom! As Krillin and Hao stood in shock, Lin Sheng lightly placed his palm upon Son Gohan. An invisible, terrifying force surged into Son Gohan's body in an instant. Just a moment ago, he had been launching an attack, and the next, Lin Sheng's seemingly casual strike stripped him of his Super Saiyan form. Simultaneously, he plummeted towards the ground, much like Piccolo had. Boom! Son Gohan crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater. What? Such powerful strength! He lay powerless in the pit, his energy depleted. He could sense that the power Lin Sheng had unleashed was several times stronger than he had been at his peak. What should we do? Seeing Son Gohan, who had also been defeated with a single move by Lin Sheng, Krillin was thoroughly panicked. His voice trembled as he spoke. Hao furrowed her brows. She too was uncertain of what to do. They couldn't fight back, flee. Abandoning their allies seemed morally questionable, and she did not believe they could escape anywhere. Yet, just then, another wave of terrifying energy suddenly approached. Clang, clang, clang. The formidable fusion of Goten and Trunks made a grand entrance. Chapter 14. Stop fighting, stop fighting. A voice both childish and yet exuding an air of arrogance resonated in the ears of Lin Sheng and the others. Lin Sheng turned his head slightly to see Gotenks. The fusion of Son Goten and Trunks now transformed into Super Saiyan 3, striking a flamboyant pose with a universal gesture. His youthful face was emblazoned with the word arrogance. Hey, arrogant one, it's not too late to run now. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it. Gotenks stood with his hands on his hips, brimming with confidence. Gotenks? Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. This could be interesting. Although Gotenks was powerful, he found it difficult to strike a child. He waved his hand dismissively. Let the adults handle their business. Children should play elsewhere. Humph. Gotenks was not pleased. Huffing, you underestimate me. It seems necessary to show you just how formidable I am. Gotenks, go for it. Defeat that guy. Krillin cheered from the sidelines. Hell, leave it to me. Gotenks boasted, scratching his nose with unshakable confidence. Gotenks is invincible. Watch as I make this guy regret his arrogance. With that, Gotenks faced Lin Sheng, unleashing a surge of energy that enveloped him completely. Lin Sheng sighed softly. Since Gotenks was insistent on engaging, he had no qualms about teaching him a lesson. Come, let me see how you intend to make me regret it. Lin Sheng beckoned with his finger, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. He had already devised a plan to teach Gotenks a lesson. Take this. Gotenks propelled himself forward, a gust of wind trailing in his wake, charging straight at Lin Sheng. Come on, little brother. Lin Sheng grinned, slightly shifting his stance as Gotenks' assault approached. Lin Sheng seized his youthful yet muscular arm with a firm grip. Then, with a powerful twist, swish, 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 Gotenks found himself spinning uncontrollably until he became disoriented, unable to discern his surroundings. This little face must feel delightful to squeeze. As he beheld the still dizzy Gotenks, Lin seized his face with both hands, relishing the sensation. Lin delighted in pinching Gotenks' cherubic cheeks. After a brief moment, Gotenks finally regained his composure. Let me go. You big bad guy. Gotenks protested, struggling and flailing his fists and feet in a futile attempt to strike Lin. Alas, his limbs were far too short to reach him. While Lin continued to grasp Gotenks' face, the latter flailed about, creating a scene of remarkable absurdity. I should never have expected anything from them. thought number 18, exasperatedly rubbing her forehead. And no matter how powerful Gotenks might be, he ultimately possessed the temperament of a child, and his lack of combat experience was evident. If it had been number 18 in his place, even with shorter arms than Lin's, she could have easily used a ki blast to retaliate. What a fool! Meanwhile, Krillin stood nearby, his head filled with dark thoughts. Gotenks, despite his formidable strength, was proving to be remarkably unreliable. "You big bad guy, let me go, or I'll flatten you." Gotenks continued to struggle, observing the panic in Gotenks' eyes. Lin could not suppress a chuckle. "All right, I shall release you." After indulging himself for several minutes, Lin finally relinquished his hold on Gotenks. Ouch! 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 Finally liberated, Gotenks covered his now slightly swollen face, feeling a mix of rage and despair. How could the illustrious Gotenks, a fusion warrior, be toyed with like a child? "Humph! How dare you pinch my incredibly handsome face?" Moments later, Gotenks collected himself, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin as he seethed. "You're done for." Without hesitation, Gotenks charged at Lin once more. Watching Gotenks charge forward, number 18 nearly averted her gaze, as she could almost predict the ensuing spectacle. Suddenly, a series of crisp slaps echoed through the air. Upon focusing, number 18 saw that Gotenks was now cradled in Lin's embrace, who was playfully smacking Gotenks' rear end. Each resounding slap grew louder. "Stop! Stop! I get it now!" Gotenks whimpered, tears threatening to spill, under Lin's playful assault. Gotenks' backside quickly turned red and swollen. Once the playful slapping ceased, Lin finally released Gotenks, who covered his rear with a look of resentment mixed with fear. With his power, he had truly been treated like a mere child. Was there truly no one to stop Lin? Krillin, speechless, felt a wave of despair wash over him. If even Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks was no match for Lin, who on Earth could possibly stand against him? Little did he know, even with Goku and Vegeta present, they too would be outmatched by Lin, unless they could transform into Super Saiyan Blue, at which point they might stand a chance. However, by the time they could achieve that transformation, Lin would likely have already distanced himself from them significantly. Then, with a resounding bang, Gotenks disintegrated, reverting to Goten and Trunks. "Goten, run!" Trunks shouted in terror as the two quickly hid behind number 18 that Lin turned to face No. 18 and Krillin. What do you intend to do?" Chapter 15. Encounter with Champa and Vados. Having experienced an extended period of peace, Krillin found himself somewhat fearful of battle. Thus, when Lin's gaze fell upon him, he trembled in fright. This was the very person who had toyed with Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks. Just as Lin had initially stated, he could eliminate Krillin in an instant. Lin, ignoring Krillin entirely, fixed his gaze on No. 18, who remained as captivating as ever, radiating an enchanting aura that compelled admiration. In his previous life, Lin had been an admirer of her beauty, but regrettably, he had arrived too late. Number 18 was already married at this point. Opposite him, number 18 eyed Lin warily. After a moment, Lin casually remarked, "They should still be alive. Perhaps you should give them some sins of beans." Ding! At that moment, a melodious sound echoed in Lin's ears. Ding! Detected a level card drop nearby. "Would you like to collect it?" "A level card?" Lin raised an eyebrow, noticing a green light emanating from Krillin, with a green card hovering beneath his feet. "That it's green." "No, wait. Krillin has turned green." The green glow indicated a level card. Lin had not anticipated that Krillin could drop a level card. Collect. Although the card's rank was relatively low, Lin did not disdain it. As long as it was a card, he welcomed it, even if it was of F rank. Ding! Collection successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a level card. Ki blast. Okay, I blast? Not BAD. It seemed that leaving Beerus planet had been the right choice. The ki blast was almost synonymous with Krillin, though it appeared unassuming. Its lethal potential was not to be underestimated. The stronger the user, the more formidable the ki blast became. If executed skillfully, it could even yield surprising results. Soon, the card transformed into a stream of information flooding Lin's mind, detailing the technique for executing the ki blast. After gathering the card, Lin cast another glance at number 18 and the others that Lin's gaze caused Krillin, Goten, and Trunks to instinctively shrink back. "Perhaps we shall meet again," Lin remarked before vanishing from their sight. Once Lin had departed, Number 18 and Krillin exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lin harbored no murderous intent toward them. Otherwise, none of them would have escaped. Who exactly was this Lin? When had such a figure emerged on Earth? Krillin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Still feeling a lingering unease, he seems to know quite a bit about us. While Krillin's attention was elsewhere. Number 18 pondered why Lin had such intimate knowledge of them. They had never revealed their names. Yet Lin effortlessly named Piccolo, Gohan, and even Gotenks. He even knew about the sins of beans. This revelation left no 18 bewildered. It truly is remarkable. Upon hearing number 18's words, Krillin suddenly grasped the situation. Present. It seems he means us no harm. From the very beginning, Lin's demeanor has been amiable. It was Piccolo who, upon arrival, issued a decree to expel Lin, displaying a rather hostile attitude. This only served to provoke Lin's ire. Indeed, as Lin suggested, Piccolo was somewhat overconfident. After leaving, Lin piloted a space pod away from Earth. There was little left for him on the planet, and it was unlikely he would stumble upon any high-level cards. Where to next? As Lin contemplated his next destination, a brilliant streak of multicolored light suddenly streaked across the cosmic expanse. The speed of the radiant light far surpassed that of light itself. Lin turned to observe, yet sensed no energy whatsoever, not even the slightest trace. Champa! If he could not sense any energy, that could only mean one thing. It was a god of destruction, Lord Champa. Someone is utilizing a space pod over there, Vados remarked, raising an eyebrow. She had also noticed Lin, who was maneuvering a space pod rapidly through the cosmos. A space pod? Is it Beerus? Vados shook her head. No, it's a human. How could a human possess a space pod? Champa's eyes widened in surprise at a space pod. That's a means of travel unique to angels. How could a human have one? Let us go investigate. Immediately, Champa executed a swift turn and rapidly caught up to Lin Sheng, who also abruptly halted the transdimensional cube. Subsequently, the vibrant colors dissipated, revealing two figures before Lin Sheng. Although it was the first time Lin Sheng had encountered them, they appeared astonishingly familiar, to be precise. One was a woman, and the other, a corpulent cat. The woman possessed skin of a mesmerizing bluish-green hue, with silvery long hair fashioned into a high ponytail that cascaded elegantly. Her delicate oval face radiated an ethereal coldness, seemingly untouched by the mundane world. In her right hand, she wielded a crimson staff, atop which floated a fist-sized black gem, clad in an exotic dark green uniform. She stood tall with long, slender legs. Beside her was a purple Cornish Rex cat, adorned in an Anubis-style outfit akin to that of Beerus, albeit with a noticeably shorter tail. These two were none other than the god of destruction Champa from Universe 6 and the angel Vados. Chapter 16. Is Champa aiming to destroy Lin Sheng? Champa, Vados, it truly is you, Lin Sheng remarked, raising an eyebrow as he regarded the duo outside the transdimensional cube. Typically, gods of destruction refrain from visiting one another. Yet here were Champa and Vados from Universe 6 in Universe 7. Lin Sheng surmised the reason. They were undoubtedly in search of the Super Dragon Balls, with his hands clasped behind his back. Champa adopted an imposing demeanor and barked at Lin Sheng. Hey, human brat, from where did you pilfer the transdimensional cube? Vados, on the other hand, cast a surprised glance at Lin Sheng, her icy gaze revealing her recognition of his formidable power. This strength, if fully unleashed, could rival that of a god of destruction. When did such a powerful human emerge from Universe 7? And to commandeer an angel's exclusive mode of transport, the transdimensional cube, raises further suspicions, she pondered. Lord Champa, this individual possesses considerable strength, Vados cautioned. So what? Champa scoffed. And no matter how powerful a being from Universe 7 may be, can they truly contend with a god of destruction? As a god of destruction, I fear no one except for angels and Beerus. Champa then fixed his gaze on Lin Sheng, his tone menacing as he stated, Hey, I'm asking you a question that you believe I will annihilate you. Steel, why not attempt to pilfer a transdimensional cube yourself? Lin Sheng retorted, bemused. Champa fell silent, seemingly realizing that indeed, no one could steal an angel's transdimensional cube. I am from Universe 7, and the Angel's transdimensional cube is in my possession. If one were to use their intellect, it should be evident who lent it to me, Lin Sheng asserted. Stealing is such an unpleasant term that he shot a glance at Vados. Isn't that right? Vados, seems I was correct. It was Whis who lent it to you, Vados replied nonchalantly, as if devoid of any emotion. Whis would lend a transdimensional cube to him. Champa expressed skepticism. Why would an angel casually loan such a device to a human? Lord Champa, it appears to be true, Vados affirmed, indicating her awareness of the existence of gods of destruction and angels in the cosmos. Gods of destruction and angels are the most powerful and highest-ranking deities within their universe. Few humans possess knowledge of them, let alone know of the 12 universes. Yet, it seemed reasonable that someone with Lin Sheng's exceptional strength would be aware of their existence. Hey, who are you to Beerus? Champa inquired coldly, maintaining his god of destruction Ade. You are the god of destruction from Universe 6, and I am from Universe 7. My identity seems irrelevant to you, Lin Sheng replied, irritated by Champa's condescending demeanor. At this, Champa's displeasure grew. What was his identity? He was the god of destruction of Universe 6. How dare Lin Sheng, merely a human, speak to him in such a tone? His expression darkened, an aura of malice silently surrounding him. How dare you speak to a god of destruction in such a manner? Be cautious, or I shall annihilate you. Even if Lin Sheng had ties to Beerus, would that prevent Champa from destroying him? Moreover, it was prohibited for gods of destruction to engage in battle. Should two gods of destruction clash, entire universes would be at stake. Even if Beerus sought retribution, which would undoubtedly intervene. Can you truly accomplish that? Lin Sheng shrugged, nonchalantly responding, a god of destruction. Champa indeed possessed the power to obliterate him. Yet Lin Sheng held the transdimensional cube. If he chose to flee, even Vados would be unable to pursue him. You dare to underestimate me. It seems you are oblivious to the true power of a god of destruction. Champa was thoroughly enraged. How could he, a god of destruction, be belittled by a mere human? With that, a purple energy began to coalesce in the palm of Champa's hand, the distinctive destructive energy exclusive to gods of destruction. Apart from angels, only they could wield such energy to annihilate entities across the cosmos, including entire universes. This was the essence of a god of destruction. Lord Champa, Vados interjected urgently as she sensed the tension escalating, given that Whis had lent the transdimensional cube to Lin Sheng. It signified that Lin Sheng was valued by either Beerus or Whis. If Champa were to destroy Lin Sheng, it would create a significant mess. Moreover, it was inappropriate for a god of destruction from Universe 6 to come to Universe 7 to obliterate its denizens. However, Champa appeared oblivious to her words, his gaze still fixated furiously on Lin Sheng. Lord Champa, Vados raised her voice further. Finally, Champa acknowledged her, seething, Vados, do not counsel me. I intend to destroy this brat. Lord Champa, have you forgotten our purpose for being here? If you unleash your destructive energy, Beerus and Whis will undoubtedly be alerted, and our true intentions may be compromised. Chapter 17. Provoking Champa. A battle approaches. Champa paused, realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, he and Vados had come to Universe 7 in search of the scattered Super Dragon Balls between Universes 6 and 7 now. They were at a critical juncture. If he were to utilize destructive energy, Beerus would surely take notice, and their objectives would be laid bare. Furthermore, causing chaos in Universe 7 would undoubtedly provoke Beerus's ire. Of course I remember, Champa declared, unwavering. But worry not, even without utilizing destructive energy, I can still kill this brat. A mere human is no match for me. To rely on destructive energy would be to demean himself. In the universe, gods of destruction are synonymous with authority. Champa's fury remained unabated as he glared at Lin Sheng, declaring, Human brat, your previous demeanor irked me greatly. Thus, I shall kill you. Without destructive energy, are you perhaps overestimating yourself? Lin Sheng laughed at Champa's assertion was far from amusing. If Champa were to wield destructive energy, Lin Sheng might have felt threatened, but now Champa claimed he could kill him without it. Was it Champa who overestimated himself, Or had he underestimated Lin Sheng? Without destructive energy, Champa's capabilities paled in comparison to Beerus due to his size. Should Lin Sheng unleash the power of his Super Saiyan bloodline without restraint, he was confident in his ability to slay Champa. What was the Super Saiyan bloodline? In a state of immortality, as long as he engaged in combat, his strength would continuously escalate. This was the terrifying aspect of the Super Saiyan bloodline, that it seems you truly do not understand the terrifying nature of a god of destruction. You will pay for your arrogance with your life. As Xiangpa's fury intensified, Vados parted her ruby lips, poised to offer a word of caution yet hesitated. Ultimately, she decided it was prudent to allow Xiangpa to learn a lesson. For engaging in battle would not only exhaust a significant amount of energy, but also aid Xiangpa in maintaining his physique. Although she doubted her ability to dissuade him, his pride would not let him rest until he confronted Lin Sheng. It was evident that he would not relent without a fight. As her thoughts settled, a beam of violet energy pierced the void, hurtling toward Lin Sheng within the dimensional cube. Despite not being a destructive force, the power of this violet beam was formidable. However, Lin Sheng deftly maneuvered the cube to evade the oncoming blast, propelling himself deeper into the cosmos. As a result, the violet energy beam missed its target and ultimately collided with a star thousands of times larger than the sun. The star erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, igniting a supernova that illuminated the cosmos with breathtaking brilliance, an epitome of celestial fireworks. Trying to flee, Xiangpa exclaimed, urgency lacing his voice. Vados, we must pursue. With a resigned sigh, Vados lightly tapped her staff, and the two transformed into a vibrant cascade of colors, racing toward Lin Sheng's location. Meanwhile, Lin Sheng was not attempting to escape. Rather, he sought an appropriate battlefield. Though Xiangpa and Vados could survive in the vastness of space, he was uncertain of his own capabilities. It was the perfect moment to gauge the disparity between his mimetic Super Saiyan form and that of a god of destruction. Minutes later, Lin Sheng discovered an uninhabited planet, 10 times the size of Earth. The internal environment of the planet was relatively hospitable, yet its remote location had kept it hidden from the eyes of civilization. Upon his arrival, Xiangpa and Vados followed closely behind, suspended in the air. Xiangpa looked down upon Lin Sheng with disdain, scoffing, "Oh, why aren't you running now? Do you truly believe you can escape? Fat pig," Lin Sheng retorted mockingly, "you're hardly my match. Why should I flee?" This provocation sent Xiangpa into a rage. Veins bulged on his forehead as he roared, "You dare call me a fat pig? I will end you." A fat man despises being labeled as such. And for a god of destruction like Xiangpa, only Vados could jest about his physique without consequence. Observing Xiangpa's explosive temper, Vados sighed, rubbing her temples. Serving such a volatile deity was exhausting, given the choice. She would much prefer to attend to Beerus than to Xiangpa. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from Xiangpa, causing the surrounding space to tremble ominously, as if recoiling in fear. The ground quaked violently, fissures cracking open in a spiderweb pattern that stretched beyond the horizon. A violet flame enveloped Xiangpa, a testament to his rage. He was genuinely infuriated by Lin Sheng's taunts, and his thirst for vengeance could only be quenched by Lin Sheng's demise. This was more like it. As Lin Sheng felt the overwhelming energy emanating from Xiangpa, he remained undaunted. On the contrary, the battle instinct within him surged, yearning for a confrontation, and no longer holding back. He bellowed, his power escalating geometrically. The earth beneath him crumbled in circular waves, and an eerie green energy enveloped him. He had entered his mimetic Super Saiyan form. Although the battle had yet to commence, the sheer intensity of their auras had already ravaged the terrain, transforming the landscape into a scene of devastation. Volcanic magma erupted from the fissured ground, as if the planet itself were facing its doom to end the next instant. Lin Sheng and Xiangpa launched into action simultaneously, their clash destined to reverberate across the heavens and shake the universe. Chapter 18. I want to see Xiangpa make a fool of himself. In the Kaio-ken realm. Despite the vast distance, the old Kaio-ken and the current Kaio-ken Shin of the 7th universe both sensed the two terrifying energies emanating from the depths of the cosmos. What a horrifying presence! Is that Lord Beerus? Kaio-ken gazed into the distance, his expression grave. The last time, the battle between Beerus and Son Goku nearly obliterated the entire 7th universe, and now, it seemed chaos had returned. Could he not serve as a Kaio-ken in peace? No, it's not Lord Beerus. The old Kaio-ken, hands clasped behind his back, appeared somewhat stooped, a look of profound concern etched upon his weathered visage. Kaio-ken was taken aback. If such an overwhelming aura did not belong to Beerus, then who could it be? When had the 7th universe birthed such a formidable being? Why was he oblivious to it? These two energies were already on par with Beerus. One was undoubtedly the god of destruction, Champa, from the 6th universe, while the other felt unfamiliar. The god of destruction from the 6th universe? What business does he have in our 7th universe? Generally, gods of destruction did not intrude upon one another's realms. The presence of a 6th universe god of destruction in the 7th universe raised suspicions. You ask me, and I ask him? The old Kaio-ken retorted, exasperated. Did he truly believe he was omniscient? Kaio-ken's eyelids twitched as he quickly shifted the topic. And the other energy? Whose is it? Perhaps only Lord Beerus would know, the old Kaio-ken remarked. At Beerus's planet, Goku and Vegeta, who had been engaged in training, suddenly halted, their expressions filled with astonishment as they gazed into the distant starry expanse. This energy, it's Lin Sheng. Goku furrowed his brow. He has released all his energy. What could be the reason? Vegeta shook his head. I have no idea. They could sense Lin Sheng's energy but could not detect Champa's presence. Nearby, Whis and Beerus watched the unfolding spectacle with keen interest. What does that Champa fellow intend to do on my turf? Wouldn't he dare to annihilate Lin Sheng? Would he? Beerus's eyes narrowed dangerously. Currently, Lin Sheng was far more formidable than when he first arrived. Not only was his strength impressive, but he also had a flair for culinary excellence. If Champa were to destroy him, Beerus would lose access to delectable meals in the future. Furthermore, as the god of destruction of the 7th universe, he would not tolerate anyone wreaking havoc on his domain. However, I doubt that will happen, Whis remarked calmly. If he were intent on destroying Lin Sheng, he wouldn't exhibit the aura of a god of destruction. He could simply unleash his destructive energy instead. Vados must have intervened. Quickly, inquire with Vados about the situation between Champa and Lin Sheng. Beerus instructed, relieved. It hasn't been long since Lin Sheng ventured out. How did he come to cross paths with Champa? Moreover, why is Champa present in the 7th universe? This is indeed suspicious. Understood, Lord Beerus, Whis replied, summoning his staff to call upon Vados. Soon, a circular light screen projected Vardos's image, revealing her standing amidst surging volcanic magma. Sister Vados, I hope all is well, Whis greeted her. Vados, you must reign in Champa. If anything happens to Lin Sheng, I will hold you responsible. As Beerus approached with an air of authority, he was met with a dismissive smile from Vados. Lord Beerus, fret not, I highly doubt that Champa stand a chance against Lin Sheng. She remarked, if Champa were of a similar stature to you, perhaps there would be hope. However, as it stands, that is a different tale altogether. Yet, it was now clear to her that both Whis and Beerus had taken the initiative to inquire about the situation, indicating their significant regard for Lin Sheng. That it was imperative that Champa did not obliterate Lin Sheng. Vados then succinctly recounted the events that had transpired. What a headache, she sighed. After listening, Whis rubbed his forehead. Bemused that such trivial matters could escalate to this extent, Champa truly thrives on chaos. Once the call concluded, Whis inquired, Lord Beerus, shall we go and observe? Why not? I am eager to see how Champa will embarrass himself. Beerus replied with a smirk. Subsequently, Whis and Beerus transformed into a vibrant stream of light, racing towards the planet where Lin Sheng and Champa were engaged in combat that on Lin Sheng's side, as the energies of both opponents reached a crescendo. Lin Sheng and Champa narrowed their eyes, each exuding a palpable danger. In the next heartbeat, Lin Sheng propelled himself forward, fueled by an overwhelming momentum, charging at Champa. Seeking death, are we? Champa scoffed disdainfully as he watched Lin Sheng approach. In an instant, the ethereal green energy clashed violently with the purple energy, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion of light and sound, transforming the very fabric of the surroundings. Chapter 19. Tenfold Kaio-ken Crack. As Lin Sheng's fist collided with Campa's, the surrounding space fractured like shattered glass, crumbling piece by piece. The broken shards revealed an abyss of darkness, as if leading to another dimension. Lightning danced around them, creating a spectacle of visual grandeur. Below them, the ground collapsed, and molten lava surged forth from the planet's surface, a terrifying sight to behold. Champa gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed with malevolence on Lin Sheng's impassive face. Just one exchange had left him astounded. How could a mere human possess strength rivaling that of a god of destruction? At that moment, the combat instincts within Lin Sheng surged, igniting his spirit. "Is this all the power you possess, you fat cat?" He taunted, unleashing energy into his fist. He knew Champa had more to offer. After all, in his transformed Super Saiyan state, Lin Sheng's power surpassed that of a Super Saiyan God. Albeit slightly weaker than Super Saiyan Blue, Campa's strength was undoubtedly greater than this. The more power Champa unleashed, the more exhilarated Lin Sheng became. After a month of training with Goku and Vegeta, the effectiveness of those battles had waned. Only by facing stronger opponents could he awaken the latent potential within his bloodline. This was crucial for Lin Sheng's mastery over his newfound abilities. "Try calling me fat cat one more time," Champa roared, his fury igniting. Being called a fat cat time and again was a blow to his pride. In the next instant, Campa's aura surged once more. The purple energy swirling around him, distorting the very space itself. Bang! The energy emanating from Champa was overwhelming, forcing Lin Sheng to plummet from the air. Thud! Lin Sheng landed on a patch of ground untouched by the molten lava, shattering it as if it were mere tofu. With the upper hand, Champa wasted no time, launching an immediate counterattack. Lin Sheng quickly adapted, engaging Champa in close combat. Bang! 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 Facing the wrath of Champa, Lin Sheng was outmatched. Each of Campa's punches sent tremors through the earth. Yet, amidst the fray, Lin Sheng's combat prowess was escalating at an alarming rate, a fact both Vados and Champa took note of. What is happening? Why is his strength continuously rising? Champa pondered, perplexed. Logically, a person's power should diminish when they were being struck, yet Lin Sheng defied this expectation. Initially, Champa had the upper hand, but as time passed, Lin Sheng began to mount a resistance. "Just as I suspected," Vados observed, her gaze sharpening. She had recognized from the outset that Lin Sheng harbored immense potential. This moment, his combat strength had surpassed the limits of Super Saiyan Blue, reaching for even greater heights. However, he remained some distance from achieving the Ultra Instinct form that if he were to transform into that state suddenly, Lin Sheng would lose control of his power. Yet he possessed other means. Could it be that he was a candidate for the God of Destruction of Universe 7? Vados suddenly realized, connecting the dots from Whis' earlier outreach regarding Lin Sheng and Beerus' anxious demeanor. The likelihood of Lin Sheng being a candidate was substantial. This revelation clarified much. Arrogant fool. Champa understood he could no longer afford to delay. Continuing to battle Lin Sheng would only allow his power to grow unchecked. Sooner or later, he would face defeat at the hands of Lin Sheng. Just as that thought crossed his mind, Champa unleashed a punch brimming with lethal intent towards Lin Sheng, the purple energy enveloping his fist distorting the surrounding space with each advance. Ultimately shattering it, the entire planet trembled in response. However, the next second, Campa's pupils dilated in shock. Crack! Lin Sheng had successfully absorbed Campa's devastating blow, his ethereal green energy reaching its zenith. That moment, he stood on the precipice of Ultra Instinct. With just a bit more, he would achieve it. Lin Sheng's eyes narrowed, indicating he was on the verge of losing control over his surging power. Should he transition into Ultra Instinct, he would be completely overwhelmed, entering a state of chaos. "Did you enjoy that, fat cat?" "Now it's my turn," Lin Sheng said with a mocking smile. Engaging Champa was indeed far more effective than sparring with Goku and Vegeta. Enough boasting. The God of Destruction is invincible." Champa scoffed coldly, dismissing Lin Sheng's newfound strength, knowing there remained a gap between their powers. "Yes, that's so." "Then open your eyes and behold," Lin Sheng retorted, stepping back momentarily. A formidable aura, one that made Champa tremble slightly, erupted from Lin Sheng. Tenfold Kaio-ken. Chapter 20. I shall fight alongside you. Lin Sheng's deep voice resonated throughout the realm. The volcanic magma spewing from the ground became even more violent. At this moment, the planet lay in ruins, its surface awash with flowing lava, enduring pressures far beyond its capacity. Ha! With a thunderous shout, Lin Sheng's aura surged once more. The powerful crimson flames enveloped him. Intertwined with the ethereal green flames of his transformed state, that moment, Lin Sheng exuded an aura of undeniable dominance. What is this technique? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Campa's forehead. He acutely sensed that Lin Sheng was now tenfold stronger than before. Lord Champa, this is the Kaio-ken technique, uniquely devised by the North Kai of Universe 7. Vados explained, IT is a technique that could dramatically enhance one's power and speed in a short time, though it places immense strain on the body. Having activated the Tenfold Kaio-ken, Lin Sheng's aura surpassed that of Champa. Only by utilizing destructive energy could Champa hope to turn the tide. Otherwise, it would soon become his turn to be on the receiving end of the blows. Vados, you're only partially correct. Feeling the vast, almost infinite power coursing through him, Lin Sheng smirked. Why Kaio-ken does not impose any strain on my body. As those words left his lips, Lin Sheng vanished from sight. Thud! In the next instant, a fist imbued with crimson flames and ethereal green energy struck Champa squarely in the face, sending his rotund form plummeting to the ground like a cannonball. As the mighty Champa crashed down upon the flowing volcanic magma on the planet's surface. A tremendous wave of fire erupted, heralding the commencement of an extraordinary spectacle. Lin Sheng clenched his fists tightly and then dove downward. Kid, don't get too cocky. Champa, after all, was no pushover in response to Lin Sheng's relentless pursuit. Champa's fist, imbued with purple energy, surged directly towards Lin Sheng. Undaunted, Lin Sheng reciprocated with a powerful punch of his own. Boom! The moment their fists collided, an unparalleled shockwave radiated outward. The earth within 1,000 miles crumbled beneath them. The searing volcanic magma encircled Lin Sheng and Champa, yet it could not descend upon them to inflict any harm. A terrifying force emanated from Lin Sheng's fist, causing Champa's pupils to constrict in alarm. In the wake of Lin Sheng's strike, Champa plummeted directly into the planet's core. The once solid crust of the planet now resembled mere tofu. Lin Sheng pressed on in pursuit. Thus, the battle between Lin Sheng and Champa unfolded deep within the planet. Bang! 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 As the two clashed, explosions echoed repeatedly, shattering the planet's interior into fragments. Lin Sheng grew fiercer with each encounter, while Champa, under the relentless pressure of Lin Sheng's Tenfold Kaio-ken, found himself on the defensive. Absorbing blows, crack, crack. Soon after, vast fissures, each spanning 1,000 miles, tore through the planet's surface, with volcanic magma erupting to heights of 100,000 meters, rendering the entire planet teetering on the brink of obliteration. From the vantage of outer space, this scene was nothing short of breathtaking. At this moment, the planet seemed to lament, exclaiming, I am in dire straits. Minutes later, Lin Sheng and Champa traversed the planet's interior from one end to the other. Bang! As they burst forth from the planet's surface once more, Lin Sheng delivered yet another punch to Champa's face. Champa's visage was swollen in several places, resembling that of a pig's head, marred with numerous wounds and appearing quite disheveled. Champa truly had a remarkable capacity for endurance. Observing Champa's battered state, Lin Sheng murmured, with such relentless strikes, Champa has merely sustained superficial injuries. Despite his disarray, the actual damage is minimal. It seems my strength is insufficient. Moreover, Champa has yet to unleash his destructive energy. Should he choose to do so, even with my Tenfold Kaio-ken, I would still be no match for him unless I were to transform into my Super Saiyan form, allowing my battle power to soar. Furthermore, the God of Destruction possesses unique causal abilities capable of annihilating everything in the universe. I am truly enraged. At that moment, Champa's eyes blazed crimson, his teeth clenched tightly. His fury reached its zenith, and suddenly, the purple energy enveloping him surged explosively. A tempest of purple-black energy swirled around him. causing the entire planet to tremble as though it were on the verge of detonation. Lord Zampa, witnessing this, Beerus felt a twinge of unease. Zampa had been driven to the point of utilizing his destructive energy, and should he lose control, a significant portion of Universe 7 would be obliterated. However, Zampa paid no heed to Beerus's concerns, his gaze fixed fiercely on Lin Sheng as he declared, "Now we shall resume our battle. If I destroy you, it will be your misfortune." Zampa, consumed by the need to reclaim his dignity, could no longer afford to let this matter slide. A god of destruction, being bested by a mere human, was intolerable. Should this news spread, where would his honor lie? Just then, a radiant streak of multicolored light shot through the distant cosmos. Appearing to be far away, yet in the blink of an eye, it materialized above the planet on the brink of explosion. Following this, a chilling voice resonated. "Zampa, I have come to join the fray." Chapter 21. A joyful rivalry. As the vibrant light faded, two figures emerged into Lin Sheng's line of sight. None other than Beerus and Whis, who had hurriedly arrived from Beerus's planet. The speaker was none other than Beerus, whose cold gaze bore down on the somewhat disheveled Zampa. While Zampa appeared to be in a disarray, he had not sustained significant injuries. However, had Beerus arrived any later, Lin Sheng might have been obliterated by Zampa's destructive energy. "Skinny monkey, stay out of my business. Don't think I truly fear you." Despite Beerus's arrival, Zampa's fury remained unchecked, and he was unwilling to back down. "Humph, fat pig, do not forget whose territory this is," Beerus taunted, slapping his palm against his fist. "Look at how thoroughly Lin Sheng has bested you. If he can reduce you to this state, do you really think you can take me on? You must be seeking death." At this remark, Zampa's teeth gritted in anger. Lin Sheng had called him a fat cat, and now Beerus referred to him as a fat pig. Was it possible that this god of destruction had no dignity whatsoever? "Come on, who's afraid of whom?" Zampa retorted defiantly, stepping towards Beerus, prepared for a fierce confrontation. Clearly, it had been too long since he had fought Beerus, and he felt the itch to engage. Beerus, however, showed no signs of fear, unleashing his own destructive energy as they squared off against one another. "Skinny monkey, just watch as I turn you into a specimen." Zampa glared fiercely at Beerus, who matched his intensity, retorting, "Who's turning whom into a specimen remains to be seen." Observing the heated standoff between Beerus and Zampa, Lin Sheng felt a wave of exasperation wash over him as he quipped, "They truly are a pair of joyful rivals." Although Beerus and Zampa shared a bond of brotherhood, as gods of destruction, neither was willing to concede to the other, often clashing over trivial matters, sometimes even resorting to physical confrontations. However, with Beerus's arrival, it appeared that Lin Sheng's battle with Zampa would soon come to an end. Perfect! The previous encounter had allowed Lin Sheng to harness even greater power, enabling him to unleash a strength surpassing his prior capabilities. He was even on the brink of achieving his Super Saiyan form. Should another bout ensue, his battle power could very well surge to Super Saiyan levels. Nonetheless, he still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the level of a god of destruction. In the Dragon Ball universe, one had to attain angelic levels of strength to truly feel secure. Otherwise, they risked being eradicated or obliterated by the Omni King or the gods of destruction at any moment. His journey was far from over. Shaking off his reverie, he noticed that Beerus and Zampa were still engaged in their war of words. "Who is the hot-headed god of destruction?" "It's you, isn't it? You could pick a fight with Lin Sheng over the smallest of issues. Do you want to throw down? Bring it on." As their argument escalated, the volcanic magma on the ground swirled into dozens of lava tornadoes, sweeping across the planet's surface under the weight of Beerus and Zampa's overwhelming auras. Enough! Suddenly, two staffs interposed themselves before the two combatants. "Lord Beerus, have you forgotten? Gods of destruction are forbidden from fighting one another. Do you wish to annihilate the universe?" Whis' expression was grave. "Lord Zampa, this is merely a misunderstanding. As a god of destruction, you should not be so petty," Vados added, her tone slightly displeased, compared to Whis. Vados had a somewhat fiercer temperament. Zampa's behavior had indeed incited her ire. After all, as a dignified god of destruction, squabbling with a mere human like Lin Sheng was unbecoming and undermined the image of the gods of destruction. Observing the stern expressions of Whis and the displeased demeanor of Vados, Champa could only lower his head in dejection. Though he and Beerus wielded considerable power and authority as gods of destruction, without restraint, the universe would inevitably fall to ruin at their hands. And while angels appear to be merely servants to the gods of destruction, they were, in truth, tasked with keeping the gods in check to prevent them from acting too rashly. Seeing Champa fall silent, Vados gently waved her staff, and Champa's swollen visage instantly returned to normal. Lin Sheng, are you all right? Beerus then turned his gaze towards Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng smiled faintly, shaking his head. I am unscathed. Subsequently, Beerus's attention shifted back to the still fuming Champa, questioning, Fat Pig, what brings you to my Universe 7 in such a sudden manner? Upon hearing the name, Champa's body suddenly stiffened. Vados could only shake her head in resignation. Why do you care? Is it not permissible for me to simply pass by? Champa retorted defiantly. In truth, he felt a twinge of guilt. If Beerus were to discover that they were in the midst of collecting the Super Dragon Balls, it would spell trouble to as of now. He had not yet gathered them all, and he could not afford to let Beerus know about the Super Dragon Balls. These were wish orbs created by the Dragon God. Zalama, renowned for their ability to grant any wish, no matter how grand, each one as large as a planet. That so? Why do I sense that you are concealing something from me? Beerus inquired suspiciously. Are you planning some mischief in my 7th universe? Chapter 22. Oh, you Vados under Beerus's scrutinizing gaze. Champa's corpulent form trembled once more, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Lord Champa mentioned feeling a bit stifled, which is why he decided to take a stroll. Vados interjected suddenly. Exactly. Champa eagerly seized Vados' words that, you think I am like you, cooped up in a castle all day. A little exercise helps to burn off some calories. In truth, had it not been for the pursuit of the Super Dragon Balls, Champa would have preferred to remain within the castle's confines. The concept of exercise was nothing short of torment for him. Ha ha, spare me. You exercise? Beerus erupted into laughter. You bloated pig. Beerus's mocking laughter pierced through the air, causing Champa to grimace. Nevertheless, he chose to endure the ridicule, as long as he could keep the quest for the Super Dragon Balls under wraps. Umph! Champa haughtily snorted, dismissing Beerus. Vados, let us depart. He needed to leave promptly, lest he inadvertently reveal his intentions. After bidding farewell, Vados and Champa transformed into a radiant streak of colors, vanishing into the vast expanse of the universe in the blink of an eye. Watching Champa and Vados depart, Whis felt a flicker of suspicion. He sensed that they were concealing something from Beerus, yet he could not pinpoint what it was. Once Champa and Vados had left, Beerus turned his gaze toward Lin Sheng, a hint of displeasure evident in his tone. Lin Sheng, how long have you been out, and you're already causing trouble? Lin Sheng shrugged, feigning innocence. I am the victim here. Champa came out of nowhere, threatening to obliterate me. Cut it out. Don't create any more messes, or I want to be cleaning up after you. Lin Sheng raised his shoulders in a nonchalant manner. If all is well, I shall take my leave. This planet is about to explode, and I can't remain here any longer. Otherwise, when it detonates, I will be exposed to the void of space. Right now, I am not equipped to survive in such an environment. After Lin Sheng piloted his shuttle away, Whis remarked with interest, after battling Lord Champa, Lin Sheng has indeed grown stronger. The legendary Super Saiyan is living up to the name. It seems that one day he may surpass you. Lord Beerus, he still has a long way to go. Beerus's eyes deepened with contemplation. He could indeed sense the burgeoning energy radiating from Lin Sheng, that if he continued to grow at this rate, it would only be a matter of time before Lin Sheng surpassed him. The Saiyans, a truly perilous race, that it appeared that his decision to allow Frieza to obliterate planet Vegeta was indeed a prudent one. Had the Saiyans continued to thrive within a few thousand years, he, the god of destruction, would have lost all standing. Fortunately, it was only Lin Sheng for now. Suddenly, Beerus's eyes widened, irritation creeping into his voice as he asked, Hey Whis, you aren't considering training him to be the next god of destruction, are you? Oh dear, Lord Beerus, you've caught me. Whis did not deny it, his expression filled with delight. How dare you, Whis, going against the grain? Beerus exclaimed angrily, to which was responded with an awkward yet polite smile. Indeed, as expected of a god of destruction, this battle has significantly enhanced my combat prowess. Lin Sheng mused, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Through his encounter with Champa, his baseline combat power had reached a staggering 100 trillion. Moreover, he was not far from mastering the Ultra Instinct form. The true journey would begin only after achieving Ultra Instinct, the T present. Lin Sheng remained oblivious to the ultimate limits of the Ultra Instinct form. Yet, one thing was certain. As long as he continued to fight, he could surpass Beerus, thanks to the terrifying potential of his Ultra Instinct bloodline. If he were to combine Ultra Instinct with the Tenfold Kaio-ken, the results would be even more formidable. However, while employing the Tenfold Kaio-ken alongside the Ascended Super Saiyan was relatively straightforward, combining it with Ultra Instinct would undoubtedly prove challenging. Son Goku had spent a considerable amount of time fusing Kaio-ken with the Super Saiyan Blue form. If Goku could achieve it, then so could Lin Sheng, who possessed the Ultra Instinct bloodline and was equally gifted with potential. However, he needed to master controlling the power of Ultra Instinct before he could begin to experiment with integrating it with Kaio-ken. Suddenly, Lin Sheng sensed a powerful energy signature nearby. Who is that? The aura was unfamiliar. It was the first time he had sensed it. Without hesitation, he piloted his shuttle toward the source of the energy. Arriving at a planet shrouded in darkness, devoid of sunlight, the interior of the planet appeared desolate, suggesting it had been abandoned. Yet, the formidable energy he sensed undeniably emanated from this forsaken world. Amidst the ruins, two figures were engaged in combat, one dominating the other. Lin Sheng focused. A slight smile crept across his face. Frieza. The two figures were none other than Frieza, who had been resurrected and was undergoing a 4-month intensive training regimen, and his sparring partner. Lin Sheng hovered in the air, intrigued as he observed Frieza from above. Ding! Suddenly, a melodious sound rang out. Ding! An A-grade card has been detected nearby. Would you like to collect it? As the system's voice echoed. A radiant orange light burst forth from Frieza below. Frieza can drop A-grade cards. Lin Sheng was taken aback. The idea of obtaining an A-grade card from Frieza was completely unexpected. Would you like to collect it? The system inquired again. Collect, that he was eager to discover what attributes the A-grade card from Frieza might possess. Ding! Collection successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired A-grade card. Frozen Demon Clan Bloodline. Wait, what? Frieza's bloodline. Lin Sheng was astonished. Such an unexpected boon. The Frozen Demon Clan to which Frieza belonged was indeed a race of warriors. Unlike the Saiyans, who were regarded as a fighting race, the Frozen Demon Clan could be considered the true warriors of the cosmos. The Frozen Demon Clan reproduced asexually, and, unlike the so-called fighting race of the Saiyans, Frieza's clan was the genuine embodiment of combat prowess. The so-called fighting race of Saiyans was born with a power level of less than 10,000 and required extensive training to transform into a Super Saiyan. In contrast, the Frozen Demon Clan was born with immense strength and transformation abilities. 4 months of training could allow them to dominate Super Saiyan Blue. From every perspective, the Frozen Demon Clan's bloodline far surpassed that of the Saiyans. However, the members of Frieza's clan, being combat geniuses, already possessed the strength to dominate the universe from the outset, rendering further training unnecessary. Had Frieza invested even a modicum of effort into training, he would not have suffered such a humiliating defeat at the hands of Son Goku. Upon returning to Earth, he was mercilessly shattered into fragments by the future Trunks, a fate that could be deemed rather tragic. Nonetheless, it pales in comparison to the legendary Ultra Bloodline. Lin Sheng shook his head lightly, acknowledging that while the Frozen Demon Bloodline was indeed formidable, it was utterly eclipsed by the Ultra Bloodline, as evidenced by the most basic card tier system. Will the fusion of the Frozen Demon Bloodline and the Ultra Bloodline enhance or diminish strength? Lin Sheng inquired, apprehensive about the potential consequences of such a fusion. His primary concern was whether the amalgamation would not only fail to strengthen his innate bloodline, but also compromise the purity of his Ultra Bloodline. If that were the case, it would not signify an enhancement, but rather a decline in power. Response: It will indeed strengthen, the system replied. The fusion of the Ultra Bloodline with the Frozen Demon Bloodline will amplify the host's bloodline potential. Upon hearing this, Lin Sheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as his bloodline remained unweakened, he was content. Then why don't you ask me if I wish to fuse? Lin Sheng promptly questioned, noting that previously, the system would inquire about absorption or fusion upon acquiring a card. Yet this time it had not. This peculiarity piqued Lin Sheng's curiosity. Response: currently, the fusion with the frozen demon bloodline is not feasible. Not feasible? Why? Lin Sheng's expression was one of confusion. Why can't it be fused? The host must first master the power of the Ultra form to enable fusion. Wait, there's such a stipulation? Lin Sheng was left in disbelief. Why must he be able to harness the Ultra form's power before he could fuse with the frozen demon bloodline? Indeed, the system stated without further elaboration, before adding, additionally, I must remind the host that you are currently in the mimetic Ultra Saiyan form. The next step is the Ultra Bloodline's Super 1 form, followed by the Super 1 All-Power form. Only after achieving the Super 1 All-Power form can one attain the Ultra form. Is that so? Lin Sheng blinked in astonishment. He had believed he was on the cusp of mastering the Ultra form's power, only to discover that there were still the stages of Super 1 and Super 1 All-Power to traverse. It seems I was overestimating my progress, he murmured. Yet, this revelation was not entirely unwelcome. It merely confirmed that the Ultra Bloodline was even more potent than he had originally surmised. Like a T present, his Super 1 form alone should suffice to obliterate the likes of Super Blue Goku and the tragic Tartaros. While the Ultra form could even contend with Super Blue Vegeta. Though he might not triumph over Super Blue Vegeta, it nonetheless underscored the formidable nature of the Ultra form. The Ultra Bloodline was indeed a remarkable asset. With this thought in mind, Lin Sheng no longer felt the urgency to fuse with the frozen demon bloodline. At that moment, Frieza, engaged in intense training below, seemed to have taken notice of Lin Sheng hovering above. His eyes narrowed dangerously, and in an instant, he appeared right before Lin Sheng. Who are you? This is my Frieza's planet. Is it not rather rude to intrude without a word? Chapter 24. The astonished Frieza cast a menacing glare at Lin Sheng. His tone frigid. It was only upon seeing Frieza in person that Lin Sheng realized just how diminutive he truly was. Standing parallel to Frieza, Lin Sheng found himself nearly looking down upon him. With a smirk, Lin Sheng jested, I am the Saiyan you loathe the most, Frieza. What? You are Saiyan? Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief. Aside from Goku and Vegeta, could there truly be another surviving Saiyan? After the initial shock, Frieza's expression twisted into a sinister grin. It seems my efforts of the past were rather lacking. Since you have come to me today, I shall send you to hell. Frieza's lifelong ambition had been to eradicate all Saiyans. In the next moment, a beam of purple energy erupted from the tip of Frieza's finger, aimed directly at Lin Sheng's heart. Lin Sheng merely scoffed, not even bothering to evade. He allowed Frieza's energy beam to approach him. However, before it could reach him, it was shattered by the overwhelming aura emanating from Lin Sheng. What? Frieza gasped in astonishment. Could it be that my destruction beam was thwarted merely by his aura? After a month of rigorous training, Frieza had experienced a dramatic surge in power. Although he had yet to attain his golden form, he was certainly on par with Super Saiyan 3 Goku. Yet, even with this newfound strength, his destruction beam had been effortlessly dispelled by Lin Sheng's presence. Just how formidable was Lin Sheng? Lin Sheng smirked, taunting. Do you dare to underestimate me? Frieza's eyes darkened, and he extended his diminutive hand towards Lin Sheng. Damn Saiyan, descend to hell. In an instant, countless energy blasts erupted from Frieza's palm, engulfing Lin Sheng in a torrent of destructive energy. Boo, boo, boo. The myriad of energy blasts detonated in rapid succession, expanding the blast radius exponentially. A thick cloud of smoke rose in the wake of the explosions. Minutes passed, and Frieza, seemingly exhausted, finally ceased his onslaught. Panting heavily, he gazed triumphantly in Lin Sheng's direction, where thick smoke still lingered, obscuring the view. The most foolish thing you could do is gloat before me, Frieza crowed with a smirk. However, in the blink of an eye, his smug expression morphed into one of sheer shock as the smoke began to dissipate. Lin Sheng's figure reemerged, and scathed, impossible. Frieza's eyes widened in terror. Despite the smoke not having fully cleared, he could already vaguely discern Lin Sheng concealed within. Moments later, The smoke cleared entirely, revealing Lin Sheng, who appeared entirely unharmed, as though Frieza's relentless barrage had never touched him. Lin Sheng wore a subtle smile, stretching his limbs as he mockingly remarked, "Honestly, with such feeble efforts, you couldn't even tickle me. How is this possible?" Frieza exclaimed in horror. "How could you possibly emerge unscathed? Have you never witnessed a giant snake defecating?" Lin Sheng replied nonchalantly, "Well, it seems you haven't, that I believe it is essential for you to witness this." He added, a glint of mischief flashing in his eyes. With that, Lin Sheng swung his fist through the air. Whoosh! A gale of fierce wind followed, slicing through the air and grazing Frieza's face, leaving a jagged scar behind. A trickle of blood seeped from the wound. Frieza stood frozen in shock, touching the gash on his face, utterly aghast at the sight of his own blood. How could a mere gust of wind draw blood from the mighty Frieza? Frieza's gaze fixated on Lin Sheng, who seemed to exceed his wildest expectations. This time, it felt as though he had encountered an opponent far more formidable than Goku. When did the Saiyans become so powerful? Frieza could scarcely believe it. He had only spent a mere 20 years in hell. Now, upon his resurrection, he found himself outmatched by a single Saiyan. Observing Frieza's astonishment, Lin Sheng chuckled lightly. "Frieza." "What?" Frieza's head snapped up. "I know that upon your resurrection, the one you most desire to exact revenge upon is Goku. Am I correct?" "How do you know?" Frieza's voice dripped with suspicion. His training for the past 4 months had solely been for the purpose of avenging Goku. How could Lin Sheng possibly know? This was their first encounter. "You need not concern yourself with how I know," Lin Sheng replied. "But since we have crossed paths today, allow me to enlighten you. Despite your 4 months of training, you will still be unable to exact revenge on Goku." "Impossible. After 4 months of training, that mere Goku will be nothing more than my underling." Frieza roared defiantly. "Is that so? I beg to differ. What if I told you that Goku is currently training with Beerus? Do you still believe you stand a chance against him?" Lin Sheng smiled faintly. Had it not been for his involvement, after 4 months of rigorous training, Frieza's strength would indeed have been slightly superior to that of Super Saiyan Blue Goku. However, the situation has now changed that in the original narrative, Goku, while training with Whis, did not possess such an intense determination to grow stronger as he does now. During the month that Lin Sheng served as a sparring partner, Goku became acutely aware that his abilities were far from sufficient. Consequently, he would undoubtedly exert himself even more diligently in his training. Lin Sheng did not believe that Frieza, who had yet to fully adapt to his golden form, could stand as Goku's equal. "What did you say, Beerus?" As the name of Beerus escaped Lin Sheng's lips, Frieza's pupils dilated in shock, a wave of fear surging from the depths of his heart to his mind. "Are you referring to the god of destruction?" "Beerus? Who else could it be?" Lin Sheng retorted. "You scoundrel." In comparison to Lin Sheng, Frieza harbored an even greater dread of Beerus. After all, he was the most powerful deity in the entire 7th universe. Although he himself claimed to be the Emperor of the universe, that was only under the premise of serving Beerus. Otherwise, would he dare to call himself the Emperor of the universe? How about it? "Would you consider being my subordinate? I can assist you in avenging Goku," Lin Sheng said with a knowing smile. Upon hearing this, Frieza was momentarily taken aback, only to feel a surge of indignation the next moment. "Are you insulting me? I am Frieza, the Emperor of the universe. You expect me to be your subordinate. You are courting death." Frieza's confidence surpassed even that of Vegeta. He had always been in a position where others served him. How could he ever become someone else's subordinate? With that, Frieza raised his hand and launched another energy sphere towards Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng casually flicked his finger, sending Frieza's energy sphere flying away. "Frieza, it seems you have yet to come to terms with reality," Lin Sheng remarked, seemingly indifferent, yet his tone bore a subtle hint of murderous intent. Will you still wish to return to that hell where you could neither live nor die?" "What?" As Frieza sensed Lin Sheng's murderous aura, he was taken aback. In the next instant, Lin Sheng glared fiercely, unleashing an indescribable, overwhelming presence that surged towards Frieza. The terrifying aura instantly propelled Frieza hundreds of miles away. Following this, Lin Sheng casually tossed an energy sphere. Boo! The energy sphere detonated upon contact with Frieza, creating a resounding explosion that reverberated throughout the planet. Below, Frieza's sparring partner watched in horror, his pupils constricting. Who? Who is he? Frieza, the mighty king, is utterly powerless against him. After the explosion, Frieza's smaller form fell helplessly from the sky, his body covered in wounds and in a pitiful state. Thud. Ultimately, Frieza crashed into a building, sending dust swirling into the air. Lin Sheng's figure flickered. Appearing before Frieza, he looked down at him, his voice icy. Killing you would be as simple as squashing an ant. With that, Lin Sheng placed his foot upon Frieza's face, ruthlessly trampling his dignity into the ground. You, scoundrel! How dare you? How dare you step on this king's handsome face? Frieza's face turned ashen with rage. Yet confronted with Lin Sheng's overwhelming power, he found himself utterly helpless. He swore that the humiliation inflicted upon him by Lin Sheng today would one day be repaid 100-fold. Are you very eager to kill me? Lin Sheng discerned Frieza's inner thoughts with ease. I shall grant you an opportunity for vengeance. Today, I will spare your life. Come find me when you are strong enough to defeat Goku. With that, Lin Sheng made no further delay and departed from the planet. You despicable scoundrel! I will surely kill you, and Goku too. After Lin Sheng's departure, Frieza's frenzied roar echoed through the I in the vastness of space. Lin Sheng piloted the shuttle cube, swiftly traversing the cosmos. Frieza, I hope you do not disappoint me. The reason he had chosen not to kill Frieza was that he believed Frieza still held some utility. Frieza was quite simply a quintessential embodiment of evil. However, if he could be coerced into becoming a subordinate, it might not be such a bad prospect. Next, he would head directly to Universe 11, returning to his senses. Lin Sheng quickly determined his next destination. Initially, he had planned to venture to Universe 6, but upon further reflection, it seemed that Hit was the only formidable opponent there. Lin Sheng had nearly outgrown Hit's time-skip technique. Moreover, having had a falling out with Champa, venturing to Universe 6 would likely result in Champa discovering his presence and not letting him off easily. Although Champa had to hold back due to Beerus earlier, Lin Sheng suspected that Champa still harbored resentment, and he was not yet a match for Champa's destructive energy. Thus, Universe 11 became Lin Sheng's primary destination. Not for any particular reason, but simply because Universe 11 boasted the formidable Jiren. If he could acquire a card from Jiren, it would be a tremendous boon. Jiren's strength was beyond question. Even with the perfected Ultra Instinct, defeating Jiren would prove to be quite a challenge. Lin Sheng couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation at the thought of what level of card might drop from Jiren. Universe 11, here I come. Having selected his target, Lin Sheng pushed the shuttle cube to its maximum speed. Racing toward Universe 11. Even with the shuttle cube, it took him a full day to travel from Universe 7 to Universe 11. As Lin Sheng entered Universe 11, an overwhelming aura immediately registered in his perception. This aura was not far from his position. Could it be Jiren? Lin Sheng wondered, but he quickly dismissed the thought that Jiren's aura was far more potent than this. It was comparable to his full power, perhaps even exceeding it. Given this, it could not possibly be Jiren. Could it be Toppo? Clearly, since it was not Jiren, the only other individual capable of matching this aura was Toppo. Toppo, a man whose mouth overflowed with notions of justice. To be honest, during his previous life while watching Dragon Ball Super, Lin Sheng had always found Toppo to be particularly loathsome. Justice was not merely a phrase to be paraded about, and strength was the true path to dominance in the Dragon Ball universe. The Tournament of Power exemplified this truth quite well. Speaking of which, the Tournament of Power was not far off now, was it? Lin Sheng's gaze grew profound. Although he had acquired the Super Bloodline, he still lagged significantly behind Jiren. Therefore, before the Tournament of Power commenced, he must surpass Jiren. Otherwise, he could not guarantee whether the outcome of the Power Tournament would mirror that of his previous life in the event of his intervention. Lin Sheng hesitated for a moment, then made up his mind. Although Tuapo's strength was only comparable to his current self, he was not to be underestimated. If he could acquire a card from Tuapo, his power would at least be enhanced by a fraction. Thus, Lin Sheng piloted the interdimensional cube, heading straight for the aura of Tuapo. After a brief journey of several minutes, a planet roughly the size of Earth emerged within Lin Sheng's sight. This planet radiated a vibrant green hue, exuding an aura of vitality. The delectable planet of Wei Mei, an expanse of lush green grass unfolded before him, dotted with a myriad of beautiful flowers and a few fruit trees standing tall. Butterflies and birds danced joyfully across the meadow, creating a scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Beneath a tree, Tupa, a muscular figure, appeared to have just completed a rigorous training session. Beside him stood the god of destruction of Universe 11, Wei Meida, along with the angel Makalita. The god of destruction, resembling a clown, was contrasted by the tall and elegant Vados, while Makalita, though slightly shorter, rivaled Vados in beauty. Her bangs framed her face, complemented by two adorable silver pigtails and a sensuous cherry-like mouth that made one's heart flutter. Let us call it a day, Makalita said gently, her delicate hand gripping the angelic staff while the other rested behind her back. It seems the training has proven effective. Wei Meida smiled in agreement. You should be nearing the ability to harness destructive energy, correct? In the future, when I step down, you will be the god of destruction for Universe 11. However, Tuapa wore an expression of regret. Wei Meida, if I may speak candidly, I fear I may never relinquish justice. Without letting go of justice, I cannot become a true god of destruction and may end up disappointing you. Wei Meida, unfazed, replied, No, you will come to understand. Indeed, Makalita and Wei Meida were training Tuapa to master destructive energy, as he was the candidate for the god of destruction of Universe 11. At that moment, as Tuapa concluded his statement, Makalita, Wei Meida, and Tuapa seemed to share a silent understanding and simultaneously gaze skyward. Who goes there? Tuapa's eyes narrowed slightly. The three of them sensed an unfamiliar aura emanating from beyond the planet of Wei Meida. Just then, Lin Sheng, who had been outside the planet moments ago, appeared in the air above the meadow. He cast a brief glance at Makalita and the others, quickly grasping the situation. So, this was Wei Meida's planet. And they were training Tuapa. He was aware that Tuapa was the candidate for the god of destruction of Universe 11. And upon seeing Tuapa seated on the ground alongside Wei Meida and Makalita, it all became clear. Could someone actually find their way here? Tuapa suddenly rose, his voice icy, as if issuing an eviction order. You do not belong here. Leave at once. In contrast to Tuapa, both Wei Meida and Makalita appeared somewhat surprised. Although Lin Sheng was human, he piloted an interdimensional cube, which astonished them. How could he possess an interdimensional cube? Wei Meida pondered. I'm not certain. But it's evident that he hails from another universe, Makalita whispered. What business does someone from another universe have in our Universe 11? Especially one wielding an interdimensional cube. This only deepened Wei Meida's suspicions. Why not just ask him? Makalita suggested gently. Indeed, Wei Meida nodded, realizing the necessity of clarity. There might be some ulterior motive from another universe. Consequently, Wei Meida approached Lin Sheng with Makalita, asking, Which universe do you come from? And what brings you to Universe 11? Lin Sheng disregarded Tuapa and stepped out of the interdimensional cube, addressing Wei Meida calmly. I am Lin Sheng, from Universe 7 AS for my purpose. I have none. I merely passed through and sensed a potent aura here, so I came closer to AT that moment. Tuapa interjected sharply. Lin Sheng, is it? Since you come from Universe 7, your presence in Universe 11 cannot bode well. I advise you to be forthright. Otherwise, I, too, shall not permit any malevolent entities in Universe 11. Chapter 27. What is the justice you speak of? As the leader of the proud warriors of Universe 11, Tuapa, who prides himself as the embodiment of justice, would not allow any beings from other universes with unclear intentions to enter Universe 11. Evil. Lin Sheng furrowed his brow, retorting, and what do you define as justice? Is justice a subjective or objective existence? Is it a human invention or a discovery? Makalita, Wei Meida. This truly poses a profound inquiry that is justice subjective or objective? Is it a human invention or a discovery? Who could decisively answer such questions? Tuapa found himself momentarily at a loss, unable to respond to Lin Sheng's query. I care not whether justice is subjective or objective, nor whether it is a discovery or an invention. Tuapa eventually sidestepped the topic, coldly declaring, I only know that your presence in Universe 11 with unclear motives is evil. With that, Tuapa waved his hand decisively. Leave Universe 11 at once. Or I shall eradicate you in the name of justice. And if I refuse? Lin Sheng replied nonchalantly. Did Tuapa wish to engage him in combat that aligned perfectly with Lin Sheng's intentions? He was keen to utilize this battle with Tuapa as an opportunity to see if he could transcend to the Super Saiyan form of his bloodline. Then I shall be compelled to eliminate you, Tuapa proclaimed, his aura suddenly surging, the surrounding butterflies and birds scattered in terror. Master Waymeda, may I eliminate him? Tuapa inquired, his gaze sharp. Certainly, Waymeda replied casually. Though Lin Sheng possessed an interdimensional cube, he remained human. Even if he had ties to the God of Destruction and Angels of Universe 7, his unauthorized intrusion into Universe 11 warranted Tuapa's actions against him. Very well, I shall make my move. With Waymeda's consent, Tuapa's piercing gaze intensified, and in the next instant he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, it was directly above Lin Sheng. Justice Tornado, he bellowed, attempting to land heavily upon Lin Sheng's shoulders. Justice indeed. Hearing the name of Tuapa's attack, Lin Sheng felt the urge to retch. He seized Tuapa's massive foot, twirling the air before flinging him toward the ground. Just before impact, Tuapa regained his footing, skidding several meters before steadying himself. Humph. Is this your only strength? Tuapa scoffed, his disdain palpable as he once more amplified his aura. This time, he moved with even greater speed, since you do not intend to fight earnestly. I shall be forced to send you to your demise. Lin Sheng's eyes deepened. He loathed the tedious approach of probing his opponent's strength like Goku or Vegeta. Such hesitation was not his style. He preferred to crush foes directly. Ha! With a resounding shout, Lin Sheng's aura erupted, enveloping him in a ghostly green flame. Transformed Super Saiyan. What a formidable aura! Waymeda gasped, taken aback by the sudden surge of power emanating from Lin Sheng. This seemingly ordinary individual concealed such immense strength. No wonder he possessed an interdimensional cube. This aura was not inferior even to Tuapa at full strength. Unless Tuapa abandons the so-called justice and formally enters a state of destructive energy, he stands no chance against Lin Sheng. It seems he is quite formidable. With a raised eyebrow, Margarita remarked with intrigue. In the 7th universe, which is ranked second to last in average power, how can such a strong human exist? As Lin Sheng, fully unleashing his aura, faced the charging his gaze sharpened. Whoosh! A terrifying energy surged forth, creating a current that forcefully repelled Tuapa's massive form. What? Tuapa, taken aback by the sudden eruption of Lin Sheng's intimidating presence, was caught off guard, and he found himself heavily knocked down by the powerful air current, creating a small crater upon impact, sending dust swirling into the air before Tuapa could regain his composure. Lin Sheng launched his counterattack, diving down with a fist enveloped in ethereal green energy aimed squarely at Tuapa's chest. Seeing this unfold, Weime's pupils constricted. Tuapa's strength was indeed on par with Lin Sheng's. Yet he had yet to unleash his full power. In such a scenario, if Lin Sheng's fully charged fist were to land, he would be gravely injured, if not killed. Meanwhile, Margarita's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Her exquisite features showed little sign of panic. The wicked will never triumph. Justice cannot be vanquished. Boom! With a roar of indignation, the ground around Tuapa collapsed instantly. At the same time, a terrifying aura, rivaling Lin Sheng's, erupted violently. In the blink of an eye, Tuapa's colossal fist collided with Lin Sheng's descent. Chapter 28. I've heard enough of your incessant talk of justice. Bang! The horrifying gust of wind swept through, flattening the surrounding flora. Yet, amidst such a powerful clash, the ground merely bore a few fine cracks, indicating that the resilience of this planet was unparalleled by others. I thought you wanted to be defeated by me, Lin Sheng stated, his expression unfazed. Humph, evil cannot prevail. Justice shall never be defeated. The two soon parted ways and ascended into the sky, engaging in an intense close-quarters battle It was hard to believe that the 7th universe harbored a human capable of contending with two. Wei Mei exclaimed in astonishment. If this were any other universe with a higher average power, I wouldn't be so surprised. However, the 7th universe is ranked second to last in terms of human combat strength among the 12 universes. In contrast, his own 11th universe, while not ranked first, was certainly among the top 5. The fact that a human from the 7th universe could match a candidate for the God of Destruction from the 11th universe was truly astonishing. I have to say, I admire him, Margarita remarked, gazing appreciatively at Lin Sheng, who was fiercely battling Tenfold in the sky. Lin Sheng's audacity to venture from the 7th universe to the 11th, daring to confront Tenfold in front of her and Wei Mei, showcased a courage and boldness that she greatly appreciated. If it were anyone else, they'd probably be fleeing for their lives. The God of Destruction is the highest deity in the universe, Wei Mei retorted, exasperated. Margarita, which side are you truly on? This is my personal admiration for him. It has nothing to do with allegiance. In truth, angels maintain absolute neutrality and do not favor either side. Wei Mei was left speechless, eye in the sky. The battle between Lin Sheng and Tenfold intensified. Justice shines. Tenfold extended his fingers, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts from his fingertips, enveloping Lin Sheng in a dense storm of projectiles. Child's play. Lin Sheng replied with a flick of his gaze, activating his own technique to counter Tenfold's energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Sheng's energy blasts collided with Tenfold's, igniting a series of explosions in the air. The clouds above were dispersed by the shockwaves of the continuous detonations. The fierce confrontation continued, resulting in a stalemate, with neither Lin Sheng nor Tenfold gaining the upper hand. Strange, why isn't my power increasing? As their battle grew more intense, Lin Sheng felt no sign of his strength rising. Currently, he was at the pinnacle of his Super Saiyan form. If his power continued to soar, he could fully ascend to Super Saiyan 1, at which point he would crush Tenfold. Yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, his combat prowess had not shown any signs of growth throughout this prolonged skirmish. Anger. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Lin Sheng. Regardless of whether one was a regular Super Saiyan or possessed the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan, transforming into Super Saiyan 1 necessitated entering a state of rage. This was precisely why the power of the legendary Super Saiyan form was so difficult to control. In a state of fury, combined with surging power, mastering that strength without losing control was no simple feat. However, once mastered, transformation could occur at will. But how can I evoke my anger? For no reason, he found it impossible to ignite his rage. Eureka! An idea flashed through Lin Sheng's mind. Bang! Just as he was fiercely battling Tenfold, Lin Sheng suddenly faltered and was struck squarely by Tenfold's punch. He plummeted from the sky, creating a massive crater upon impact with the ground. Looks like Tenfold has the upper hand. Wei Mei sighed with a slight sense of relief. I told you. Justice will never be defeated. After landing a solid blow, Tenfold proclaimed with righteous fervor, enough with your incessant talk of justice. It makes me want to retch. A second later, Lin Sheng surged back up from the ground, his aura fierce and unyielding. Still refusing to surrender. Tenfold sensed that Lin Sheng's energy had noticeably diminished after that last punch. If that were the case, he certainly couldn't be his match. Fist of justice. Justice shines. Justice shatters. Justice. As the battle progressed, Lin Sheng found himself increasingly at a disadvantage. Over time, he was ultimately overwhelmed by Tenfold's relentless assault. Finally, under Tenfold's powerful blow, Lin Sheng plummeted like a cannonball, embedding himself deep into the earth. What an exhilarating battle. Tenfold is going to win, Wei Mei remarked with satisfaction. This is the warrior of my 11th universe. This is the leader of the proud team. It seemed Tenfold had the edge. Margarita felt a twinge of regret. Although Lin Sheng's bravery was commendable, his strength still fell short. Thud. Tenfold descended from the air, standing over Lin Sheng, looking down with an icy demeanor. Evil will ultimately be vanquished. As long as the proud team exists, the 11th universe shall not harbor evil. As the embodiment of wickedness, your time ends here. With a frigid expression, Tenfold extended his fingers, gathering a yellow energy blast at his fingertips. "Old fool, did you enjoy that beating? I've heard enough of your incessant talk of justice," as Lin Sheng's deep voice resonated. A terrifying aura erupted, surpassing Tuo Po's own. Chapter 29. The bigger the fist, the greater the justice. What is happening? What is this terrifying aura? As Wei Mei witnessed Lin Sheng's sudden surge of ferocious energy, her eyes widened in shock. The moment Lin Sheng's rage-fueled energy erupted, the very space around him began to tremble. Even the incredibly resilient Wei Mei's planet experienced a slight tremor beneath their feet. How can this be? He was just... Tuo stumbled back, alarmed, taking several steps backward. This aura had completely surpassed him. He had just severely injured Lin Sheng. Why was he suddenly unleashing such formidable energy? This is getting more interesting, dear. Margarita's interest was piqued once again by Lin Sheng's explosive aura. This man seemed to be far more complex than he appeared. Ha! In the next moment, as Lin Sheng's resonant roar shook the heavens, the ground around him began to fracture. The surging aura transformed into a ghostly green flame, enveloping his entire being. In the sky, a massive dark cloud drifted in, obscuring the sun and heralding thunderous roars. Lightning danced wildly within the cloud, occasionally striking the ground with tremendous force, creating vast craters upon impact. The heavens and earth were in turmoil, an astonishing display of violent energy. Tuo gazed in shock at this spectacle, baffled by the sudden eruption of such potent energy. What could have caused this? How could Lin Sheng unleash such a formidable presence so abruptly? Wei Mei was utterly perplexed, for the energy emanating from Lin Sheng was extraordinarily ferocious and difficult to control. A single misstep could lead to complete chaos, propelling him into a rampage. Could it be that Lin Sheng had surpassed his limits? It appeared as though Lin Sheng belonged to a race capable of transforming to amplify their power, as Makalita speculated. Yet, she too was uncertain, for the 11th universe had no Saiyans, and she had never encountered such a race before. Lin Sheng's aura continued to swell, amidst the gusting ghostly green flames. His hair subtly hinted at a transformation to a golden hue. His pupils began to fade, crack. Not far from Tuo, a lightning bolt, as thick as 100 meters, struck down, creating an enormous crater in the ground. With a final roar from Lin Sheng, his hair, which had been oscillating between golden and black, transformed entirely into a brilliant golden hue. The ghostly green flames, coupled with his golden hair and eyebrows, along with the wild energy radiating from him, signified the transformation to Super Saiyan. As the surging aura subsided, Lin Sheng tilted his head, his eyes, now devoid of pupils, suddenly darted towards Tuo in that glance. A profound sense of fear arose as he transformed. Tuo Po's expression grew grave. In the next moment, the formerly pupilless eyes of Lin Sheng revealed vibrant green pupils. He had successfully harnessed the tumultuous power. It seemed then that Tuo might be on the verge of defeat. Observing Lin Sheng in his Super Saiyan form, Wei Mei spoke gravely. The current Lin Sheng's power far exceeded that of Tuo. Unless he abandoned his sense of justice and resorted to destructive energy, perhaps it was time for him to forsake this so-called justice. With this thought, Wei Mei chose to remain a bystander. Just as Lin Sheng had expressed, she too felt a degree of aversion towards Tuo Po's incessant proclamations of righteousness. The god of destruction need not adhere to notions of justice. For in a universe, the god of destruction embodies the truth. How magnificent! Makalita mused with a gentle smile, her enchanting gaze fixed upon Lin Sheng. It was undeniable that this form of Lin Sheng exuded far more authority than before. I thank you for the contribution to my transformation. In return, I have decided to give you a thorough beating. Feeling the immense power surging within him, Lin Sheng could not help but be captivated. The Super Saiyan form of the legendary Bloodline was immensely stronger than the mimetic Super Saiyan form. This power, though wild, was still within his grasp. However, should it continue to escalate, it would become perilous. As Lin Sheng's cold voice resonated, his form instantly vanished from sight. The moment Lin Sheng disappeared, Tuo Po's pupils constricted sharply. Then, with a resounding thud, Lin Sheng's fist imbued with ghostly green flames, struck fiercely against Tuo Po's abdomen. Even Tuo Po was sent flying by Lin Sheng's punch. Immediately, Lin Sheng pursued, delivering another powerful blow to Tuo Po's face. Boom! A key blast followed in hot pursuit, detonating upon impact with Tuo Po and inflicting significant damage. Justice? Let me enlighten you on what justice truly is. Lin Sheng continued to pummel Tuo Po with relentless punches. The might of my fists represents justice, not your hollow claims of righteousness. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Sheng entered a mode of unrestrained assault, leaving Tuo Po with no capacity for retaliation. Tuo Po, will you still persist? Wei Mei inquired solemnly, observing Tuo Po being mercilessly beaten by Lin Sheng. Tuo Po was commendable in many respects, but his incessant advocacy for justice was a flaw. Should he abandon the concept of justice, it would undoubtedly serve him well, but if he could not let go of justice, he could never become a true god of destruction. With Lin Sheng's onslaught, Tuo Po soon bore the marks of battle. Bang! Lin Sheng delivered another punch, toppling Tuo Po to the ground. Where has your justice gone? Is it not supposed to be invincible? Your so-called justice holds no value in my eyes. Lin Sheng's icy gaze bore down upon the motionless Tuo, laced with sarcasm. I shall never allow you to belittle justice. How could someone like you ever comprehend what justice truly is? Tuo Po's furious voice rang out, followed by an eruption of energy from within him, a force that Lin Sheng could not perceive. Chapter 30. A twist of fate. Lin Sheng and Makalita cross over upon finishing his words. Tuo Po, who had previously lain motionless on the ground, suddenly rose to his feet, surrounded by an inexplicable energy. This was not mere energy, nor was it destructive energy. Although Lin Sheng could not sense Tuo Po's aura, he felt a distinct pressure emanating from him. Divine Realm, Wei Mei murmured. Tuo Po has elevated his aura to that of divine energy. Yet, I fear it may still be insufficient to rival Lin Sheng. Although Tuo Po had transcended his aura to divine energy, it was still far inferior compared to the power of destruction. At this level, he was likely no match for Lin Sheng in his Super Saiyan form. Let us hope he comes to his senses, Wei Mei thought, fully aware of the situation. After transforming into Super Saiyan, Lin Sheng's strength had undergone a qualitative leap. Thus, to defeat Lin Sheng, Tuo Po would need to abandon his sense of justice and fully embrace his role as a god of destruction. How could someone as malevolent as you ever grasp the concept of justice? Tuo Po's eyes burned with fury. Justice shall never perish. In the next instant, Tuo Po, fueled by a torrent of rage and a sense of justice, raised his colossal fist and charged forward, declaring, "Behold, I shall obliterate you with a single blow." With a surge of fury, Lin Sheng's ghostly green flames swirled around him once more. He stood unafraid, ready to confront Tuo Po head-on. In that moment, the winds roared and lightning crackled. In the blink of an eye, within the gazes of Wei Mei and Makalita, Lin Sheng and Tuo Po clashed like colliding stars. Crack, crack, upon the collision of their fists. The very fabric of space shattered like fragile glass. What? At the instant the space fractured, an inexplicable force erupted from within Lin Sheng, causing him, who had once held the upper hand, to be repelled by Tuo Po. Retreating into the void of shattered space, as he stumbled backward, Lin Sheng found himself drawn toward a realm of darkness, unknown and foreboding. Stop! Realizing this, Lin Sheng's pupils dilated in alarm as he attempted to halt his body. But it felt as if he were being compelled by an unseen force, and in the blink of an eye, he plunged into the shattered void. Simultaneously, behind Makalita, the space also broke apart, and an inexplicable force pulled her toward the rift. Makalita had no time to react before being drawn into the void. Makalita! Wei Mei and Tuo Po exclaimed in unison. Wei Mei attempted to grasp Makalita, but it was too late. As Makalita fell into the shattered space. The rift swiftly mended itself. Moments later, the previously fragmented space had completely restored itself. The battlefield lay in disarray, littered with the craters left by Lin Sheng and Tuo Po's fierce confrontation. Yet at this moment, only Wei Mei and Tuo Po remained on the planet. Lin Sheng and Makalita had been swallowed by the fragmented void. A soft breeze swept through, pulling Wei Mei from her thoughts. Makalita, how could this happen? How will I explain this to the Grand Priest? Wei Mei found herself in disarray, having lost Makalita. How could she face the Grand Priest now? A celestial being was meticulously arranged to guide him. Yet now that angel has inexplicably vanished. Must he approach the High Priest to report that the space of Makarita has been absorbed into the void? Even he would find this hard to believe. What formidable power does an angel possess? A mere shattered space could hardly pose a threat to such a being. This is a monumental disaster. Meanwhile, as Lin Sheng and Makarita plummeted into the fragmented space. Enveloped by unending darkness, Lin Sheng felt his body in a continuous descent. He attempted to use his flight technique to arrest his fall, but was unable to conjure even that. He could do nothing but surrender to the free fall. Time became meaningless as he descended, until suddenly a beam of light surged towards him. With a splash, he landed upon a rooftop. Following closely behind, Makarita, who had also fallen into the fractured space, landed beside him. They both sat on the ground, bewildered, gazing at the fallen Makarita not far from them. Makarita, equally perplexed, stared back at him, utterly confused about how the situation had unfolded. What on earth is happening? After a brief moment, Makarita regained her composure and inquired, "You ask me, but who should I ask?" Lin Sheng retorted, equally perplexed. How is it that he and Makarita fell into this place while the likes of Wei Meida and Tua Per remained untouched? Moreover, where precisely are they? Aren't you an angel? Use your staff to discern our location. At Lin Sheng's urging, Makarita remembered and hastily grasped her staff. As she peered into the black gem atop it. Her confusion only deepened. This world bears neither destroyers nor angels. Upon hearing this, Lin Sheng slowly rose to his feet. We may have fallen into a parallel dimension, given the absence of destroyers and angels. There could only be one explanation. They were indeed in a parallel universe. Lin Sheng turned to survey his surroundings. The city lay in ruins, a chaotic scene of devastation. Thus, the tale of the protagonist and Makarita is set to begin. Dear readers, might we not receive a few flowers? The flowers are woefully scarce. I implore you for flowers. Chapter 31. Are you a false angel? This city was utterly ravaged, an eyesore, with numerous surviving humans cowering in corners, trembling in fear. Then, several powerful presences entered Lin Sheng's awareness. Super 17, Sun Wukong, Vegeta. So this is the G universe. Upon sensing these energies, Lin Sheng quickly realized that he and Makarita had traversed through the fractured space into the G universe. But how could he return to their original universe? Were he and Makarita to remain trapped in the G universe indefinitely? That would be insufferably dull. Host, defeating Super Saiyan 1 Dragon will enable you to return to your original universe. Just as Lin Sheng pondered this, the system's voice chimed in unexpectedly. What? The sudden emergence of the system aroused Lin Sheng's suspicion. System, did you orchestrate this? Why did I and Makarita suddenly fall into the fractured space and arrive in the G universe? This is highly suspect. Indeed, the system did not deny his accusation that a torrent of expletives rushed through Lin Sheng's mind. You brought me into the G universe, but why must you also drag Makarita along? It was no wonder he had felt an inexplicable surge of power within himself, leading to his defeat by Toho, resulting in their fall into the fractured space. It was the system's meddling. The system not only transported him, but also brought the angel along for the ride, leaving Lin Sheng utterly flabbergasted. Host, you understand, the system cryptically replied. Lin Sheng retorted, I understand nothing. Host, this system has painstakingly created an opportunity for you to be alone with Makarita. Shouldn't you feel delighted? Lin Sheng replied, Yes, I am indeed thrilled. Overjoyed, the audacious system seemed to think that Makarita, being an angel, would be effortlessly charmed. However, now that he had traversed to the G universe with Makarita by his side, perhaps it wouldn't be so dull after all. T the very least, Makarita was quite pleasing to the eye. Lin Sheng, can we return? Makarita broke the silence, noticing his contemplative silence. Returning is possible, but not at this moment. Lin Sheng stated, T his words. Makarita's beautiful eyes lit up. Then can you take me back? As an angel, she was strictly forbidden from meddling with time or space, for such actions could disrupt the future or other dimensions. Moreover, now that they were in the G universe, Makarita was unable to return on her own. Thus, she could only rely on Lin Sheng to return to their original universe, regardless of how long it might take, be it 1,000 years or 10,000 years. For an angel with an infinite lifespan, that was but a fleeting moment. You want me to take you back? Lin Sheng turned to look at Makarita, inquiring. Yes, she replied, her tone sweet. If you can take me back, I can grant you one wish. Makarita understood the principles of human relationships well, that if Lin Sheng aided her, she would naturally repay the favor that a wish. Lin Sheng feigned surprise. Any wish? Any wish at all. Makarita nodded. As an angel. Fulfilling Lin Sheng's wish should be a simple task. From her observations of him, she suspected his wish might merely be to grow stronger, something she could easily accomplish. Really? Then I wish for a wife. Is that possible? Lin Sheng stated earnestly. Makarita. What kind of wish is this? Lin Sheng's request completely caught her off guard. She had expected him to desire strength, but who could have guessed he wanted a wife? Makarita forced a polite smile, tinged with embarrassment. Lin Sheng, let us choose another wish that I cannot create a living person, and besides, a conjured wife would lack genuine emotion. That wouldn't be very meaningful, would it? Oh, is that so? Lin Sheng feigned exasperation, pondering for a moment before saying, how about eternal life? Would that be acceptable? Makarita was once again rendered speechless. What kind of wish was this? The cyclical nature of human life is a universal law. Even a destroyer cannot possess eternal life, except for angels. However, she could not transform Lin Sheng into an angel. If that were to be realized, the only option would be to return to the main universe, gather the Super Dragon Balls, and wish for it. But the Super Dragon Balls are scattered across the 6th and 7th universes. If she were to venture into those realms to collect them, the destroyers and angels of those universes would surely grow suspicious. Why don't you choose another wish? Makarita awkwardly suggested. What? You claimed any wish could be fulfilled, yet it seems none can be realized. Are you a false angel? Lin Sheng scoffed. Makarita. Can you blame me? Just look at the wishes you've proposed. Are these even within an angel's capabilities? Makarita felt a surge of frustration. Couldn't he propose a wish that she could actually fulfill? For instance, something simple like gaining strength. Since you cannot make me a wife or grant me eternal life, how about you become my wife instead? Chapter 32. A rank card. Energy absorption what? Makarita was momentarily stunned. A blush creeping onto her cheeks. Lin Sheng. Oh, you must be joking. Perhaps we should discuss the wish for eternal life instead. Makarita suggested bashfully. It seemed she was losing her composure. How could this person's wishes become increasingly absurd? Transforming into a wife was one thing, but now he was asking her to become his wife? Was this even reasonable? Moreover, she had never contemplated the notion of being someone else's wife in the past. There had been no precedent of angels marrying or taking espoused. Observing the bashful expression on Makarita's face, Lin Sheng couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. He was merely teasing her, never anticipating that this foolish angel would take him seriously. All right, I'm done joking with you. Lin Sheng waved his hand and said, since you are unable to fulfill the first two wishes, let us leave them pending for now, and I shall inform you when I have made up my mind. Only then did Makarita exhale in relief. Fine, let be pending. Just let me know when you've decided, dear. Immediately, Makarita gazed towards the distant sky, where it seemed there was a commotion, as if someone were engaged in battle. Shall I go take a look, dear? Let us check it out. Lin Sheng nodded slightly. Now that they had arrived in the G timeline, it was only natural to explore. Who knows, they might even stumble upon a card or something. In the next instant, their figures vanished from their spot and reappeared on the battlefield between Super 17 and Sun Wukong. Several individuals lay on the ground, all of whom were Z warriors from Earth. Vegeta had already fallen, leaving only Sun Wukong, who had rushed back from the afterlife, engaged in a fierce duel with Super 17 in this G timeline. Vegeta had trimmed his hair slightly and grown a beard, enhancing his masculine allure. Uncle Vegeta, look, when did those two appear? At that moment, Son Gohan, who was recovering on the ground, suddenly noticed Lin Sheng and Makalita hovering in the air. Vegeta exclaimed in surprise, his pupils contracting sharply. When did these two appear? After years of battles, Vegeta's attention to detail was extraordinarily keen, yet he'd been oblivious to the arrival of Lin Sheng and Makalita. More importantly, he sensed no energy emanating from them. However, given that both could fly, it was evident they were no ordinary beings. This implied that their power far exceeded his comprehension. Eye in the sky. Lin Sheng and Makalita were observing the clash between Sun Wukong and Super 17. At that moment, Sun Wukong had reverted to his childhood form due to Shinran's magic, that he was engaged in an intensely fierce battle in his Super Saiyan form against Super 17 yet, due to Super 17's energy absorption device. Even Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan 3 form was unable to match Super 17's strength. Ding! Just then, a melodious sound reached Lin Sheng's ears that it was the sound of a card dropping. Sure enough. Ding! Detected an A-level card has dropped near the host. Would you like to pick it up? As the system's voice faded, Lin Sheng suddenly looked up to see an orange glow emanating from Super 17, who was locked in combat with Sun Wukong. The orange light was dazzling, akin to sunlight. Ah, an A-level card right upon arrival. This journey to the G timeline is proving quite fruitful, Lin Sheng said with a satisfied smile. I shall collect it. Ding! Congratulations, host has obtained A-level card. Energy absorption. Would you like to absorb it? Energy absorption? Not bad, Lin Sheng exclaimed with delight. While energy absorption was a passive skill, its potency was undeniable. Were it not for Super 17's energy absorption device, he would never have been a match for Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong. Indeed, it was through this energy absorption device that Super 17 could continually siphon the energy released by Sun Wukong, even absorbing his Kamehameha tenfold, allowing Super 17 to overpower Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong. This skill's effectiveness was largely contingent on the user's strength. The more formidable the power, the greater the energy one could absorb. Hence, in combat, Lin Sheng's battle prowess could potentially become terrifyingly formidable. Just imagine, during a confrontation, should the opponent launch an energy attack, one could absorb it and convert it into their own energy. That was indeed a fearsome prospect. As Lin Sheng's thoughts concluded, the card transformed into a warm stream coursing through his body. Energy absorption was now ready. At that moment, Lin Sheng suddenly looked up to see Sun Wukong being struck from the sky by Super 17, ultimately plunging into the sea. Upon surfacing from the depths, the childhood version of Sun Wukong abruptly transformed into an adult form. He sported long, flowing black hair, donned a red outfit, and his well-defined chest muscles were exposed. His yellow-black eyes glinted with a razor-sharp intensity, complemented by a resolute expression that exuded unparalleled dominance. An aura that surpassed Super 17's surged forth, causing the ocean to rise in tumultuous waves. The towering waves reached hundreds of meters high before crashing down with tremendous force, creating a staggering spectacle. This form was indeed Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong. Chapter 33. The Battle of Super Saiyan 4 against Super 17. Who are you? Gazing at the Super Saiyan 4 form of Sun Wukong, Dr. Mew was momentarily taken aback. I am Sun Wukong in the Super Saiyan 4 form. Sun Wukong declared confidently, looking down at Super 17. You are indeed powerful, but you stand no chance against Super Saiyan 4. Prepare to meet your demise. With that, Sun Wukong extended his hand, rapidly gathering an energy wave and launching it towards Super 17 below. Super 17 did not evade. In fact, he seemed inclined to meet Sun Wukong's energy wave head-on. Boom! The energy wave exploded upon impact with Super 17, while the energy contained within was entirely absorbed by him. Bang, bang, bang! Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong unleashed a flurry of energy waves and Kamehameha blasts at Super 17. Super 17, unfazed, spread his arms wide, allowing Sun Wukong's energy waves to crash against him. Under the relentless barrage from Sun Wukong, Super 17's power was steadily climbing. That fool Sun Wukong is certainly not going to defeat Super 17 this way, Lin Sheng lamented, shaking his head in disbelief. Wasn't Sun Wukong supposed to be quite astute in his Super Saiyan 4 form? How could he fail to notice such an obvious detail? Indeed, he is currently absorbing his energy, Makalita chimed in, having also made the observation. Super 17 was indeed siphoning the energy from Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong's attacks. What? On the ground, Vegeta's keen ears caught the conversation between Lin Sheng and Makalita in the sky, startling him. How could those two detect a detail that neither he nor Sun Wukong had noticed? Who exactly were they? No wonder Super 17's power was escalating. It all made sense now. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta realized the cunning nature of this tactic. He had no time to concern himself with Lin Sheng and Makalita. The immediate priority was to defeat Super 17. If Sun Wukong were to fall, Super 17 would annihilate all of humanity on Earth. From the moment he had arrived, he could sense Super 17's growing strength. Yet he had never considered that Super 17 was absorbing their energy. Although Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong was immensely powerful, if this continued, it would not be long before Super 17 surpassed him. Kakarot, you fool! Super 17 can absorb energy. Do not use energy attacks any longer. He will only grow stronger. Vegeta suddenly rose, shouting at Sun Wukong. What? The words jolted Sun Wukong into realization. It dawned on him why Super 17 had never dodged his attacks. It was because he could absorb energy. All those previous assaults were merely amplifying Super 17's power. Once the secret of Super 17 was uncovered, his strength would become insurmountable. On the other side, Dr. Mute chuckled ominously. It is far too late to discover Super 17's secret now. Super 17 tossed his hair and flashed a wicked smile at Sun Wukong. Not going to attack anymore. Then it's my turn. With Sun Wukong halting his energy wave attacks, Super 17 suddenly sprang into action. In the next instant, he flickered into motion, delivering a powerful punch directly to Sun Wukong's abdomen. The force of this blow caused Sun Wukong's pupils to bulge slightly, and he plummeted to the ground like a kite severed from its string. Super Android 17 let out a cold chuckle and continued his relentless assault on Sun Wukong. The Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong began to retaliate. However, after Super Android 17 absorbed his energy, it became evident that his strength had subtly surpassed that of Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong. In the midst of their fierce battle, Super Android 17 maintained absolute dominance. Within a mere minute, Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong had endured no less than 10 heavy blows from Super Android 17, causing his condition to steadily deteriorate. Ultimately, Sun Wukong resorted to instant transmission, only to have it effortlessly countered by Super Android 17. Bang! As soon as Sun Wukong appeared post-teleportation, Super Android 17 swiftly turned around, delivering a powerful kick to Sun Wukong's body. Sun Wukong was sent flying several dozen meters, staring incredulously at Super Android 17. How did you know my location after I teleported? Instant transmission is a technique that relies on sensing one's aura before teleporting. In the entire Dragon Ball universe, it is a skill almost exclusively mastered by Sun Wukong. Super Android 17, brushing aside his long bangs with an impassive expression, replied, "It's quite simple. After you teleport, the surrounding air experiences subtle fluctuations. I merely need to perceive these air disturbances to pinpoint your location." What? Sun Wukong could hardly believe it. He attempted the technique several more times, only to have his position accurately identified each time by Super Android 17. Ding! At that moment, a delightful sound echoed in Lin Sheng's ear. Chapter 34. Tenfold Kamehameha. Ding! Detecting the presence of a B-class card drop nearby the host. Would you like to collect it? Another one? Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow. A purple light radiated from Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong. The purple glow indicated a B-class card. Was it truly the case that only a B-class card dropped from Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong? This left Lin Sheng somewhat perplexed. Just moments ago, an A-class card was dropped from Super Android 17, yet Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong yielded only a B-class card. Nonetheless, receiving 2 cards in a single day was still a source of satisfaction for him. After all, one should find contentment in life. Collect, Lin Sheng promptly declared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a B-class card. Instant transmission. Would you like to absorb it? Absorb. Immediately, the card transformed into a surge of information that flooded into Lin Sheng's mind. It contained techniques and methods for utilizing instant transmission. Instant transmission was indeed quite advantageous. Lin Sheng mused with a smile. Although it may not be an offensive skill, it surpassed even the ability to traverse blocks when it came to travel. Overall, it was a highly practical technique. As Lin Sheng absorbed the card, Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong continued to be relentlessly pressured by Super Android 17's fierce onslaught. Ha! Sun Wukong, cease your futile struggles and accept your demise. Mu laughed triumphantly, observing the overwhelming advantage held by Super Android 17. But damn it! Vegeta slammed his fist in the ground, frustration evident in his voice. Kakarot, you cannot lose, if even you cannot defeat Super Android 17. Beside him, the now-fathered Gohan and the grown-up Goten shared his sentiment, their faces etched with discontent. On Earth, they had families and friends, which was precisely why they had been safeguarding it for so long. Grandpa, go for it! Xiao Fong cupped her hands around her mouth, shouting encouragement to Sun Wukong. Her voice carried the weight of her unwavering belief in him. Hearing the chorus of voices, Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, his gaze suddenly sharpening as a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. You can absorb energy, can't you? Then let us see you try to absorb this. He understood that if he continued to fight this way, defeat at the hands of Super Android 17 was inevitable. After the recent energy absorption, Super Android 17's power had already surpassed his own. Thus, if he wished to overcome Super Android 17, he needed to unleash a tremendous surge of energy to overwhelm him. Even if Super Android 17 could absorb energy, there must be a limit to it. Sun Wukong was well aware of this, and he resolved to go all out. Oh! Super Android 17 raised an eyebrow. Spreading his arms wide, he saw no reason to refuse the free energy Sun Wukong was offering him. Tenfold. Sun Wukong then positioned his hands at his waist, a pure white energy rapidly coalescing. Came. The speed of the Tenfold Kamehameha's formation was astonishingly swift. In mere moments, a powerful energy wave surged forth from Sun Wukong, enough to instill a sense of dread even in Super Android 17. Come on, Super Android 17's eyes widened, a manic grin spreading across his face. Finally, as the Tenfold Kamehameha reached completion, a radiant white light burst forth. Kamehameha, as Sun Wukong uttered the final syllable, the colossal Kamehameha, trailing a long energy tail, hurtled directly towards Super Android 17. At that moment, all eyes were glued to the spectacle. Grandpa, bring down this villain. Kakarot, Dad, Super Android 17, feeling the terrifying energy surging from Sun Wukong as Tenfold Kamehameha. Mu felt a pang of anxiety. Now he could not even guarantee that Super Android 17 would withstand this attack. If he were unable to absorb the overwhelming energy, the consequences would be catastrophic. All of their meticulously laid plans with Dr. Gero would come to naught. In the blink of an eye, the Tenfold Kamehameha descended upon Super Android 17. Boom. As the Tenfold Kamehameha struck Super Android 17, it triggered a colossal explosion of energy. The surrounding forest was engulfed by the pure white energy of the Kamehameha, leaving devastation in its wake. A towering mushroom cloud erupted into the sky, soaring thousands of meters high, resembling a colossal mushroom perched upon the Earth's surface, a striking visual spectacle. The mushroom cloud signified immense destructive power. Several minutes later, the remnants of the explosion began to gradually dissipate. Had it been resolved? Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong hovered in the air, panting heavily. The Tenfold Kamehameha had drained a significant portion of his energy. If this attack did not incapacitate Super Android 17, he would truly be at a loss. He fixed his gaze intently on the location of Super Android 17, where a massive crater had formed, a direct result of the explosion from the Tenfold Kamehameha. Super Android 17, Dr. Mu also floated in the air, trembling slightly, for he could not ascertain whether Super Android 17 had survived the Tenfold Kamehameha. Survive, and his power would soar. Perish, and he would be obliterated. At that moment, Lin Sheng's lips curled into a smirk. Finally, as the dust settled, a figure gradually emerged into view. Upon seeing this tall silhouette, Sun Wukong's pupils constricted in disbelief. Chapter 35. Sun Wukong's self-destruction. For that figure was none other than Super Android 17. Huh. Super Android 17 remained with his arms outstretched, his eyes wide, and a frenzied excitement etched across his face. He had withstood Sun Wukong's Tenfold Kamehameha, successfully absorbing its energy and transforming it into his own. At this moment, having absorbed the Tenfold Kamehameha, Super Android 17's power surged once more. Super Android 17. I knew you would be fine. Seeing this scene, Dr.Mu's previously anxious heart finally settled, and he danced with excitement. With this development, Sun Wukong could no longer hope to match Super Android 17's strength, Kakarot, as they witnessed Super Android 17 emerge unscathed. Despair washed over Vegeta and the others. If even Sun Wukong's Tenfold Kamehameha in his Super Saiyan 4 form could not defeat Super Android 17, then who else could stand a chance against him? Was today truly the end of the earth? Sun Wukong, your energy, I shall claim it for myself. With a sinister grin, Super 17's form vanished in an instant. Poof! Sun Wukong scarcely had time to react before Super 17's fist landed heavily upon his face. Sun Wukong plummeted to the ground like a meteor, creating a vast crater, dust swirling around him. This overwhelming force is truly captivating, as he felt the immense power surging within him. Super 17's expression turned enraptured. Indeed, after absorbing Sun Wukong's Tenfold Kamehameha, his strength ascended to yet another level. It seems that individual is destined to lose, dear one, remarked Margarita, who had been closely observing the battle between Sun Wukong and Super 17. His defeat is an inevitable outcome, Lin Sheng stated. Should Sun Wukong have engaged Super 17 in close combat upon transforming into Super Saiyan 4, he might have had a chance of victory. However, at this point, Sun Wukong can no longer contend with Super 17 down on the ground. Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong lay amidst the rubble, gazing up at Super 17 in the sky with a troubled expression. This is truly vexing. Super 17 has become quite a headache for Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong. In hand-to-hand combat, he cannot prevail, and utilizing Kamehameha or energy waves would only serve to bolster Super 17's power. Sun Wukong descended to the depths of hell. In the sky, Super 17's lips curled into a smirk as he extended his hands, a circular black energy orb slowly coalescing in his palms, surrounding the black energy sphere. Purple lightning danced wildly. Sun Wukong, you must prepare for your impending defeat. As victory loomed closer, Dr. Mu displayed a triumphant grin. Super 17, eliminate Sun Wukong. Super 17 cast a disinterested glance at Dr. Mu, an expression of impatience flickering in his eyes. Despite Dr. Mu's incessant commands, he began to feel a sense of annoyance. How powerful he is! How could he possibly heed Dr. Mu's whims? Nevertheless, he was not yet in a rush to deal with Dr. Mu. He would attend to him after vanquishing Sun Wukong. Perceiving Super 17's ominous gaze, Dr. Mu stumbled backward in fear. Ignoring him, Super 17 redirected his focus to Sun Wukong. He could see that moment. His ultimate technique had been fully gathered. Sun Wukong died. A murderous intent surged wildly in Super 17's eyes, and he hurled the black energy sphere towards Sun Wukong. What an opportunity! The instant Super 17 unleashed the black energy sphere, Sun Wukong seized the moment. He placed 2 fingers to his forehead and vanished from his original position, reappearing behind Super 17, wrapping his arms tightly around him. Sun Wukong, you fool! Let go of me! Super 17 thrashed wildly, attempting to break free from Sun Wukong's grasp. Yet Sun Wukong held on tenaciously, rendering any escape impossible. Dr. Mu stroked his beard, intrigued. Sun Wukong, I never imagined you possessed such formidable strength. Sun Wukong disregarded Dr. Mu, fixing his gaze upon Super 17. You dolt. Your earlier loud outburst must have created a disturbance during my instant transmission. Even with your prowess, you couldn't possibly have detected it. Now, neither your fists nor energy waves can be deployed. In response, Dr. Mu could not help but mock. Humph, you are the true fool. This means you cannot attack either. No sooner had he spoken than Dr. Mu suddenly realized. Are you implying you intend to self-destruct? Self-destruct? Perhaps I might consider such an action. Sun Wukong retorted. Release me. Do not touch me. Super 17 writhed in panic, unwilling to accompany son Wukong into the abyss. Do you think I want to touch you? At this moment, this is the only strategy one can conceive. A resolute glint appeared in son Wukong's eyes. I shall make you experience the full force of my energy in the following moments. Under Dr. Mu's horrified gaze, the ambient energy began to converge upon son Wukong and Super 17. Within mere seconds, son Wukong ignited an explosion of energy. The brilliance emanating from this explosion eclipsed even the sun. In the next instant, boom! Chapter 36. The one who will kill you, Super 17. The radiant light unleashed by the energy explosion reflected in Dr. Mu's eyes, causing beads of cold sweat to form upon his forehead. The energy generated by Super Saiyan 4 son Wukong's self-detonation far exceeded the Tenfold Kamehameha he had previously unleashed. Whoa! The energy storm swept across a vast radius, extending for miles. Kakarot, observing the dazzling energy radiance and the terrifying energy fluctuations from afar. Vegeta's pupils widened in shock. Father, grandfather, Sun Wufan, Sun Wutian, and Xiao Fong knelt helplessly on the ground, faces etched with despair. Sun Wukong has sacrificed himself in a self-destructive act to take Super 17 down with him. A futile endeavor. Gazing at the raging energy storm, Lin Sheng shook his head. Had Sun Wukong self-destructed before Super 17 absorbed the Tenfold Kamehameha, perhaps Super 17 would have been finished. But now, even if Sun Wukong self-destructs, he cannot obliterate Super 17. What? Hearing Lin Sheng's words, Vegeta stared incredulously at the energy storm. As time progressed, the energy storm gradually subsided. When the tempest finally calmed, a massive crater extended all the way to the shoreline. With seawater continuously flowing into in the sky, both Super 17 and Sun Wukong had vanished from sight. Lin Sheng's gaze shifted downward, revealing Sun Wukong lying with closed eyes by the seaside. Having reverted to his original form, his body marred with injuries, his shirt tattered, in stark contrast, Super 17 was nowhere to be seen. Vegeta and the others stared intently in that direction, while Dr. Mu was drenched in sweat. Visibly anxious, Super 17. He has arrived, dear one. A few moments later, as Margarita's voice echoed, a lithe figure suddenly materialized in the sight of the onlookers. Upon seeing that figure, Vegeta and the others were enveloped in utter despair. For that figure was none other than Super 17. He had not perished in Sun Wukong's self-detonation. Though slightly disheveled, he regarded the motionless Sun Wukong on the beach with a cold smirk. Sun Wukong, did you think you could self-destruct and take me down with you? The moment you self-destructed, I activated my shield, neutralizing most of your explosive energy. Ultimately, your sacrifice was in vain. Seeing Super 17 unscathed, Dr. Mu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Super 17, you frightened me. It appears that his plan for revenge against Sun Wukong is destined to succeed. It seems I must intervene, Lin Sheng mused. Shaking his head with a heavy sigh, he could not allow Super 17 to eliminate Sun Wukong and the others. Currently, he needed to defeat Super 17 in order to return to the primary timeline. If Sun Wukong and the others perished, who would seek the Dragon Balls, ultimately leading to their overuse and the emergence of negative energy? The excessive use of the Dragon Balls gave rise to the evil dragons, including the one-star dragon. With that, Lin Sheng's figure flickered, appearing before Super 17. As he materialized in front of Super 17, Vegeta's eyes widened. That guy, what is he up to? Although he could not sense Lin Sheng's energy, he did not believe Lin Sheng could be a match for Super 17. That if even Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong had fallen before Super 17, then the others stood no chance. Hey, come back. You are no match for him, Sun Wufan shouted at Lin Sheng. Dealing with Super 17 is their responsibility. He did not want an unknown entity with uncertain strength to become embroiled in this turmoil. Moreover, it was evident that Super 17 was targeting them. Even if Sun Wukong fell, they would fight to the death to protect the Earth. Wufan, though Kakarot has fallen, we have yet to be defeated. Vegeta suddenly rose to his feet, his tone resolutely firm. In the past, he had stood alone, unburdened by any ties. Yet now he had a family of his own to protect. He would risk his very life to safeguard them. With a determined nod, Gohan stood up, followed closely by Goten and Trunks, who also rose. Ha! With a powerful shout, the four of them transformed into Super Saiyans, seizing the moment while Goku battled against Super 17. They had regained some of their strength. Just as they prepared to confront Super 17, the previously hovering Margarita suddenly descended. "Do not worry, dear," she casually remarked, glancing at Vegeta and the others. "Lin Sheng can handle this." "Who exactly are you?" Vegeta stared warily at Margarita, who appeared friendly with her smiling visage, yet emanated an inexplicable sense of peril. Margarita smiled slightly, offering no reply to Vegeta's inquiry. "Where did this brat come from?" Dr. Mew stroked his beard, puzzled as he observed Lin Sheng confronting Super 17 in the sky. "Who are you?" Super 17's gaze shifted to Lin Sheng, his tone unfriendly. Lin Sheng smirked, his voice nonchalant. "The one who will kill you." Chapter 37. The mortal realm is not quite fit for you. Please save. Huh. Hearing Lin Sheng's arrogant and presumptuous words, Dr. Mew couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. "Are you here to seek your own demise? Even Goku is no match for Super 17. What are you then?" Dr. Mew sneered, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Lin Sheng. Was this fool truly seeking death? After all, Goku had already been defeated by Super 17. It was foolish for him to not flee, yet even more so to confront it head-on. "Seeking death?" Lin Sheng chuckled. "I suspect your hearing is poor. I'm here to send you on your way. Have you not grasped the situation? Do you not see how formidable my Super 17 is? What ignorance drives you to utter such words?" Dr. Mew declared with unwavering confidence. In his eyes, Lin Sheng's actions were nothing short of self-destructive. "Ignorance? You should be grateful for your ignorance. If you knew the extent of my power, despair would surely consume you." Lin Sheng replied coolly, his tone brimming with unshakable confidence. Confidence rooted in his own strength. Presently, Super Saiyan 4 Goku was likely on par with Super Saiyan God, and while Super 17 was slightly stronger than a Super Saiyan God, he was no match for Ultra Instinct. Such a disparity would lead to his swift demise. Such boastfulness. Dr. Mew scoffed, pointing a finger and commanding, "Super 17, kill him." Super 17 cast a cold glance at Lin Sheng, having already defeated Super Saiyan 4 Goku. How could he be threatened by some nobody he had never even seen before? "Foolish brat," Super 17 thought disdainfully, extending his hand to conjure a black energy sphere that rapidly condensed before he launched it towards Lin Sheng. "Run! Run away!" At that moment, Goku, heavily injured from a previous self-detonation, gazed blearily at the unfolding scene, shouting in terror. Whoosh! The black energy sphere approached Lin Sheng with astonishing speed, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Lin Sheng slowly extended his hand and grasped the black energy ball, then casually crushed it with a gentle squeeze, causing it to explode. What? Dr. Mew's pupils constricted at the sight. Super 17's attack had been effortlessly negated. Incredible. On the other side, Gohan was equally astounded. The black energy sphere from Super 17 contained terrifying power. Yet Lin Sheng had crushed it with ease. This individual, Vegeta's expression mirrored that of shock. Just moments ago, he had worried whether Lin Sheng could withstand Super 17, but it seemed he had overthought the situation. He genuinely had no inkling when such a formidable figure like Lin Sheng had emerged on Earth. "This big brother is so impressive," Xiao Feng exclaimed, gazing at Lin Sheng's back with admiration. Shouting, "Big brother, go for it!" At that moment, Chi-Chi, Biddy and Bra also arrived. "Goku, hold on, we're here!" Chi-Chi cried out, flailing the air, held back by Biddy. "Who is that person? I've never seen him before." Bra noted Lin Sheng confronting Super 17 with confusion. "It seems I've never seen him either," Biddy agreed. "He's not half bad. It appears you're not a fool." Super 17 raised an eyebrow. Although his previous attack had been merely a casual strike, it was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Now, he began to reassess Lin Sheng. "Super 17, kill him now." For reasons unknown, Lin Sheng instilled a sense of unease in Dr. Mew. Thus, to be on the safe side, he needed Lin Sheng dead. Lin Sheng's gaze suddenly sharpened. His eyes fell upon Dr. Mew. The latter felt his scalp tingle with dread. A palpable aura of death surged within him as Lin Sheng's gaze was utterly terrifying. Chattering away, I believe you would be better suited to remain in hell. The mortal realm is not quite fit for you. Lin Sheng's icy words dripped with murderous intent as he unleashed a palm strike. Whoosh! The strike generated an invisible shockwave that instantly slammed into Dr. Mew. Bang! Dr. Mew had no time to react before he was forcefully driven into the ground. As the dust settled, Dr. Mew's body lay there, resembling a specimen, his eyes wide open, shattered, yet still reflecting the lingering terror. Crackle! Crackle! Several electric currents pulsed around Dr. Mew, sparking flames as he ultimately met his demise. Observing Dr. Mew's lifeless body, Super 17 was momentarily stunned before breaking into a sinister grin. Ha ha! I've long wished to kill him. It appears you saved me some effort. Super 17 flicked his bangs back, grinning malevolently. Are you pleased? Lin Sheng smiled widely. Do not be too quick to rejoice. I shall soon send you down to join him. Chapter 38. This is not even his full power. Super 17 was taken aback, then burst into derisive laughter. Huh? Are you making a joke? He tilted his head back slightly, gazing down at Lin Sheng with an air of superiority. Such arrogance. Even Goku cannot defeat me. What makes you think you stand a chance? Super 17 exuded an air of cold confidence. In this world, the strongest was undoubtedly Goku. Having already bested Goku, who else could stand against him? Furthermore, after absorbing Goku's Tenfold Kamehameha, his power had surged exponentially. Besides, he possessed an energy absorption device that in that state. He was virtually invincible. He could not fathom where Lin Sheng found the courage to speak thus. Was it some encouragement from Liang Jingru? Shaking his head, Lin Sheng replied calmly, I am not joking. Come and see for yourself. With that, he beckoned with a finger in a provocation-laden manner. Enraged by Lin Sheng's challenge, Super 17 grinned maliciously. Regardless, all of you will die. Let us start with you. With that, Super 17 vanished in a flash. Even Goku and Vegeta could merely catch a glimpse of a fleeting shadow. So fast, Vegeta exclaimed. Super 17's speed was astonishing, rendering him nearly invisible. Boom! As Vegeta spoke, Super 17's fist struck Lin Sheng's abdomen with tremendous force. The impact causing Lin Sheng to bend over. A pained expression etched across his face. Is this the extent of your strength while you boast so shamelessly? Super 17 sneered, observing Lin Sheng's pained visage with disdain. You wretched fool! Observing this scene, the fallen son Wukong attempted to struggle and rise, yet he found himself devoid of the strength to do so. The recent self-detonation had completely drained his energy. Vegeta and the others watched in horror, their pupils constricting at the sight before them. It was simply overwhelmingly powerful. The current Android 17 was vastly stronger than when he had fought against us. Son Gohan exclaimed in terror. Hey, didn't you say he could handle this? Were you deceiving me? Vegeta shot a furious glare at Margarita, his voice booming with rage. Just moments ago, he had placed his trust in Margarita. Believing that Lin Sheng could contend with Super Android 17. Yet, Lin Sheng couldn't even evade Super Android 17's attacks. Margarita, with her cool gaze, maintained an unflinching smile and remarked, I did not speak in error. Dear, take a closer look, my dear. What? Vegeta was taken aback and redirected his gaze toward Lin Sheng and Super Android 17. That he saw Lin Sheng, who had been hunched over, gradually straightening his posture. That I was just kidding. Lin Sheng said, gripping Super Android 17's wrist, that he slowly lifted his head, a grin spreading across his face. What? As Super Android 17 beheld the mocking smile on Lin Sheng's lips, a sense of dread gnawed at his heart. Do you understand what despair feels like? Allow me to let you experience it now. As words fell, a wave of eerie green energy enveloped Lin Sheng, radiating around him. The terrifying aura that made Vegeta and the others tremble now erupted forth. Could it be that someone possesses such formidable energy? Watching Lin Sheng, who was glowing under the setting sun, Vegeta's heart surged with tumultuous waves. The energy emanating from Lin Sheng was the most potent he had ever sensed, even surpassing that of Super Saiyan 4's son Wukong and Super Android 17. He finally realized the folly of his earlier doubts regarding Lin Sheng's strength. With Lin Sheng's power, he could likely defeat him in an instant. Lin Sheng's aura transcended that of Super Android 17. How astonishing it was that such an extraordinary individual existed in this world. I wished to become his disciple. Son Gohan and the others were equally astounded. This was their first encounter with someone stronger than Sun Wukong, leaving them in utter disbelief. "This isn't even his full strength, dear," Margarita remarked, observing the astonished expressions on Vegeta and the others. Having witnessed Lin Sheng in his Super Saiyan form, Margarita knew that his true power far exceeded this simulated Super Saiyan state. In no way. "Is that true? You're joking, right? This isn't even his full strength," Vegeta and the others responded, still in disbelief. If this was not Lin Sheng's utmost power, then just how terrifying could his full strength be? They could hardly fathom it, or perhaps they were reluctant to believe that Lin Sheng could become even stronger. Such a notion was too much for their confidence to bear. Margarita smiled mysteriously, offering no further explanation, instead turning her gaze to Lin Sheng. Boom! As Margarita's gaze fell upon him, Lin Sheng nonchalantly delivered a punch that sent Super Android 17 flying. Splash! Super Android 17 plummeted into the sea, creating towering waves. "Why apologies? I didn't control my strength," Lin Sheng said, scratching his head with a grin, yet his tone was laced with sarcasm. "I had no idea there was someone this powerful on Earth." On the ground, Sun Wukong gazed at Lin Sheng in the air, murmuring weakly. The terrifying aura emanating from Lin Sheng filled him with both fear and excitement. Once Super Android 17 was dealt with, he was determined to challenge Lin Sheng. Moments later, Super Android 17 surged upward from the depths of the ocean. He hovered high above, casting a shadow over Lin Sheng, his expression shrouded in malice. That casual punch from Lin Sheng had nearly overwhelmed him. Now, he had to reevaluate Lin Sheng, that if he remained careless, he might find himself in dire straits. He then raised his hands above his head, gathering a massive amount of energy. Shining Hell Bomb. Chapter 39. The Shining Hell Bomb that could annihilate Earth. In mere seconds, the Shining Hell Bomb above Super Android 17 had expanded to over 1,000 meters in diameter. It obscured the sky, as if blotting out all light. Was this guy attempting to destroy Earth? Vegeta looked up in terror at the looming Shining Hell Bomb. The energy contained within it, if unleashed upon the planet, could easily obliterate Earth. At that moment, not even Lin Sheng would be able to save them. Son Gohan gulped, turning to Margarita, and said uncertainly, "Lin Sheng can handle this, right?" He could no longer guarantee that Lin Sheng could withstand Super Android 17's Shining Hell Bomb, as the energy contained within it was simply too immense, far beyond his comprehension. Margarita remained silent, her gaze fixed on Lin Sheng's figure in the sky. Under the massive Shining Hell Bomb, Lin Sheng appeared strikingly diminutive. "Can you withstand this attack of mine? If not, then perish along with Earth," Super Android 17 bellowed, his face twisted with malice as the energy of the Shining Hell Bomb reached its peak. His eyes widened as he shouted at Lin Sheng, "Here it comes!" With that, he hurled the colossal Shining Hell Bomb toward Lin Sheng. The immense orb cast a shadow over the land, descending at a slow pace. Yet with each moment it fell, it generated a series of sonic booms. Below, the ocean formed a massive vortex, as water was relentlessly drawn into its depths. The enormous whirlpool resembled a black hole, capable of devouring all. The pressure and kinetic energy generated by the falling Shining Hell Bomb instilled fear in Vegeta and the others. They had no doubt that if this Shining Hell Bomb were to land, Earth would be reduced to cosmic dust in an instant. "It's over." Vegeta stared blankly at the scene, having lost all hope. Videl, Xiaofeng, Son Gohan's expression was similarly dazed, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness beneath the colossal Shining Hell Bomb. "What is that?" In the distance, Videl and the others, rushing toward the scene, also caught sight of the shadowy Shining Hell Bomb looming in the sky. Amidst the myriad of despairing gazes, Lin Sheng's diminutive figure appeared resolute as he charged toward the descending Shining Hell Bomb. The Shining Hell Bomb, like a resplendent moon in the sky, radiated brilliant light, while Lin Sheng's small figure resembled a firefly, insignificant beneath the moonlight. Yet it was this firefly that dared to contest the moon's brilliance. Seeking death, Super Android 17 scoffed at Lin Sheng's small stature. This Shining Hell Bomb embodied all of his power. And no matter how formidable Lin Sheng might be, he could never withstand it. Boom! In the next moment, Lin Sheng's small figure collided with the Shining Hell Bomb. His fist, enveloped in eerie green energy, struck the Shining Hell Bomb with tremendous force. At that instant, the collision of energies unleashed a shockwave that swept across the ocean below. The sea exhibited the astonishing phenomenon of water being drawn back. The forests lining the coast were uprooted in the wake of this terrifying shockwave. Whoosh! The shockwave surged forth, toppling Vegeta and the others nearby. Only Margarita remained steadfast, unperturbed by the flying debris that could not breach the 10-meter radius around her. In the sky, Videl, Bra, and Chi-Chi found themselves tossed about like kites in the fierce shockwave. "Get away from me!" Lin Sheng's gaze deepened as he bellowed, and a torrent of power surged from within him, channeling through his fist and into the Shining Hell Bomb. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the Shining Hell Bomb, which had been descending slowly, began to rise. Finally, with a surge of strength, Lin Sheng launched a powerful punch, sending the world-ending Shining Hell Bomb flying. "What? This is impossible!" As he observed the Flash Hell Bomb sent flying by Lin Sheng's powerful punch, Super 17 could not help but display a look of astonishment. His full-force strike had been effortlessly repelled by Lin Sheng. Under the incredulous gaze of Super 17, the speed at which the Flash Hell Bomb was pushed back accelerated exponentially. Ultimately, the bomb soared out of Earth's surface, hurtling into the vastness of space that a second later, boo! The Flash Hell Bomb detonated in the cosmos, unleashing an intense and blinding white light that compelled countless individuals on Earth to shield their eyes. After a brief moment, the searing radiance dissipated, allowing the warm and comforting sunlight to once again bathe the world. Spitting out dirt, Vegeta emerged from the ground, disregarding the filth covering him, and abruptly turned his gaze skyward. There, he beheld Lin Sheng, standing resolutely, while the cataclysmic Flash Hell Bomb that had the potential to obliterate Earth had vanished without a trace. Son Gohan and the others also crawled out from the debris nearby, staring blankly at the sky. The anticipated destruction of Earth had not come to pass. As they basked in the familiar and warm sunlight, it became apparent that Mr. Lin Sheng had saved the planet. Chapter 40. Are you prepared to descend into hell? In the sky, Lin Sheng hovered in midair. Though his figure was not particularly imposing, he radiated an aura of immense grandeur. It was he who had single-handedly thwarted Super 17's Earth-destroying Flash Hell Bomb. "Big brother, you're so cool." On the ground, Xiao Fang gazed at Lin Sheng with starry eyes. As a descendant of the Saiyans, she shared a deep admiration for strength, based on Lin Sheng's displayed prowess. It was evident that he had surpassed her grandfather, Son Goku. In that moment, Xiao Fang became an ardent admirer of Lin Sheng. Vegeta and the others regarded him with profound respect as well. Although it was their first encounter with Lin Sheng, his heroic act of saving the Earth warranted their admiration. Had it not been for Lin Sheng, the planet would have long since been reduced to cosmic dust. "Whoever you are, thank you," Vegeta remarked, gazing at Lin Sheng's back with genuine reverence. Should Lin Sheng have heard those words, he would undoubtedly have been taken aback. The proud Saiyan prince, known for his lofty self-esteem, had actually expressed gratitude, an unprecedented occurrence. Having spent decades on Earth, it would be disingenuous to claim that he had remained unchanged. His time on Earth had taught him the invaluable nature of familial bonds, love, and friendship, while simultaneously tempering the edges of his youthful arrogance, rendering him more mature. In the sky, Lin Sheng slightly lifted his gaze, the sunlight glinting off him, obscuring some of his vision, that a figure gradually came into view. It was Super 17. At that moment, Super 17 regarded Lin Sheng with a mix of wariness and dread. Lin Sheng's strength appeared to far exceed that of Super Saiyan 4 Goku, placing him on a higher pedestal. Otherwise, Super 17 would not have been so easily rebuffed by his Flash Hell Bomb. "Was that truly your full power? I must admit, I am quite disappointed," Lin Sheng remarked, observing Super 17. "It seems you have no other tricks up your sleeve." "Now, it is my turn to as he spoke. A wisp of eerie green energy began to materialize at his palm. "You cannot kill me." Super 17 bellowed defiantly to defeat him. One would need to employ energy attacks. Close combat would only injure him, but not bring about his demise. If Lin Sheng were to unleash an energy attack, it would grant Super 17 an opportunity to turn the tide. Is that so? Lin Sheng's lips curled into a teasing smile. You can absorb energy, can't you? Let's see if you can absorb mine. I could tee his words. Super 17's eyes gleamed with anticipation. This was his chance to reclaim victory. Suddenly, the eerie green energy in Lin Sheng's grasp erupted in blinding brilliance, causing the surrounding landscape to shift in HUE as the colors transitioned. Gray, black and white, brown. When normalcy returned, Lin Sheng had conjured a fist-sized sphere of eerie green energy, pulsating with a terrifying and chaotic power. Feeling the tumultuous energy radiating from Lin Sheng's palm, Super 17's mouth nearly watered. If he could absorb this energy, his power would ascend to new heights. Gradually, he spread his arms wide and cackled maniacally. Come, let me see just how powerful you are. What is he planning? Don't use energy attacks. Vegeta shouted in alarm upon realizing Lin Sheng's intentions, after finally finding someone capable of restraining Super 17. They could not afford to let him absorb energy and bolster his strength. He just called my father a fool. And yet here he is, Son Gohan scoffed, bemused, knowing Super 17 can absorb energy. Why would he still use an energy attack? That's foolish. He must have a plan, Xiao Fong retorted, though she herself was not entirely certain. Vegeta cast a glance at Margarita, who remained remarkably composed, smiling calmly at Lin Sheng in the sky. Showing no signs of worry, gulps of apprehension filled Vegeta's throat. It seemed he had no choice but to place his trust in Lin Sheng. Are you prepared to descend into hell? Lin Sheng smirked at the outstretched arms of Super 17. Descend into hell? You clearly do not comprehend your situation. Super 17 exuded confidence, firmly believing he could withstand Lin Sheng's energy attack. Such blind confidence would lead to his demise, as Lin Sheng's calm voice echoed. He swiftly unleashed the eerie green energy from his palm, sending it hurtling towards Super 17. As the ominous green energy drew nearer, Super 17's excitement surged. Yet, when the energy was a mere 10 meters away, his pupils contracted in horror. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the eerie green energy detonated upon impact with Super 17. In that instant, the heavens and earth shifted chaotically. The eerie green energy erupted, engulfing an area spanning thousands of meters. The blinding green light refracted through the atmosphere. The epicenter of the explosion, Super 17 frantically absorbed the overwhelming surge of chaotic energy. Now, Super 17 faced no other option. Should he fail to absorb it, he would be obliterated by the energy storm. If he could not fully absorb the energy, it would tear his body apart. Within mere seconds, he had reached the limit of what he could absorb. Yet, the relentless torrent of chaotic energy continued to flood into him. No. Boo. Ultimately, amid Super 17's anguished roar resonating throughout the cosmos, his body could no longer contain the violent energy, leading to a catastrophic explosion. Chapter 41. The conclusion, the energy storm raged on for several minutes before gradually dissipating. What has happened? As the tempest subsided, Vegeta and the others hastily directed their gaze below, eager to discover the outcome. They observed that the sea had once again been blasted into a massive crater, with water rushing to fill the void in the sky. Only Lin Sheng remained, suspended in the air. Super 17 was nowhere to be found. Where is 17? Son Gohan inquired, perplexed. Clang. No sooner had he spoken than a chip plummeted from the sky, landing right in front of Vegeta and his companions. After flickering a few times, the chip finally extinguished. Moments later, Vegeta realized that Super 17's presence had vanished. As he comprehended that Super 17 had been obliterated in the energy storm, a relieved smile broke across his face. What a tumultuous journey it had been. When Son Goku had returned from the underworld, hope had reignited after despair. Yet, when Super Saiyan 4 Goku's self-detonation failed to vanquish Super 17, despair had once again set in. But with Lin Sheng's arrival, hope had returned anew. There's always a way out. Xiao Fong, we have won. Son Gohan exclaimed excitedly, glancing at Xiao Fong. Dad, we won. Xiao Fong swiftly rushed over, throwing herself in his son Wukong's embrace. Son Goten plopped down onto the ground, laughing with relief. I can finally go on a date. Lin Sheng, thank you so much. Trunks gazed at Lin Sheng in the distance, his excitement bubbling over as he exclaimed, I never expected that this time. It wasn't us who protected the Earth, but rather someone we had never encountered before. The ordeal has finally come to an end. On the beach, Sun Wukong continued to lie there, his dark eyes gazing up at Lin Sheng in the sky, a fiery determination gradually coalescing within him. What an impressive individual. I must seize the opportunity to spar with him. While the Z-Warriors of Earth reveled in their victory, no one noticed a certain corner where Hao stared blankly at the sky, where Super 17 had vanished. Step by step, Lin Sheng descended from the sky, standing before Vegeta. Mr. Vegeta, he said. Upon seeing Lin Sheng, Vegeta revealed a rare smile and sincerely expressed his gratitude. Mr. Lin Sheng? Thank you. Lin Sheng waved his hand dismissively. There's no need for formality. I would like to discuss something with you. At this, Vegeta raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What do you wish to discuss? Lin Sheng had saved the Earth and indirectly preserved Vegeta's family. If Lin Sheng had any requests, he would do his utmost to fulfill them. With a smile, Lin Sheng replied, It's quite simple, and why companion Margarita and I have just arrived in this world and have no place to stay. Would it be possible for us to reside at your home for a while? You're not from this world? Vegeta was taken aback. According to Lin Sheng, he and the blue-skinned woman named Margarita hailed from another realm. No wonder he wondered how such a formidable being could suddenly appear on Earth. They were not of this world. Is that so surprising? Lin Sheng countered. Vegeta paused, shaking his head. I'm just a bit curious. Curiosity killed the cat. Refrain from asking unnecessary questions, Lin Sheng stated sternly. All right, I understand. Vegeta nodded heavily. With Lin Sheng possessing such formidable power, even if he had ulterior motives, there was little Vegeta could do to thwart him. Moreover, Lin Sheng had just saved the Earth and vanquished the Super 17, a foe that even they could not hope to defeat collectively. Vegeta had no reason to doubt Lin Sheng. Then, Lin Sheng smiled. So about what I mentioned earlier? Not a problem. Leave it to me, Vegeta assured, thumping his chest. His wife Bulma was the wealthiest woman on Earth. Arranging for Lin Sheng and Margarita to stay would be a mere trifle. During their time at his home, he could learn from Lin Sheng, striving to achieve the Super Saiyan 4 transformation himself. If Sun Wukong could become Super Saiyan 4, he certainly could not lag behind. Then let us be off. With the battle against Super 17 concluded, it was time to commence the reconstruction of the city. Once the city was restored, Sun Wukong and the others would gather the Dragon Balls to resurrect those who had perished at the hands of 17 and the villains from the underworld. Despite West City being devastated, Capsule Corporation remained largely unscathed. Upon learning that Lin Sheng had defeated Super 17, Bulma warmly arranged the finest accommodations for Lin Sheng and Margarita, observing the familiar faces. Lin Sheng couldn't help but feel a surge of nostalgia. In this timeline, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Bulma had aged. In the main timeline, Son Goten, Trunks, and Bra had all grown into adulthood, and even Sun Wukong's daughter, Xiao Fang, was now a teenager. As night fell, the sky was adorned with countless stars, and the brilliant Milky Way stretched across the horizon that a full moon hung high, casting its cool light over West City. Lin Sheng and Margarita sat on the balcony, sipping milk tea and basking in the moonlight, feeling quite content. Lost in thought, Lin Sheng gazed at the sky. Lin Sheng, what are you pondering? Margarita suddenly inquired after a long pause. Snapping back to reality, Lin Sheng looked at Margarita's exquisite face and mused, I was wondering, as angels, are you merely emotionless machines? Chapter 42. Vegeta seeks a master. Margarita was taken aback, asking, why do you ask that? Look at you angels, Lin Sheng continued earnestly. You've lived for so long without a single person you liked. Don't you find that stifling? He observed, moreover, you seem to always wear a blank expression, cold as ice, almost machine-like. Unlike us humans, look at Sun Wukong and then at Vegeta. They each have their families, loved ones, and friends. Margarita was left momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond to Lin Sheng's inquiry. After a while, she finally replied, actually, our mission as angels is to assist the god of destruction. We have neither time nor heart to ponder other matters. Angels are not just emotionless machines, as you suggest. We too have feelings If the god of destruction I serve for billions of years were to perish, I would feel sorrow. Is that so? I find it hard to believe. Lin Sheng squinted suspiciously. It is true, Margarita asserted earnestly. This time, she omitted the customary dear at the end of her statement, indicating her seriousness in answering Lin Sheng's question. Then smile for me, and I shall believe you. Lin Sheng crossed his arms and stated firmly. You are quite beautiful. Why maintain such a stern expression? It detracts from your charm. Margarita was instantly filled with exasperation. She then offered an awkward yet polite smile. How about this, dear? Too stiff. It would be better if you didn't smile at all. Margarita! Wait! Suddenly, Margarita realized a serious question. Are angels meant to please others? Why was she indulging Lin Sheng by smiling? Let us change the subject, dear, she quickly suggested, finding it difficult to force a smile. All right, Lin Sheng relented, but you should consider smiling more often. There is no need to maintain such a serious demeanor. I will take your advice into consideration, dear. Then, Lin Sheng shifted the topic, asking Margarita, how many gods of destruction have you served since becoming an angel? 3, I believe. It's been so long that I can hardly remember. Dear, Margarita pondered. Miss Lin Sheng and Margarita engaged in conversation. 2 figures suddenly descended from the sky, landing not far from them. One was tall, and the other was short. None other than Vegeta and son Wukong, who had been reverted to his childhood form by the dragon. Vegeta, I arrived first. Kakarot, this is my home. I declared first arrival, so it stands. Vegeta, don't be so domineering. I've always been domineering. Observing the quarrel between son Wukong and Vegeta, Lin Sheng felt a twitch in his eyelid. What are you two doing? He inquired suspiciously. He was in the midst of a conversation with Margarita, and now these two had interrupted. Upon hearing Lin Sheng speak, son Wukong eagerly chimed in, You must be Lin Sheng, right? I would like to challenge you to a sparring match, if that is all right. And I as well. Vegeta stood tall, a serious expression on his face. Giggling, Margarita found their antics amusing. These two are such clowns, arguing just to spar with Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng looked at them, speechless. Are you both seeking to be defeated by me? Vegeta from this timeline could not even transform into Super Saiyan 3. Even without using his transformation, he would be easily overwhelmed. Son Wukong, who could transform into Super Saiyan 4, might provide a modicum of challenge. Lin Sheng, this is the first time I've encountered someone with your level of strength, so... Hee. Son Wukong chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Vegeta's face flushed red, at a loss for words. Humph. Lin Sheng smirked, slowly rising to his feet and fixing his gaze on Vegeta. Vegeta, you seek me out because you wish to grow stronger, correct? You aspire to transform into Super Saiyan 4 and surpass son Wukong. At these words, Vegeta was momentarily stunned. Had Lin Sheng seen through his thoughts entirely? After a brief moment, Vegeta mustered the courage to speak, saying, Indeed, you are correct. Please teach me how I can become as strong as you. Lin Sheng chuckled softly, a hint of profound meaning in his smile. It is quite rare for the proud prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta, to lower himself and seek assistance. That it seems your determination to grow stronger is immense. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. After the ordeal with Super 17, he realized that his strength was far from sufficient to protect his family. Thus, in order to become stronger and possess the power necessary to safeguard his loved ones, Vegeta was willing to set aside the dignity of his princely status to implore Lin Sheng for guidance. Yes, I wish to grow stronger. Only by becoming stronger can I protect those I cherish. Vegeta declared resolutely, his fists tightly clenched. Throughout these years, I have never neglected my training, yet my power remains woefully inadequate. Perhaps this is related to my training methods. With that, Vegeta knelt before Lin Sheng, sincerity and determination evident in his voice. Mr. Lin Sheng, please take me as your disciple and teach me how to become stronger. Lin Sheng's gaze sharpened. Was Vegeta truly willing to go to such lengths for strength? In the next moment, a thought flashed through Lin Sheng's mind. Vegeta, you should be aware that with your current foundation, it is utterly impossible for you to transform into the Super Saiyan 4 form in a short period. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's heart sank. Could it be that even Lin Sheng had no way to assist him? But then Lin Sheng continued, However, I possess a method that will enable you to achieve another form of Super Saiyan. One that is not weaker than Goku's Super Saiyan 4. Are you interested? Chapter 43. Vegeta's resolution. Vegeta's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Lin Sheng. Apart from Super Saiyan 4, there are indeed other forms that can rival it. Yes, as long as I can grow stronger, I am willing to give everything, Vegeta affirmed with unwavering conviction. Really? There exists a form that can match Super Saiyan 4? Goku asked, equally perplexed. How could he, as a Saiyan, be unaware of this while Lin Sheng was in the know? Of course there is, Lin Sheng replied mysteriously. Mr. Lin Sheng, please teach me how to transform. Vegeta earnestly implored once more. Teaching you is not an issue, but you must provide me with a compelling reason to do so, Lin Sheng said with a smile, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. At a reason? Vegeta faltered, suddenly at a loss. What could he possibly offer that would entice Lin Sheng? With Lin Sheng's prowess, he seemed unable to provide anything of value. Goku, witnessing Vegeta's predicament, laughed heartily. Lin Sheng remained patient, waiting for Vegeta to speak. Makurita watched with keen interest, finding the situation rather amusing. After much contemplation, Vegeta's eyes suddenly lit up. I have a daughter named Bra, who is currently single. I can introduce her to you. What do you think? Lin Sheng. Makurita. Goku. With Vegeta's words, it seemed as if the entire world had fallen silent. What a shocking declaration. Lin Sheng felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. To gain strength, this fellow was willing to barter his own daughter. Come on, you are the prince of the Saiyans. Is it truly acceptable to offer up your daughter so readily? In truth, Vegeta thought to himself that Lin Sheng appeared quite youthful. If he could successfully matchmake Bra with Lin Sheng, they would become family, and would he not then surpass Goku? Lin Sheng, your future wife is here. At that moment, Makurita chimed in mischievously, "Go away. Am I that kind of person?" Lin Sheng shot her a disapproving glance. He had only mentioned that wish to tease her, fully aware that angels could not transform living beings. Then, turning back to Vegeta, Lin Sheng said, "Let us skip the matter of Bra. Here's the deal. During my stay here, whatever requests I have, you must fulfill them. Can you manage that?" Absolutely. Vegeta's eyes gleamed with excitement. Was it truly that simple? He believed he could easily comply, and he trusted that Lin Sheng would not make overly extravagant demands. However, Vegeta was underestimating the situation. All right, go prepare. We'll begin tomorrow. Lin Sheng waved his hand, stifling yawn. He was feeling a bit fatigued. What about me? Goku asked, pointing at himself. You, go play in the water. I have no interest in battling with you, Lin Sheng replied disinterestedly. Once Vegeta completes his transformation, you two can spar. Don't bother me. If he truly wanted to accumulate combat experience and enhance his strength, Lin Sheng would rather seek out Makurita. Even Goku, in his Super Saiyan 4 form, would not pose a challenge for him. It was akin to a childish play fight, utterly unengaging and of little benefit to his growth. Soon after, Vegeta returned home, brimming with excitement, while Lin Sheng retreated to his quarters for rest. As for Makurita, angels did not require rest. Whether she chose to rest or not depended entirely on her mood. The following day, as the sun began to rise, Lin Sheng, Makurita, Vegeta, Gohan, Goten, Trunks, Bulma, and Bra, along with other key figures from the Dragon Ball universe, gathered in the yard of Vegeta's home. They all knew that Lin Sheng would be teaching Vegeta how to transform today and had come to witness the event, eager to discover what form could rival Super Saiyan 4. Makurita lounged comfortably in a sun chair, exuding an air of leisure. Mr. Lin, I am ready. Vegeta approached Lin Sheng, addressing him with newfound respect. Lin Sheng glanced at Vegeta before shifting his gaze to the other Saiyans. The form he had mentioned the night before was indeed the Super Saiyan God. He was also curious to see if 5 Saiyans could gather their powers to achieve the Super Saiyan God transformation. If successful, Vegeta's strength would surge dramatically. What form is it? I can't wait to find out, Goku said, resting his hands behind his head, brimming with enthusiasm. Since it's Mr. Lin Sheng who mentioned it, it must not be simple, right? Gohan chimed in with his thoughts. Trunks, I wonder if we could transform too. Goten asked, eager to try it out. I'm not sure. Let us wait and see how my dad does first. Trunks replied, shaking his head as the crowd buzzed with speculation. Lin Sheng slowly rose. Goku, Gohan, Goten, Trunks, Bra. He called out the names of 5 individuals. Huh. Goku and the others looked puzzled. What did Lin Sheng want from them? Vegeta's transformation requires your assistance. Chapter 44. Your hair dye is on its way. What? Now Gohan and the others were even more confused that Vegeta's transformation required their help. Goku scratched his head. Smiling broadly, Lin Sheng, what exactly is this form you mentioned? Why do we need help? Can you share a bit more? Everyone nodded in agreement. Their curiosity piqued about the form Lin Sheng had spoken of. This form is called the Super Saiyan God. Lin Sheng stated with gravity. The Super Saiyan God requires the gathering of 5 righteous-hearted Saiyans to pour their energy into another Saiyan, thereby enabling him to transform into a Super Saiyan God. You can think of it as the divine form of the Saiyans. Upon hearing this, the crowd was left in a state of bewilderment. Super Saiyan God? What does that mean? Is it the God among Saiyans? I don't quite understand. I've never heard of Saiyans having a God before. Is this for real? You're not pulling her leg, are you? The group buzzed with excitement. The notion of the Super Saiyan God sounded incredibly formidable. Vegeta's excitement surged, even though he had never witnessed the form of the Super Saiyan God and had not even heard of it. Nevertheless, this did not diminish his yearning for this state. With Lin Sheng's prowess, it was unlikely he would deceive him. Prepare yourself. Lin Sheng urged. Goku and the others finally joined hands, forming a semicircle, with Vegeta standing at the back, completing the formation at that moment. The expressions of everyone around turned serious. They held their breath, their gazes fixed on the 6 figures of Vegeta and his companions. Then, Goku and the others transformed into Super Saiyans, channeling their energy towards Vegeta. Observing this scene, Lin Sheng corrected them, saying, "Be mindful, it's not about infusing energy, but rather about channeling your spirit. Close your eyes and feel intently." Isn't it about infusing energy? Upon hearing this, Goku and the others reverted from their Super Saiyan forms. Kakarot, could you take this more seriously? Vegeta expressed his dissatisfaction. All right, let's do it again. Goku's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He too was eager to witness the might of the Super Saiyan God Lin Sheng spoke of. Could it truly rival his Super Saiyan 4 form? Subsequently, Goku and Vegeta, along with the others, closed their eyes. Bulma and the others watched anxiously. At a certain moment, Lin Sheng's eyes suddenly narrowed. There, amidst Goku and the others, Bra emanated a brilliant golden light. Bra, she's radiating light. All eyes were drawn to the golden glow surrounding Bra. It's so hot. Bra, the center of attention, appeared bewildered by the intense warmth enveloping her. It seems feasible even in the G realm. Lin Sheng murmured to himself. Then, under Bra's golden radiance, Goku and the others instinctively triggered their Super Saiyan forms. The golden light coalesced into a golden flame, slowly enveloping the 6 of them. In the next instant, Vegeta, who had remained in his usual state, also automatically triggered his Super Saiyan form. The sky darkened, resembling a twilight realm. Has it turned dark? Bulma and the others gazed up at the sky in astonishment. It appeared that Lin Sheng's claims of the Super Saiyan God were indeed true. Moments later, the golden light surrounding Goku and the others formed a pillar, shooting skyward. A divine aura emanated at that instant. It's the aura of a god, remarked Kakarita. Wow. Wow. Bulma and her companions looked on, their faces filled with excitement, eagerly anticipating what the Super Saiyan God would be like. As the golden pillar shot upwards, it gave rise to golden clouds, blanketing the entire sky. The once dim sky transformed into a resplendent golden hue. This spectacle was utterly dreamlike. Then, under the excited gazes of the crowd, the 6 Saiyans, led by Vegeta, slowly ascended. They stood within the golden light, looking profoundly sacred. Suddenly, a searing blue energy surged from Goku and the others, all converging towards Vegeta. As the blazing blue energy gathered around Vegeta, a dazzling brilliance erupted forth. At that moment, the heavens and earth stirred. Is it coming? Kakarita asked eagerly. When the radiant light burst forth from Vegeta, the golden pillar connecting heaven and earth suddenly contracted back into him. Is it over? Bulma inquired. No, not yet. Moments later, The light emanating from Vegeta suddenly surged. The blinding white light formed a beam, rapidly expanding to encompass the entire West City. Beneath this colossal beam of light, a circular opening appeared in the golden clouds above, revealing a sky filled with twinkling stars. The golden clouds began to swirl wildly, and a divine aura pervaded the entirety of West City, as if welcoming the arrival of the Super Saiyan God. Soon after, it began to rain from the sky, only to transform into hail. Crackling, streams of silver lightning danced within the golden clouds. Snowflakes floated down gently, blanketing every corner of West City. The golden clouds and white snow created an enchanting scene. Moments later, as the snowfall ceased, the surrounding space and ground began to tremble. Vegeta's aura was soaring. Vegeta! Bulma grasped her hands tightly, her gaze fixated on his back. I could see that moment. Vegeta appeared incredibly sacred to her, as if he were the true embodiment of a deity. Finally, as the golden light around Vegeta morphed into a domineering red glow, Goku and the others reverted from their Super Saiyan forms. The red brilliance surrounding Vegeta intensified, obscuring his features, leaving only his silhouette visible within the crimson light. At this moment, all gazes were filled with fervor, excitement, and anticipation. Vegeta, your hair dye is about to arrive, Lin Sheng remarked with a smirk. Chapter 45. You will be defeated in an instant. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Bulma and the others gazed with excitement at Vegeta, who was enveloped in the red light. Is this the Super Saiyan God Lin Sheng spoke of? It seems quite formidable. Vegeta. Goku furrowed his brow. He could no longer sense Vegeta's energy. Had he perished? Yet, it did not seem so. Finally, as the red light around Vegeta gradually dissipated, his figure reemerged before the crowd. That moment, Vegeta appeared as if reborn from the flames. Indeed, it is possible. Lin Sheng smiled slightly. When Vegeta emerged from the crimson glow, everyone turned their gaze towards him. He appeared significantly younger than before, and his muscles seemed to have slightly diminished. A hint of red energy still flowed around him, and his formerly black hair had transformed to red, his resolute eyes now a blend of red and black. Super Saiyan God, Vegeta. It doesn't seem like much has changed. Dilly scratched his head. No, Dad, look. Uncle Vegeta's hair is red, and he seems a bit slimmer too. Biddy shook her head. It does seem true. Dilly realized, this the Super Saiyan God? Bulma gazed at Vegeta, feeling inexplicably that he appeared even more handsome now. Then, as everyone regarded Vegeta with varied expressions, he suddenly turned around. Vegeta, how do you feel? Why can't I sense your energy anymore? Goku inquired curiously. Vegeta clenched his fists and murmured, I sense a tremendous power within me. It might truly rival your Super Saiyan 4, or even surpass it. The immense power surging within him captivated Vegeta. Lin Sheng had not deceived him. The Super Saiyan God could indeed rival the Super Saiyan 4. Is it really that formidable? Goku was taken aback. After all his effort to attain Super Saiyan 4, now Vegeta had effortlessly surpassed him. You cannot sense his energy because Vegeta's aura is now that of a god. Ordinary beings cannot perceive divine energy. Lin Sheng explained it. That's so. Has Vegeta truly become a god? It's hard to believe. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Then, Vegeta turned towards Lin Sheng, an intense fighting spirit igniting in his eyes. Lin Sheng smirked. Are you looking to spar with me? Yes. Vegeta nodded. I wish to test how the Super Saiyan God measures against your strength. Lin Sheng waved his hand dismissively. You will be defeated in an instant. He then pointed at Goku, saying, Goku seems quite interested in your current power. You should battle him. Otherwise, I fear I might revert you back to your original form in one blow. Vegeta pouted, feeling somewhat disheartened. Even the Super Saiyan God could not match Lin Sheng. Can I really go back to my original form? In a moment of astonishment, Sun Wukong exclaimed, in my understanding, becoming a god means truly becoming a god. Doesn't it? Can one revert to their normal state? I'm not able to maintain this form indefinitely. Similarly perplexed, Vegeta inquired, what are you rambling about? Lin Sheng rolled his eyes and explained, maintaining the Super Saiyan God form also requires energy. Once your stamina is depleted, you can no longer sustain it. After a moment of contemplation, Vegeta asked, so will I still be able to transform into this form in the future? That depends on your comprehension. As long as your understanding is sufficiently profound, not only the Super Saiyan God form, but even forms stronger than that will be within your reach. Lin Sheng replied. This revelation, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were taken aback. There are forms even stronger than the Super Saiyan God? I have never heard of such a thing. They exclaimed. Lin Sheng, why do you possess a greater understanding of science than we do? They pressed that do not inquire into matters best left untouched. Forms more powerful than that are still a distant prospect for you. Lin Sheng retorted. Turning to Vegeta, he added, Vegeta, why don't you spar with Sun Wukong? I have other matters to attend to. Vegeta, let us go. Sun Wukong exclaimed eagerly, keen to discover whether his Super Saiyan 4 form was superior to Vegeta's Super Saiyan God form. Vegeta, brimming with confidence, believed he was now on par with Sun Wukong. Thus, both Vegeta and Sun Wukong ascended into the sky. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong transformed into his Super Saiyan 4 form. Kakarot, did you hear that? There are forms even stronger than the Super Saiyan God. I heard you, Vegeta. Let us strive together to reach the realm Lin Sheng mentioned. Sun Wukong replied. Humph, I will definitely reach it first. A monumental battle was about to unfold. Observing the two combatants, Bulma felt a slight headache. Exclaiming, what a pair of battle maniacs. Macalita, how about we go fishing? Lin Sheng suggested. Fishing? That sounds delightful, dear, Macalita responded, rising with a raised eyebrow. Then let us go fishing, she concluded. As Lin Sheng and Macalita departed, Xiaofang, standing beside Biddleye, seemed to have made a resolute decision. She clenched her small fist and quietly slipped away. Chapter 46. No one achieves success without effort by the lakeside, beneath a azure sky adorned with fluffy clouds, lush green grass, and warm sunlight enveloping the earth. Lin Sheng and Macalita sat by the lake, each holding a fishing rod, relishing the tranquility. Suddenly, a petite figure descended from the sky, landing beside Lin Sheng. Patiently waiting for a fish to bite, Lin Sheng glanced sideways without turning his head and asked, Xiaofang, do you need something? The figure was indeed Xiaofang. Lin Sheng Gij, I want to become stronger too. Can you teach me? Xiaofang's face displayed a resolute determination. You wish to grow stronger? Lin Sheng mused, watching the ripples dance across the lake surface. With someone as powerful as your grandfather's son Wukong and Vegeta protecting you, why do you need to grow stronger? Xiaofang blinked her clear eyes, took a deep breath, and declared with unwavering resolve, I want to become stronger so that when Earth faces danger again in the future, I can stand up and protect everyone that I do not wish to always hide behind my grandfather. I want to be a formidable warrior like him. Oh, upon hearing this, Lin Sheng turned his head, slightly raising an eyebrow. Why do you have such thoughts? Wouldn't it be more comfortable to be a carefree salty fish? Xiaofang remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Sheng, as if vowing not to leave until he agreed to teach her. Lin Sheng set down his fishing rod and slowly stood up, looking down at Xiaofang with an air of disdain. You know why Sun Wukong and Vegeta became so powerful? It is because they endured decades of arduous training and battled formidable foes. And you have merely grown as a sheltered flower, shielded by Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan. What potential do you possess? What makes you believe you can become a self-reliant warrior? As a descendant of the Saiyans, can you even transform into a Super Saiyan? Look at your brother Sun Wutian and Uncle Trunks. They could transform into Super Saiyans at a young age. What about you? Listening to Lin Sheng's words, Xiaofang's eyes brimmed with tears. Indeed, Sun Wukong and Vegeta's strength stem from their immense efforts. Why should she, a flower nurtured in a greenhouse, expect to become a self-sufficient warrior? Did that not render their decades of hard work futile? Even Sun Wutian and Trunks could transform into Super Saiyans as children, while she, at her teenage years, had yet to achieve such a feat. Seeing Xiaofang's tear-filled eyes, Lin Sheng continued his relentless mockery. One must possess a sense of self-awareness. A girl, you should remain behind the protection of men, not engage in endless battles. Otherwise, you might never find a husband. Lin Gij, solitary tears slid down Xiaofang's cheek as she choked out defiantly. Do you look down on girls? I can train hard too. Why should I hide behind men? I refuse to accept this. Having made a significant decision to approach Lin Sheng, she would not be easily deterred by his words that no, I do not look down on girls. I look down on you. Lin Sheng gestured toward Macalaida, saying, do you see this, Sister Macalaida? With a mere finger, she could defeat me. Can you? Who could you possibly defeat? Which threat to Earth could you contend with? Awais should recognize their limitations. Do not dream of achieving success without effort. In O1 achieve success easily. At that moment, Xiaofang's tearful eyes widened. Lin Sheng's words struck deep within her soul. Her fragile spirit was profoundly shaken. Since embarking on the quest for Dragon Balls in the universe, she had incessantly been a source of trouble for Sun Wukong. When Baby attacked, she was powerless to assist. Even against Super 17, she could only silently cheer for Sun Wukong. And yet, she was unable to contribute at all. Was she truly a waste? Tears streamed down her face as she fervently shook her head, shouting, no, I am not a waste. I can protect Earth and everyone. Boom! Xiaofang's cry echoed through the skies. In that moment, her energy surged dramatically, a golden aura erupting from her being, and her hair transformed into a brilliant golden hue. In her green eyes burned an unquenchable rage. She was furious that Lin Sheng looked down upon her. How intriguing! It seems her anger has unlocked her potential, Macalaida observed with mild surprise. This seemingly young girl possessed such formidable potential. Lin Sheng's lips curled into a slight smile. Let your anger fuel you. The stronger your fury, the greater your power becomes. In terms of potential, Xiaofang's was certainly formidable. He vaguely recalled that she could fly shortly after her birth. The Saiyan descendants of Sun Wukong had high initial potential, but their upper limits were often constrained. Lin Sheng could only assist her up to this point. Her future growth would depend on her own efforts. You villain, I will prove that I am not a waste. Enraged, Xiaofang remained oblivious to her transformation into a Super Saiyan. In a burst of fury, she charged towards Lin Sheng, propelled by her boundless rage. Chapter 47. Lin Gidge, thank you. In the courtyard of Vegeta's home, as Xiaofang's energy erupted, Sun Wukong was taken by surprise. This energy, it belongs to Xiaofang. When did Xiaofang's energy become so powerful? Sun Wutian scratched his head. Isn't that the direction where Lin Sheng and Macalaida went fishing? Could something have happened? Trunks speculated. Quite possibly. Bra chimed in. Could it be that Lin Sheng has taught Xiaofang to transform? Otherwise, how could her energy have suddenly intensified? In the next moment, Trunks seemed to have realized something. Can girls transform too? Bulma was taken aback. She had never transformed in her life and had believed that female Saiyans were incapable of such a feat. I'm not entirely sure, Gohan replied, shaking his head. After all, we have never witnessed it before. However, Xiaofang's aura had suddenly intensified, undoubtedly linked to Lin Sheng. Shall we go and see? Trunks suggested. Gohan nodded and promptly soared towards Lin Sheng. We'll follow, Trunks, Goten, and Bra exclaimed in unison. Upon their arrival, they found Xiaofang relentlessly attacking Lin Sheng. Despite her fierce onslaught, Lin Sheng moved with the grace of a leisurely stroll. Could it be that he is truly a Super Saiyan? How has he achieved this? Trunks pondered, hovering in mid-air. Below, Xiaofang had indeed transformed into a Super Saiyan. It had taken such a short time for Lin Sheng to provoke her transformation. Girls can transform too. Does that mean I can as well? Bra exclaimed eagerly that if Xiaofang could do it, then surely she could too. Gohan felt somewhat helpless. He was uncertain whether this news was good or bad. He was indifferent to Xiaofang's transformation into a Super Saiyan, but the same could not be said for Bulma and Chi-Chi. He recalled how Chi-Chi had scolded Goten for transforming into a Super Saiyan when he was young, labeling him a delinquent. Did this mean Xiaofang was a delinquent girl? On the ground, Xiaofang continued her vigorous assault on Lin Sheng. With his hands casually behind his back, Lin Sheng effortlessly dodged her attacks. When he noticed Gohan and the others approaching, he nonchalantly delivered a kick that sent Xiaofang flying over 100 meters. Xiaofang quickly regained her footing, ready to launch another attack. Suddenly, a figure descended in front of her. It was Gohan. Xiaofang. He called out, Dad. Upon seeing Gohan, Xiaofang's fury rapidly dissipated, as if she had regained her senses. What is happening? She murmured, gazing at the golden aura enveloping her with disbelief. You have transformed into a Super Saiyan, Gohan said with a reassuring smile. Huh. Xiao Fong tugged at her golden hair, realizing in astonishment that she had indeed transformed into a Super Saiyan. She immediately looked toward Lin Sheng, her eyes widening with realization. Lin Sheng's earlier words had been meant to inspire her transformation. She flew over excitedly, exclaiming, "Brother Lin, thank you. I am no longer useless. I am strong now. I can transform into a Super Saiyan." With that, she joyously leaped into Lin Sheng's embrace. Watching this scene, Gohan smiled, unsure whether it was a blessing or a curse. However, as long as Xiao Fong was happy, that was enough for him. After a long moment, Xiao Fong finally released Lin Sheng that he regarded her calmly and said, "You are not yet truly strong. Being a Super Saiyan is merely the beginning. Whether or not you are useless, that is something you must prove to yourself." "Brother Lin, I will work hard," Xiao Fong declared, her eyes shimmering with determination. A steadfast resolve to grow stronger at that moment. Trunks and the others descended from the sky. Bra approached Lin Sheng with eager anticipation, asking Lin Sheng if Xiao Fong can transform into a Super Saiyan. "Does that mean I can too?" Seeing the hopeful gleam in Bra's eyes, Lin Sheng replied impatiently, "Go, go, go. Ask Xiao Fong to teach you. Don't bother me. I still want to fish. Big sister Bra, I'll teach you how to transform." Xiao Fong, now a proud Super Saiyan, declared enthusiastically. "Great, Xiao Fong, let us go fight bad guys together." "Lin Sheng, the people in this world seem quite interesting," remarked Margarita, still seated with her fishing rod in hand, "that it is not the world that is interesting. It is these people." Lin Sheng corrected her. "By the way, do you know them? You seem quite familiar with this group." "Coincidentally, I do know them," Lin Sheng replied, gazing at the lake surface. In our timeline, there is indeed a group like this, and I happen to know them. I see," Margarita said, resting her chin on her hand. Enlightenment dawning upon her. Chapter 48. The emergence of the evil dragon in the days that followed. After the battle with Super Android 17, West City was devastated significantly and began the process of reconstruction. Goku and Vegeta were tirelessly training, while Lin Sheng enjoyed a more leisurely pace, spending his days fishing and exploring with Margarita. Occasionally, he would engage in sparring sessions with her. It was only after experiencing a battle with an angel that Lin Sheng truly grasped the terrifying prowess of their kind. Margarita, who appeared utterly harmless, was someone he could barely touch. In the main timeline, Margarita had been occupied with serving the god of destruction, so her time was always fully booked. However, in the G timeline, she had more leisure time and was more than willing to train with Lin Sheng. When Gohan and Vegeta witnessed Lin Sheng's battles with Margarita, they realized that the true powerhouse was not Lin Sheng, but Margarita. Through his training with her, Lin Sheng had fully mastered the complete power of the Super Saiyan bloodline. Now, if he were to encounter Tobo, he might be able to end the fight within 10 moves. Even if Tobo resorted to destructive energy, it would be challenging for him to contend with Lin Sheng. Moreover, Lin Sheng still struggled to control the power of the Super Saiyan transformation. The Super Saiyan bloodline was fundamentally different from that of ordinary Saiyans. The Super Saiyan bloodline had virtually no limits. Its power would continuously grow as long as one kept fighting. This was the essence of the Super Saiyan bloodline. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. One day, Bulma finally gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, ready to summon the Eternal Dragon to resurrect those who had been slain by Android 17 and the denizens of Hell. However, this time, the Dragon Balls had slight cracks. Leaning against a palm tree, Lin Sheng and Margarita chose not to partake in the summoning ritual. After a brief discussion, Goku raised his arms towards the sky and shouted, "Come forth, Eternal Dragon." His voice resonated through the heavens. Yet, the 7 Dragon Balls remained still, devoid of any reaction. Seconds ticked by without the expected darkening of the sky or the appearance of the dragon. Goku felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Did I mispronounce the incantation? He wondered, scratching his head. It can't be that we need to use Namekian language, can it? But we're on Earth. Bulma was equally perplexed. In the past, we would just recite the incantation and the dragon would appear. Why is it different this time? Let me try again. Goku paused for a moment before shouting once more, "Come forth, Eternal Dragon." All eyes were fixed on the sky, waiting for the dragon's arrival. Just then, the ground began to tremble violently. as if an earthquake had struck. What is happening? Xiao Fong steadied herself, bewildered. Why is there an earthquake? Bulma quickly held onto Trunks for support, as the crowd stood in confusion. Lin Sheng smirked knowingly, for the ominous evil dragon was about to make its appearance in the next instant. The once bright sky transformed into a menacing blood-red hue. A plume of dark smoke began to seep from the cracks in the Dragon Balls, rising into the air and eventually taking the form of a dragon. When the smoke cleared, a massive, grotesque black dragon, adorned with arms and wings, materialized before everyone's eyes. Xiao Fong gazed at the hideous, evil dragon. Beads of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. This also the eternal dragon. Grandpa, could it be? It should be, right? After all, it did emerge from the Dragon Balls. Goku replied uncertainly. This dragon was entirely different from what they had seen before. The previous eternal dragons exuded a divine aura, but this hideous creature radiated only malice and dread. Something is amiss with this dragon, Bulma said gravely. Huh, you all have quite the audacity to summon me. The evil dragon cackled that moment. The malevolent dragon let out a chilling laugh, exclaiming, "The air outside is simply too sweet. At last I can create chaos." Hey, stop with the nonsense. Don't you always say, come on, reveal your wishes? That's how it should be. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how to make a wish, Xiao Fang interjected with a sarcastic tone. However, amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, the wicked dragon conjured a cigar, clamped it between its jaws, and nonchalantly lit it up, puffing away leisurely, embodying the very image of social dragon. Ha ha ha. Lin Sheng chuckled at the dragon's foolish demeanor. Damn, it really looks just like that. Hearing Lin Sheng's quip, Sun Wukong and the others were left utterly bewildered. Huh. Ahem, it's nothing. Lin Sheng waved his hand dismissively, then added with a serious tone, this dragon is not the wish-granting Shenlong. It is a manifestation of negative energy birthed from the excessive use of the Dragon Balls. Evil dragon? Sun Wukong and the others were once again at a loss. Suddenly, the malevolent dragon exhaled a puff of smoke towards the crowd and arrogantly declared, I will no longer be your puppet. With that, the dragon swallowed the 7 Dragon Balls from the ground, transforming into a thick cloud of smoke that coalesced into 7 dragons, each carrying a Dragon Ball in their mouths. They soared into the sky, dispersing in 7 different directions. The heavens returned to their usual state, now adorned with the dazzling and ethereal northern lights at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Lin Sheng, what do you mean by negative energy and evil dragons? Sun Wukong inquired, turning to him after the evil dragon had split into 7. Chapter 49. Incompetent yet first in complaining. In the world, there exists both positive and negative. The same applies to the Dragon Balls. When the Dragon Balls are overused, negative energy will also emerge within them. When this negative energy accumulates to a critical point, it will cause a backlash. The evil dragon we just encountered is a result of the negative energy generated from the excessive use of the Dragon Balls. This is also why the Dragon Balls have developed cracks. You all have overused the Dragon Balls in the past, which led to the emergence of the evil dragon. Lin Sheng succinctly explained as, oh, that's how it is? Bulma remarked in disbelief. No wonder this Shenlong is different from the previous ones. It is, in fact, the dark side of the Shenlong. That's about the gist of it. Lin Sheng replied casually. Wukong. Just then, the old Kaio-ken reached out telepathically to Sun Wukong and Lin Sheng's group. Subsequently, the old Kaio-ken's agitated voice echoed from a mysterious place. I have warned you countless times not to abuse the Dragon Balls excessively, or it will lead to severe consequences, even the annihilation of the universe. This time, the old Kaio-ken's intention was to reprimand Sun Wukong and his companions. His tirade resembled that of a scolding housewife, incessantly hurling unpleasant remarks. However, to Lin Sheng, the old Kaio-ken was simply a buffoon with no real ability, the epitome of shifting blame. Knowing full well that overusing the Dragon Balls could result in unimaginable repercussions. Why did he not intervene? Is mere admonition sufficient? Furthermore, if he were indeed the supreme deity of Vegeta and had even a modicum of effectiveness, there would be no need for Sun Wukong and the others to confront those enemies. Nor would there be any sacrifices among their companions, leading to the frequent use of the Dragon Balls. Instead of reflecting on his own issues, he chose to blame Sun Wukong. what talent he possesses, faced with the old Kaio-ken's reprimands. Sun Wukong could only helplessly endure. The old Kaio-ken scolded for nearly half an hour, grating on Lin Sheng's nerves that I say, "You old fool, if you keep whining, I'll come over and dismantle your Kaio-ken realm." Lin Sheng opened his eyes, stepped forward, and shouted at the sky, "As the supreme god of the universe, if you had any real function, we wouldn't be facing this situation. Truly, you are the master of incompetence and complaint. Other than deflecting blame, have you ever done anything that a Kaio-ken ought to do? Over the years, cosmic tyrants like Frieza, Android Cell, Demon King Beerus, and Majin Buu, which of them did you, the Kaio-ken, personally handle? If it weren't for Sun Wukong's assistance in dealing with Majin Buu, you would have been obliterated by him long ago. How would you still be alive here to whine and deflect blame? You seem to be getting more confused as time goes on." Sun Wukong and Bulma gazed at Lin Sheng in astonishment, unable to help but give him a thumbs up. Even Sun Wukong would not dare to sing a different tune in front of the old Kaio-ken. Yet Lin Sheng boldly confronted him with a scathing rebuke. This is truly remarkable. It seems that having strength allows one to speak with authority. Faced with Lin Sheng's fury, the old Kaio-ken cowered. He sensed a formidable aura emanating from Lin Sheng. Unlike Sun Wukong and his companions, if he provoked Lin Sheng, it was entirely possible that Lin Sheng might truly come to dismantle his Kaio-ken realm. Moreover, his relationship with Lin Sheng was not nearly as familiar as with Sun Wukong. Ahem, the old Kaio-ken's face flushed red after being berated to your right. Esteemed one. I just remembered I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. On Earth, the group looked at the suddenly meek old Kaio-ken with disdain. Indeed, it seems only Lin Sheng's intervention could subdue the old Kaio-ken, that I can sense that Earth is enveloped by a sinister presence. At this moment, Sun Wukong's expression turned grave. Hee, although I'm not entirely sure what's going on, as long as we defeat those evil dragons, everything will be fine, right? Sun Wukong stretched his body, excitement radiating from him. Since they are evil dragons, their strength should be formidable, that it's the perfect opportunity to test the results of my training with Vegeta over the past few months. Humph. I've waited so long for this. Finally, an enemy has appeared. It's my turn to showcase my prowess. The newly empowered Xiaofang rolled up her sleeves, eager to join the fray. Xiaofang, this is Wukong's business. What are you meddling for? Chi-Chi admonished. Xiaofang playfully stuck out her tongue in protest. Lin Sheng, are you coming along? Shall we confront the evil dragons? Sun Wukong turned to ask. Lin Sheng smirked, of course. I too wish to witness these evil dragons. If we take action, the 7 evil dragons would crumble in an instant. However, he needed to resolve the Super 1-Star Dragon before returning to the main timeline. Thus, he had to allow the 1-Star Dragon to successfully consume the other 6 Dragon Balls, transforming into the Super 1-Star Dragon. Before that, he might as well have some fun with the 4-Star Dragon. Alright, let us depart to vanquish the evil dragons and restore the Dragon Balls. Chapter 50. Who will be the next lucky one? Makalita, shall we go together? Lin Sheng inquired, glancing at Makalita behind him. Since it's rather dull here, let's join the fray. Shall we, dear? Makalita smiled gently, captivating all. Lin Sheng was momentarily taken aback, then regained his composure. Let us go. As the words fell, Lin Sheng and Makalita vanished from their location in an instant. Sun Wukong and Xiaofang followed closely behind. A few minutes later, Lin Sheng and Makalita appeared above a sprawling metropolis. Within the city, people were fleeing in terror. Numerous areas were encased in a thick layer of ice, a chilling aura permeating the entire city in the streets. A turquoise dragon with large wings, the 3-Star Dragon, was unleashing freezing beams, instantly turning any structure it touched into ice sculptures. Moreover, the ice created by the 3-Star Dragon was indelible. Once frozen, it signified permanence, only removable through violent destruction. 3-Star Dragon, it seems you are about to meet your end, Lin Sheng declared as he hovered in midair. Though the 3-Star Dragon's strength was not on par with its brother, the 4-Star Dragon, and Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong, its mastery over ice was a formidable skill that could not be underestimated. At that moment, the 3-Star Dragon on the ground seemed to notice Lin Sheng and Makalita in the sky. Its eyes narrowed dangerously, and in an instant, it appeared directly in front of Lin Sheng and Makalita. Are you seeking death by coming here? Since that is the case, I shall acquiesce to your desires. The three-star dragon wore a smirk of mockery at the corner of its mouth, and soon after, a pale green beam of light shot forth from its eyes, aimed directly at Lin Sheng and Makalita. This was its ultimate technique, the freezing ray. Once ensnared, one would be eternally encased in ice. Whoosh! The freezing ray moved with astonishing speed, arriving in the blink of an eye, an assault unbearable to behold. In the next moment, Lin Sheng's aura erupted with force, and with a casual swipe of his palm, he effortlessly deflected the three-star dragon's freezing ray. Subsequently, Lin Sheng's aura returned to normal. The speed was so swift that even the three-star dragon failed to perceive it. What? My freezing ray has no effect. At that moment, the three-star dragon, who had just a second ago exhibited a mocking grin, suddenly wore a grave expression. With a mere combat power of 5, I shan't waste my time playing with you. So, I must bid you farewell. After effortlessly dispelling the three-star dragon's freezing ray, a chilling intent began to emanate from Lin Sheng. Oh, kill me. You hardly possess the qualifications, the three-star dragon scoffed. It was naive to think that eliminating him would be so simple. Lin Sheng cast a cold glance, and in an instant, his figure vanished, bang, in the next second, before the three-star dragon could react. Lin Sheng's fist had already plunged deep into its abdomen. Puff! The three-star dragon's pupils dilated, its once confident visage now contorted in agony. That I am not that fool Sun Wukong, who would allow you to blind me. Lin Sheng's icy voice echoed. Following this, the hand that had embedded itself in the three-star dragon's abdomen suddenly radiated a ghostly green light. No. Stop! As that ghostly green light appeared, a profound sense of impending doom surged within. Farewell, Lin Sheng waved his hand, then swiftly retreated. A second later, boo! As Lin Sheng's palm clenched down, the energy orb he had left within the three-star dragon's abdomen detonated violently. In the wake of the explosion, the three-star dragon was obliterated into mere fragments. Whoosh! After the demise of the three-star dragon, a yellow Dragon Ball descended from the heavens, landing squarely in Lin Sheng's grasp. The yellow Dragon Ball bore 3 stars, signifying its designation as a 3-star ball. Lin Sheng weighed the 3-star ball in his hand, smiling faintly. .1 blood has been acquired. Who shall be the next fortunate soul? No sooner had he spoken than a fiery attack, imbued with a searing aura, surged toward him from the ground. Lin Sheng raised his hand to block, forming a barrier of energy that intercepted the fiery assault. You have slain the 3-star dragon? Then I shall send you to join him. A frigid voice followed, and the 4-star dragon slowly emerged into Lin Sheng's line of sight. It appeared that someone had come forth to challenge him. Lin Sheng secured the 3-star ball and regarded the 4-star dragon with a playful expression. He and Makalita descended gracefully, positioning themselves face-to-face with the 4-star dragon in a standoff. Not rush. You shall soon accompany the 3-star dragon, Lin Sheng said with a cheerful smile. If you think I am as naive as the 3-star dragon, you are gravely mistaken, the 4-star dragon retorted disdainfully. The 3-star dragon had merely been careless, allowing Lin Sheng to dispatch it with ease. He would not make the same blunder. Furthermore, his strength was far beyond that of the 3-star dragon. Aside from the 1-star dragon, the most formidable of the evil dragons is undoubtedly me. That I know your power ranks just below that of the 1-star dragon. You pride yourself on your strength, emboldening your arrogance, do you not? Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow. Though your strength surpasses that of the 3-star dragon, in my eyes, there is little distinction between you two. The 4-star dragon's strength was comparable to that of the current Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku. Perhaps slightly stronger than Super 17, while he might pose a significant challenge for Son Goku. In Lin Sheng's estimation, he remained nothing more than a feeble adversary. Chapter 51. Chaotic Fire Pinhoof. Foolish creature, the 4-star dragon declared confidently, I do not sense any formidable aura emanating from you. I have been awaiting Son Goku, but since you have come to me, I do not mind eliminating you first. Lin Sheng smirked mockingly, beckoning to the 4-star dragon with a flick of his finger. Come now. Rest assured, You will not live to see Son Goku. You underestimate me. The 4-star dragon was enraged, and his figure vanished from sight. Whoosh! Reappearing, the 4-star dragon unleashed a swift kick with his long legs aimed at Lin Sheng's side. The speed of the 4-star dragon's strike was astonishing, producing sonic booms in the air. Bang! Lin Sheng casually extended his arm to block. And the 4-star dragon's fierce kick was effortlessly thwarted as a shockwave erupted, causing the nearby structures, previously encased in ice by the 3-star dragon, to crack and ultimately collapse. Impressive, the 4-star dragon conceded, now taking the fight seriously. He extended his palm, rapidly conjuring a mirage of flames radiating intense heat. Roaring. Subsequently, a pillar of flame erupted from the mirage, engulfing Lin Sheng. Prepare to feel despair. Huh. With Lin Sheng's commanding shout, his aura surged dramatically, enveloping him in a ghostly green energy, the metamorphic Super Saiyan form. What an incredible aura! At the moment Lin Sheng's aura erupted, the 4-star dragon's pupils constricted, revealing an expression of profound shock. He had not anticipated that Lin Sheng concealed such terrifying power. This aura was already comparable to that of the 1-star dragon. As the metamorphic Super Saiyan form activated, Lin Sheng unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at the 4-star dragon's pillar of flame, obliterating it into nothingness. You were once so confident. Allow me to shatter that confidence completely. Without pausing, Lin Sheng vanished, appearing before the 4-star dragon at an imperceptible speed, and with a terrifying force, he delivered a punch. Puff! The 4-star dragon barely had time to react before Lin Sheng's fist left a deep imprint on his chest. In the next moment, the 4-star dragon was sent hurtling backward, crashing through dozens of skyscrapers before finally coming to a halt. What kind of power and speed is this? My speed is insufficient to perceive the moment he struck. The 4-star dragon lay amidst the rubble, utterly horrified, though the 4-star dragon possessed fiery attributes. He was renowned for his speed. His swiftness was even inferior to that of the 1-star dragon. Yet despite this, he found himself unable to keep pace with Lin Sheng's velocity, that a wave of dread began to swell from the depths of his heart. It seemed he had underestimated Lin Sheng. Whoosh! As the 4-star dragon grappled with his fear, Lin Sheng's figure suddenly materialized. His icy gaze bore down on the 4-star dragon, lying in the ruins. Are you surprised? Did you think this was my full strength? This barely amounts to half of my power. To eliminate you. This power suffices. What? At these words, the 4-star dragon's pupils shrank once more. Could it be that this was only a fraction of Lin Sheng's strength? Did that imply that even the 1-star dragon was no match for him? To attempt to kill me, you must pay a price. The 4-star dragon bellowed, his body gradually fracturing, golden light emanating from the fissures. His aura began to ascend quietly at that moment. Though Lin Sheng's power was formidable, he would not simply sit idly by and accept defeat. The exterior of the 4-star dragon began to shed, revealing his original form. Desperate struggles. Lin Sheng scoffed dismissively. That's so. I admit your strength is impressive, but your arrogance will lead you to taste the bitterness of failure. This technique was originally intended for Son Goku. But now you shall be the first to experience it. Chaotic. Fire pin. Roaring. As the 4-star dragon uttered these words, flames erupted from his body, swiftly enveloping both him and Lin Sheng within. The red flames coalesced into a closed circular space, encasing Lin Sheng and the 4-star dragon. From the outside, the fiery energy sphere ascended into the sky. This technique was the 4-star dragon's ultimate move. The chaotic fire pin. Even the Super 1-star dragon held a deep-seated fear of this attack. Amidst the chaotic flurry of the confusion fire needle, the 4-star dragon wore a smirk tinged with mockery at the corner of his mouth. Your greatest flaw lies in your excessive complacency. No matter how formidable your strength, it is utterly impossible for you to withstand my confusion fire needle. The moment I unleash an energy attack, the flames surrounding us will erupt, and at that moment, you shall be obliterated. Meanwhile, I shall remain unscathed. Opposite the 4-star dragon, Lin Sheng also bore a smirk of derision. 4-star dragon, I concede that your confusion fire needle is indeed impressive. However, do you genuinely believe that I fell into your trap due to negligence? Upon hearing this, the four-star dragon narrowed his eyes dangerously. Did you intentionally allow yourself to be ensnared? Chapter 52. The four-star dragon's despair upon realizing this. The four-star dragon was taken aback. With Lin Sheng's prowess, how could he have been so easily caught in the Confusion Fire Needle? While the power of the Confusion Fire Needle was undoubtedly terrifying, trapping an opponent within it was no simple feat. For no one would be foolish enough to dive into the heart of it. Yet, Lin Sheng had seemingly entered without any hesitation. Could someone of Lin Sheng's caliber truly make such a rudimentary mistake? Impossible! Thus, the only explanation remained. This fellow had deliberately allowed him to unleash the Confusion Fire Needle. Even ensconced within the grasp of the four-star dragon's Confusion Fire Needle, Lin Sheng remained calm and composed, stating, "I simply wish to experience the true extent of your Confusion Fire Needle's power." Humph. Do you truly believe you can withstand the explosion of the Confusion Fire Needle? You are gravely mistaken. The four-star dragon scoffed coldly. "One can resist the might of the Confusion Fire Needle, and you shall be no exception." With that, he turned his back on Lin Sheng, brimming with confidence. "If you doubt my words, feel free to attack. The moment you unleash an energy attack, the flames surrounding us will erupt. At that point, you will be reduced to ashes." Lin Sheng then extended his palm towards the four-star dragon. "You overestimate your Confusion Fire Needle." With that confident declaration, a ghostly green energy orb began to coalesce in Lin Sheng's hand. Sensing Lin Sheng's actions, the four-star dragon impatiently shouted, "Come on, attack!" At that moment, high above the city, Makalita gazed intently at the energy fireball radiating intense heat, murmuring, "There are powerful energy fluctuations emanating from it. I wonder if Lin Sheng can withstand it." Dear a second later, the energy fluctuations of the fireball became increasingly violent. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, the fireball erupted, unleashing a torrent of searing heat and energy waves that swept across a vast portion of the city. In its wake, all structures were instantly consumed. The blinding flames illuminated the land for hundreds of miles, rendering the sun above somewhat dim in comparison. 1,000 miles away, Sun Wukong and Xiaofeng, having just dealt with the six-star dragon, sensed the violent energy unleashed by the explosion. What a powerful energy wave. What has transpired? Sun Wukong's expression turned grave. Could it be Lin Gij? Xiaofeng's face mirrored his concern, as the intensity of the unleashed energy was simply overwhelming. Could it be that he has encountered a formidable opponent? We should go check. Within the city, the fortunate survivors gazed at the surging flames in the sky, their eyes filled with profound despair. Is this truly the apocalypse for Earth? Makalita floated in the air, watching the dissipating energy flames, and couldn't help but sigh. Minutes passed before the energy flames finally calmed. Yet a significant portion of the city lay in ruins. Reduced to rubble by the earlier ferocious flames, the oppressive heat still lingered in the air, as if the city had transformed into a hellish inferno. Standing atop a skyscraper, the four-star dragon remarked, "Are there no remains left? This is the price of underestimating the power of the Confusion Fire Needle." "Price? What price?" At that moment, a mocking voice rang out, causing the four-star dragon to look up abruptly. There, suspended in the air before him, was Lin Sheng, arms crossed, a smirk adorning his face, completely unscathed. It was as if he had emerged from the explosion of the Confusion Fire Needle without a scratch. "Impossible! How could you have sustained no damage?" Seeing Lin Sheng utterly unharmed filled the four-star dragon with dread, causing him to retreat several steps. His Confusion Fire Needle had seemingly had no effect on Lin Sheng whatsoever. "Do you find it perplexing that your Confusion Fire Needle was ineffective against me? Why?" The four-star dragon's face was a mask of disbelief, unable to comprehend how the Confusion Fire Needle had left Lin Sheng untouched. Even if it couldn't kill him, it should have at least inflicted serious injury. Yet, Lin Sheng remained completely unharmed, a fact that eluded his understanding. "Because I absorbed the energy released from the explosion of the Confusion Fire Needle." At the moment of the explosion, Lin Sheng transformed into his Super Saiyan form, activating energy absorption to successfully convert the energy generated by the detonation into his own power. It must be said, the four-star dragon's Confusion Fire Needle was indeed formidable. After absorbing its energy, Lin Sheng could distinctly feel his power surge. Upon hearing this, the four-star dragon's pupils constricted. How is that possible? The energy released from the explosion of the Confusion Fire Needle is terrifyingly violent. How could you have absorbed it all? Nothing is impossible. You have yet to witness the extent of my capabilities. I shall send you to hell now. With that, Lin Sheng's murderous intent erupted, whoosh, in an instant. Lin Sheng appeared before the four-star dragon, his hand, enveloped in ghostly green energy, poised at the dragon's forehead. No. The sensation of impending doom gripped the four-star dragon, and fear etched itself onto his face. Is this our final farewell? Allow me to grant you your wish. Boom. Chapter 53. Is your name really one-star dragon? As the words fell, a surge of ghostly green energy suddenly erupted from Lin Sheng's palm. Moments later, the energy detonated, obliterating the entire skyscraper, along with the four-star dragon. The four-star dragon was no more. Whoosh! After vanquishing the four-star dragon, the four-star ball descended from the sky, landing in Lin Sheng's grasp. In the distance, Sun Wukong and Xiaofang, racing towards the scene, caught sight of Lin Sheng and Makalita amid the destruction. What an intense battle! Xiaofang exclaimed, observing the city that lay in ruins. It appears Lin Sheng has emerged victorious. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. From the devastation wrought upon this city, it is evident that a fierce battle has unfolded here. It's a pity I arrived too late. Otherwise, I could have faced off against that formidable evil dragon. It seems he has already been dealt with by Lin Sheng. Hey, Lin Sheng, from several hundred meters away, Sun Wukong waved to Lin Sheng. Moments later, Sun Wukong and Xiaofang arrived at Lin Sheng's side. Lin Sheng greeted them with a wave, smiling. Wukong, Xiaofang, how many Dragon Balls did you acquire? Xiaofang pulled out 2 Dragon Balls from her backpack, beaming. Lin Gage, Grandpa, and I managed to secure 2 Dragon Balls, namely, the 2-star ball and the 6-star ball. What about you? I also acquired 2, the 3-star ball and the 4-star ball. That means only the 1-star ball, the 5-star ball, and the 7-star ball remain. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment, then replied. Lin Sheng nodded. I cannot sense the 1-star dragon's energy. He must be hiding. Let us first deal with the 5-star dragon and the 7-star dragon. Lin Sheng was uncertain what method the 1-star dragon had employed, but he could completely sense nothing of his energy. This indicated that the 1-star dragon had likely concealed himself. Otherwise, as long as he remained on Earth, Lin Sheng would be able to detect his presence. All right, let's split up. Suddenly, Lin Sheng and Sun Wukong parted ways, with Lin Sheng tasked with confronting the 5-star dragon, while Sun Wukong and Xiao Feng took on the 7-star dragon. Thud, thud, thud. Shortly after Lin Sheng and his companions departed, a towering figure abruptly emerged in the city. Its skin was a pale beige, with sharp black bone spurs protruding from its wrists, chin, and back, and 2 antennae of the same hue as its skin adorned its head. Its eyes filled with a sinister glare, fixated on the direction Lin Sheng had just taken. A haughty expression etched across its face. To effortlessly eliminate the 4-star dragon indicates that this individual possesses formidable power. Not to be underestimated, a voice smooth yet resonant resounded, revealing that this colossal figure was none other than the most powerful of the evil dragons, the 1-star dragon. It had witnessed Lin Sheng's swift defeat of the 3-star and 4-star dragons. Thus it had not rushed to reveal itself. The 1-star dragon knew it could achieve a similar feat. At a glance, Lin Sheng's strength appeared to rival its own. Therefore, to vanquish Lin Sheng, it must absorb the other 6 Dragon Balls, transforming into the super 1-star dragon. However, the Dragon Balls were held by these humans. How could it reclaim them? A glimmer of cunning flashed in the 1-star dragoness eyes as it devised a plan. It resolved to wait until Lin Sheng and Sun Wukong had gathered all 6 Dragon Balls, then seize the opportunity to reap the benefits. Approximately an hour later, Lin Sheng and Sun Wukong had successfully dealt with the 5-star and 7-star dragons. Respectively, 0.6 of the 7 evil dragons had been eliminated, leaving only the 1-star dragon, the true adversary. Yet the presence of the 1-star dragon remained undetectable in the skies above the city. Lin Sheng concentrated but still failed to sense the 1-star dragon's aura. This individual had indeed mastered a method to conceal its energy, evading his perception. Yes, the most formidable of the evil dragons, The one-star dragon could easily dispatch the four-star dragon with a mere finger and had the strength to withstand Tenfold Kamehameha blast from Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong without sustaining harm. According to Lin Sheng's estimation, the one-star dragon's power was at least on par with the mid to late stages of Super Saiyan Blue, closely matched with his own peak power in Super Saiyan. If it were to absorb the 6 Dragon Balls and become the Super One-Star Dragon, its strength would soar. Could it have already left Earth? Sun Wukong speculated that no, is still on Earth, suddenly interjected the long silent Makalita. Whoosh! As Makalita's words fell, a beam of energy surged from the ground, heading straight for the backpack of Xiao Fong, who was carrying the 6 Dragon Balls they had collected. Linga, Grandpa! In that moment, Xiao Fong's pupils widened in shock. The energy beam intensified within her gaze, yet she found herself powerless to resist. Despite her newfound strength against the one-star dragon, she remained merely a weakling. In a critical moment, Lin Sheng's figure abruptly appeared before Xiao Fong, and with a casual motion, he swatted away the energy beam aimed at her. How? The one-star dragon was taken aback, astonished by Lin Sheng's swift reaction. It had not anticipated such a rapid response. This unexpected counterattack was the most difficult to react to, yet Lin Sheng had managed to do so. His strength was indeed extraordinary. After deflecting the one-star dragon's assault, Lin Sheng lifted his gaze towards the one-star dragon on the ground, a smirk playing on his lips. So, you are the one-star dragon, Chapter 54. The terrifying power of the one-star dragon, who are you? The one-star dragon glared at Lin Sheng warily. There was no one like you on Earth before. Initially, it intended to ambush Xiao Fong, while Lin Sheng and Sun Wukong were unprepared and snatched the 6 Dragon Balls they had gathered. However, it had not anticipated that Lin Sheng would see through its scheme. Lin Sheng, I have come specifically to eliminate you, Lin Sheng declared, a subtle malice flickering in his eyes. His ability to react so quickly was solely due to Makalita's warning. The moment she spoke those words, he sensed something was amiss, enabling him to block the one-star dragon's attack. Humph! Such arrogance! The one-star dragon scoffed coldly, its pride unyielding. I do not deny your strength, but you may not be qualified to kill me. Once it absorbed the other 6 Dragon Balls, its power would undoubtedly overwhelm Lin Sheng. Who kills whom is still too soon to determine. Xiao Fong, are you all right? Sun Wukong inquired, supporting Xiao Fong with concern. Grandpa, I'm fine, Xiao Fong waved her hand, smiling. Thanks to Lin Ge. If it weren't for him, I might have already perished. Indeed, Sun Wukong nodded gravely, harboring a deep-seated aversion to anyone who would harm his family. After ensuring Xiao Fong's safety, he turned to Lin Sheng, expressing gratitude. Lin Sheng, thank you for that. I'll take care of this scoundrel. He added, stepping past Lin Sheng and locking eyes with the one-star dragon, fury blazing within that one-star dragon. You vile creature, how dare you ambush Xiao Fong? Observing Sun Wukong's furious demeanor, Lin Sheng shrugged. Since Sun Wukong was eager to engage, he would let him. Although Sun Wukong had grown stronger during his training with Vegeta, it was evident he was still no match for the one-star dragon. What can you do to me? The one-star dragon folded its arms, appearing indifferent. If it were Lin Sheng, it might have felt some trepidation, but Sun Wukong held no significance in its eyes. I will kill you. With that proclamation, Sun Wukong's aura erupted violently as he transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged at the one-star dragon. Fool! The one-star dragon sneered dismissively, not even bothering to lower its arms. As Sun Wukong dove down as a Super Saiyan, the one-star dragon swiftly raised its foot. Thud! The kick struck Sun Wukong squarely in the abdomen, sending him hurtling through several buildings before crashing into a wall and coming to a halt. What a powerful foe! Sun Wukong clutched his stomach, his green eyes aflame with fury and fighting spirit. The one-star dragon's overwhelming strength had ignited his battle instinct. After a moment, Sun Wukong rose and charged at the one-star dragon once more. This time, he had transformed into his Super Saiyan 4 form. No matter how you transform, you remain no match for me. Faced with Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong, the one-star dragon finally lowered its arms. Ikati raised its thick arm to block a sidekick from Super Saiyan 4 effortlessly. What? Sun Wukong gasped in shock. Allow me to demonstrate what true power is. The one-star dragon's lips curled into a contemptuous smile, and it unleashed a powerful kick. Boom! Sun Wukong was once again sent flying. The one-star dragon turned, extending a finger, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts imbued with negative energy towards Sun Wukong. Boom! 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 Explosions reverberated throughout the city as the one-star dragon's relentless assault reduced several city blocks to rubble. Grandpa, Xiao Fong watched anxiously from the sky, her heart filled with dread as the dust settled. Sun Wukong reappeared in the view of Lin Sheng and the others, lying amidst the ruins, battered and breathless. Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong had been treated like a mere child by the one-star dragon. The terrifying prowess of the one-star dragon was laid bare. Is Sun Wukong going to be killed? Makalita furrowed her brows. Perhaps, Lin Sheng replied coolly. Given Sun Wukong's current power, it is unrealistic for him to contend with the one-star dragon unless he can surpass the strength of Super Saiyan 4. But once the one-star dragon absorbs the 6 Dragon Balls and transforms into the Super One-Star Dragon, Sun Wukong will still be outmatched. Thud, thud, thud. The one-star dragon approached Sun Wukong with its distinct footsteps. What a formidable opponent! I can only fight with all I have. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Sun Wukong rose from the debris. He gritted his teeth. He understood that the one-star dragon's seemingly casual barrage of energy blast had inflicted significant injuries upon him. He was acutely aware that the one-star dragon's strength far surpassed his own. If this continued, he would perish at the hands of the one-star dragon. Thus, he could only fight with everything he had. Tenfold. In an instant, Sun Wukong positioned his hands at his waist, as a terrifying energy rapidly coalesced within his palms. Yixing, taste my ultimate technique, Kamehameha. Ultimately, as Sun Wukong's voice faded, the Tenfold Kamehameha, imbued with a cataclysmic surge of energy, shattered the ruins and surged toward Yixing. Chapter 55. Sun Wukong's defeat. The colossal wave of the Tenfold Kamehameha enveloped Yixing figure. The next moment, a resounding explosion echoed as the Tenfold Kamehameha detonated upon Yixing, unleashing a tempest of energy that engulfed a significant portion of the city. Above, Lin Sheng and his companions retreated to a safe distance. The destructive force of the Tenfold Kamehameha was immense, birthing a gigantic mushroom cloud that soared into the heavens. The energy storm raged for over 10 minutes before it finally began to subside. When the tempest dissipated, much of the city lay in ruins. Is it over? Sun Wukong squinted, staring blankly at the location where Yixing had stood. The Tenfold Kamehameha had been his strongest move thus far. If even that proved ineffective, he truly had no recourse left. Casting the Tenfold Kamehameha had drained a considerable amount of his energy. At that moment, a massive silhouette emerged from the swirling dust. When the figure stepped forth, Sun Wukong's pupils constricted in shock. For the figure that stood before him was none other than Yixing, completely unscathed from the previous explosion of the Tenfold Kamehameha. Is this all your power? What a pity, Yixing remarked, a confident and arrogant smirk lingering on his face. Suddenly, Yixing charged at Sun Wukong with ferocious speed, causing Sun Wukong to gasp in surprise. In the next instant, Yixing enormous fist struck fiercely against Sun Wukong's abdomen, delivering a devastating blow. Sun Wukong was immediately grievously injured. What followed was a relentless onslaught from Ascension in the city. Buildings crumbled as Sun Wukong's anguished cries echoed through the air. Grandpa. Hearing Sun Wukong's cries, Xiaofang grew frantic. She tugged at Lin Sheng's sleeve, her eyes pleading, Lin Gidge, please help Grandpa. Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow, extending his hand. Hand me the Dragon Balls. Without hesitation, Xiaofang reached in her backpack and handed them to Lin Sheng. With the Dragon Balls in hand, Lin Sheng soared toward Yixing direction. Will Lin Gidge be able to defeat Yixing? Xiaofang asked anxiously, watching Lin Sheng's departing figure. That Yixing exhibited strength was overwhelming. Even Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong was being thoroughly dominated. Xiaofang worried whether Lin Sheng would fare any better against Yixing. Well, I can't say for certain, dear, Makalita replied ambiguously. Suddenly, Yixing unleashed a negative energy blast, reverting Sun Wukong from his Super Saiyan form back to his normal state. Sun Wukong hung limply from the clock tower, his eyes shut, his body marred with wounds. He appeared to be on the brink of collapse. Sun Wukong, for so long, you have held the title of the strongest being in the universe. To see you reduced to this state is truly regrettable. Yixing taunted, his imposing figure approaching slowly. Your reign as the universe's strongest should come to an end here. After today, the entire universe shall bow before me. Yixing, and it will be plunged into eternal darkness. You may be overestimating yourself. A mocking voice interjected, just as Yixing prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Sun Wukong. Yixing whirled around to see Lin Sheng, a backpack in hand, regarding him with a sardonic expression. It's you. Upon spotting Lin Sheng, Yixing demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Have you finally decided to make your move? Lin Sheng was far beyond Sun Wukong in terms of power. The emergence of Yixing had but one objective: to annihilate the universe and shroud it in darkness. However, to achieve this, he needed to overcome a formidable adversary. Lin Sheng. With a smirk, Lin Sheng tossed the backpack toward Yixing. You desire these Dragon Balls for your ultimate evolution, correct? Take them. No need for formality. Yixing, taken aback, momentarily faltered at Lin Sheng's audacity. Was he truly offering the Dragon Balls so readily? Did he not comprehend that by absorbing them, his strength would surge? Or was he simply overly confident? Enough chit-chat. Hurry and absorb these 6 Dragon Balls, Lin Sheng urged impatiently. Although Yixing current strength could contend with a simulated Super Saiyan for 300 rounds. Once Lin Sheng transformed into Super Saiyan 1, he would dominate Yixing. Only by absorbing the 6 Dragon Balls and evolving into Super Yixing would there be a semblance of challenge. Furthermore, he needed to defeat Super Yixing to return to the main timeline. Though I don't quite grasp your intentions. Since you've willingly presented the Dragon Balls, I have no reason to refuse. Yixing dismissed further contemplation. Viewing Lin Sheng's offer as a stroke of folly, he had been pondering how to seize the Dragon Balls. Yet here they were, freely given. With that, Yixing opened his mouth and devoured the Dragon Balls from the backpack. As the 6 Dragon Balls settled within him, Yixing aura surged dramatically. Chapter 56. The birth of Super Yixing. As Yixing explosive surge of power erupted, the heavens and earth trembled. Buildings around him crumbled beneath the weight of his terrifying energy. Behold, this is the true visage of my supremacy over all evil dragons. Lin Sheng, you shall regret your foolish actions. With Yixing declaration, 7 radiant beams of multicolored light erupted from his chest, each corresponding to the 7 Dragon Balls. His power had increased exponentially. Not far away, sensing the surge of Yixing energy, Xiaofang exclaimed in terror. Do not fret, dear. Makalita responded with remarkable calmness to her. No matter how much Yixing strength augmented, he could never rival her. As the 7 beams of light faded, 7 dark purple Dragon Balls appeared at Yixing chest. With the central one representing Yixing himself. Having absorbed the 6 Dragon Balls, Yixing had transformed into Super Yixing. His power had seen a monumental enhancement. Do you perceive this power? The strength of the 6 evil dragons I battled before now courses through my veins. Super Yixing spread his arms wide, confidently gazing at Lin Sheng. Now, let you experience despair. With that, Super Yixing clenched his fist, and the ground beneath him erupted, a terrifying energy creating a gale that swept throughout the city. At that moment, sensing this overwhelming energy, Vegeta, Son Gohan, Son Goten, and Trunks all rushed to the scene. Dad, seeing Son Gohan and the others, Xiaofang quickly flew toward them. Xiaofang, are you all right? Son Gohan inquired with concern, and I'm fine. But Grandpa, Xiaofang's gaze drifted toward the clock tower, where Sun Wukong remained, suspended and unresponsive. Dad. Upon witnessing this, Son Goten hurried to rescue Sun Wukong. Fortunately, they had brought Senza beans with them. After administering a bean to Sun Wukong, he finally regained consciousness. What an overwhelming aura! That being is the evil dragon. Trunks and Son Goten marveled at the confrontation between Lin Sheng and Super Yixing, awestruck by the latter's formidable presence. The aura of Super Yixing was undeniably potent, surpassing even Lin Sheng in their estimation. He is a one-star dragon, and now, having absorbed the remaining 6 Dragon Balls, he is transformed into a super one-star dragon. Explained the gentle Makarita beside them. Super one-star dragon? No wonder this aura feels so unsettling, Trunks remarked, his expression grave. Humph, Kakarot, how could you possibly be defeated so pathetically? Vegeta scoffed coldly. After months of training, although Vegeta had yet to fully master the Super Saiyan God form, he can now transform into the Super 4 form, his power rivaling that of Son Goku. Goku scratched his head helplessly and chuckled. You can't blame me. That guy is just too powerful. Even my Tenfold Kamehameha was ineffective against him. What? A Tenfold Kamehameha had no effect. Hearing this, Gohan and the others gasped in shock. What kind of formidable monster could achieve such a feat? The aura of the Super One-Star Dragon was overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond their reach. For now, let us observe Lin Sheng. I believe he should be able to handle the Super One-Star Dragon. Son Goku directed his gaze toward Lin Sheng, who was facing off against the Super One-Star Dragon. Since Lin Sheng arrived in this world, he had been perceived as invincible. Yet now, the Super One-Star Dragon evoked a similar sense of dread. It was uncertain who would emerge victorious in the clash between Lin Sheng and the Super One-Star Dragon. Should Lin Sheng also fall to the Super One-Star Dragon, they would have no choice but to intervene. In the sky, feeling the powerful aura emanating from the Super One-Star Dragon, Lin Sheng's blood surged within him. The strength of the Super One-Star Dragon had already surpassed his current Super Saiyan form. Therefore, to confront the Super One-Star Dragon, he needed to transform into the Super One form. It seems you are quite confident in your current strength. Then come at me. Lin Sheng provocatively beckoned the Super One-Star Dragon with a finger. Impudent. The Super One-Star Dragon regarded Lin Sheng's taunts as nothing short of self-destruction. Did he not realize his power had vastly exceeded Lin Sheng's? In that instant, the Super One-Star Dragon vanished from sight. Bang! In the next moment, the Super One-Star Dragon's elbow struck fiercely against Lin Sheng's back. Lin Sheng plummeted like a cannonball, crashing into the ruins below and kicking up a cloud of dust. What exquisite power! The Super One-Star Dragon mused, followed by an explosion of energy as he dove toward Lin Sheng's fallen form. Boom! Meanwhile, from the dust-laden ruins surged a figure radiating emerald energy. Lin Sheng had activated his Super Saiyan form. With incredible speed, he appeared before the Super One-Star Dragon, his fist charged with violent energy aimed directly at him. The Super One-Star Dragon showed no fear, retaliating with a colossal fist of his own. The battle between Lin Sheng and the Super One-Star Dragon was about to ignite. Chapter 57. Lin Sheng's True Power Bang. As their fists collided, a terrifying shockwave erupted, collapsing the surrounding structures. This exchange caused Lin Sheng, in his Super Saiyan form, to stagger back over 100 meters before barely stabilizing himself. In stark contrast, the Super One-Star Dragon remained utterly unmoved, that a smirk crept across the Super One-Star Dragon's lips as he disdainfully remarked, Lin Sheng, I warned you that you would pay for your foolish actions. You can feel my power now, can't you? It has far surpassed yours. Is that so? You might not be aware, but this is not my true strength. Lin Sheng retorted, You think your power is immense. Allow me to surpass you. The previous exchange had merely been Lin Sheng testing the strength of the Super One-Star Dragon. Now that he understood the extent of his power, he realized that his Super Saiyan form would not suffice to defeat the Super One-Star Dragon. It was time to get serious. How do you intend to surpass me? The Super One-Star Dragon asked. Unfazed. Lin Sheng clenched his fists, a thunderous roar escaping his lips. In that moment, his aura surged dramatically. The very air and ground trembled, as if in fear of his overwhelming power. Here it comes. Witness Lin Sheng's true strength. Makarita's eyes narrowed as she felt the violent energy swirling in the atmosphere. This chaotic energy was reminiscent of the power Lin Sheng exhibited during his battle with Toppo, a tempest of energy enveloping the world. Gohan's face was one of utter shock. Even up here, we can feel this tremor. Is this truly Lin Sheng's authentic power? Makarita was right all along. Vegeta's expression turned serious as he felt a shiver run down his spine from Lin Sheng's explosive aura. Good heavens, just how powerful is Brother Lin? Xiaofang steadied herself amid the quaking space. marveling, "This is astonishing. Lin Sheng's power must have surpassed that of the Super One-Star Dragon." Similarly, Son Goku found himself awestruck, his heart racing in response to this unfathomable energy. Before the astonished gazes of Goku and the others, a massive emerald energy beam erupted, accompanied by arcs of wild lightning, radiating outward from Lin Sheng as its epicenter, piercing through the heavens and earth. The violent energy waves flattened the surrounding ruins into mere dust. Lin Sheng, at the center of the energy beam, felt his power swell exponentially. What on earth was he planning to do? Feeling the scorching waves of energy crashing toward him, even the Super One-Star Dragon felt a tinge of panic. Lin Sheng, enveloped within the energy beam, unleashed a thunderous roar that resonated through the skies. In the next instant, the energy beam began to contract around Lin Sheng, swiftly morphing into a circular emerald energy that enveloped him entirely. Then an uncountable number of emerald energy blasts erupted from Lin Sheng, unleashing indiscriminate destruction within a radius of several thousand meters. Swish! Boom! With each energy blast that struck the ground, violent explosions ensued, leaving the terrain ravaged and in disarray. "This is quite troublesome," Makarita sighed, waving her angelic staff to conjure a barrier that shielded them all from the onslaught of energy blasts. "What is happening? Has Lin Sheng lost control of this power?" Within the barrier, Son Goku observed Lin Sheng's direction, his expression grave. "Makarita, thank you." Gohan exhaled in relief, grateful for her timely protection. Without her barrier, they would have been utterly defenseless against the energy blasts. "Don't mention it, dear," Makarita replied with a gentle smile. This Makarita truly the strongest?" Vegeta scrutinized the seemingly unperturbed Makarita, pondering her true strength. Since their first encounter, she had remained unfazed, as though the very destruction of the earth would not stir her. It was either an act or her strength was incomprehensible to him. Given her ability to effortlessly withstand Lin Sheng's indiscriminate attacks, it was clear she belonged to the latter category. Lin Sheng's power was already unfathomably strong. He could hardly fathom the depths of Makarita's strength. Bang, bang, bang. In the sky, the Super One-Star Dragon was cautiously evading Lin Sheng's relentless assault. After a moment, Lin Sheng's barrage finally ceased, and the world returned to its former state. In the sky, Lin Sheng stood tall, surrounded by a swirling tempest of emerald energy that moment. His hair had transformed to a brilliant gold, and his eyes glowed a vibrant green. Upon witnessing Lin Sheng in this form, Son Goku and Vegeta's pupils dilated in shock. "Is this Super Saiyan? Lin Sheng is a Saiyan too?" Chapter 58, Decimating the Super One-Star Dragon. Floral tributes welcomed. Chapter 58. Decimating the Super One-Star Dragon. Lin Sheng's appearance was undeniably that of a Super Saiyan. The only notable difference perhaps lies in the aura. The aura of Sun Wukong and his companions radiates a golden hue, while Lin Sheng's aura is a haunting shade of green. Neither Sun Wukong nor Vegeta, nor any of their companions, ever anticipated that Lin Sheng would be a Saiyan. It is no wonder Lin Sheng possesses such profound knowledge of the Saiyan race. He is, after all, one of them. The expression in Son Gohan's eyes was one of astonishment as he belatedly realized, but this must be the first stage of Super Saiyan, right? Why is his first stage of Super Saiyan so formidable? Trunks pondered, utterly perplexed. Despite all being Super Saiyans, the disparity in power between them and Lin Sheng was astronomical. The legendary Super Saiyan. At that moment, Vegeta clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Sheng. "What? The legendary Super Saiyan?" Everyone turned to Vegeta, their faces a canvas of confusion. With a grim expression, Vegeta recounted, before planet Vegeta's destruction, a legend circulated among our people, stating that every 1,000 years, a legendary Super Saiyan would emerge. This legendary Super Saiyan is born with extraordinary combat talent and power. If I am not mistaken, Lin Sheng is indeed the legendary Super Saiyan. Note: in this narrative, Goku and his companions have not encountered the old Broly from the movie timeline. What? The legendary Super Saiyan is that powerful? Goku exclaimed, startled he was not alone. Son Gohan and the others were equally taken aback. Vegeta nodded gravely. Only this explanation could clarify why Lin Sheng's first stage of Super Saiyan was so overwhelmingly strong. Meanwhile, in the sky, Super Yixing Long furrowed his brow as he observed Lin Sheng, who had completed his transformation. Did he transform like Sun Wukong? Lin Sheng's icy green eyes suddenly darted towards him, causing Super Yixing Long to shiver in fear. Just a single glance from Lin Sheng instilled terror within him. Now, let us see who is stronger. Humph. Don't think that a transformation allows you to surpass me. Super Yixing Long snapped back to reality, disdainfully scoffing as he surged forward with blinding speed towards Lin Sheng. Boom! As Super Yixing Long charged, Lin Sheng's elbow struck out, landing squarely on the rushing Super Yixing Long's face. The sheer force sent Super Yixing Long hurtling backwards, a trickle of dark purple blood streaming from his nose. As he touched the blood on his face, his expression darkened. You bastard. How dare you make me bleed? I will not let this go. Boom. Just as Super Yixing Long prepared to attack again, Lin Sheng intercepted him with a devastating punch to his abdomen. Ugh! Super Yixing Long spat out a mouthful of dark purple blood, his body plummeting to the ground like a cannonball. Bang! 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 Super Yixing Long crashed through dozens of buildings, leaving a long trail of destruction in his wake. Finally coming to rest at the foot of a mountain. How strong? Super Yixing Long had no power to resist. Watching Lin Sheng utterly dominate Super Yixing Long, Son Gohan gasped in awe. It was a complete rout. Trunks swallowed hard. After transforming into Super Lin Sheng's power was enough to instill fear in them all. Yeah, brother Lin, go for it. Give that villain a good beating. Little Fong cheered excitedly from the sidelines. On another note, after sending Super Yixing Long flying, Lin Sheng had no intention of giving him a moment's respite. He pursued him relentlessly, seizing Super Yixing Long by the head and driving him into the ground as he flew forward. Super Yixing Long writhed like a defeated dog, being dragged along the ground, leaving a long mark in his wake. Under such friction, wounds rapidly appeared on Super Yixing Long's face. Finally, Lin Sheng hoisted him up and hurled him into the sky. Saiyan Bomb. As Lin Sheng's voice echoed, the colors of the surrounding space began to shift, gray, black and white, brown, before returning to their original hues that the violent, haunting green energy coalesced into an energy sphere in Lin Sheng's hand, which he then hurled at Super Yixing Long. Bang. Upon contact, the Saiyan Bomb detonated, unleashing an energy storm that dyed the sky a vivid green. The chaotic energy storm shattered the surrounding space, causing fragments to rain down like broken glass before swiftly reassembling. Boom! The energy tempest raged for a time before gradually dissipating. Is it over? Goku and the others stared into the distance at the sky. Lin Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly. Sensing the residual energy of Super Yixing Long, this indicated that he was not yet dead. Such resilience. Lin Sheng shrugged, unfazed. Even if Super Yixing Long still lived, it would not matter much. After transforming into Super his strength, while not quite on par with Super 4 Gogeta, was more than enough to overpower Super Yixing Long ultimately, as the smoke cleared. Super Yixing Long reemerged in the sight of the onlookers, albeit in a pitiful state. His body was riddled with wounds, dark purple blood streaming from his head and face, and his aura had become feeble. Clearly, he had sustained significant injury from the earlier explosion of the Saiyan Bomb. Lin Sheng, don't get cocky, I'm not dead yet. Chapter 59. Super Yixing Long, defeated. What more can you do? Lin Sheng queried, utterly baffled as to how Super Yixing Long could muster any further defiance in the face of his overwhelming strength. What can I do? I can kill you. Super Yixing Long's lips curled into a sinister grin, his arrogance and pride shattered by Lin Sheng's might. Thus, even at the cost of his own power, he resolved to eliminate Lin Sheng. Upon hearing this, Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow. Super negative energy bomb. Super Yixing Long's menacing words echoed as the 7 Dragon Balls embedded in his chest began to emit negative energy, forming a dark red energy sphere before him. As the negative energy surged, the dark red sphere swelled in size. This is not good. Super Yixing Long intends to destroy the Earth. Goku exclaimed, alarmed as he sensed the dark energy radiating from the sphere. I asked that the move. Lin Sheng's eyes narrowed. The dark red energy sphere Super Yixing Long was gathering was none other than the technique used against Super for Gogeta in the G timeline. At that time, Gogeta had converted Super Yixing Long's attack into positive energy using his own. However, Lin Sheng had no intention of doing the same. Due to his Saiyan bloodline, the energy within him was infused with a violent essence. Should this chaotic energy collide with Super Yixing Long's, it would likely result in a catastrophic explosion. Furthermore, he could not absorb Super Yixing Long's super negative energy bomb. If he attempted to absorb this tainted energy, the consequences would be dire. Your move is indeed powerful, but your wind-up is far too long that I won't be foolish enough to wait for you to finish gathering it. AS's words trailed off. Lin Sheng's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Super Yixing Long. If there's a next life, perhaps you can try using this move again. Lin Sheng's voice, cold and laced with intent to kill, sent a chilling wave of dread through the air. Ew. Super Yixing Long's face turned pale with fear. Just as he contemplated how Lin Sheng was deviating from expectations, Lin Sheng seized both of his antennae. With a swift motion, Lin Sheng executed a shoulder throw, sending Super Yixing Long crashing into the ground. Boom! A mountain hundreds of meters high was instantly reduced to rubble. The half-formed super negative energy bomb was quashed before it could fully materialize. Immediately afterward, Lin Sheng dove down, unleashing a fierce barrage upon Super Yixing Long. Under Lin Sheng's relentless assault, Super Yixing Long's energy plummeted, completely at his mercy. What a ruthless individual. Super Yixing Long was utterly dominated. As individuals, could we not grant the Super One-Star Dragon a chance to retaliate? Observing the Super One-Star Dragon, utterly defenseless against Lin Sheng's onslaught, Vegeta and the others felt a twitch in their eyelids. In a mere few minutes, the Super One-Star Dragon had been mercilessly beaten into a state akin to that of a pig's head. That moment, the Super One-Star Dragon lay amidst a pile of rubble. Barely clinging to life, his aura was exceedingly diminished, rendering him vulnerable even to the might of Super Saiyan 4 Goku or Vegeta, who could easily overpower him. How could someone like you exist? The Super One-Star Dragon gasped, his eyes filled with resentment as they locked on a Lin Sheng standing before him. Had it not been for Lin Sheng, his grand design to annihilate the universe would surely have succeeded. Yet, who could have foreseen that an unexpected figure like Lin Sheng would emerge to thwart him? Now, the Super One-Star Dragon finally understood that Lin Sheng's earlier gesture of offering the Dragon Balls was not born of foolishness, but rather a display of confidence in his ability to defeat him. Now evolved into the Super One-Star Dragon, in retrospect, it seemed the foolish one was he himself a One-Star Dragon. It is time for you to join your six brethren. Lin Sheng declared, the most powerful evil dragon. Your boundless ambitions to obliterate the universe have met their demise simply by encountering me. With that, Lin Sheng extended his palm towards the Super One-Star Dragon's head. I will not accept this. I refuse. Boom! The Super One-Star Dragon's anguish screams were abruptly cut short as Lin Sheng's energy detonated upon him. To the moment of the explosion, an energy storm surged forth, ravaging the area for dozens of miles around. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, reaching heights of several thousand meters. The atmosphere itself changed color as a result. It appears the victor has emerged. Dear Makalita, she remarked softly, reactivating the protective shield as she gazed at the distant, tumultuous storm. Ultimately, as the energy tempest subsided, a vast, bottomless crater, encompassing an area of dozens of miles, came into view. Upon witnessing this seemingly endless chasm, Goku and the others felt a jolt of trepidation. What kind of destructive force could possibly create such a pit? Surely, even the Super One-Star Dragon must be beyond salvation now. Indeed, the aura of the Super One-Star Dragon had vanished. Moments later, Trunks inhaled deeply, revealing a relieved smile. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Subsequently, 7 pristine Dragon Balls descended from the sky, landing gently in the embrace of the firefighters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The 7 Dragon Balls are complete, Xiao Fang exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she cradled the Dragon Balls. Simultaneously, the malevolent aura that had enveloped the Earth dissipated alongside the demise of the Super One-Star Dragon. "Tisich, what a wasted trip," Vegeta muttered, feeling somewhat discontented. Goku had at least engaged in battle with a One-Star Dragon, while he had done nothing at all. Once again, it was Lin Sheng who had safeguarded the Earth. Just then, Lin Sheng's figure materialized unexpectedly, maintaining his Super One form. With his emerald gaze fixed on Goku and Vegeta, he inquired, "Goku, Vegeta, would you care to engage in a match with me?" Huh. Upon hearing Lin Sheng's proposition, everyone was taken aback. Was he truly inviting Goku and Vegeta to seek out punishment? Haha. Well, I would love to spar with you. I suspect my strength would be no match for you. Goku chuckled. "Teacher Lin, I have no desire to seek punishment," Vegeta echoed. Though he too yearned for a contest, he was unwilling to be humiliated. Having witnessed Lin Sheng's battle with the Super One-Star Dragon, even with his ability to transform into Super Saiyan 4, he knew he would stand no chance against Lin Sheng. Then Lin Sheng smiled. "You both can transform into Super Saiyan 4 and fuse, and then we can fight." That his words, Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Goten, and Trunks were all taken aback. Chapter 60. Fusion, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Huh? What is fusion? Xiao Feng inquired, observing the astonished expressions of Goku and the others. Since her birth, she had never witnessed Goku and Vegeta, or Goten and Trunks, fuse. Thus, her curiosity about fusion was piqued. "Dad, what is fusion?" Seeing everyone silent, Xiao Feng tugged at Gohan's sleeve, her curiosity evident. "Fusion is when Daddy and Uncle Vegeta combine. After the fusion, they become another person, and their power greatly increases," Gohan explained succinctly. "Wow." Xiao Feng's eyes lit up, filled with anticipation. "I can't wait to see what Grandpa and Uncle Vegeta look like fused. It must be very cool." "Haha, I don't mind, but I wonder if Vegeta is willing," Goku responded with a grin. After a moment of surprise, Goku added, "Fusing and then battling Lin Sheng would surely be entertaining." At that moment, Vegeta's face displayed clear reluctance. The first time he had fused with Goku using the Patera earrings, he had only done so out of necessity. He would never choose to fuse willingly under normal circumstances. The prospect of fusing again felt like torture. Moreover, the dance required for fusion was something he found utterly humiliating, adding to his distress. Seeing Vegeta's unwillingness, Lin Sheng expressed mild regret. "If Vegeta is unwilling, then let it be that I had hoped to gauge the difference in strength against Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, but I would not force you." "Vegeta, Dad, weren't you always eager to spar with Mr. Lin Sheng?" "This is a golden opportunity," Trunks interjected from the side. But to fuse with Kakarot, Vegeta was torn. He had long desired to battle Lin Sheng. Yet alone, he couldn't even withstand Lin Sheng's fifth form. However, if he fused with Goku, he would possess the power to rival or even surpass Lin Sheng. At that point, he could truly engage Lin Sheng in a fierce battle. "Vegeta," Goku called out, his voice tinged with a hint of pleading. "Tisich." After a brief moment, Vegeta finally made up his mind, gritting his teeth. "Kakarot, this is the last time we will fuse." "That's more like it. If it's the last time, then let it be," Goku exclaimed, his excitement palpable. As long as he could engage Lin Sheng in a spirited battle, he would gladly accept this final fusion. "Dado, have you come to a decision so swiftly? It seems your determination to battle me is quite strong," Lin Sheng remarked, raising an eyebrow. Fusion seemed rather intriguing. Dear Makalita observed with interest as she watched Goku and Vegeta. Fusion and merging are distinct. Merging involves using the Patera earrings from the Supreme Kai, while fusion utilizes a dance. Without hesitation, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Tisich, Vegeta huffed, his pride evident, and soon transformed into Super Saiyan 4 as well. Thanks to Lin Sheng's presence, Vegeta was now capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 4 without relying on Bulma's machine. Once both had assumed their Super Saiyan 4 forms, they descended to the ground. The dance fusion required synchronized movements. It would be challenging to achieve uniformity while airborne, thus they needed to perform the fusion on solid ground. Lin Sheng and Makalita followed suit, landing beside them. "Vegeta, are you ready?" Goku asked, positioning himself to the side. "I don't need your reminder," Vegeta retorted, stepping back a short distance. The two stood side by side, leaving a space between them necessary for the dance fusion. Begin! Upon Goku's command, both he and Vegeta assumed the initial pose for the dance fusion. Fu. In unison, Goku and Vegeta executed the identical dance fusion movements to see. At last, as their fingers met flawlessly, a brilliant golden light erupted from them. Simultaneously, an unparalleled aura, even surpassing Lin Sheng in his Super One form, radiated outward. Within the dazzling golden light, the silhouettes of Goku and Vegeta intertwined rapidly. Then the fusion, the golden light intensified, and the aura became ever more resplendent. An overwhelming sense of pressure could be felt. Dad and Uncle Vegeta's auras must have surpassed Lin Sheng's. Xiao Feng mused that, this what fusion entails. The dazzling golden light compelled Sun Wukong and his companions to shut their eyes. Even before the radiance dissipated, they could sense an overwhelming pressure enveloping them, a force so intense that it even surpassed Lin Sheng's own. Ultimately, as the golden glow faded, a robust figure emerged before their gaze. He boasted a mane of long red hair, cascading to his shoulders, with a tail swaying casually behind him. His handsome visage radiated an unparalleled confidence. This was none other than Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Chapter 61. Lin Sheng vs. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. The magnificent golden aura swirled around Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, exuding an incomparable sense of oppression and might that swept across the globe. Indeed, one could feel a powerful presence, remarked the ever-observant Makalita, momentarily taken aback. The strength of Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta had likely surpassed that of the gods of destruction. Lin Sheng nodded gravely. The aura of Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta was utterly terrifying. He even doubted that, even in his Super Saiyan 1 form enhanced by a Tenfold Kaio-ken, he would stand a chance against Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. The might of the strongest Gogeta in the multiverse was no mere boast. What an overwhelming sense of pressure! Is this the fusion of my father and Uncle Sun Wukong? Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed formidable. Yet I wonder who is stronger between Lin Sheng and him. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. The auras of both Lin Sheng and Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta were on an entirely different level, leaving Sun Wukong and his companions unable to discern who among them held the greater power. Wow. Is this the fusion of grandfather and Uncle Vegeta? So handsome, gazed Xiaofang dreamily at the charismatic and self-assured Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Since it is a fusion, what should it be called? Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta lifted his gaze, a confident smile gracing his lips as he spoke in a mature and resonant voice. Since it is the fusion of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, we shall call it Gogeta. Immediately after, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta turned his attention to Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng, my time of fusion is limited, so let us not dawdle. That suits me perfectly. Lin Sheng grinned. The might of Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta ignited a fierce desire to battle within him. The warrior instincts coursing through his Saiyan bloodline stirred restlessly. With a roar, Lin Sheng unleashed a surge of emerald green energy, enveloping him in a billowing aura. The emerald flames of Lin Sheng clashed against the golden flames of Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, each vying for dominance. Subsequently, both ascended into the skies, leaving all in suspense as to who would emerge victorious. Sun Wukong gazed upward at Lin Sheng and Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, his expression tense. It is hard to predict, Trunks shook his head. At this level of strength, it was beyond their capacity to foresee the outcome. Go, grandfather, go, brother Lin. Xiaofang shouted toward the heavens. Lin Sheng, come forth. In the sky, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta remained poised and ready. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, allow me to experience your power. As he finished speaking, Lin Sheng hurled a Saiyan bomb directly at Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Without flinching, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta allowed Lin Sheng's Saiyan bomb to detonate upon him. Boo! The explosion sent a wave of smoke billowing forth. Lin Sheng furrowed his brow, then charged into the smoke to engage Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta in close combat. On the ground, Sun Wukong and the others could not discern what transpired within the smoke. They held their breath, fixated on the obscured area, though they could not partake in such a battle. Witnessing it provided them invaluable insight. Bang! 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 Within the smoke, Powerful fluctuations reverberated, shaking the surrounding space and causing the air to erupt in explosive sounds. Boom! Mere seconds later, a figure was seen flying out of the smoke, plummeting toward the ground. Who is it? Sun Wukong and the others quickly redirected their gaze, only to see that the individual emerging from the smoke was none other than Lin Sheng. As the smoke cleared, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta remained steadfast in the air. Lin Sheng was evidently no match for him, remarked Makalita. She could distinctly sense that Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta's strength far surpassed Lin Sheng's. Incredible. Lin Sheng stood up, internally astonished. In those fleeting seconds, he had exchanged blows with Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta over 100 times, yet he could not even graze him. The moment Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta struck, Lin Sheng was sent flying. He felt an unprecedented power radiating from Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Now he understood just how constraining it must have been for Broly when battling Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta. While Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta may not equal Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta, he was not far behind. Lin Sheng, you must still have some strength left, right? Unleash your full power, and let us engage in a thrilling battle. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta gazed down at Lin Sheng. As you wish. Lin Sheng grinned widely. This moment, the blood within him surged with fervor. Ha! With a mighty roar, Lin Sheng summoned countless emerald energy beams from the ground, causing the earth beneath him to collapse inch by inch. His aura expanded explosively to a height of several meters, and his power surged dramatically. How astonishing! Lin Sheng is still holding back, Trunks exclaimed. Astounded by Lin Sheng's escalating energy, is this the full power of a Super Saiyan 1? Sun Wukong murmured, observing Lin Sheng's energy rise without any alteration in his hairstyle. He was not mistaken. Lin Sheng was indeed in the full power state of a Super Saiyan 1. In this state, his strength had drastically increased, nearing the point of being uncontrollable. However, this was still far from sufficient. Lin Sheng's gaze deepened. Having transformed into the full power state of Super Saiyan 1, Lin Sheng recognized that a significant gap remained between him and Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Thus, his eyes narrowed as a thunderous declaration boomed forth, 10 times. Kaio-ken, Chapter 62. Fierce Battle Boom. As Lin Sheng's declaration resonated, a dominating red aura erupted from the emerald flames surrounding him. Simultaneously, the entire planet began to tremble. That the Kaio-ken? Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta was taken aback. Isn't the Kaio-ken a technique of Sun Wukong? Lin Sheng can use it as well? Moreover, this was the Tenfold Kaio-ken. Lin Sheng had been hiding such formidable techniques. Then Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta smiled faintly. If they were not fused, no amount of training over decades would allow them to rival Lin Sheng. Incredible! Lin Sheng can even use my father's Kaio-ken. The shaking ground rendered Sun Wukong and his companions nearly unable to stand. Yet it did not diminish the astonishment etched upon their faces. Every time they believed they were witnessing Lin Sheng's full power, he would unleash an even greater force. What is the limit of this individual's strength? He appears to be of similar age to us, yet his power is incomparably greater. This is utterly disheartening. Sun Wukong's younger brother, Goten, swallowed hard, an overwhelming tide of emotions surging within him. This what the legendary Super Saiyan is like. This is simply monstrous. Are there truly such techniques? Makalita's eyes narrowed slightly. She had never seen Lin Sheng use this Kaio-ken technique before. She could clearly sense that Lin Sheng's power had increased tenfold. It seemed that during his confrontation with Torpo, he had concealed this move. That it follows that, even if Torpo unleashed his destructive energy, he might not measure up to Lin Sheng. Gogeta, this is my full power. Feeling the massive energy swirling within him, Lin Sheng was eager to engage Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta in battle. After months of research, he had finally figured out how to combine the Kaio-ken with the Super Saiyan transformation. This was the moment he had been waiting for. In the G timeline, only Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta could ignite his fighting spirit. The Super One-Star Dragon was merely an appetizer. Lin Sheng, you are indeed remarkable. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta assumed a fighting stance, excitement evident in his voice. Now that you have revealed your true strength, I shall take this seriously as well. Let us commence, as the words left his lips. Both Lin Sheng and Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta vanished from sight in an instant. So fast, it is impossible to see. Boom! As the two individuals re-emerged, they clashed with one another, and with just a single encounter. The very ground beneath them began to tremble under the terrifying waves of energy radiating from their beings. Crack! The surrounding space shattered like a mirror, while the sky was rent asunder by thick, violent bolts of lightning, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Bang! 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 The skirmish between Lin Sheng and Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta unfolded at such a rapid pace that it was nearly imperceptible. Sun Wukong and the others could only sense the overwhelming energy fluctuations emanating from the heavens. In battles of this caliber, even the slightest residual shockwave could leave them reeling. Fortunately, Makalita had activated a barrier. Otherwise, their escape would have been futile. The intensity of their confrontation escalated, and as they soared through the sky, explosions imbued with terrifying energy erupted continuously in the air. The relentless dance of lightning above was akin to a spectacular display of fireworks. Amidst such fierce combat, even with Lin Sheng employing the Kaio-ken X10, he still failed to gain any advantage. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta maintained the upper hand, relentlessly pursuing Lin Sheng each time he was sent flying. The ground below had transformed into a sea of flames. Makalita's beautiful eyes were fixed on the direction of Lin Sheng and Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, as she murmured, Lin Sheng's aura is continuously rising. My dear. Indeed, throughout his battle with Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, despite being at a disadvantage, Lin Sheng's combat prowess surged at an alarming rate. As his power escalated, Lin Sheng's pupils gradually began to vanish, clearly indicating that he was struggling to harness this burgeoning strength. Yet engrossed in his fierce duel with Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, he could not afford to concern himself with such matters. Boom! Suddenly, as Lin Sheng and Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta exchanged a powerful fist bump above Sun Wukong and the others, the ground beneath their feet collapsed. Torrents of molten lava erupted from the depths of the earth. Makalita, if they continue to fight like this, they will destroy the earth, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his face paling in fear as he gazed at the fiery inferno that engulfed the area for miles around. They were fortunate to be shielded by Makalita's barrier. Otherwise, the shockwave from their earlier clash could have proven fatal. It does seem that way, my dear, Makalita replied, exasperated as she rubbed her forehead. If the earth were to explode. She was uncertain whether Lin Sheng could survive in the void of space. If not, and if these two madmen were to annihilate the planet, Lin Sheng would perish as well. If Lin Sheng were to die, how could she return to the main timeline? Stay here and do not venture out, she instructed. Oh, my dear, Makalita added, before gracefully exiting the barrier. The battle between Lin Sheng and Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta had now reached a fever pitch. Makalita could distinctly sense Lin Sheng's aura continuing to escalate. If this continued, it would not only be the Earth at stake. The entire universe might face obliteration. Could she intervene? Watching Makalita fly out of the barrier, Sun Wukong felt a wave of concern wash over him. I'm not sure. After all, we have never witnessed her in action, Trunks remarked, shaking his head, but Makalita's strength remained an enigma to them. Chapter 63. Have you decided on your wish? Bang! Another collision resonated as Lin Sheng and Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta were forced to retreat simultaneously. Starburst. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta extended a hand, a multicolored energy coalescing into an egg-sized sphere of vibrant energy. Though small, the energy sphere pulsed with an extremely terrifying force. Saiyan explosive bomb. Lin Sheng remained undaunted, grasping the air as a ghostly green energy rapidly formed in his palm, in an uncanny synchronicity. Both combatants hurled their energy spheres into the fray. The colorful and ghostly green lights each claimed a portion of the sky, and under the astonished gaze of Sun Wukong and the others, it appeared as if they were on a collision course akin to a meteor striking the Earth. It's over. The Earth is doomed. Sun Wukong despaired, shutting his eyes in hopelessness. However, just as Lin Sheng's Saiyan explosive bomb was about to collide with Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta Starburst, a staff suddenly emerged. The black magical stone atop the angelic staff emitted a radiant light, engulfing both the Saiyan explosive bomb and the starburst, annihilating them in an instant. Stop! Do you wish to destroy the universe? Makalita interjected, appearing between the two combatants with an icy demeanor. Impressive. She effortlessly nullified it? Trunks observed, his scalp tingling. The attacks from Super Saiyan for Gogeta and Lin Sheng had been dismissed with such ease by Makalita. Indeed, the seemingly harmless Makalita was the most formidable among them. Having been interrupted by Makalita, Lin Sheng promptly retracted the Kaio-ken and Super Saiyan transformations, returning to his normal state, grateful for Makalita's timely intervention. He realized he had nearly lost control. Truly, it was evident that Makalita was the strongest. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, equally astonished, pondered where Lin Sheng and Makalita hailed from, seeing Lin Sheng revert to his normal state. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta chuckled lightly. Lin Sheng, this battle was exhilarating. Should the opportunity arise, let us duel again. Lin Sheng smiled and shook his head. There won't be another chance. Although he longed for a few more rounds with Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, he felt it was time to return to the main timeline. With Super Yixing Long now resolved, it was time for him to head back. The resurrected Frieza should soon conclude his 4-month training and return to Earth. Are you heading back? Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta furrowed his brow at Lin Sheng's words. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were already aware that Lin Sheng and Makalita were from another world. Now that Lin Sheng mentioned there would be no opportunity, it was likely that they intended to return to their original world. Lin Sheng merely smiled and said nothing. Returning then? In that case, allow me to assist you one last time, Makalita said gently, her smile warm. With a flick of her staff, sacred light radiated from the black gem atop it. The once fiery expanse transformed back to its original state in mere seconds. Gogeta also reverted, and Sun Wukong and Vegeta returned to their normal forms. Finally, it's over, Sun Wukong sighed in relief, grateful for Makalita's intervention. Otherwise, the Earth would have indeed faced annihilation. With the battle between Lin Sheng and Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta concluded, the time had come to summon the Eternal Dragon. After vanquishing the 7 evil dragons, the Dragon Balls were restored to their original state. At Sun Wukong's behest, the Eternal Dragon restored the Earth and resurrected all those who had perished at the hands of Super 17 or the evil dragons. The Earth of the G timeline was back on its proper course. That evening, on Bulma's rooftop, Lin Sheng and Makalita sat together, the cool moonlight cascading down upon them as a gentle breeze wafted by, soothing their spirits. Makalita, as you prepare to return, what are your thoughts? Lin Sheng inquired, gazing contemplatively at the luminous moon above. I have truly enjoyed my time here these past few months. The warmth and hospitality of the people are remarkable. Is this the life of humanity, my dear? Makalita replied, a charming smile gracing her exquisite features. 3 months was but a fleeting moment for her. Yet during this time, she experienced the warmth and enthusiasm of humanity, along with tranquil moments spent with Lin Sheng. Such days were blissfully carefree. Regrettably, upon her return to the main timeline, she would have to resume her duties as an angel, bidding farewell to this idyllic existence. Indeed, this is the essence of human life, far more vibrant than the existence of an angel, Lin Sheng remarked. Makalita nodded in agreement, conceding that human life was indeed richer and more colorful than that of an angel. While humans may face the trials of aging, illness, and the pain of parting, such a life is truly a full and rich one, is it not? Far more engaging than the monotonous existence of angels, which remains unchanged for centuries. However, within the main timeline, her life was not one she could freely choose. Returning to the moment, Makalita turned to Lin Sheng, who was idly chewing on a blade of grass, and asked, Lin Sheng, have you decided on your wish, my dear? Chapter 64. Cherish it well a wish. You almost made me forget, Lin Sheng said, momentarily taken aback before continuing with a smile. In truth, I harbor no particular desires. The wish I seek is something you cannot fulfill. After a brief pause, Lin Sheng's eyes sparkled as he proposed. How about you leave me something of yours as a memento? Let that serve as my wish. Upon hearing this, Makarita was momentarily stunned. I possess no extraneous possessions, she replied. The only item I have is this staff. My dear, I do not wish for your staff. He interjected. The angel's staff belongs solely to angels. Even if it were to be given, it would be of no use to him. What then do you desire, my dear? She inquired. Lin Sheng's gaze drifted slightly upwards, landing on the twin ponytails atop Makarita's head. Observing the delightful twin tails, a mischievous smile crept across Lin Sheng's face. I find her ponytails rather charming. Makarita was instantly bewildered. What could he possibly mean? Did he wish to keep her ponytails as a memento? That seemed implausible. Lin Sheng, however, spoke earnestly. Makarita's expression became conflicted. While she could not fulfill his other wishes, this one was within her capability. Yet, here was a woman's second life, and to offer it to a man as a keepsake was. After much internal struggle, Makarita ultimately made her decision. Very well. I shall grant you this wish, my dear. In the dim light of night, a faint blush crept onto Makarita's delicate face, unnoticed by Lin Sheng due to the shadows concealing her. With a graceful flick of her wrist, she summoned her angel's staff, and in an instant, her silver twin ponytails were severed. With that act, Makarita transformed her hairstyle into a bun, while the silver ponytails cascaded into Lin Sheng's hands. Exuding a subtle fragrance, "Oh, take good care of them, my dear," Makarita whispered softly. Holding the silver ponytails, Lin Sheng was taken aback, having anticipated that Makarita would refuse his request. After a moment, he smiled gently and replied, I shall, under the moonlight. Makarita's blush lingered, and she once more tapped her angel's staff. Her ponytails promptly grew back, returning to their former glory. Though Makarita's hair had reverted, the ponytails in Lin Sheng's possession bore an entirely different significance. Those strands were a part of her since childhood, representing nearly her second life. Yet now, she had given them to him. Makarita turned her face away, unable to meet Lin Sheng's gaze, for reasons unknown. When she had removed her ponytails for him, her heart had raced unexpectedly. This sensation was something she had never experienced before, leaving her feeling quite peculiar. System, can we return now? Lin Sheng asked in his mind, refraining from further interrupting Makarita. The system had once mentioned that defeating the Super One-Star Dragon would allow him to return to the primary timeline, and he hoped it had not deceived him. Host, you may return at any time. Shall I activate the time-space tunnel now? Please do, Lin Sheng decided. There is little reason to linger here any longer. Returning to the primary timeline seemed the wisest choice. In an instant, an inexplicable force surged from a mysterious source, and a swirling time-space tunnel materialized before Lin Sheng. Within the inky vortex, the destination remained a mystery. Makarita, it is time to depart. Lin Sheng called gently as the tunnel opened. Makarita adjusted herself before turning back, nodding with a smile. All right, my dear. Let us go. Lin Sheng beckoned her forth and stepped into the time-space tunnel, with Makarita following closely behind. Once she entered, the tunnel closed swiftly behind them. In the gravity chamber, Vegeta was still immersed in his intense training. The moment Lin Sheng's energy dissipated, he abruptly halted, gazing deeply out the window, murmuring, Teacher Lin, have you departed? Simultaneously, at Son Goku's residence, he mused, Lin Sheng, I eagerly await your return. I shall not allow myself to be bested again. Thus, after 3 months, Lin Sheng and Makarita departed without any forewarning, just as they had arrived. For Son Goku and Vegeta, Lin Sheng was but a fleeting presence in their lives, yet he had left an indelible mark upon their hearts. For Lin Sheng was the target they sought to follow throughout their lives. Upon entering the time-space tunnel, Lin Sheng and Makarita traveled for a spell until a radiant light emerged ahead. They hastened their pace, bursting forth from the tunnel on the planet Wymide. A time-space tunnel suddenly materialized in mid-air. A second later, 2 figures emerged from it, none other than Lin Sheng and Makarita. Makarita? Upon their exit, an ecstatic voice resonated from below. Lin Sheng and Makarita glanced down to see the destroyer god Wymide gazing up at them with uncontainable excitement. So they had returned to the planet Wymide. Makarita, you have finally returned, Wymide exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. During the past 3 months, he had nearly been unable to conceal the fact of her disappearance. If the Grand Priest had discovered this, he would surely have faced dire consequences. Why, Lord Wymide, I am quite well, Makurita replied with a smile. What transpired after you fell into shattered space? Why did it take you so long to return? My lord Wymide, that tale is rather lengthy. Perhaps we can discuss it another time, she replied. What am I traversing, Cube? At that moment, Lin Sheng interjected. Is it you? Only then did Wymide notice Lin Sheng standing beside Makurita. A cold glint flickered in his eyes as a wave of murderous intent began to rise. If not for you, Makurita would not have faced such peril. So, Wymide extended a hand, destructive energy swirling ominously within his palm as he coldly declared, I shall destroy you. Had it not been for Lin Sheng, Makurita would not have traversed, and he would not have endured these harrowing 3 months. During that time, he had remained hidden on the planet Wymide, fearful of drawing the Grand Priest's attention. Can you truly destroy me? Lin Sheng replied, unfazed by Wymide's threats. Your tone has certainly grown bold over these past few months. Wymide scoffed. As a destroyer god, how could he fail to eliminate a mere Lin Sheng? Observing the tense standoff between Lin Sheng and Wymide, Makurita interjected, My lord Wymide, I owe my return entirely to Lin Sheng. Let us consider this matter settled. Please return the traversing cube to him, allowing him to go home. He brought you back. Wymide was taken aback. He had assumed it was Makurita who had returned with Lin Sheng, yet the reality was quite the opposite. Indeed, my dear, Makurita confirmed with an "Oh, you wish to kill me." Lin Sheng hovered in the air, gazing down at Wymide with a challenging demeanor. Before long, there will be a power conference hosted by the Omni King, to which all universes of average status must attend. When that time comes, let Jiren come to slay me. Should he be able? What a grandiose claim. Jiren's power surpasses mine. Should he wish to kill you, I doubt it would require much effort at all. Wymide retorted dismissively, since Lin Sheng was aware of both destroyers and angels. It was no surprise that he knew of the Omni King. However, the question remained, how did he know that a power conference would soon be held? He had never received any notification or news about it. Regardless of whether Lin Sheng's words held truth, Wymide did not believe Lin Sheng could rival Jiren. Jiren's might was not something that even the destroyer could contend with. Indeed, he was even weaker than Jiren. Enough of this banter. We shall see when the time comes. Lin Sheng was disinterested in further engaging with the foolish destroyer. Return the traversing cube to me. Humph. If such a power conference truly occurs, you shall meet your demise. The exquisite me, Maida, let out a cold huff. Since Margarita had expressed her thoughts earlier, he found it inappropriate to destroy Lin Sheng for the time being. He decided to let him go, especially since Margarita had returned safely. With a swift motion, Maida beckoned, and a transport cube soared from his castle, halting before Lin Sheng. Margarita, until we meet again. Lin Sheng glanced back at Margarita before piloting the transport cube, vanishing from Maida planet in the blink of an eye as he observed the sky where Lin Sheng had just disappeared. An unusual emotion flickered across Margarita's heart. Lin Sheng was gone, and she suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort. What was happening? Noticing Margarita's reluctant expression, Maida squinted his eyes slightly and inquired, Margarita, what transpired between you two in these 3 months? Did it seem that Margarita had developed feelings for this young man? My dear Maida, this is a personal matter, and I cannot divulge it. I hope you understand, Margarita replied, with a polite smile. Maida was momentarily at a loss for words. It appeared to be true. He genuinely had no idea what had transpired between Margarita and Lin Sheng during the past 3 months. Margarita's attitude toward Lin Sheng had undergone a dramatic transformation. Perhaps he was overthinking it, Maida sighed. Since Margarita was unwilling to share, he felt powerless. After departing from the Maida planet, Lin Sheng headed straight for the 7th universe. As he navigated through the cosmic expanse, he piloted the transport cube at remarkable speed. System, open a tribute panel. Host, Lin Sheng race, Saiyan Bloodline. Transcendent Saiyan Bloodline combat power. 3 trillion skills, void dance technique. Aura control, energy manipulation, Tenfold King's fist, instant transmission, energy absorption, chi sphere / this journey through the G space-time continuum had proven quite fruitful. Lin Sheng gazed at his attribute panel with satisfaction upon returning from this G space-time trip. His normal combat power had reached an astonishing 3 trillion IT. Was undeniable that he had made significant progress. The transcendent Saiyan bloodline truly lived up to its reputation as a remarkable lineage. Had he remained on Beerus planet training with Goku and Vegeta, his growth would undoubtedly have been far slower. More importantly, he had acquired numerous cards during this adventure. One could only wonder when he might come across the cards of Beerus and Whis. Chapter 66. You are unworthy after a day's journey. Lin Sheng finally returned to the 7th universe. Upon his arrival, he made his way directly to Earth. He remained intrigued by Frieza. It would be ideal if he were willing to surrender. If not, he wouldn't mind sending Frieza back to hell once more. An hour later, Lin Sheng entered the solar system located in the galactic spiral. In the blink of an eye, he arrived on Earth. Halting the transport cube just outside the planet, he could indeed sense a powerful aura emanating from Earth. The source of this formidable energy was none other than Frieza. Frieza, oh Frieza, you wander into hell when you have the chance to walk in heaven. Lin Sheng chuckled mockingly, then dove downward. As he pierced through the atmosphere and ozone layer, Lin Sheng officially entered Earth's interior. Outside West City, a colossal spacecraft hovered in the air. It was Frieza's ship. Surrounding it were thousands of Frieza 4 soldiers, swarming like locusts. Among them, the diminutive Frieza watched with amusement from his battle pod as the Z fighters engaged in a fierce struggle against his minions. At that moment, Gohan had transformed into a Super Saiyan, effortlessly dispatching the reborn Ginyu Force member with a single strike. Frieza, however, was unfazed. To him, these soldiers were merely cannon fodder. He stroked his chin and sneered. What a pity that you, Goku, are not on Earth. When you return and find all your loved ones perished, it will surely devastate you. Oh ho ho ho. The thought elicited a hearty laugh from Frieza. Since my father is absent, I shall take it upon myself to protect Earth. On the ground, Goku, having just defeated Ginyu, lifted his gaze toward Frieza, hovering in the distance. His emerald eyes reflected unwavering determination. Frieza, equally amused, regarded Gohan with a smirk, taunting, "Oh ho ho ho, Gohan, the little brat from back then has grown so much." Just then, a powerful aura approached. Frieza, Goku, and all the Z fighters on Earth looked up towards the sky. A figure, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, came into view. It was Lin Sheng. "Is it you?" Upon recognizing Lin Sheng's face, a torrent of rage ignited within Frieza's eyes. The image of Lin Sheng trampling him 3 months prior was vividly etched in his memory. It's this guy. On the ground, upon seeing Lin Sheng, Piccolo's face turned pale with fear. 3 months ago, Lin Sheng had descended upon Earth, and after Piccolo's disrespectful remarks, Lin Sheng had instantaneously defeated him. He had not forgotten that incident. Why is he back on Earth? Krillin trembled. That terrifying fellow. Goten run. Trunks was so frightened he hid behind Bulma and Kaiotsu, while Goten hurriedly followed suit. What is he doing back on Earth? Gohan's expression grew solemn. Dealing with Frieza was already a considerable challenge. Now, with Lin Sheng's return, it could very well spell disaster for them. Who is that person? Why does everyone seem so afraid of him? Bulma asked in confusion. "Mom, that's Lin Sheng, the one I told you about," Trunks replied, trembling. "What?" Bulma gasped in shock. "Yes, the one who hung you up and beat you." "Bulma, I just remembered I have something to do. So, I must take my leave," Kaiotsu stammered as he attempted to exit. Bulma seized him by the collar, scolding, "Kaiotsu, you can't run away. Aren't you a galactic patrolman? You must stay and fight with us." Kaiotsu rolled his eyes in exasperation. After ensuring Kaiotsu stayed, Bulma hurriedly retrieved a strawberry cake and began calling Whis. The situation here likely required Goku and Vegeta as returned to resolve it in the sky. Lin Sheng cast a casual glance at the trembling Z fighters below before shifting his gaze to Frieza. Gradually descending, he felt the malicious and furious glare from Frieza fixate on him. Observing Lin Sheng landing not far from them, Piccolo grit his teeth and demanded, "What do you want on Earth?" Lin Sheng did not turn back. Instead, he pointed behind him, unleashing a dark green energy beam that instantly severed Piccolo's arm. "The bothersome fly, should you utter another word, I will eliminate you without hesitation." Lin Sheng's voice, cold yet commanding, resonated through the air. The Z fighters trembled even more. Without warning, he had disarmed Piccolo, rendering him more fearsome than Frieza. "You bastard!" Piccolo clutched his severed arm, veins bulging on his forehead as he stared in horror at Lin Sheng. He had no doubt that should he utter another word, Lin Sheng would not hesitate to kill him. "Piccolo, are you all right? Quickly, eat a senzu bean." Krillin hastily offered a senzu bean to Piccolo. "Oh ho ho ho. It seems you don't get along with this group either." Frieza had witnessed the entire scene and grinned maliciously, proposing, "What do you say we cooperate for now?" "Cooperate with you?" Lin Sheng smirked, his voice dripping with derision. "Frieza, you think you're worthy?" Chapter 67. You have two choices. What? Frieza was taken aback, then felt insulted, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "How dare you look down on me?" He is no longer the Frieza who was trampled underfoot by Lin Sheng 3 months ago. Does Lin Sheng not realize that his strength has become incomparable to what it once was? "When have I ever regarded you with any respect?" Lin Sheng shrugged, tauntingly inquired, "So, have you thought over what I said that day? Today, you have two choices." He extended his index finger. "First, you can surrender and become my subordinate." Then he raised his middle finger. "Second, you will be killed by me and return to that hellish existence you so despise. You underestimate me." Frieza slowly rose from the battle pod, his voice chilling. "Do you think this king is still the same as 3 months ago? My power now is sufficient to crush you. How dare you speak so brazenly? Today, I shall settle both new and old scores with you." With that, Frieza pointed his finger, unleashing a purple energy beam aimed directly at Lin Sheng's heart. Lin Sheng casually swatted it away, still playing such trivial games. "Look sharp, transform into your golden form. Otherwise, you may not get another chance." "What?" At this, Frieza's eyes widened. How did Lin Sheng know about his golden form? He had never revealed it. "Ha ha!" Moments later, Frieza erupted into laughter, a sinister sound echoing across the land. "What is happening? Aren't these two supposed to be on the same side?" Bulma blinked curiously at the standoff between Lin Sheng and Frieza. Perplexed, "I'm not sure," Trunks replied, shaking his head. "Regardless, it seems that Lin Sheng and Frieza have some grievances against each other, which might work to our advantage, buying us time to bring Dad back." Gohan, having reverted to his normal state, spoke gravely. "Lin Sheng confronting Frieza is undoubtedly good news for us if they were to unite. We would be instantly overwhelmed. Just Lin Sheng alone is beyond their capacity to contend with, let alone with Frieza added into the mix." "Aunt Bulma, have you reached Whis?" Gohan turned to ask that I'm trying to contact him. "Please don't rush me," Bulma replied, regaining her focus. She lifted a strawberry cake and shouted to the sky, "Whis, if you can hear me, please respond. It's urgent." Meanwhile, Frieza narrowed his eyes dangerously, spreading his arms wide, and mockingly declared, "Dear Lin Sheng, I am eternally grateful for the humiliation you bestowed upon me that day. Now, I shall demonstrate the fruits of my 4 months of training and trample you underfoot to express my gratitude." "You really are something else," Lin Sheng thought to himself, nearly retching at Frieza's absurd words. Then, Frieza clenched his fists. An overwhelming aura began to emanate from him. The ground and air trembled violently. A pure golden energy flame suddenly surged from Frieza, enveloping him entirely. "Ah!" Frieza bellowed, the golden aura expanding, intensifying the tremors beneath them. "What is he doing?" Bulma stumbled and fell, bewildered. "Frieza, he is amplifying his energy." Gohan's expression turned grave. "What? Is this not his ultimate form? How can he still transform?" Bulma was momentarily stunned. "Pathetic," Lin Sheng scoffed, assessing Frieza's aura. "For what I can sense, he should possess around 110 quintillion in strength, 10 quintillion higher than in the original narrative, perhaps due to my influence. However, my own simulated Super Saiyan form alone grants me a combat power of 150 quintillion, not to mention my actual Super Saiyan form." Finally, when the tremors ceased, Frieza's new form was revealed to everyone's eyes. In his golden form, Frieza declared confidently, "Do you see? This is the result of my 4 months of training. I call this form Golden Frieza." An astonishing aura emanated from him. Could Frieza truly have grown this powerful in just 4 months? Krillin's expression turned to one of despair as he recalled Frieza's merciless actions on Namek. He felt haunted by the memories. Gohan wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow. Indeed, Frieza was formidable. Yet Lin Sheng appeared utterly unperturbed. Golden Frieza? Lin Sheng chuckled, scoffing, "Don't think that just because you're called Golden Frieza, it makes any difference. Even if you transformed into Diamond Frieza, it would be futile." Golden Frieza, undeterred, retorted with a sinister smile. "Go ahead, keep talking. Once I have you beneath my heel, let us see if you can still manage a smile." Verbal sparring? Frieza, should I call you foolish or just plain foolish? I will give you one final opportunity. Surrender and become my subordinate, or face death at my hands. Lin Sheng shrugged, speaking with an air of casual nonchalance. Chapter 68. An inch grows stronger with each increment, seeing Lin Sheng still so composed. Frieza seethed with rage. What was even more infuriating was Lin Sheng's disdain for his golden form. From the power Lin Sheng exhibited that day, Frieza was confident he could eliminate Lin Sheng in an instant. "No more choices. I will send you straight to hell." Frieza, furious, launched his attack. Lin Sheng executed a sudden teleportation, evading Golden Frieza's strike effortlessly. "Well done. It seems you do not value your second chance at life," Lin Sheng said, appearing beside him, his voice dropping to a commanding tone. An overwhelming aura, surpassing Frieza's, erupted forth. Crack! A dark cloud rolled in, shrouding the sky. Casting a shadow over the land, a ghostly green energy flame enveloped Lin Sheng's skin. Is this his true power? This is terrifying. His aura is even stronger than Frieza's. Goku gasped, astonished. Can this world not get any worse? I just want to go home. Krillin was on the brink of despair. Each adversary they faced was an utter anomaly. They were undoubtedly more powerful than Goku's Super Saiyan God form, and Tien was equally shocked. Why had their enemies grown stronger with each encounter? Perhaps once Lin Sheng dealt with Frieza, they would be next. Lin Sheng gazed down at Golden Frieza. With just this little bit of strength, I can crush you. What? You are too arrogant, Frieza scoffed, refusing to believe that his 4 months of training could be undone by Lin Sheng. With murderous intent in his eyes, Golden Frieza vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, his furious fist, accompanied by a gust of wind, was aimed at Lin Sheng's face. Lin Sheng stood firm, matching him blow for blow. Boom! In the next moment, Lin Sheng's punch connected with Golden Frieza's fist, causing Frieza's face to nearly contort with the impact. Frieza's arm, unable to reach Lin Sheng, halted mere centimeters from his face. An inch grows stronger with each increment. Frieza, frustrated, wished his arm were 10 centimeters longer. It seems your reach is a tad short. Lin Sheng smirked, his voice dripping with mockery, and then he exerted his force once more. Frieza was sent flying by Lin Sheng's punch, crashing into the ground like a meteor, creating a massive crater. Frieza, observing Golden Frieza's disadvantage, his minions stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Then, Lin Sheng unleashed a relentless barrage upon Golden Frieza, in the face of Lin Sheng's simulated Super Saiyan form. Frieza was utterly powerless, unable to retaliate. Goku, when will you return? As he observed the fierce battle between Lin Sheng and Golden Frieza, Piccolo's expression was one of profound gravity, regardless of who emerged victorious. The outcome was decidedly unfavorable for them. Whoosh! Just as Piccolo's words fell, several figures materialized out of thin air. Piccolo, were you looking for me? These individuals were none other than Son Goku, Vegeta, Beerus, and Whis, who had hastened from Beerus's planet. Son Goku had sensed the energies of Lin Sheng and Frieza and instantly teleported to their location. Dad! Dad! Upon seeing Son Goku and Vegeta, Gohan and Trunks could not suppress their excitement. Bulma, where is that strawberry cake you mentioned? Whis was far more concerned about the strawberry cake Bulma had prepared for him than the battle between Lin Sheng and Golden Frieza. It better be delicious, or I might just destroy you. Beerus added with a serious demeanor. Observing the two who were preoccupied with food, Bulma felt a vain throb on her forehead. She pointed skyward and exclaimed, "You should focus on those two first. If they continue fighting like this, Earth will be obliterated. Bulma, do not fret. Lin Sheng is more than capable of defeating Frieza," Whis reassured her, unfazed by the situation. It seems Lin Sheng's strength has significantly increased, Beerus noted with a sharp glance. Indeed, He has indeed grown immensely, Whis concurred. From Lin Sheng, he sensed a powerful energy concealed within him, indicating that during his 3-month absence, Lin Sheng had made remarkable progress. Wait, you know Lin Sheng? Bulma exclaimed in surprise. Yes, indeed, I have battled him before. He's quite formidable, Son Goku replied, his gaze fixated on Lin Sheng as he unleashed a barrage upon Golden Frieza, igniting a fierce fighting spirit within him. Judging from Lin Sheng's energy, it appeared that neither he nor Vegeta had yet caught up to Lin Sheng. However, given the current state of the battle, it seemed that the opportunity for him to intervene had passed. How on earth has he trained? We have clearly surpassed our limits, yet we cannot keep pace with him. Vegeta clenched his teeth, filled with frustration. What? Goku, you actually know him? Chapter 69, Frieza, Master Lin. Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated that Son Goku and the others were acquainted with Lin Sheng. In no wonder he had spared him when he last visited Earth. This was the reason. Now Piccolo finally understood that he had misjudged Lin Sheng, believing him to be an invader. Lin Sheng's decision not to kill him was indeed a display of mercy. Frieza is about to lose, Vegeta suddenly remarked, his eyes narrowing in the sky, under Lin Sheng's relentless assault. Golden Frieza was left battered and bruised, his energy plummeting drastically. Incredible, Gohan gasped. Golden Frieza stands no chance against Lin Sheng. Boom! Lin Sheng hurled a Saiyan bomb, which detonated upon impact with Golden Frieza, unleashing a tempest of energy and smoke that danced across the heavens. It's nearly time to conclude this. Lin Sheng smirked, extending his hands as 2 massive energy discs, each 2 meters in diameter, rapidly coalesced. The energy discs radiated an aura of sharpness and ferocity. Frieza, prepare to experience your suffering once more. With that, Lin Sheng launched the energy discs, their razor-sharp essence slicing through the air as they soared higher into the sky. Moments later, as the energy tempest and smoke began to dissipate, Golden Frieza's disheveled form came into view. Huff! Huff! Golden Frieza gasped for breath, his eyes dark with fury. How could I lose to you? He roared, his indignation palpable. He was acutely aware that his strength had dwindled significantly. He was no match for Lin Sheng now. Even now, you failed to grasp the situation? You, the so-called Emperor of the Universe, are nothing but a fool. Nay, even calling you a fool would be an exaggeration. Lin Sheng derided mercilessly. You dare call me a fool? You wretched cur! Golden Frieza ground his teeth in rage, wishing to rend Lin Sheng to pieces to quell his indignation. Yet he found himself unable to do so. Suddenly, a cunning thought struck Frieza. Why, Lord Lin, is it still possible to choose? He inquired. Of course. If you now submit and become my subordinate, I might consider letting you off, Lin Sheng replied, stroking his chin with a serious expression. Very well, I have made my decision. I am willing to submit. With that, Frieza bent low before Lin Sheng, seemingly choosing to surrender. Frieza, you cannot submit, Frieza's subordinates exclaimed in alarm. If even Frieza were to bow to another, what would become of them? Indeed, it seems you possess a degree of awareness, Lin Sheng remarked with a satisfied grin. Since you have chosen to submit, from now on, you shall refer to me as Master Lin. To demonstrate your loyalty, let me hear you say, I his words. Golden Frieza, who had bowed his head, gritted his teeth in indignation. This scoundrel was utterly shameless. Master Lin. Golden Frieza forced the words out through clenched teeth. Are you satisfied? What? I did not hear you. Say it again. Lin Sheng feigned innocence, as if he truly had not heard. You scoundrel! To hell with you! Just then, taking advantage of Lin Sheng's momentary lapse in vigilance, Golden Frieza struck. Extending his index finger, he concentrated all his energy into a powerful beam, rapidly gathering at his fingertip. Look out! Lin Sheng, Son Goku, shouted in alarm as he perceived Frieza's sudden attack. Humph! Vegeta scoffed disdainfully, unwilling to believe that Lin Sheng would make such a blunder. If he did, then Vegeta had truly overestimated him. I knew you would not submit. Frieza! Frieza's subordinates erupted in excitement to TO them. Frieza was their idol. The thought of submitting to another was unfathomable. Frieza is indeed up to no good. At that moment, Gohan's heart raced with apprehension. Pretending to surrender only to launch a surprise attack was precisely Frieza's favored tactic. Beerus and Whis, who were enjoying strawberry cake, exchanged glances, having noticed the concentrated energy beam. Meanwhile, Lin Sheng continued to dig at his ear, seemingly oblivious to Frieza's treacherous maneuver. Arrogant fool! I, Frieza, shall emerge victorious, Frieza bellowed in fury as the energy beam, infused with all his strength, surged toward Lin Sheng. Whoosh! The beam traveled at breakneck speed, closing in on Lin Sheng within moments. The next second, splurt, the eyes of nearly everyone present widened in shock. A splash of blood sprayed from the heavens. Chapter 70, S-Class Card, Destruction Energy. As the crowd focused their gaze, they were astonished to see that Lin Sheng remained unscathed. The blood that had splattered came from Frieza. At that moment, Golden Frieza's upper and lower halves had been severed. The breakage smooth as a mirror, blood gushing forth. Near Lin Sheng, two energy discs spun rapidly. Upon seeing the energy discs, everyone understood. When Golden Frieza attempted to ambush Lin Sheng, the energy discs Lin Sheng had previously thrown were not aimed to miss, but were cleverly set as a trap. I have suffered this humiliation a second time. Frieza's pupils constricted, his eyes reflecting a profound shock and rage. How familiar was this scene? Years ago, on Namek, he had been cleaved in two in precisely this manner. Today, the tragedy had repeated itself. Frieza the Emperor. At this very moment, upon witnessing Frieza being cleaved in two, the minions of the Frieza Force were all etched with expressions of despair. They had painstakingly resurrected Frieza, only to find that he was to be slain once more so swiftly. Lin Sheng slowly turned around, his icy gaze lifting slightly. Frieza, do you think I'm oblivious to your little tricks? I was merely playing along with your performance. You bastard! I refuse to accept this. Frieza's voice, filled with resentment and fear, reverberated through the heavens and the earth, unmistakably conveying his unwillingness and despair. After being split asunder, Frieza's aura waned to its nadir. He could no longer maintain his flight technique and plummeted from sky. It is time for you to return to hell. Lin Sheng extended a hand. A ghostly green energy swirling forth that I told you I would send you back. Immediately, amidst the multitude of gazes, an energy blast surged from Lin Sheng's palm. In the blink of an eye, it struck Frieza. Boom! Within the explosion of the energy blast, Frieza was utterly obliterated, leaving not a single droplet of blood behind. Truly a case of complete annihilation. Silence. In that moment, it felt as though the entire world had fallen into stillness. Ruthless, decisive, and iron-willed. Such were Lin Sheng's methods. He had never shown any mercy towards his enemies. When he said he would send Frieza to hell, he did just that. Sun Wukong, having intended to intervene, found himself too late, as Lin Sheng had already resolved the conflict. Sun Wukong was simply too benevolent. He hardly resembled a warrior of the Saiyan race. Perhaps this was a reflection of the environment he grew up in on Earth, which had altered his worldview. Frieza, dead? Frieza's demise was astonishingly swift. Even Krillin, with his bald head, was momentarily taken aback. Piccolo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, genuinely startled by Lin Sheng's decisiveness and ruthlessness. Reflecting on the events of the past 3 months, he felt a lingering trepidation. He resolved to keep his distance from Lin Sheng in the future, lest he provoke him and find himself slain on the spot. How boring, Vegeta scoffed, disappointed that he had rushed back from Beerus' planet only to find himself with no part to play. Now it is your turn. Lin Sheng directed his focus towards the remnants of Frieza's army. Faced with the formidable Lin Sheng, who had effortlessly vanquished Frieza, the minions of the Frieza Force felt utterly incapable of resistance. Lin Sheng unleashed another energy blast. Thousands of Frieza's minions were swiftly obliterated. Having cleared the Frieza Force, Lin Sheng slowly descended from the sky. Lin Sheng, there was no need to kill them all. Sun Wukong remarked helplessly, glancing at Lin Sheng. A bunch of minions. What of it? Lin Sheng shrugged nonchalantly. Sun Wukong was momentarily at a loss for words. Could he truly admonish Lin Sheng for the fate of Frieza subordinates? Clearly, that would be futile. That moment, Beerus and Whis had finished their strawberry cake. Beerus, picking at his teeth, inquired, Lin Sheng, where have you been these past 3 months? Not a word from you. Just then, a melodious voice rang in Lin Sheng's ear, followed by a dazzling golden light emanating from Beerus. Upon witnessing the brilliance, Lin Sheng's pupils dilated in shock. After waiting for over half a year, a card had finally dropped from Beerus. Ding! An S-grade card has been detected nearby the host. Will you pick it up? Lin Sheng cursed inwardly. Damn, I thought you wouldn't drop anything. His irritation quickly transformed into excitement. Pick it up. Enough with the chatter. After longing for what felt like an eternity, he finally had the card. Indeed, S-grade cards were truly rare treasures that he had spent 4 months on Beerus planet without encountering one. Yet upon returning from the GI time-space, it had finally dropped. Ding! Congratulations, the host has acquired the S-grade card, Destruction Energy. Will you absorb it? Destruction Energy. Finally, I've waited for you. Thankfully, I did not give up. Lin Sheng blinked in disbelief, excitement surging within him as he absorbed it. Chapter 71. Then I shall not be polite. As Lin Sheng's words fell, the radiant golden card transformed into a stream of golden light, coursing into his body. Instantly, a formidable and domineering energy erupted from his core, flowing throughout his entire being. So this is Destruction Energy, truly overwhelming. Compared to the violent power of his ultra bloodline, Destruction Energy felt even more formidable. After all, this was the exclusive energy of a god of destruction, capable of annihilating universes. With this Destruction Energy, Lin Sheng's strength would ascend to new heights. Now, even when facing the likes of Champa, Lin Sheng felt confident he could vanquish him. However, he still couldn't ascertain the full extent of Beerus' power, as he had never engaged in battle with him. Nevertheless, he believed that with the Ultra Bloodline, it wouldn't take long before he surpassed Beerus. Seeing that Lin Sheng remained unresponsive, Beerus, dissatisfied, called out, "Hey, where have you been all this time?" Lin Sheng snapped back to reality, carelessly replying, "I was just wandering through other universes. Is that a question?" Humph. As long as he didn't cause any trouble, Beerus huffed. He didn't particularly care where Lin Sheng had gone, as long as he didn't stir up chaos in other universes that would ultimately land on his doorstep. Little did he know, Lin Sheng had just provoked the god of destruction from Universe 10 before returning. Subsequently, Beerus yawned. "I'm full. I feel a bit sleepy. Whis, let us head back." "Yes, Lord Beerus," Whis nodded, then turned to Lin Sheng and asked, "Are you heading back too?" Lin Sheng shook his head. "I'm not planning to return just yet. I intend to explore Earth for a while." Now that Lin Sheng had no pressing matters on Beerus planet, and with the card having dropped, he figured he would leave his fate regarding Whis to chance. Besides, if he returned to Beerus planet, it was likely that Beerus would insist on cooking for him again. Rather than resume his role as a king, Lin Sheng preferred to wander Earth. "Let us go." Beerus waved his hand. "Whis, we're leaving." "Wait, what about us?" Sun Wukong and Vegeta hurriedly followed suit, having returned to Earth due to Frieza's resurgence. Now that Frieza had been dealt with, they needed to continue their training with Whis. "Hey, Vegeta, are you all heading back already?" Bulma expressed her discontent. "With Lin Sheng here, Earth will be fine," Vegeta replied nonchalantly. For him, the priority was to continue training with Whis and grow stronger. He believed he had nearly caught up to Lin Sheng, only to realize Lin Sheng was still ahead of them. Thus, Vegeta could not afford to pause his training. "All right, Bulma, I'll come by another time," Whis bid farewell, and in an instant, the four of them transformed into a spectrum of radiant light, vanishing from sight. Once Beerus and the others departed, Bulma and the others grew vigilant once more. Particularly Jocko, who vividly recalled Lin Sheng's unhesitating execution of Frieza. He had no desire to provoke such a ruthless individual and promptly hid behind Bulma. "What are you all staring at me for? Do I look like I eat people?" Lin Sheng scratched his head in confusion, remarking that he seemed like an entirely different person compared to when he had just defeated Frieza. "You wouldn't do anything to us, would you?" Despite Lin Sheng being acquainted with Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Bulma still felt somewhat apprehensive. "What could I possibly do to you?" Lin Sheng replied nonchalantly. "As long as you don't act like certain individuals who are aggressive and arrogant in front of me, I'm actually quite easy to talk to." Upon hearing this, Piccolo's expression darkened, as he understood that Lin Sheng was speaking indirectly about someone else. "Huh? How could that be?" Bulma chuckled, stepping closer to Lin Sheng with a bright smile. "Since you're a friend of Vegeta, you are also my friend. You mentioned wanting to explore Earth. You can stay in my house." And I can be your tour guide. Son Wukong and Vegeta have gone to Beerus' planet. And just as Vegeta said, it's now Lin Sheng who is protecting Earth. If another villain like Frieza appears, it will still be up to Lin Sheng to handle it. Although I could contact Whis, I cannot guarantee he would respond in a timely manner, just like today. Moreover, distant help cannot quench immediate thirst. So getting along with Lin Sheng is indeed necessary, at least, from his ability to easily defeat Frieza. It is evident that Lin Sheng possesses formidable strength. Really? Then I won't hold back, Lin Sheng replied cheerfully, showing no hesitation. That's the spirit. No need to be polite with me, Bulma exclaimed excitedly. Then let us go. I currently have no place to stay. Subsequently, Lin Sheng drove the shuttle cube, taking Bulma back to West City. Watching Lin Sheng and Bulma vanish from sight, Son Gohan and the others were left bewildered by the wind. Why does Bulma seem to get along with everyone? Whis, Beerus, and now Lin Sheng. Chapter 72. Android 21 after settling at Bulma's house. Lin Sheng ventured out of Capsule Corporation the next day, but he intended to clear his mind, as staying at Bulma's place all day felt rather stifling. The second largest city in the Dragon Ball world. West City was bustling with activity. Walking along the streets, observing the flow of traffic and throngs of people, Lin Sheng felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion echoed from the road ahead. Accompanied by billowing flames and thick smoke, Lin Sheng sensed a powerful energy emanating from the direction of the explosion. While it was not as strong as Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks, it surpassed the Super Saiyan form of Son Gohan. And this energy felt unfamiliar. This was the first time he had sensed it. Who could it be? Lin Sheng wondered aloud, deciding to investigate that in the aftermath of the explosion, people were fleeing in terror, causing a traffic jam. Boom, boom, boom. Several more explosions erupted in succession. Lin Sheng's figure flickered, and he arrived at the scene. There he observed a tall woman wreaking havoc. With a flick of her fingers, purple energy surged forth, transforming several individuals into desserts, which she then devoured. She possessed pink skin and a tangled mane of light pink hair, with eyes reminiscent of the sinister view that sent shivers down one's spine. A long tail trailed behind her. She cackled maniacally, turning passers-by into various sweets before consuming them. This woman before him was none other than the ultimate android, known as Android 21, who is said to be stronger than Cell. Due to her fusion with Buu cells, she embodied both good and evil present. The evil side of Android 21 had taken control, driven by a voracious appetite. That moment, the evil 21 seemed to notice Lin Sheng, abandoning her assault on the bystanders to fix her gaze upon him. With a wicked smile, she taunted, "Are you looking to be my next meal?" Lin Sheng smiled faintly. Intrigued, he was aware that Android 21 could enhance her strength by consuming the energy of living beings, akin to the former view. Just then, the evil 21 unleashed a surge of purple energy toward Lin Sheng. "Even if you turn me into a dessert, do you think you can eat me?" Lin Sheng shrugged nonchalantly. The technique of transforming people into desserts, when one's strength reached a certain level, would still allow the transformed individual to retain their consciousness and abilities. Just like Vegeta, Lin Sheng was now among those ranks. However, he was not overly concerned about being turned into a sweet treat. Lin Sheng's eyes narrowed, and a terrifying aura erupted from him. As the evil 21's purple energy surged toward him, it was instantly obliterated by his overwhelming presence. Stunned by the spectacle, the evil 21 remarked, "Interesting, I find you quite intriguing. If I could consume you, my power should increase significantly." With a flick of her tongue across her lips, she gazed hungrily at Lin Sheng's strength. "Eat me. If you can manage it, I wouldn't mind." Lin Sheng crossed his arms, standing firm as a mountain. "Oh, really? Then I won't hold back." With that, the evil 21 dashed toward Lin Sheng, her feet barely touching the ground as she charged forward, exuding a fearsome aura. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless barrage of attacks from the evil 21 struck Lin Sheng, creating intense waves of energy that rippled outward. Surrounding vehicles were rocked by the sheer force of her assaults. For several minutes, the evil 21 continued her relentless onslaught, but Lin Sheng remained unmoved, standing there as if impervious to her attempts. after several fruitless minutes of trying to breach Lin Sheng's defenses. The Evil 21 finally halted, astonished. How can my attacks be ineffective? She was flabbergasted. Lin Sheng had stood there, allowing her to strike for several minutes without her even scratching the surface of his defenses. Are you just tickling me? Lin Sheng grinned, then flicked his finger against the Evil 21's forehead. With a resounding thud, she was sent flying, crashing heavily into a building. The crowd once again erupted into panic. Scattering in all directions, Lin Sheng approached at a leisurely pace, finding the Evil 21 sprawled on the ground inside a CF, her eyes tightly shut as she had reverted to her benevolent form. The Good 21, characterized by her alluring yet gentle demeanor, now bore a pale complexion and wore black-framed glasses. As she emerged from the shattered wall, Lin Sheng glanced at the CF's patrons, whose faces were ashen with fear as they fled. 21, should I help you? Lin Sheng pondered, feeling conflicted as he looked at the unconscious yet distressed Good 21 that ultimately, he decided to assist her. The future potential of 21 was too great to ignore, and he could prepare for the upcoming battles, ensuring that even the likes of Master Rashi and the lackluster Piccolo would be adequately equipped for the challenges ahead. Chapter 73. I Need a Sidekick. When 21 regained consciousness, she found herself lying on a soft bed, the lazy afternoon sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Rubbing her eyes, she gradually acclimated to the gentle light, just as she was processing her surroundings. The door swung open with a creak. Awake, Lin Sheng entered with a light step, his hands tucked in his pockets, his face radiant under the sun's rays, making him appear exceptionally handsome. Is that you? Upon seeing Lin Sheng's face, memories flooded back to her. She recalled being overtaken by the evil side within her and encountering Lin Sheng, only to be knocked unconscious by his flick. Oh, you remember. Lin Sheng said with a faint smile. What do you wish to do? A sense of trepidation washed over her at the mere thought of Lin Sheng and that terrifying evil no. 21, the man before her was utterly formidable. Even her own malevolent side paled in comparison to his. Lin Sheng cast a discerning glance at number 21 and had to admit that her physique was indeed superior to No. 18's, and her beauty was equally compelling. Her tousle brown locks only served to enhance her allure. If I were to do something to you, do you believe you would have the capacity to resist? Lin Sheng inquired, retracting his gaze. That number 21 was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed a valid point. Given Lin Sheng's prowess, should he choose to act against her, even to the extent of taking her life, she would possess no means of opposition. However, from what she could observe, Lin Sheng did not seem inclined to harm her, suggesting that, for the time being, he bore her no ill will. Thank you. Otherwise, I would have been left wondering how many more I would have to kill, she said, regaining her composure. The terrifying nature of her malevolent side was something she wished to escape. Lin Sheng waved his hand dismissively, speaking nonchalantly. If you've finished resting, you should return to where you belong. Return? Number 21 was momentarily stunned. Where could she possibly go? Nearly everyone she had known, including Grobo, had met their demise. Aside from herself, only number 12 and number 18 remained, and both number 17 and number 18 had established their own families. She clearly could not intrude upon their lives. Moreover, what if she were unable to control her predatory instincts? Being overtaken by her malevolent side would pose a danger to number 17 and No. 18 as well. With that, Lin Sheng turned to leave. Wait, number 21 called out urgently as he began to walk away. Lin Sheng did not look back, his tone indifferent. I asked, there's something else? Can you assist me? After a moment's hesitation, number 21 gathered her courage to ask. Assist you? In what way? Lin Sheng replied, intrigued. If I lose control of my predatory instincts, would you be able to help me? Number 21's bright eyes were momentarily lost in thought as she spoke softly. Of course, but why should I help you? Lin Sheng turned to face her, his gaze serious. That we are not related, and you are not of any significance to me. That I aided you once. Is that not sufficient? Number 21 lowered her head. Indeed, she was no one of importance to Lin Sheng. His assistance had been a singular act of kindness. The next moment, Lin Sheng's voice broke through her thoughts once more. However, I could use an aid. Consider it. What are the requirements? Number 21 inquired cautiously. Nothing too demanding. You could help me with massages or the like. and in return, I will aid you in enhancing your strength, eliminating the need for you to hunt for biological energy to increase your own power. Naturally, should the need arise, I would permit you to hunt for biological energy. You can take your time to ponder this and return to me once you've made a decision. Lin Sheng said, his voice echoing in the room. Since he had decided to recruit number 21, he did not wish to close off her options entirely, leaving her with a choice that I've made my decision. In a mere few seconds, number 21 had resolved her thoughts. With determination in her gaze, she declared, I am willing, as long as you can help me suppress my evil side. This was a request she could accept, particularly since if she failed to control her predatory urges and her malevolent side took over, Lin Sheng could revert her to her original state. When you transform into evil number 21, I can assist in driving her away. But whether you can truly suppress that deep-seated malevolence lies within you, he cautioned. All right, no problem. Number 21 nodded earnestly. She understood that suppressing her evil side would ultimately depend on her own resolve. Not so fast. Lin Sheng continued that, I must also remind you that I may frequently traverse the cosmos, and you will need to accompany me. Can you accept that? Yes, I can accept that, number 21 responded without hesitation. After all, being alone with nowhere to go, this would provide her an opportunity to witness the world beyond her own confines. By the way, what should I call you? Number 21 inquired, sensing that since they had come to an agreement, she ought to know the name of the person she would be aiding. My name is Lin Yo. You may choose what to call me. Your attire is somewhat soiled. You should wash up and change into something clean. I have already instructed Bulma to have something tailored for you, Lin Sheng remarked. Time flowed quietly over the course of a month. During this period, number 21 had nearly transformed into evil number 21 10 times due to her inability to control her predatory instincts, each time being subdued by Lin Sheng. Furthermore, with Lin Sheng's assistance, her strength had significantly increased to a staggering 200 billion in combat power. Should she transform into evil number 21, her power would be even greater. On this particular day, the sky was a brilliant blue, unmarred by clouds. The sun hung high, casting its fierce rays upon the earth. Yet in the next instant, the skies above West City grew dark and foreboding. The inhabitants of West City seemed unfazed by this sudden turn of events, having grown accustomed to such phenomena. However, number 21 found it peculiar and asked, Lingo, what is happening? Why has the sky suddenly darkened? Lin Sheng looked toward Bulma's residence, where golden light erupted, revealing a cerulean dragon spiraling majestically through the heavens. It's the Dragon Balls. We must return, he stated, swiftly making his way back to Bulma's house. With number 21 closely following in Bulma's yard, 5 individuals stood. Beerus, Whis, Son Goku, Vegeta, and Bulma. Get back. This is the wish, Beerus remarked, casting a glance at the dragon. The Earth-S dragon, sensing the urgency, promptly dispersed into 7 beams of golden light, restoring the sky to its original state. It's Lin Sheng, Son Goku exclaimed, noticing Lin Sheng approaching with number 21 in tow and greeting him warmly. Lingo, who are those 2? Number 21 asked softly, her gaze fixed on Beerus and Whis. Beerus, the god of destruction, and Whis, the angel, Lin Sheng introduced. God of destruction? Number 21 was taken aback. Just don't speak unless necessary, Lin Sheng advised. Offering no further explanation, he then stepped closer to the group. Lin Sheng, how have you been on Earth? Whis inquired with genuine concern. Quite well, Lin Sheng replied with a faint smile. Beerus, observing Lin Sheng, commented, Lin Yo, you should participate as well. I nearly forgot about you. Beerus was determined to win the upcoming competition against Universe 6 and could not overlook such a strong contender as Lin Sheng. Participate in what? The competition with Universe 6? Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. So you already know, Whis remarked, surprised. The arrangement for the competition against Universe 6 were just finalized, and yet Lin Sheng is already aware of it. Indeed, if Lin Sheng is participating, our chances of victory should be assured, Son Goku exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. With Lin Sheng, myself, and Vegeta, we can surely overpower Universe 6, right? Can't we just send Goku and Vegeta to handle it? Sparing me from having to step in, Lin Sheng scratched his head, feeling rather disinterested. The strongest in Universe 6 posed little challenge for him now. That won't do. However, Beerus was reluctant to entertain any dissent, stating, to ensure victory in the competition, your participation is imperative. Our opponents this time hail from the 6th universe, and we remain oblivious to the strength of their fighters. Vegeta, with a grave expression, remarked, thus in accordance with Lord Beerus's words. To guarantee our triumph, Lin Sheng, you should also join us. Indeed, I am quite eager to see how much stronger you have become. Goku chimed in, nodding in agreement. I could see it had been quite some time since he last sparred with Lin Sheng. And after the match with the 6th universe, he was determined to engage in a thorough bout with him. Lin Sheng stroked his chin, contemplating before he finally responded, very well, if that is the case. Then I shall graciously acquiesce. Initially, Lin Yo had no intention of participating, but considering the presence of the Omni King at the event, he felt compelled to attend. The Omni King, the supreme ruler of all universes, holds the lives of all beings within a mere thought. If a card were to accidentally drop from him, it would be an immense stroke of fortune at that moment. Not even a destroyer god would dare to disregard him, let alone an angel. Let us conclude this matter cheerfully, Beerus said with a smirk. With Lin Sheng on their side, he felt confident in their victory against Champa. Very well. We shall return for now to inform Manaka about the match. Whis added, Manaka. Upon hearing this unfamiliar name, Goku's interest was piqued. Who is Manaka? Manaka is the representative from Universe 10, personally chosen by Lord Beerus. He is the strongest opponent that Beerus has ever faced and serves as the captain of Universe 10. Whis explained with a smile. Is that true? Both Goku and Vegeta were taken aback, as they had assumed Lin Sheng was the captain of Universe 7. It appeared that was not the case after all. Is the captain of Universe 7 stronger than Lin Sheng? Goku inquired, astonished. What is the matter? Surely you don't think you are the second strongest competitor? Beerus raised an eyebrow. Manaka ranks first. Lin Yo is second. And Goku is third. Finally, Beerus's gaze settled on Vegeta. Vegeta, you are fourth at a S for the last spot. You may find someone to fill it. Whis, let us depart. Chapter 75. Average. Universe 3 Lin Yo, do you have a transdimensional cube? Whis instructed as he prepared to leave that, in 5 days, you are responsible for bringing Goku and the others to Beerus's planet. Once everyone has arrived, we shall proceed together. After giving his instructions, Whis and Beerus transformed into a stream of colorful light and vanished. Manaka, is there truly someone stronger than Lin Sheng in Universe 10? I wonder what he looks like. After Beerus and Whis departed, Goku scratched the back of his head, filled with both curiosity and excitement. He had hoped to see if Beerus could exchange a few blows with Manaka, but it seemed Beerus had left without a word, just a little courier in the universe. Lin Sheng thought to himself, shaking his head in disbelief at Goku's naive enthusiasm. What do you mean? Lin Sheng, do you know Manaka? How strong is he? Goku leaned in, his curiosity piqued. Indeed, there really is someone named Manaka, Lin Sheng replied nonchalantly. He is probably strong enough to eliminate you with a single blow. What? Both Goku and Vegeta were taken aback at this assertion that T.O. be able to eliminate him with one blow. How strong would that be? Is that even possible? Vegeta questioned, half in disbelief. Average, Universe 3, Lin Sheng remarked, not wishing to prolong the discussion. You all can find the last contestant, but we still don't know where the final Super Dragon Ball is. Bulma lamented, resting her chin on her hand. And the method for using the Dragon Balls on Namek must be different, right? This is quite a headache. How can we possibly find a last Super Dragon Ball within 5 days across 2 universes? Have you not found the last Super Dragon Ball yet? Lin Sheng inquired, listening to Bulma's complaints. No, that is why I asked my sister to contact Jocko to see if he has any solutions. Bulma shrugged her shoulders, expressing her exasperation that I believe I may have knowledge regarding the whereabouts and usage of the last Super Dragon Ball. Lin Sheng stated, if I am not mistaken, the unnamed planet where the tournament is being held is the location of the last Super Dragon Ball. As for its usage, I have certainly investigated that. Having stayed at Bulma's house for so long, I ought to assist in any way I can. Really? You know? Upon hearing this, Goku, Vegeta, and Bulma all expressed incredulity. They had just summoned the dragon to inquire about the last Super Dragon Ball's location. Yet Lin Sheng seemed to possess information that even the dragon did not know. That's so surprising. Lin Sheng scratched his head. It's not surprising at all. Bulma interjected, grinning as she approached him. So, where's the last Super Dragon Ball? You'll find out after the competition. You don't need to worry about this matter. Lin Sheng replied mysteriously to by the way. Who is she? I haven't seen her before. At that moment, Goku shifted his focus to the android. 21, I am Android 21. She stepped forward to introduce herself. Goku and Vegeta's eyes widened in unison. An android? Is there really an Android 21? Upon hearing her confirmation, Goku and Vegeta exchanged incredulous glances that in their understanding, aside from Android 17 and 18, all others had been eradicated long ago. How could there be a 21 now? What is your strength like? Shall we spar? Goku eagerly rolled up his sleeves, ready for action. Enough. Quickly find the last contestant. Lin Sheng reprimanded Goku, who begrudgingly went off to search for the final participant. Lin Sheng, what exactly is this competition with the 6th universe? After Goku and the others departed, Android 21 asked curiously. Our universe is known as Universe 7, while the 6th universe is its twin. The two universes, when combined, total 13. That this competition against the 6th universe was initiated by the Destroyer God Champa. Challenging our Destroyer God Beerus, with Earth as the wager, Lin Sheng succinctly explained it was only a matter of time before she learned about this, so he took the opportunity to enlighten her. There are actually 12 universes in the world? On the 21 SD, a profound sense of shock enveloped her, far surpassing her comprehension, and there were still many things unknown to you, which you would gradually come to learn in due time. Regarding the astonishment surrounding the 21st, it is understandable that Lin Sheng shares the sentiment. The competition with the 6th universe is ostensibly a contest. However, in reality, they are merely pawns for the amusement of Beerus and Champa. Yet, Lin Sheng would never willingly accept the role of Beerus's pawn. His decision to participate in the competition was solely driven by his desire to confront the Omni King. 5 days later. During this period, Sun Wukong and Vegeta once again trained in the room of spirit and time at the sacred world of the Kais, significantly enhancing their powers. Meanwhile, the final participant was confirmed. Initially, Sun Wukong and his companions intended to seek out Bu, but considering Bu's somewhat unreliable nature, the last spot ultimately fell to Piccolo. Once everyone was prepared, Lin Sheng activated the space-time cube, escorting the prominent figures of Dragon Ball to Beerus' planet. The match between the 7th and 6th universes was about to commence. Chapter 76, The Portly Cat. No trouble at all in the uncharted realm bordering the 6th and 7th universes. 6 diminutive Super Dragon Balls floated around an unnamed planet, presenting a striking visual spectacle, the god of destruction from the 6th universe. Champa, along with his angel Vados and their 5 participants, had already arrived. Simultaneously, after rendezvousing with Beerus on his planet, Lin Sheng and his group reboard the space-time cube, piloted by Whis, heading towards the unnamed planet. Should be about time. Whis calculated the distance and suddenly decelerated. In the next moment, the unnamed planet and its 6 Super Dragon Balls came into view. Wow, such magnificent Dragon Balls. Is this truly a Super Dragon Ball? They are astonishingly large. I firmly believe they can grant any wish. Upon witnessing the 6 Super Dragon Balls, Bulma and the others gasped in awe, as it was indeed their first encounter with Dragon Balls that were almost larger than Earth itself. Amidst their astonishment, the space-time cube swiftly arrived at the competition venue on the unnamed planet. Gazing at the grandiose arena, Sun Wukong exclaimed, "Did Lord Champa create all of this by himself? Gods of destruction do not create things. Even if they did, their taste would undoubtedly be atrocious." Beerus stated candidly, "I beg to differ." At that moment, Champa descended from the sky, and the familiar rivalry between Beerus and Champa resumed. "Who is that?" questioned Android 21 quietly, observing the resemblance between Champa and Beerus. "He is the god of destruction from the 6th universe." "Champa," Lin Sheng replied, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he faced Champa without a hint of fear. "Looks quite uncomfortable, just like Beerus," Android 21 remarked solemnly. Lin Sheng chuckled, neither confirming nor denying her observation. For someone of Android 21's caliber, such a sentiment was perfectly normal. Once Beerus and Champa concluded their playful banter, Champa finally noticed Lin Sheng within the space-time cube. His eyes widened in surprise, and he shouted in indignation, You rascal! Hey, portly cat, how have you been? Lin Sheng waved with a grin. Dare to call me a portly cat again, and I shall obliterate you on the spot. Champa fumed, appearing ready to unleash destruction upon Lin Sheng. However, Lin Sheng remained utterly unfazed. Champa, Lin Sheng is one of my participants. Are you suggesting you wish to concede before the match has even begun? Beerus interjected, arms crossed. What? He asked one of your fighters. Champa's forehead broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. He was acutely aware of Lin Sheng's prowess. If Lin Sheng were to compete, the outcome of the match would become uncertain. Champa, did we not agree to play fair? Vados chided as she approached. Humph. Champa huffed in dissatisfaction, but recognizing the ongoing competition, he decided to bide his time. All right, let me guide you to the arena. I have prepared seats for you, Vados said, glancing at the nearby seating arrangements. They seem rather stiff. Are there no soft seats? Trunks complained. Exactly. We've traveled quite the distance. Bulma echoed. Champa, crossing his arms, wore a nonchalant expression that seemed to say, If you don't want to sit, then don't. Bulma is right that it would be utterly unimaginable to have guests seated on such hard chairs. Beerus remarked, initiating his mocking mode. What? Champa was displeased by this remark. Whis, Beerus commanded, ignoring Champa's irritation. Yes, Lord Beerus, Whis responded promptly. With a wave of his staff, the previously created audience seats and arrangements by Vados were replaced with luxurious, plush seating, as well as a high-end, sophisticated competitors area. Soon after, the competitors took their places. For the 7th universe, Lin Sheng, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Monaka, and Piccolo were present, while the 6th universe featured Hit, Kaba, Frost, and the others. Has the lineup changed? Lin Sheng noted with a smirk, observing the 6th universe as participants. This makes things all the more interesting. Aside from Hit, the only noteworthy competitor from the 6th universe seemed to be Caulifla, the sole Saiyan female of their universe. Lin Sheng pondered whether her powers had awakened. That moment. The Kais from both universes had also gathered to witness the grand competition between the two universes. After a brief preliminary assessment, the next order of business was to determine the order of combatants. Monaka would take the final spot, and the others engage in a game of rock, paper, scissors to decide the lineup. Beerus glanced at the expressionless Monaka and announced, All right, let us proceed with the game. Ultimately, through their playful contest, Sun Wukong emerged victorious, securing the first position, followed by Vegeta, Lin Sheng, and Piccolo in 4th place. Once the order of participants was settled, Champa snapped his fingers, unleashing a shockwave that signaled the commencement of the match. Then, the referee stepped forward. Esteemed guests, thank you for your patience. The combat between the chosen fighters of the 6th and 7th universes officially begins now. The first match features Frost from the 6th universe against Sun Wukong from the 7th universe. As the referee's voice resonated throughout the arena, the match progress panel indicated that Sun Wukong's avatar was connected with Frost's, signifying that the inaugural battle would be between them. With a clang, the bell for the match rang, and the referee signaled the start. Chapter 77. Is Wukong going to lose? As the referee's voice echoed. The first match officially commenced. You are Frost from the 6th universe, correct? It is a pleasure to battle with you, Sun Wukong stated, stretching his limbs with excitement. Frost appeared momentarily taken aback before replying. Let us skip the pleasantries and get right to it. I must return to uphold peace in the universe after this match. So you're a good person? Sun Wukong expressed his surprise, as he had always known the 7th universe's Frieza to be an embodiment of malevolence. But it seemed Frost was quite the opposite. However, Frost was not inclined to engage in idle chatter and swiftly launched his attack. In response, Sun Wukong focused intently on the fight. Wukong, go for it. Dad, defeat that guy, cheered Chi-Chi and the others from the audience. Humph, so he is that sluggish Saiyan. This match is as good as won. Looking down at the battle between Sun Wukong and Frost, Champa expressed his unwavering confidence that, in just a few exchanges on the arena, Frost found himself at the mercy of Sun Wukong, who seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful blow, sending Frost crashing onto the stage and kicking up a cloud of dust. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong continued his assault with several more heavy strikes against Frost, clearly dominating the encounter. After gaining the upper hand, Sun Wukong refrained from pursuing further. If he was not mistaken, Frost must have the ability to transform and enhance his power, just like Frieza. What? Upon hearing this, Frost momentarily froze. You are capable of transformation to boost your strength. Just like Frieza, right? I hope you can unleash your full power to battle me, Sun Wukong said with an excited grin. Regaining his composure, Frost offered a sinister smile. Very well, to demonstrate my respect for you. I shall reveal my full strength. With that, Frost let out a mighty roar, purple energy surging wildly from his body. His aura began to rise dramatically. On the platform of Universe 10, Piccolo gasped in astonishment. This guy can also transform to increase his power? Beerus looked on with concern. TCH, is that all he can do? Meanwhile, Vegeta scoffed dismissively, believing that with a mere transformation to Super Saiyan, he could easily overpower Frost. Lin Sheng observed the unfolding scene between Sun Wukong and Frost with a deep, contemplative gaze. Lost in thought on the battlefield, Frost had completed his transformation. This is my ultimate form. Even I struggle to control this state. Once I lost control and ended up killing 2 criminals who should not have been harmed. After transforming, Frost exuded confidence. Unlike Frieza, Frost's ultimate form was a striking blue and white. Impressive indeed. It seems I must take this seriously. Sun Wukong declared with excitement as he assumed a fighting stance. Frost raised an eyebrow, then made his move. With the speed of his ultimate form, Frost surged forward. Before Sun Wukong could react, he was struck and sent flying. Sun Wukong, as the audience, including Chi-Chi, watched in mounting tension, Frost might prove to be beyond normal limits. With another blow, Sun Wukong was sent crashing down from the sky, landing heavily on the arena. You have lost. Frost, relentless, dove down from above, intent on delivering a final blow. Not so fast. Sun Wukong rose, unleashing a powerful shout as he transformed into Super Saiyan. He swiftly extended one hand, catching Frost's descending fist with ease. What? He actually caught it with one hand. Xiangpa's eyes widened in disbelief. Well done, Wukong. Beerus, who had been wearing a scowl, suddenly perked up at this turn of events. Wukong is not going to lose. However, Lin Sheng, seated nearby, spoke up calmly, having noticed a subtle but dangerous spike protruding from Frost's fist. What? Upon hearing Lin Sheng, Beerus and Vegeta exchanged puzzled glances. They had assumed a victory was imminent. How could they possibly lose? Just watch. Lin Sheng smiled, offering no further explanation than on the battlefield. Frost sidestepped with a sinister grin. This match is mine. What are you talking about? Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed, though he couldn't decipher Frost's words. Nevertheless, he pressed forward with his assault. Sun Wukong charged at Frost, who parried the attack nonchalantly before swiftly retreating. As Sun Wukong prepared to attack again, he suddenly felt disoriented. His vision blurred, and his eyelids felt as heavy as lead. Ultimately, he involuntarily reverted from his Super Saiyan form and collapsed to the ground. The referee approached to examine Sun Wukong and confirmed that he was unable to rise, thus announcing the result. The first match is won by Frost from Universe 6. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Did Wukong really lose? Chi-Chi's face reflected disbelief that on the side of Universe 7, the spectators struggled to comprehend that Sun Wukong had lost so swiftly. Frost executed a brilliant strategy. Xiangpa exclaimed, leaping with joy. Wukong, what on earth are you doing? In stark contrast to Xiangpa's elation, Beerus wore a disgruntled expression, displeased at losing a formidable fighter so early in the match. Was Lin Sheng right? Vegeta gazed incredulously at Lin Sheng. The moment he spoke, Sun Wukong was defeated. Hearing Vegeta's comment, Beerus turned, irate. You and your ill-fated predictions. Did you even consider why Sun Wukong lost? How could Frost's attack possibly defeat him? Aren't you supposed to be the god of destruction? Lin Sheng retorted sharply. What? Beerus was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, how could Frost's assault be enough to overpower Sun Wukong? This implied that Frost had employed some cunning trickery. Yet Beerus had failed to notice any such deceit. Just then, Gohan fed Sun Wukong a senzu bean, and he awoke, returning to the contestant area. I'm terribly sorry, Lord Beerus. I let my guard down, Sun Wukong sheepishly admitted. Scratching his head, you fool. How could you lose to such an opponent? Beerus scolded, slapping Sun Wukong on the head. Ha ha ha, a loss is a loss. Don't be such a sore loser. Across the way, Xiangpa made a face at Beerus. Beerus huffed, his pride wounded. With Sun Wukong defeated, he knew that further inquiry would only make him appear as if he couldn't handle defeat. Let me deal with this guy. Vegeta glared at Sun Wukong before stepping onto the stage. Once Vegeta ascended, the referee called out, the second match will feature Vegeta from Universe 7 against Frost from Universe 6. Begin. Vegeta glared coldly at Frost. I won't be careless like Kakarot Ditto. Is that so? Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Frost replied with a sly grin. Vegeta's irritation flared at Frost's resemblance to Frieza, despite their differences. Here goes. He immediately transformed into Super Saiyan, declaring, prepare to be utterly defeated. With those words, Vegeta launched an attack with blinding speed, landing a devastating blow squarely on Frost's face, sending him sprawling. Without missing a beat, Vegeta flickered forward, delivering another powerful kick to Frost's midsection, against the might of Super Saiyan Vegeta. Frost found himself utterly defenseless, and Vegeta's relentless onslaught gave him no opportunity to retaliate. Well done, Vegeta! Beerus finally allowed a smile to break through his earlier displeasure as he observed Vegeta's commanding performance. Go for it, Vegeta! The crowd cheered. Father, give it your all! From the audience, Bulma and Trunks rallied together to cheer for Vegeta. Frost, fight back! Don't lose! Opposite them, watching Frost being mercilessly battered by Vegeta, Zampa grew anxious. However, no matter how much Zampa shouted, Frost had no chance to retaliate under the overwhelming pressure of absolute power. Ultimately, with a powerful energy blast, Vegeta sent Frost flying out of the arena, unable to rise again. Yes, Frost fell out of bounds. The referee promptly announced the outcome. In the first match, the champion was Vegeta from Universe 7. Next, it was my turn to take the stage on the platform of Universe 6. Kale waved her arms and then leaped down. Landing firmly on the competition stage, the Saiyans from Universe 6 gazed at the explosive-haired Kale, and Vegeta narrowed his eyes. Earlier, during the written exam, he had learned that Kale, Caulifla, and Cabba were all Saiyans from Universe 6. Hey, that form you just used, I've heard it's Super Saiyan. Teach me how to transform, and then I'll defeat you, Caulifla boldly declared, showing no embarrassment whatsoever. What? You can't transform into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta was taken aback. None of the Saiyans from Universe 6 can transform. If I could, would I be asking you? Caulifla retorted impatiently. Are you joking? You actually want me to teach you how to transform into a Super Saiyan here on the arena? Vegeta seemed infuriated, quickly casting a glance at the referee. Announced the start already. The referee finally reacted. Oh, right? The third match, Vegeta versus Caulifla, begins now, with the referee's voice echoing. The third match officially commenced. You dare to ask me for advice in the arena? I won't let you off easily. As the match began, Vegeta erupted with fury, transforming into his Super Saiyan form. In an instant, he moved with lightning speed, his fists growing larger in Caulifla's view, with no time to react. Caulifla was struck hard and sent flying by Vegeta's blow. Unrelenting, Vegeta swiftly appeared behind the airborne Caulifla and delivered a powerful kick, sending her soaring into the air. Then, with incredible speed, Vegeta ascended, clasping his hands together and crashing them down onto Caulifla's back. Caulifla screamed as her body uncontrollably plummeted onto the arena floor, raising a cloud of dust upon impact. As the dust settled, Vegeta extended his hands, rapidly gathering a golden energy blast with a flurry of strikes. He unleashed his signature Prince's technique, sending a barrage of energy blasts raining down like hailstones, creating a series of explosions on the arena. Kale. On the Universe 6 contestant platform, Kale's eyes turned red with worry. Zampa bit his lip, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes nearly popping out in fear. If Caulifla were to lose, their team would be reduced to just 3 members, placing them at a significant disadvantage. Well done, Vegeta! Defeat her in one fell swoop. In contrast, Beerus watched with excitement. If Vegeta could win 2 matches in a row, it would compensate for Goku's earlier mistake. Even if Universe 6 had someone capable of withstanding Vegeta, with Lin Sheng backing him up, he would be virtually guaranteed victory. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions resonated throughout the arena, with sparks and smoke enveloping the entire stage. After a while, Vegeta finally ceased his assault. As the smoke gradually cleared, all eyes were fixed on the arena, awaiting the results of Vegeta's relentless bombardment. Kale and Cabba were on edge, not wanting to see Caulifla easily defeated by Vegeta. The referee stood frozen, gazing in the direction of Caulifla, his voice trembling slightly. What is the outcome? Eventually, the smoke dissipated, revealing a large crater in the center of the arena. Damn it, Caulifla, battered and bruised, rose from the pit, looking quite disheveled. Clearly, she had sustained significant injuries from Vegeta's relentless onslaught. Well done, Caulifla, Zampa sighed with relief upon seeing Caulifla still on her feet. Kale and Cabba also exhaled in relief. If I don't transform, I can't defeat him, Caulifla gritted her teeth, realizing that without transforming into a Super Saiyan, the gap in power was insurmountable. Her base form stood no chance against Super Vegeta. Just then, Lin Sheng approached the edge of the contestant platform. Looking down at Caulifla, his booming voice resonating throughout the arena. Concentrate your energy in your back, then unleash it, and you will transform into a Super Saiyan. At that moment, all gazes turned to Lin Sheng, especially from Universe 7, who were puzzled as to why he was teaching Caulifla how to transform into a Super Saiyan. Is this really how one transforms into a Super Saiyan? Beerus looked bewildered, unsure if Lin Sheng's advice was valid. All right, I'll give it a try. Though unsure of Lin Sheng's motives, Caulifla was determined to attempt the transformation. If she failed, her defeat was inevitable, and she was acutely aware of that. She assumed a stance, fists clenched, focusing her energy towards her back. As the energy gathered, Caulifla could distinctly feel a warmth radiating from her back, while her energy surged. Oh, it's actually working. Zampa was astonished at Caulifla's transformation. Vegeta, hovering in the air, observed the shift in Caulifla's energy with a furrowed brow. With a fierce shout, Caulifla unleashed her energy, which surged forth like a dam breaking, exploding outward. In a dazzling display, a golden aura erupted from Caulifla, her hair instantly transforming to a radiant gold, her eyes shifting to a vivid green. Super Saiyan Caulifla, she really transformed. Cabba was left speechless. Sister, seeing Caulifla's transformation, Kale couldn't contain her excitement. I asked this how easy it is to transform now. When did becoming a Super Saiyan become so trivial? In the audience, Bulma exclaimed, Lin Sheng, you merely said a single phrase, and Caulifla can transform into a Super Saiyan. This is too easy. Lin Sheng, what are you doing? Why are you teaching her how to transform? Are you a spy sent by Zampa? Upon witnessing Caulifla's transformation, Beerus was less than pleased. The stronger the opponents from Zampa's side, the more unfavorable it was for him. Don't you find this even more interesting? Vegeta has no desire to engage in a match where he has an overwhelming advantage. Adding some suspense makes the competition far more captivating, Lin Sheng replied, shrugging with sincerity. Mind your own business, Beerus barked angrily. Lin Sheng merely smiled, unfazed. Beerus regarded them as mere pawns, solely focused on securing victory in the match. Lin Sheng felt compelled to stir up some excitement. After all, even if Caulifla transformed into a Super Saiyan, it didn't guarantee she would be a match for Vegeta. Subsequently, Lin Sheng glanced at Kale, stating, Caulifla is merely an appetizer. Kale is the main course. He eagerly anticipated the moment Kale, as the only female Saiyan, unleashed her full power in the arena. Caulifla could indeed feel an immense surge of strength within her. Excitedly, she turned to Lin Sheng and shouted, Thanks. Then, she directed her gaze towards Vegeta. Her battle spirit ignited. Vegeta, it's time for me to strike back. Chapter 80. Caulifla's defeat. Hit takes the stage. Yes, soon as Vegeta's words fell, Kale, imbued with the fierce aura of thunder, approached with unwavering determination. Her knee collided fiercely with his abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. After landing the blow, Kale burst into an excited laugh, exclaiming that this power was utterly magnificent, declaring her intent to knock him down decisively. Just as she finished speaking, Kale unleashed a ferocious offensive against Vegeta. Humph! Vegeta scoffed coldly, quickly regaining his composure as he engaged in a fierce clash with Kale. However, under her relentless onslaught, Vegeta gradually found himself on the back foot. While Kale's strength only intensified, her advantage growing ever larger. Kale is dominating. Cheered her teammates, Caulifla and Kaba, from the stands, their faces alight with excitement. Witnessing this spectacle, Champa's eyes widened with elation as he raised his fist and shouted, "Keep it up and knock Vegeta flat." He turned to smirk at the furious Beerus, who bellowed at Vegeta to retaliate. "Vegeta, fight back! Come on, Dad." Bulma and Trunks also rallied in support of Vegeta, hearing Bulma's voice. The previously suppressed Vegeta's energy erupted explosively. An overwhelming aura enveloped him in a dazzling blue flame, pushing Kale back from the sheer intensity. "Super Saiyan Blue?" Kale exclaimed, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Vegeta, who was now radiating an awe-inspiring blue aura. "What is this form?" "This is Super Saiyan Blue," Vegeta replied, casting a cold glance her way that's far beyond your reach. "This battle is over." Vegeta, unwilling to squander any more time on Kale, was eager to face stronger opponents from Universe SIX. As he spoke, Vegeta vanished in an instant. The next moment, a thunderous crash reverberated throughout the arena as he reappeared beside Kale, his fist engulfed in blue flames. Striking her fiercely in the abdomen, the terrifying force tore through her, sending an invisible shockwave erupting from her back. As a result of this devastating blow, Kale's pupils dilated, and her Super Saiyan form dissipated, leaving her crumpled on the ground. The arena fell into a hushed silence. The referee quickly approached to check Kale's condition, confirming her loss of combat capability before raising his voice to announce, "Vegeta is the victor." "Unbelievable," Champa exclaimed, clutching his head in disbelief. "How could he be so powerful? Wasn't he sluggish when he was with Beerus?" On the side of Universe 7, Beerus reveled in his triumph. Gazing at the flustered Champa, "The Saiyans of Universe 6 are no match for Vegeta," he taunted. Fuming at Beerus's remarks, Champa stomped his foot in frustration, his eyes darting toward the yet-to-appear Hit, contemplating who to send into the fray. Just then, Hit, who had been quietly meditating with his arms crossed, suddenly opened his eyes. "I'll go." Seeing Hit volunteer, Basil raised an eyebrow, while Goku, observing Hit's calm demeanor, furrowed his brow. Although he couldn't sense Hit's energy, the unwavering aura emanating from him hinted at extraordinary strength. "This is getting interesting," Lin Sheng thought, feeling an inexplicable surge of adrenaline. The earlier matches had been mere appetizers. Now the main course was about to be served. "Hit, are you going?" Champa remarked, casting a glance at Hit. Initially intending to reserve him for later, the current situation suggested that Kale and Kaba would not be able to match up against Vegeta. It seemed Hit was indeed the only one capable of facing him. Hit casually placed his hands in his pockets and nodded. Meanwhile, Kaba and Kale returned to assist the incapacitated Kale with a swift leap. Hit landed gracefully in the arena, and as he faced Vegeta, the latter smirked, "Another contender seeking to challenge me." Once Hit entered the ring, Beerus snapped his fingers, unleashing an invisible shockwave that resonated like a bell, prompting the referee to announce, "The next match is between Hit from Universe 6 and Vegeta from Universe 7 to begin." At the referee's signal, Hit remained calm, hands still in his pockets, exuding an unsettling tranquility. Vegeta sensed something was amiss. This individual was unervingly composed. Despite his efforts to conceal his energy, Vegeta could feel a piercing intensity emanating from Hit, a sign of formidable strength that Vegeta's confidence surged as he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, ready to face this formidable opponent. Hit slowly opened his eyes, observing Vegeta's transformation, and positioned his fists at his chest, signaling his readiness for battle. "Is that all you've got?" Vegeta taunted, noticing Hit's seemingly relaxed stance. However, Hit's demeanor quickly shifted, and Vegeta realized he had to be cautious. Just as he hesitated, Hit made his move, advancing with blinding speed, a shadowy blur closing in on Vegeta. The rapidity of his approach startled Vegeta, who quickly reacted, throwing a punch at Hit, only to find himself unexpectedly knocked to the ground. In disbelief, Vegeta sat on the floor, questioning his own reality. What just happened? The audience, including Goku and Piccolo, were equally astonished, unable to comprehend how Hit had executed his attacks so swiftly. "Nice job." Champa grinned, reveling in the moment. He's truly impressive. Vegeta rose, wiping the blood from his nose. He clenched his teeth, refusing to admit defeat. Just give up, Hit suggested after a prolonged silence. What did you say? Vegeta retorted, undeterred. Vegeta's eyes widened in fury. It was merely a fortuitous strike, so what are you so proud of? Who is this man to suggest he concede? As the prince of all Saiyans, surrendering in the face of an adversary was inconceivable. In his lexicon, there existed only the notion of dying in battle, not yielding. Is that so? Then, come and try again. Hit remained unmoved, exuding an air of calm. Humph, do not underestimate me. With the speed of lightning, Vegeta lunged directly at Hit. Thud! As Vegeta charged at Hit, the latter's fist came crashing down upon his neck. A violent wave of purple energy erupted from Vegeta's spine, causing him to scream in agony, his face contorting in pain. Immediately after, thud, 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 Hit unleashed a flurry of strikes, leaving Vegeta utterly defenseless, mercilessly beaten down by Hit. Ow! How could this be? Vegeta is completely powerless to retaliate. Goku's eyes widened in disbelief. Hit's prowess seemed to far exceed his expectations. He was so fast that Goku could hardly perceive the moment he threw a punch. Cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's forehead as he observed that Hit's speed was terrifyingly swift. What kind of technique is this? I can't even see it, sighed Beerus, feeling a sense of dread. If this continues, the situation appears dire. Whis stroked his chin, seemingly having discerned something. This is the time-skip technique. Goku and Beerus exchanged puzzled glances. Lin Sheng suddenly spoke up. Time skip? What on earth is that? Beerus turned to Lin Sheng, having never heard of such a technique before. It's a technique that allows one to skip through time, that if I'm not mistaken, Hit can skip 0.1 seconds. In a battle of experts, 0.1 seconds can determine victory or defeat, seeing Vegeta's lack of chances. Lin Sheng crossed his arms, explaining. Upon hearing this, Beerus and Goku's eyes widened in disbelief. What? There are techniques that can manipulate time. The entire audience was equally astonished that up until now, as Goku's companion, they had witnessed countless techniques. Yet they had never heard of one that could manipulate time. Time was an elusive concept, impossible to grasp, yet Hit could bend it to his will. The second assassin of Universe 6 was indeed as formidable as his reputation suggested. Come on, Vegeta, endure this, and you'll earn a reward once you defeat this Hit. In the stands, Bulma raised her fist and shouted encouragingly. Observing the astonished expressions of those from Universe 7, Champa could hardly contain his amusement. Chuckling. Haha, Beerus, just concede. Your fighters stand no chance against Hit. Humph, what are you so proud of? Beerus seethed, gritting his teeth and bellowing into the arena. Vegeta, show this Hit what you're made of in the arena. Under Hit's relentless assault, Vegeta found himself retreating at every turn. Each of Hit's punches landed heavily upon him, leaving him without any means of resistance. After a brief distance, Vegeta cautiously eyed Hit, his senses heightened. Although he could not see Hit's movements, he sensed a reduction in power, that I should still be able to endure a bit longer. Are you calculating how many more punches you can withstand? Hit's piercing gaze seemed to see through Vegeta's thoughts. A realization dawned upon him. Vegeta's lips curled into a confident grin. I have found a way to deal with you. Oh, is that so? Hit replied, intrigued. Vegeta, filled with renewed confidence, charged at Hit again. Hit employed the time skip once more, his fist crashing heavily against Vegeta's chest. However, this time, as Hit's fist connected, Vegeta swiftly seized Hit's wrist. Now you cannot use the time skip. Vegeta grinned triumphantly, gripping Hit's wrist tightly. Impressive, Vegeta, Beerus exclaimed, standing in excitement. But Hit's expression remained unmoved, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, Hit exerted force with a fist still pressing against Vegeta's chest. To Vegeta's shock, the punch he had thought he could withstand came crashing down with unimaginable power. The purple energy surged from Hit's fist, piercing through Vegeta's body and exiting from his back. Hit's fist buried deeply into Vegeta's chest. With a thud, Vegeta was sent flying, rolling across the ground for several meters before finally coming to a stop. The audience gasped in collective astonishment. Vegeta trembled as he struggled to rise, his face drawn and pale. This is so heavy. Had Hit intentionally held back? Vegeta had thought Hit was merely fast, and that the time skip technique was his only advantage. However, the power behind Hit's previous punch had made him acutely aware of the true terror of Hit's strength. Now, care to guess how many more punches you can endure? With that, Hit launched into action. Thud, thud, thud. His heavy punches rained down upon Vegeta, causing his energy to plummet. This time, Hit unleashed his true power, and even Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta could not withstand the onslaught. Finally, Hit delivered a crushing blow to Vegeta's forehead, causing his eyes to roll back as he reverted from the Super Saiyan Blue form and collapsed heavily to the ground. As expected of Hit. Well done, Champa shouted, exhilarated. Vegeta had demonstrated no ability to retaliate. This hit was indeed remarkable. From Universe 6 spectator seats, Whis narrowed his eyes. He's far too powerful. Vegeta is no match for him. Piccolo's expression grew grave. Hit's time skip is simply unfathomable, and it's virtually impossible for ordinary people to perceive his movements. Never had he anticipated such mastery from the Sixth Universe. It was no wonder Champa had the audacity to place such a bet. He must have had a plan in mind all along. Watching Vegeta lying motionless on the ground, Beerus's expression darkened with discontent. He realized he had fallen for Champa's trap. If even Lin Sheng could not decipher Hit's time skip, then this match was surely lost. Giggling at Beerus's sour expression, Champa reveled in the moment. Can you even concede? In the arena, Hit glanced at the fallen Vegeta before turning to the referee with a sigh. What should we do? He cannot even concede, nor can I take his life. I will see. The referee wiped the sweat from his forehead and approached Vegeta. This moment, Vegeta had clearly lost the will to fight. Hit's relentless attacks had inflicted severe injuries upon him. Hit is the victor. Ultimately, with the referee's announcement, Vegeta was defeated, and Hit emerged victorious. Dad. After the referee declared the result, Trunks and Goten flew down from the stands, hastily administering a Senzu bean to Vegeta. After consuming the bean, Vegeta gradually regained his strength. He cast a glance at Hit, his back turned to him, filled with resentment yet resigned. Currently, he was indeed no match for Hit. Yet he firmly believed that one day he would surpass Hit. With Goku eliminated and now Vegeta defeated, was there truly no one capable of challenging Hit? Among the audience, the members of Universe 7 wore expressions of deep concern. In their hearts, Goku and Vegeta had always been their pillars of strength. It was because of them that Earth remained safe. Lin Sheng can defeat him. Amidst the worried faces, Android 21 suddenly declared. Are you referring to Lin Yo? Bulma inquired. Indeed, it is Android 21, she answered lightly. In her beautiful eyes, there was a profound trust in Lin Sheng. That Lin Sheng truly so powerful? Chi-Chi questioned. For in her understanding, aside from the formidable Panga God and the angels, Son Goku seemed to be the strongest. Brother Lin Yo is indeed impressive, but defeating Hit may pose a challenge, Trunks remarked. Based on Lin Sheng's strength during his battle against Golden Frieza, it appears quite difficult for him to overcome Hit. Master Wu Qian adjusted his glasses with a sigh. For now, we can only hope he prevails against Hit. Isn't there still the ace in the hole, Monaka? No need to fret, ha! Jocko chuckled, though his laughter lacked conviction. After all, from his observations, Monaka seemed more like a filler character summoned by Beerus upon Vegeta's exit from the stage. It was Lin Sheng's turn to compete. Lin Sheng, do you feel confident? Beerus inquired. Not really, Lin Sheng replied with indifference before leaping down. Tisich, Beerus huffed in annoyance and turned to Piccolo, asking, Hey, green-skinned Namekian, can you defeat Hit? Piccolo's eyelids twitched, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Lord Beerus, what makes you think I possess greater strength than Vegeta? Fear not. Even if Lin Sheng loses, we still have Monaka. Son Goku chimed in cheerfully. Beerus felt a pang of dread. Monaka was merely a motivational figure he had recruited. This could be troublesome. Observing Beerus's unease, Whis wore a knowing smile. Lin Sheng descended gracefully, landing firmly before Hit. Hit turned to face Lin Yo, his eyes narrowing slightly. Go, Lin Go! Android 21 yelled from the audience, capturing everyone's attention. The fate of the 7th universe now rested predominantly on Lin Sheng's shoulders. Beerus stood on the contestant platform, his emotions a tumultuous blend of anxiety and determination. Not wishing to lose to Champa. Hit, Take that guy down. Champa bellowed, snapping his fingers to unleash an invisible shockwave. Now, the match between Lin Sheng from the 7th universe and Hit begins, the referee announced before stepping aside. As the match commenced, neither Lin Sheng nor Hit made the first move. Are you a Saiyan as well? Transform, Hit said, his hands tucked into his pockets, exuding an air of confidence. With a smile, Lin Sheng replied, Surrender. His voice, though soft, echoed in everyone's ears. What did you say? Hit was taken aback by Lin Sheng's audacity. The audacity of demanding his surrender right off the bat was shocking. Wow. Lin Sheng seems quite confident. Is he implying he can effortlessly defeat Hit? Murmured the crowd, that he might be wise not to speak too boldly. What if he falters? They debated amongst themselves. Beerus raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Was Lin Sheng jesting? Did he not recognize he was up against the time-manipulating Hit? Champa couldn't help but scoff at Lin Sheng's confidence. Hit will not lose to him. Champa retorted, glancing back at Beerus with dissatisfaction. I never claimed Hit would certainly lose. Merely that it is premature to draw conclusions, Beerus replied, dismissing Champa's displeasure with a casual wave that in the arena. Lin Sheng remained impassive, addressing Hit. I fear that I might lose control and accidentally kill you. Your bravado surpasses even Vegeta's, Hit thought, sensing an ominous aura emanating from Lin Sheng. He readied himself, stating, enough talk. Let your strength do the talking, that if you dare to group me with the likes of Vegeta. You are gravely mistaken, as he spoke. Lin Sheng lowered his hands, that my power will plunge you into despair. Hit's expression turned skeptical. Suddenly, Lin Yo clenched his fists, his hair defying gravity. With a mighty shout, the surrounding space trembled violently. And an indescribable wave of ferocious energy engulfed the arena, such a formidable aura. On the contestant platform, Piccolo's face turned pale with fear. This energy was overwhelmingly terrifying, leaving him shaken. Lin Sheng had distanced himself significantly from them, exuding immense power. Son Goku and Vegeta shared expressions of shock, realizing they could never catch up to Lin Sheng. In just 6 months, how had he become so powerful? This energy also astonished Beerus. He recalled Lin Sheng as a mere weakling with a battle power of only 100 million half a year ago. Now, the aura he emitted sent shivers down Beerus' spine on the 6th universe's platform. Champa displayed a hint of panic. How had Lin Sheng's strength surged so dramatically? Indeed, he is strong. However, this energy is volatile that I wonder if he can control it. Whis remarked, his eyes narrowing slightly. Hit's expression grew grave. Realizing that Lin Sheng was not merely boasting in the next moment, a ghostly green flame erupted from Lin Sheng, transforming his hair and pupils to golden and emerald hues. When Lin Sheng assumed his Super Saiyan form, Son Goku and the others gasped in astonishment. Super Saiyan? Lin Sheng is truly a Super Saiyan. I knew it. Son Goku and Vegeta gazed intently at Lin Sheng, now certain of his Saiyan heritage. Why is his aura so overwhelmingly powerful? It's almost chaotic, Piccolo exclaimed, bewildered, as Lin Sheng's Super Saiyan form far surpassed even Goku and Vegeta's Super Blue. He was the legendary Super Saiyan. Behind them, Whis' lips curled into a slight smile. Lin Sheng's growth had far exceeded his expectations. Perhaps his true strength lay beyond what they had witnessed. What? This is impossible. He must be the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta's eyes shimmered with disbelief, although he found it hard to accept. Only the legendary Super Saiyan could possess such formidable strength, Mr. Vegeta. It's a pity. He is indeed, was stated earnestly, devoid of any jest. Oh dear, Champa may end up in tears. Observing Lin Sheng's transformation, Beerus' previously anxious heart finally settled. With his Super Saiyan transformation, Lin Sheng's power now far surpassed that of Hit. Is this what a Super Saiyan truly is? Impressive. I wonder if I can transform into a third form. Caulifla and the other two gazed at Lin Sheng with eager anticipation. If they could also transform like him, defeating Vegeta would surely be a breeze. Once the transformation was complete, a swirling emerald aura enveloped Lin Sheng, emanating a ferocious energy. This is the utmost respect I can offer you. Come forth and use your instant transmission. Defeating Hit seemed nearly impossible. So Lin Sheng opted to transform directly into Super Saiyan 1. The what? Hit's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that this was not his full strength? He was inwardly astonished. In the next moment, Hit cast aside such thoughts. He had no path of retreat. With his gaze sharpened, he immediately executed his incredible speed, appearing before Lin Sheng in an instant. Instant transmission. Although Hit's figure stood before Lin Sheng, his actual body had already utilized the 0.1 seconds of instant transmission to position itself behind Lin Sheng, launching an attack. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated through the arena, and all eyes widened. Lin Sheng had somehow turned around, gripping Hit's fist tightly, rendering him immobile. That Hit's instant transmission was actually thwarted? How impressive! Hit's once invincible technique was rendered ineffective against Lin Sheng, as expected of you. Lin Sheng, the Kaioshin and spectators from Universe 7 were taken aback. Brother Lin, I knew you could do it. Android 21 gazed deeply at Lin Sheng, whose figure, though not particularly muscular, exuded an unparalleled sense of security. Well done, Lin Sheng. The fact that Hit's instant transmission was countered was undoubtedly good news for Beerus. Impossible. Hit's instant transmission has been broken. Champa clutched his head in disbelief. Beerus sat upright, keenly observing Lin Sheng below. Is this what instant transmission truly is? Lin Sheng's emerald eyes shimmered with an unusual light as he calmly stated, "Humph, merely a coincidence." Although Hit maintained a faade of composure, his heart was tumultuous. He had not even seen how Lin Sheng had suddenly pinpointed his position after the time jump. That's so. Then come and try again, Lin Sheng replied with a confident smile, releasing Hit's hand. Hit's expression turned grave. He paused briefly before launching another fierce assault using instant transmission. Regardless of the angle Hit approached from, Lin Sheng accurately discerned his position and successfully deflected his attacks. After a series of exchanges, Hit finally concluded that Lin Sheng was not merely lucky, but had completely anticipated where he would strike after the time jump. In a climactic moment, as Lin Sheng evaded Hit's next assault, he simultaneously delivered a powerful punch that landed squarely on Hit's chest. The terrifying force surged from Lin Sheng's fist into Hit's very being. Struck by such a blow, Hit was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. Impossible! You saw through my instant transmission. Hit clutched his chest, his expression contorted in rage. There is nothing impossible. My foresight far surpasses your instant transmission. Chapter 85. Are you throwing the match? What a joke. Hit gritted his teeth, realizing that this was the first time in his career as an assassin that instant transmission had failed him. However, he was unwilling to concede defeat. As an assassin, he could not allow himself to fall to Lin Sheng. This was his pride. Lin Sheng beckoned with his finger. Then let us continue. Once again, Hit launched an attack, but with his instant transmission completely seen through, he was no match for Lin Sheng. Is this the pride of an assassin? Truly laughable. With each of Lin Sheng's punches landing on Hit, the overwhelming display of power rendered Hit entirely defenseless. Even if Lin Sheng allowed his instant transmission to continue evolving, it would not alter the outcome. He would still be no match for Lin Sheng. Thus, this battle had lost its significance. Lin Sheng was far more eager to face Caulifla. What kind of spectacle would unfold when Super Saiyan clashed with Super Saiyan? Hit found himself utterly powerless against Lin Sheng. Witnessing Hit being toyed with, Champa wore a face of despair and disbelief. If even Hit was no match, then who could possibly stand against Lin Sheng? Meanwhile, after delivering another heavy punch to Hit's face, Lin Sheng sent him crashing to the edge of the arena, where he finally came to a halt after rolling several times. That moment. The arena fell silent. The formidable Hit, who had previously dominated against Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, was now utterly overwhelmed by Lin Sheng's sheer strength. Piccolo wiped the cold sweat from his brow, recalling his earlier disparaging remarks about Lin Sheng. He felt a twinge of regret. How foolish he had been. Piccolo was left feeling absurdly naive, realizing that Lin Sheng's power had far surpassed his own. Sun Wukong expressed genuine, he had thought he was striving earnestly. But in reality, the gap between him and Lin Sheng was only widening that I can no longer catch up to him. That moment, Vegeta, too, had given up hope. With Lin Sheng's rate of advancement, no amount of training would allow him to surpass Lin Sheng. Announce it. Lin Sheng ignored Hit, who lay at the edge of the arena, and turned to the referee. upon seeing Lin Sheng's face. The referee was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He approached it to check on him before loudly proclaiming, "Lin Sheng is the victor." As the referee's announcement echoed, it also signified Hit's defeat. "Brother Lin, I knew you wouldn't fail." In the audience, Android 21 wore a gentle smile, clearly pleased with her choice of ally. In her eyes, Lin Sheng was the strongest in the universe. Watching Hit being carried away, Champa's eyes flared with anger. He then glanced at the yet-to-battle Caulifla and Kale, who immediately felt a chill run down their spines. "You two must defeat him, or don't even think of returning." Champa ground his teeth in frustration. Beerus, unwilling to lose, shared the same sentiment. He was not fighting for the Super Dragon Balls or Earth, but for pride. Kale, frightened, sought refuge in Caulifla's embrace. Caulifla swallowed hard, gathering her courage, and volunteered, "Let me take on the next match." For Caulifla, there was no retreat either. Although she spoke confidently, Champa had already lost faith in Caulifla and Kale. Hit had been his trump card. With that, Caulifla leaped onto the arena, confidently declaring, "Humph, there are only two small fries left. This match is mine to win." Beerus cast a sidelong glance at Caulifla and Kale, feeling immensely pleased. With Hit defeated, who could possibly stand against Lin Sheng? Beerus felt as if he were comfortably seated, fishing. Once Caulifla took the stage, the referee announced, "The sixth universe's Caulifla versus Lin Sheng. Begin." "Lin Sheng, Sr., please guide me." Facing Lin Sheng, despite the trepidation in his heart, Jia Jian politely clasped his fists in greeting. As he finished speaking, Jia Bei immediately began his transformation. Earlier, on stage, Caulifla had already imparted the secret to transformation to him. Although he was fully aware that he was no match for Lin Sheng, Jia Bei was determined to give it his all. With a deep roar, a torrent of golden flames enveloped him, successfully transforming him into a Super Saiyan. "Lin Sheng, I have arrived," he declared. "Come forth," Lin Sheng replied calmly. Remaining stilled, in the next instant, Jia Bei lunged at Lin Sheng with all his might. Lin Sheng did not flinch, allowing Jia Bei's fist to strike his face. Jia Bei felt a surge of joy at the hit, but his exhilaration quickly turned to confusion as he realized Lin Sheng had not budged an inch. Lin Sheng's indifferent voice rang out as he flicked his fingers, sending Jia Bei hurtling backward as if struck by a heavy blow, ultimately landing outside the arena, unable to rise again. "Are you here to amuse us?" "Hey, Jia Bei, did you throw the match? How could you lose so quickly?" Xiangpa exclaimed, nearly suffering a heart attack. "Even if you must lose, at least do so with some dignity. You fell out of the ring in less than 2 minutes." Xiangpa began to doubt Jia Bei's sincerity. Jia Bei, with a dejected expression, flew back to the contestant platform. His head hanging low, "Lord Xiangpa, I did my best," he lamented. "Ha ha, Xiangpa, stop struggling." Beerus, on the other side, mercilessly mocked him. "Kai, it's your turn," Xiangpa bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead as he directed his anger at Kai. "Sister, I'm scared." Kai trembled, hiding behind Caulifla. "How can I possibly fight such a powerful Lin Sheng?" "Do not fear, Kerr, believe in yourself. You can do it," Caulifla encouraged, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Really? Is that true?" Kai still quivered with anxiety. "Indeed, go forth. I will be cheering for you." "Then I will go," Kai replied, gathering her resolve. Chapter 86. The Legend of Super Saiyan. Kai. As Kai stepped on the stage, Beerus lounged comfortably, crossing his legs and casually flicking his fingers that a wave of invisible energy surged forth. This is the final match. It should be a foregone conclusion. After the previous series of intense battles, Bulma finally let out a sigh of relief. That Kai seems quite weak. There should be no problem. Observing the timid Kai, everyone began to relax, expecting her performance to mirror Jia Bei's, likely ending with a single move from Lin Sheng. Contestant Kai from Universe 6 versus contestant Lin Sheng. Begin. As the match commenced, Lin Sheng showed no urgency to strike, while Kai took a defensive stance, her eyes fixed on him in fear. Suddenly, Lin Sheng called out, "Hey!" Kai flinched, perplexed as to why he had summoned her. Lin Sheng's piercing gaze locked onto her. "Oh, you know what the consequences of losing are." What consequences?" Kai stammered, bewildered. The 3 Saiyans from the planet Sadala were merely obeying the orders of the destroyer. Xiangpa, and had no clue about the repercussions of defeat. Lin Sheng's sharp, steely eyes pierced through her, coldly stating, "If you lose, your Universe 6 will be defeated. The stakes of this match are that the losing universe must fulfill one condition set by the winning universe. At that time, I will choose your senior sister, Caulifla, and she shall be mine. You will never see her again." Kai's heart sank, and she staggered back in disbelief, exclaiming, "No, that can't be. My sister won't leave me." She sank to the ground, covering her face with her hands, her voice trembling. "Sister, she won't leave me. Weaklings cannot protect those around them, and you are a weakling." Lin Sheng continued to stoke the flames. "If you cannot even protect Caulifla, why would she stay with you?" Kai's self-doubt deepened. How could she protect Caulifla when her strength was inferior to that of Jiabei? On the contestant platform, Beerus furrowed his brow. What's this guy playing at? Why hasn't he made his move yet? For someone as weak as Kai, shouldn't Lin Sheng be able to defeat her in an instant? Is Lin Sheng attempting to use verbal manipulation to force her to concede? Son Goku scratched his head, puzzled by Lin Sheng's tactics. Watching Kai sob on the ground, Caulifla and Jiabei felt utterly helpless. Once on stage, Kai could only rely on herself. They could not discern what Lin Sheng was saying to her. "With a crybaby like you, what qualifications do you have to keep Caulifla by your side? I could toss you out of the ring right now, and you would watch as Caulifla leaves with me." With impatience growing, Lin Sheng prepared to strike. "No, my sister is mine." As Lin Sheng approached, Kai suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. Rising from the ground, her previously slender form visibly expanded at an astonishing rate. "Oh, finally, she has unleashed her power." Lin Sheng grinned. Unperturbed, the ghostly green flame erupted around Kai, her hair transforming into a vivid green, her pupils vanishing, leaving only the whites of her eyes. Kai's fearsome gaze locked onto Lin Sheng as her voice turned raw. "I will not let you take my sister. No one can take her from me." "What is happening?" At that moment, Beerus, Xiangpa, and the others stood in unison, astonished by Kai's sudden surge of power. This Kai possesses such hidden strength? Beerus was taken aback. Lin Sheng's provocation was aimed at drawing out this power. Another legendary Super Saiyan, which narrowed his eyes. "What? She's also a legendary Super Saiyan." Son Goku and Vegeta exchanged incredulous glances. "But why does her Super Saiyan form differ from Lin Sheng's? Her hair is green, while Lin Sheng's is golden," Piccolo questioned. "Moreover, while her energy is potent, it still pales in comparison to Lin Sheng's." It was only by exploiting her weakness that Lin Sheng provoked her legendary bloodline, which explained. "She may still lack some power, but if she continues to fight, her strength will only grow to is that so?" Beerus' eyes widened. "Then who possesses the stronger legendary bloodline? Her or Lin Sheng?" "That's difficult to say," Whis replied. "Such a formidable aura." "Kai, you are incredible." Caulifla cheered from the contestant platform, excitement radiating from her. "Go. Take him down. She should be able to handle this, right?" Jiabei asked, filled with hope that if Universe 6 were to lose, Xiangpa would undoubtedly place the blame on them. Therefore, it was imperative that they win this match against Universe 7. Xiangpa's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Kai possessed such strength. What a pleasant surprise! My sister. No one can take her from me. At this moment, Kai had entered a rampage state. Her sole focus being to eliminate Lin Sheng and protect Caulifla from his grasp. She declared her intent. Kai lunged towards Lin Sheng with her massive hand outstretched. Chapter 87. Legendary versus Legendary. Lin Sheng smirked, effortlessly dodging Kai's attack. "I will kill you!" Kai screamed, undeterred as she continued her assault, relentless in her pursuit to vanquish Lin Sheng. "Kill me. You may not yet be worthy of the challenge." Immediately, Lin Sheng bellowed, transforming into his mimetic Super Saiyan form. Although Kai had directly assumed her transcendent Super Saiyan form, she had yet to harness this newfound power and lacked battle experience. Consequently, her current strength was even inferior to that of Super Saiyan Blue. According to Lin Sheng's estimation, Kai's power was roughly around 80 quintillion. Yet should the battle continue, her strength would surge exponentially. "I am eager to witness how formidable your power can become," Lin Sheng thought, excitement coursing through him. Perhaps through this clash with Kair, he too could attain the transcendent Super Saiyan form. As he spoke, Lin Sheng reached out and firmly blocked Kair's massive fist in an instant. He spun mid-air, delivering a powerful kick to Kair's face. The sheer force sent her sliding across the ground, leaving a deep scratch on the arena's surface. However, this move inflicted no harm on Kair. She quickly regained her footing, her toes barely touching the ground as she charged at Lin Sheng, brimming with murderous intent. Lin Sheng smirked, unafraid, and met her head-on, engaging in a fierce battle at the outset. Kair's power was no match for the mimetic Super Saiyan, and she found herself overwhelmed. Yet as the fight progressed, Kair rapidly adapted to the combat, her energy continuously escalating. After numerous exchanges, Lin Sheng and Kair momentarily separated. Both activating their Prince techniques, a flurry of densely packed emerald energy blasts erupted on the arena, creating a series of violent explosions. Kair's power was increasing at an astonishing rate. Weiss observed the battle intently, remarking, "At last, we have a match that somewhat satisfies my expectations." Beerus similarly watched, captivated by the clash between these transcendent bloodlines. The legendary Super Saiyan felt the terrifying aura emanating from Kair, which was now even surpassing his own. Vegeta clenched his fists, pondering, is this the advantage of Bloodline? Even without training, merely engaging in battle allows one to easily surpass the rest. Remarkable. The energy displayed by Lin Sheng and Kair was so intense it sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. Goku, his expression grave yet exhilarated, mused, this is the prowess of the elite in the universe. His journey is far from over. Just then, as Kair's power surged during the fight, she finally surpassed Lin Sheng's mimetic Super Saiyan form. Delivering a brutal knee strike into Lin Sheng's abdomen, he was immediately sent crashing down to the arena, raising a cloud of dust that on the 6th Universe contestant platform, Champa was left in shock. He had merely asked Beerus to find 3 Saiyans from the 6th Universe to participate, never expecting that one of them would possess such immense power. Sister, this is my chance. Kair's voice was rough and menacing. Lin Sheng, I will kill you. With that declaration, Kair unleashed her fury and dove forward. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura erupted from Lin Sheng, who emerged from the dust cloud, surrounded by a swirling green flame. The transcendent bloodline's Super Saiyan form. In the next moment, Lin Sheng's fist, infused with chaotic power, landed squarely on Kair's face. Your strength must be more than this. Unleash it all. Otherwise, I shall be sorely disappointed. With those words, Lin Sheng launched a fierce onslaught toward Kair. The moment she had gained the upper hand, she found herself swiftly overwhelmed again. Ultimately, Lin Sheng hurled Kair into the sky, condensing a swirling emerald energy around him. The surrounding space began to shift in color, black, gray-brown, before returning to its original hue. Concurrently, an energy sphere radiating extreme chaotic energy coalesced in Lin Sheng's palm, the Saiyan Bomb. Would this prove lethal for her, as Weiss sensed the violent energy emanating from the Saiyan Bomb? He felt a sense of foreboding. Although Kair also possessed the transcendent bloodline, her combat experience paled in comparison to Lin Sheng's, making it improbable for her to unleash power that could rival his Super Saiyan form in such a short time. Beerus's eyes narrowed slightly. At that moment, Lin Sheng hurled the Saiyan Bomb toward Kair under the astonished gazes of the audience. The bomb struck Kair directly. Caulifla's panicked voice rang out just as the Saiyan Bomb detonated. Engulfing her in a tempest of emerald energy, all eyes were fixed on the swirling storm of energy above. Lin Sheng's last attack was powerful enough to annihilate her in an instant. Would Kair endure? Moments later, a piercing roar echoed from the sky. To everyone's astonishment, Kair began to absorb the energy storm unleashed by the Saiyan Bomb. She is absorbing Lin Sheng's energy. The legendary Super Saiyan is terrifying. Both of them are monsters. The crowd gasped in disbelief, speculating how this would unfold. Could it be that both are Super Saiyans of legend, and that their violent energies allow Kair to absorb the power of Lin Sheng's Saiyan Bomb? They exchanged astonished glances, discussing the implications. Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow, feeling Kair's ever-increasing energy and growing more exhilarated. With Kai's final roar, she absorbed all the energy from the Saiyan bomb that moment. Her power was rapidly approaching Lin Sheng's level. As she consumed the energy, the arena fell into a brief silence. After a second, a surge of even more chaotic energy erupted from Kai. The emerald flames enveloped her, and Lin Sheng frowned, realizing she was on the verge of losing control. Before Weiss could finish his thought, a tremendous energy explosion enveloped Kai. Countless energy blasts rained down around her, indiscriminately targeting the arena. If Kai had retained a shred of rationality before, she was now completely unable to contain her power, having entered a berserk state. The energy blast struck the ground, causing violent explosions to ripple through the arena. What is happening? What does she intend to do? Is she trying to kill us? The Kaio-ken and the audience from the Sixth Universe were thrown into a panic. These energy blasts were beyond their capacity to withstand. Weiss and Beerus swiftly conjured a barrier to shield against Kai's indiscriminate assault. Unable to control her power, then this must come to an end. Lin Sheng deflected an energy blast aimed at him. Realizing that this match needed to conclude, activating the Tenfold Kaio-ken, Lin Sheng's aura once again overpowered Kai. He charged forward, his fist imbued with unparalleled strength, penetrating Kai's energy and crashing into her face. This punch sent the rampaging Kai plummeting from the sky. With a heavy thud, Kai's energy dissipated, and her form returned to its previous, smaller state. The indiscriminate barrage finally ceased. After a moment, the arena fell silent. Had it ended? All eyes turned to the outskirts of the arena, where Kai lay unconscious. Her energy reverted to normal. Meanwhile, Lin Sheng stood amidst the wreckage of the battlefield, victorious. As the realization of the outcome settled in, the arena was enveloped in an eerie quiet. They had initially believed Lin Sheng and Hit's bout would showcase the pinnacle of this competition, but it was Lin Sheng and Kai's clash that truly represented the zenith of combat. The match between Chuan Chao and the opposing side ultimately concluded with Lin Sheng emerging victorious. The referee, having narrowly escaped a calamity, crawled out from the pile of rubble. Despite his injuries, he dutifully announced the outcome. The contestant Lin Sheng has triumphed in this match. Hearing the referee's declaration, Beerus felt a profound sense of relief. This match could be described as a tumultuous affair. Meanwhile, Caulifla rushed down to support Kale, who had collapsed, dazed and bewildered. "Sister, I failed to protect you." "It's all my fault," Kale lamented, his voice weak. Caulifla, though perplexed, reassured him, "You performed admirably." That moment, Champa's expression darkened, exuding an aura of lethal intent that was palpable. Feeling the chilling menace emanating from Champa, Hit, Caulifla, Kale, and Frost trembled with trepidation. For Champa, this was not merely a wager against Beerus, but rather a matter of lost face from defeat. Subsequently, two streams of destructive energy manifested in Champa's hands as he coldly declared, "You worthless fools, you have tarnished my reputation. I no longer wish to traverse the void. Just let me go." Hit sensed the gravity of the situation and contemplated an escape. Humph. However, Champa had no intention of allowing any of them to flee. "Neither of you shall escape. I will obliterate you all. Regardless of your techniques or transformations into Super Saiyans, it matters not." Champa's intentions became clear, and upon realizing the predicament of Universe 6, Son Goku was taken aback. It appeared that Champa was intent on annihilating Hit and the others. "You are no longer the main players. It would be prudent not to meddle," Beerus warned coolly from his seat. An atmosphere of tension enveloped the arena, as everyone came to the grim realization that they were mere pawns for the amusement of the God of Destruction, their fates resting in his hands out on the stage. Lin Sheng furrowed his brow. Had this scenario truly come to pass? This match was merely a diversion for the two gods of destruction, with all the contestants serving as their playthings. Just then, a melodious and crystalline voice resonated in the as this enchanting sound reached Lin Sheng's ears. His body trembled involuntarily. Immediately, a radiant golden light burst forth from the contestant platform of Universe 6. This golden aura emanated from the God of Destruction. "Champa, ding, an S-Class card has been detected near the host. Would you like to collect it?" Lin Sheng decisively responded, intrigued by the prospect of Champa's S-Class card. "What could it possibly be?" "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the S-Class card. Destruction. Would you like to absorb it? Lin Sheng was momentarily taken aback. This was reminiscent of Beerus's infamous destruction technique against Zamasu. The skill of destruction was akin to a law of causality, capable of obliterating all existence within the universe. Moreover, this ability was exclusive to the gods of destruction. Even if someone like Topo possessed destructive energy, it did not guarantee mastery over the destruction technique. This unexpected acquisition was beyond Lin Sheng's expectations, and he swallowed hard, thinking to himself, absorb. In that instant, the golden card transformed into a stream of information that flooded Lin Sheng's mind. Destruction was ready for use. Simultaneously, the atmosphere atop the Universe 6 contestant platform became increasingly tense, with cold sweat beading on the foreheads of Hit and his companions. If Champa intended to annihilate them, they would stand no chance of resistance. Lord Champa, at that moment, Beerus glanced down at the arena, gently calling to Champa. However, it seemed that Champa was oblivious to his presence. Lord Champa, Beerus called out once more, this time with urgency. What is it? Champa turned back, irritation etched on his face, before shifting his gaze downward to that moment. He was struck with horror as the destructive energy in his hands dissipated. He recoiled as if confronted by a specter, clutching his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "Ah, Lord Beerus!" On the opposite side, was also called out to Beerus. Just a second ago, Beerus had been lounging comfortably, but upon glancing at the scene, he spotted a diminutive figure standing between two tall, purple-hued attendants. This figure was none other than the supreme deity overseeing the 12 universes, the Omni King. In the next instant, Beerus nearly lost his composure, cold sweat cascading down his body. The Omni King is here. How did he arrive? Whis inhaled sharply, inquiring, Lord Beerus, should we remain seated? Of course not, Beerus retorted, hastily making his way down. Champa, too preoccupied with his own concerns, followed suit at breakneck speed, with Beerus and was trailing closely behind. Upon descending, Beerus and Champa immediately prostrated themselves before the Omni King, while the Kais of Universe 6 and 7 followed suit, kneeling in reverence. Only Beerus and Whis remained standing. Omni King, you have graced us with your presence. Why did you not inform us beforehand? The Omni King, with an expressionless visage, responded in a childlike tone. I merely happened to pass by and noticed you holding an event. I intended to offer a reminder. But as I watched, I found it quite entertaining. Indeed, as Lin Sheng turned to observe the commotion, he was taken aback to see the Omni King and his two attendants had mysteriously appeared on the scene. The arrival of the Omni King was indeed unexpected. Gazing at the youthful face of the Omni King, Lin Sheng silently mused, truly, the Omni King is remarkable. His arrival went unnoticed by me. As time dragged on, no cards fell from the Omni King. He had awaited Beerus's card for over half a year, so it was unlikely that the Omni King's card would be any less elusive. Acquiring a card from the Omni King was not merely a matter of chance. It was something far more profound, perhaps reliant on destiny. As Lin Sheng's gaze fell upon the Omni King's attendants, he felt a sense of invincibility radiating from them. Though their energy signatures were imperceptible, they exuded an overwhelming presence, akin to an ant gazing up at Mount Tai. Utterly insurmountable, the disparity was staggering, suggesting that Lin Sheng's journey was far from over, although Lin Sheng might have the potential to surpass Champa at present. In the presence of the Omni King's attendants, he felt as insignificant as a firefly, overshadowed by the brilliance of the moon. Meanwhile, after airing their grievances to the Omni King, Beerus and Champa were left in a state of alarm when the Omni King expressed his desire to replace a god of destruction. The pallor of their faces deepened. Just kidding. The Omni King chuckled at their startled expressions, bringing a sigh of relief to Beerus and Champa. Subsequently, his gaze shifted to Lin Sheng, who stood behind Whis and Beerus. I have one more matter to discuss today. Omni King, please feel free to speak. I will do my utmost to fulfill it, Beerus replied, trembling with trepidation. The Omni King pointed at Lin Sheng, inquiring, is he named Lin Sheng? Beerus paused momentarily, then nodded slightly, yes. Without hesitation, Beerus rushed forward to pull Lin Sheng closer. Lin Sheng, bewildered, wondered what the Omni King wanted with him. Lin Sheng, your recent match was truly exhilarating. I wish to witness it again, remarked the Omni King, gazing at Lin Sheng with a childlike innocence. Lin Sheng chuckled. Why not host a grand tournament where all the deities can participate? Upon hearing this, Beerus immediately broke into a cold sweat, realizing the gravity of such a suggestion. The Omni King pondered for a moment, intrigued by the idea, and promptly declared, "Let us arrange a tournament for all the universes to participate in on a future date." As the conversation unfolded, Beerus, visibly alarmed, hastily covered Lin Sheng's mouth, exclaiming, "Your Majesty." Lin Sheng knows nothing. He was merely jesting. Please do not take it seriously. Beerus shot Lin Sheng a warning glare, urging him to refrain from speaking recklessly. His greatest fear was that Lin Sheng's careless words might offend the Omni King, leading to the instant annihilation of their entire universe. The Omni King, as the supreme deity of the 12 universes, could obliterate existence with a mere flick of a finger, while I am conversing with Lin Sheng. You ought to remain silent. The Omni King's tone turned icy as he fixed a chilling glare upon Beerus, who nearly lost his composure. He quickly knelt again, trembling. "I beg your pardon, Your Majesty." The Omni King then turned back to Lin Sheng, his expression softening into a smile. "Very well. We shall joyfully decide to hold a tournament involving all 12 universes." With childlike anticipation, the Omni King extended his hand towards Lin Sheng, saying, "I found your match quite thrilling. Let us be friends. You must participate in the next tournament." Lin Sheng was momentarily taken aback. Had he truly heard correctly? The Omni King wished to befriend him? This was incomprehensible, not just for Lin Sheng, but for Beerus and Whis, along with the other deities, who were equally astounded. The supreme deity of the 12 universes, desiring friendship with a mere human. This was unprecedented, though the Omni King possessed a childlike demeanor. His terrifying power was unquestionable. He could erase universes without a moment's hesitation. After a brief contemplation, Lin Sheng extended his hand, smiling respectfully. It is an honor to become friends with the Omni King. The moment their hands clasped, the eyes of the Omni King's two guards widened in shock, their anxiety palpable. Both Beerus and Whis wore expressions of astonishment, for in their experience, the Omni King had never been so approachable. "Do not worry," the Omni King reassured his guards with a wave of his hand, indicating that there was no cause for alarm. "Now that we are friends, you must definitely come to the next tournament." He exclaimed cheerfully, "Of course, I will certainly participate." Lin Sheng nodded. Understanding that the strength competition was his primary goal, he needed to battle stronger opponents to enhance his own powers swiftly. Moreover, during this strength tournament, all the destroyers and angels from every universe, including the Grand Minister, would be present. Even if he appeared somewhat out of place, he might still have the chance to acquire a card from other universe destroyers or angels. Securing a card from a high-ranking official would be an incredible fortune. Even though he already possessed the strength to rival a destroyer, he was still but a pawn in the grand scheme of the Dragon Ball universe. He could not afford to grow complacent, especially with the enticing rewards of the tournament, including the coveted Super Dragon Balls. "If you have the chance, please come find me," the Omni King added, pulling out a purple object resembling a button. "You are my first friend, so I would like to give you a gift. Press the button on the front to visit me, and pressing the back button will summon me to your location instantly." Lin Sheng was taken aback. Was this not the Omni King's summoning device? He accepted it with a nod. "All right, I understand. This was a valuable item that could potentially save his life in dire circumstances. I eagerly await your visit." The Omni King beamed, before turning his attention back to the prostrated Beerus, commanding, "For the next tournament, Lin Sheng from Universe 6 must participate, or else I shall erase you." At that moment, Beerus felt an overwhelming torrent of despair, yet he respectfully replied, "Yes, Your Majesty, he will certainly participate." Before the Omni King departed, he scanned the faces of Whis, Beerus, and Lin Sheng, announcing, "I shall take my leave now. Until next time." As he vanished in a flash of radiant light, Beerus finally felt the weight of exhaustion wash over him. The thrill of victory in his recent match had dissolved entirely. Originally, he had intended to relish in his triumph and taunt Champa, but the encounter with the Omni King had stripped him of all joy. This match had merely been a diversion. The true competition would be the one hosted by the Omni King. Champa consoled himself, realizing he had narrowly escaped disaster. "Listen up, you lot. Return and train diligently. You must not disgrace me in the next tournament." Campus suddenly turned and bellowed a hit, and the others, as they departed. Caulifla, Kale, and Kaba from Universe 6 approached Lin Sheng. Hey, you're Lin Sheng, right? Next time, teach me how to transform into that Super Saiyan of yours. Caulifla exclaimed boldly. Lin Sheng chuckled and shook his head. You cannot. Why not? Caulifla asked, puzzled. Why can you transform, but I cannot? There is no reason. You simply cannot, but Kale can, Lin Sheng replied cryptically before continuing. However, I can teach you in Kaba how to achieve Super Saiyan 2 and 3 if you wish. What about Vegeta's Super Saiyan Blue? Kaba inquired eagerly. Don't even think about it. You're still a long way from Super Saiyan Blue, Lin Sheng candidly stated, although Caulifla and Kaba exhibited immense potential. Attaining Super Saiyan Blue was no trivial feat that it took Goku a considerable time to master it, even after reaching the pinnacle of his strength. Let us make it a deal. You have to come to Universe 6 and teach me how to transform. Caulifla insisted, determined to gain a stronger form. As they departed, she called back to Lin Sheng. You better come. Once the warriors from Universe 6 left, others began to approach Lin Sheng. Are you okay, Lin? Android 21 asked with concern. I'm fine, Lin Sheng replied with a smile. I'm just excited about the upcoming tournament hosted by the Omni King. Meanwhile, Goku, still engaged in his training, remarked to Vegeta, let us return to Universe 6. We need to prepare for our match against those powerful warriors. Vegeta nodded in agreement, realizing that he needed to strengthen himself further. Even with his current prowess, he felt he still had much to learn from the formidable opponents of other universes. Ignoring Lin Sheng, Beerus turned to Bulma and asked, have you located the last Dragon Ball yet? Lin Sheng did not disclose to Zhu the location of the last Dragon Ball, yet he claimed to know where the final Super Dragon Ball was. Ah, Bulma remarked, the last one. At that moment, Lin Sheng had stated he knew where the Dragon Balls were, which prompted her to capture one. Lin Sheng. Do you know where the last Dragon Ball is? Beerus inquired, turning his gaze towards Lin Sheng. Hasn't Lin already found it? Lin Sheng retorted, bewildered. Beerus and Whis were perplexed by the exchange. The meaning was as distant as the horizon, yet as close as the eye could see. Lin Sheng glanced around, contemplating the implications. Whis, however, suddenly seemed to grasp the concept. Everyone, please board the warp cube swiftly, he instructed, demonstrating the technique. The crowd promptly entered the warp cube, with Lin Sheng also guiding number 21 aboard. Shortly thereafter, under Whis' command, the warp cube swiftly ascended through the cosmos. Upon re-emerging, the scene on the nameless planet revealed a violent tornado wreaking havoc upon the surface, devastating the terrain. Cracks began to spread like a web across the land. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the Super Dragon Ball, embedded with 4 stars, emerged, astonishing everyone present. The sight of the Super Dragon Ball itself was breathtaking, leaving them all in awe. Bulma's face reflected her astonishment. Could it be that the Super Dragon Ball was shattered and scattered across the cosmos, forming countless asteroids around it? Lin Sheng speculated, since we have gathered the Dragon Balls, how do we summon the Eternal Dragon? Sun Wukong posed the pivotal question. The answer lay in the language of Namek. The language required to summon and grant wishes to the Eternal Dragon. But surely it cannot be that simple, he added, reflecting on the complexity of the task. Beerus, too, found the notion plausible. Lin Sheng, you should know how to summon it. Right? Come forth, speak the divine tongue to summon the Eternal Dragon. Grant my wish, Lin Sheng commanded, revealing his intent to Beerus, who was already aware of the situation. Regardless, Beerus's wishes were his own, and even if he comprehended the summoning process, he lacked the divine language needed to call forth the dragon. Thus, it fell to Beerus to articulate his wish. Although he was indeed tempted by the allure of the Super Dragon Ball, he recognized that he could only wait until he had earned the means to summon the Eternal Dragon. Beerus raised his head towards Whis. Whis, follow my instructions to summon the dragon. Yes, Lord Beerus, Whis replied. Then, Beerus began to utter a series of incomprehensible phrases. Just as he was about to articulate a crucial word, he abruptly paused, perplexed. What does I wish mean? He queried, bewildered by the absence of that phrase in the divine language. Is it like this? He pondered aloud. All right then, Beerus continued. I wish. He resumed his incantation, mirroring Whis' words precisely, yet the Super Dragon Ball remained unresponsive. Why is there no reaction? Bulma asked, scratching her head in confusion. Could it be that I wish is flawed? Beerus wondered, casting a dubious glance at Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng, however, offered no explanation. Do not fret. One cannot rush the cosmos, he advised at tea that moment. As Lin Sheng spoke, the cosmic fabric began to tremble violently, affecting the interior of the warp cube. The onlookers gasped as a super Dragon Ball floated into the vastness of space, emanating a deep crimson light. Chapter 92. The Peerless Eternal Dragon Wow. The occupants of the warp cube exclaimed in unison, awestruck by the resplendent crimson glow radiating from the Super Dragon Ball. As the cosmic vibrations intensified, the crimson light reached its zenith, unleashing a blinding golden brilliance that compelled everyone to shut their eyes. Lin, will everything be all right? Number 21 clutched Lin Sheng's hand tightly, feeling a twinge of anxiety amidst the cosmic upheaval. Do not worry. All will be well. Lin Sheng reassured her that a few moments later, as the golden light dissipated, everyone reopened their eyes to behold an enormous, golden-hued, enigmatic entity before them. What is this? Number 21 murmured, slowly regaining her composure as she gazed at the terrifying creature beyond the warp cube that a sense of awe washed over her. She had never encountered such a colossal being before. The Super Eternal Dragon. Lin Sheng's voice trailed off. A peculiar sound resonated from outside, prompting everyone to widen their eyes in anticipation. The Super Eternal Dragon slowly opened its eyes, which shimmered with a deep crimson glow. The divine and oppressive aura enveloped the hearts of all present as the dragon's roar echoed through the cosmos. Its massive eyes, radiating crimson light, swept across the universe like searchlights. In an instant, the Super Eternal Dragon unfurled its vast form, spiraling around a star before darting through the cosmos at a speed surpassing light. Simultaneously, its already immense body began to swell in the blink of an eye. The Super Eternal Dragon devoured a planet that was 1,000 times larger than Earth. After consuming the planet, it continued its swift journey, its body expanding at an incomprehensible rate, surpassing entire star systems. Inside the warp cube, everyone's vision was eclipsed by the dazzling golden light emanating from the Super Eternal Dragon. Incredible! Lin Sheng and the others marveled as they observed the dragon's form stretching beyond their sight, seemingly infinite. Even Lin Sheng was taken aback by the spectacle. Witnessing the Super Eternal Dragon in person was an overwhelming experience, and no wonder it was reputed to fulfill any wish. Its reputation was indeed well-deserved. Finally, as the Super Eternal Dragon's form reached its ultimate expansion, the surrounding star systems appeared diminutive, as if mere grains of sand. Truly, it was a peerless dragon. When the blinding golden light surged forth once more, the onlookers were compelled to shield their eyes yet again. Moments later, as the light receded, they found themselves within the belly of the Super Eternal Dragon, surrounded by resplendent cosmic stars. This scene was breathtaking. A visual spectacle that left them in awe. It's astonishing. I never imagined such beauty existed. Number 21 breathed, entranced by the mesmerizing starry cosmos. Indeed, it is magnificent, Lin Sheng agreed, nodding in appreciation, though accustomed to the wonders of the universe. This moment still held a dreamlike quality. The warp cube traversed a colossal threshold, resembling an abyss. The core of the Super Eternal Dragon came into view. The next phase would be Beerus's wish-making. After completing the wish, Lin Sheng and his companions embarked on their journey back to Earth. Hey, what did you wish for? Bulma inquired with curiosity. Mind your own business. Beerus snapped irritably. Oh, come on, Beerus, don't be so stingy. Telling us won't hurt. Sun Wukong chimed in, equally intrigued about Beerus's wish. I wish for a more comfortable bed. Beerus confessed, his desire to restore civilization on the Earth of the 6th universe akin to that of the 7th universe. Though he chose to fabricate a trivial excuse instead of revealing the truth. Really, you wish for something so mundane? Bulma exclaimed, a vein throbbing on her forehead. You fool. Even I could grant such a wish. What did you say? Beware. I shall annihilate you in an atmosphere of harmony. After several hours of travel, they finally returned to Earth. Following the tournament with the 6th universe, a temporary peace had settled over the realm. The Grand Minister's announcement regarding the Universal Tournament was still awaited. Lin Sheng and Android 21 continued to linger on Earth. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Vegeta journeyed to Beerus planet to continue their training under Whis. This serene period lasted for 3 months. During this interval, Lin Sheng's power had reached a standstill. However, it was perhaps for the best, as one must balance the pursuit of strength with moments of respite. Moreover, Lin Sheng found himself rather enjoying these leisurely days, despite the tinge of boredom as he lay on the rooftop, chewing on a blade of grass. He murmured, "Brother Lin, how about we go for a swim?" Relishing the intense summer sun, Android 21 suggested. Since Bulma's residence featured a swimming pool, there was no better way to relish the summer than with a refreshing swim. Maybe next time that I plan to step out for a while. Lin Sheng contemplated, ultimately deciding to visit the 6th universe. After all, he had promised Caulifla and Cabba that he would assist them in achieving Super Saiyan Forms 2 and 3, and he could not go back on his word. Where to? Android 21 inquired. "To the 6th universe," Lin Sheng replied, discarding the blade of grass and rising. "That I might be gone for a few days, so stay here on Earth. If anything arises, feel free to call me." Following his visit to the 6th universe, Lin Sheng intended to venture to the 11th universe to visit Margarita, as he had missed her after several months. Thus, he decided not to bring Android 21 along this time. Understood, Android 21 responded without any objection to Lin Sheng's words. Lin Sheng summoned a warp cube and swiftly departed for the 6th universe. Chapter 93. I have waited for you for so long in the 6th universe. On planet Sadala, Caulifla was instructing Kale on how to transform into a Super Saiyan. Although Kale had successfully transformed during the tournament between the 6th and 7th universes, she had been unable to do so again since returning. Despite Caulifla's relentless training, Kale could not unleash her inner power. After holding back for so long, her face flushed with exertion, she ultimately succumbed to despair and sat down, exclaiming, "Sister, I can't do it." "How could you not?" Caulifla retorted, refusing to accept defeat. "Did you not transform when you fought Lin Sheng? That power was astonishing." Even Caulifla envied Kale's potential, wondering why she could not tap into it. "The way you are being taught. Of course, you cannot transform like that moment." A somewhat familiar voice reached Caulifla and Kale's ears. They turned in unison to see a figure standing on a nearby rock. It was Lin Sheng. Caulifla's heart leaped with joy, and she excitedly shouted, "Lin Sheng, you finally came. I have been waiting for you for so long." "Is it really him?" Kale thought, hesitating to look at Lin Sheng, recalling his words from the arena. Surely, he was not here to vie for Caulifla's attention. Was he? Lin Sheng leaped down and landed between Caulifla and Kale. Caulifla hurriedly said, "Lin Sheng, how did you teach Kale to transform last time? Please teach her again." Kale's small hands clenched nervously. Lin Sheng casually glanced at Kale and said, "Let's not worry about her for now. I will teach you how to transform into Super Saiyan 2 first." "All right, please teach me," Caulifla eagerly replied, disregarding Kale for the moment. "Let's move over there," she suggested. "You transform into Super Saiyan first." "Okay." Without hesitation, Caulifla transformed into her Super Saiyan form, and her energy surged dramatically. "What comes next?" Caulifla inquired impatiently after her transformation. For the past 3 months since the tournament, she had been researching how to transform into Super Saiyan 2, but found no way to progress, remaining stuck in her Super Saiyan form. "Continue to gather energy at your back, then release it," Lin Sheng instructed. "Let me try." Caulifla focused, gathering energy at her back. Moments later, with a powerful shout, her energy escalated once more. Crackling, lightning danced around her, a hallmark of Super Saiyan 2. "Impressive. This feels completely different," Caulifla exclaimed, exhilarated as if she had shattered a barrier. "What about Super Saiyan 3? How do I transform into that?" After successfully transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Caulifla eagerly pressed Lin Sheng for guidance. Super Saiyan 2 was not her ultimate goal. She aspired to grow even stronger. Meanwhile, witnessing the close interaction between Lin Sheng and Caulifla, Kale felt a pang of jealousy. "Sister." In the next instant, Kale's muscles swelled, and her energy erupted like a volcanic eruption. Simultaneously, Lin Sheng and Caulifla turned to see Kale had transformed into her Super Saiyan form once more. Her eyes, now devoid of color, burned with unrestrained fury. "Kale, you did it!" Caulifla cheered in delight. astonished by Kale's transformation. Oblivious to how it occurred. Lin Sheng, you stole my sister. I will kill you, Kale declared, stepping forward and leaving deep footprints in the ground. You cannot kill anyone, Lin Sheng said calmly, while he yearned for an all-out battle with Kale. He knew that such a clash could obliterate planet Sadala. Thus, Lin Sheng transformed into his Super Saiyan form, tapping into the powers of his bloodline. Kale's energy had significantly increased compared to the tournament. Now, she could easily overpower Super Saiyan Blue Sun Wukong with sheer strength. However, she still fell short of being Lin Sheng's match in his Super Saiyan form. With that, Kale lunged at Lin Sheng, her hand reaching out to grasp him. Humph! Lin Sheng effortlessly blocked her hand and retaliated with a punch. Bang! Kale was sent hurtling back over 100 meters. Once she regained her footing, she charged at Lin Sheng again. Fueled by her seething rage, Kale, what are you doing? Stop! He is Lin Sheng, Caulifla exclaimed, alarmed by Kale's intent to attack. She rushed to intervene, but was pushed aside by Kale, seeing Kale's fierce and aggressive stance. Lin Sheng activated his Tenfold Kaio-ken. I do not wish to play with you today, so lie down. As he spoke, Lin Sheng leaped into the air, his fists wreathed in crimson and ethereal green energy, crashing forcefully into Kale's face. Boom! Crack! The impact sent Kale sprawling to the ground, causing the earth within hundreds of meters to tremble. Kale reverted to her normal state beneath Lin Sheng's overwhelming punch. Kale! Caulifla rushed over to help Kale up. She is fine. She merely fainted, Lin Sheng stated calmly, having transformed back to his usual form. Once Kale was settled, Caulifla turned to Lin Sheng. Now, please teach me how to transform into Super Saiyan 3. Chapter 94. What is this sweet feeling? You still cannot transform into Super Saiyan 3. Why not? Caulifla asked, perplexed. Your power is insufficient and your combat experience is lacking, Lin Sheng replied. What should I do? A smirk played on Lin Sheng's lips. Pledge your allegiance to me as your master, and I shall teach you. Huh. Caulifla was momentarily taken aback. Otherwise, how do you expect to learn without any effort? Lin Sheng said with a disdainful glance. This left Caulifla in a dilemma. She pondered for a moment before her eyes lit up. Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around Lin Sheng's neck and boldly suggested, how about instead of being your disciple, I'll become your girlfriend? Huh. Lin Sheng was taken aback, glancing at Caulifla with suspicion. Are you serious? Although Caulifla's flamboyant personality greatly appeals to him, he certainly does not wish to be burdened with the accusation of abducting a minor. What does he think of me? Caulifla raised her head defiantly, declaring, I'm 20 years old this year. You're 20? 9. 500? Lin Sheng shot her a skeptical glance, questioning her apparent youthfulness, though she may not possess the same allure as number 21. She is still quite acceptable. Not at all, Caulifla retorted. Perhaps just a little, Lin Sheng conceded, before inquiring, so, does this mean you're confessing your feelings to me? He found himself puzzled. Are all Saiyans from the 6th universe so open-minded? Or is Caulifla an exception? Sort of, Caulifla said, stepping closer to wrap her arms around Lin Sheng's neck. You give off a vibe that suggests you're quite straightforward. Well, you certainly aren't as stingy as Vegeta. Who won't even teach me Super Saiyan? They continued. Caulifla felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. Noticing the rosy hue on her face, Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow. Could she be serious? He had thought Caulifla was merely teasing him. Have you made up your mind? This is my second time confessing, she urged as Lin Sheng remained silent. Ahem, Lin Sheng pretended to clear his throat, saying, although this is a bit sudden, I suppose I could reluctantly accept your feelings. Reluctantly? Huh. Caulifla playfully smacked Lin Sheng's shoulder, then shyly turned her face away, a silly smile gracing her lips. Seeing the goofy grin on Caulifla's face, Lin Sheng couldn't help but smile back. Thus, it seemed he now had a girlfriend. Surprisingly, after not having a girlfriend in his previous life, he found himself in a relationship upon arriving here. Suddenly, Lin Sheng pulled Caulifla into his embrace, catching her off guard. What are you doing? Caulifla exclaimed. Her cheeks still flushed, resembling a ripe apple, invitingly tempting to be bitten into. What do you think? With that, Lin Sheng leaned down and kissed her. I could see that moment. Caulifla's mind went blank, and she felt as if the world was spinning around her, overwhelmed by a suffocating sweetness. What is this delightful sensation? Caulifla found herself utterly captivated. After a considerable time, Lin Sheng finally released her. Caulifla's face burned with embarrassment. After all, this was her first kiss. She pouted, trying to regain her composure, feigning annoyance as she said, "You could have at least let me prepare for that. I didn't even have a chance to react." Lin Sheng chuckled. "Of course, you can take your time to prepare tonight." Who was afraid? Soon, Caulifla adapted to the situation, bravely challenging, "Come on, give it your all." Lin Sheng smiled and stepped back a little, beckoning her with his hand. "All right, here I come." Caulifla transformed in her Super Saiyan 2 form once more. In the next moment, the battle between Lin Sheng and Caulifla commenced. Rather than a fight, it felt more like training. Even in his base form, Lin Sheng easily overpowered Caulifla in her Super Saiyan 2 state. Thus, he decided to suppress his power to a slightly stronger level than hers, engaging in an intense spar. Under the pressure of this battle, Caulifla swiftly utilized her combat skills, and the power within her continued to surge. As the fight progressed, Caulifla's strength grew at an astonishing pace. This intense spar continued until dusk, and only when Caulifla was nearly exhausted did they finally stop. The previously unconscious Kair had long since awakened. That was exhilarating. Caulifla collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. "Lin Sheng, let's continue tomorrow." Despite her exhaustion, she wore an expression of exhilaration. Lin Sheng nodded in agreement. "It's getting late. How about we head to my place? I'd like you to meet my brother," Caulifla suggested. "Sure," Lin Sheng replied without hesitation, as he intended to train Caulifla until she could transform into Super Saiyan 3, which would certainly require staying at her home during that time. "Sister." Upon hearing that Caulifla was bringing Lin Sheng home, Kair felt a twinge of jealousy. Since she had been unconscious earlier, she was unaware of the relationship between Lin Sheng and Caulifla. "Come on, let's go home," Caulifla said, not overly concerned with Kair's feelings. She promptly led Lin Sheng back. Kair pondered for a moment before following them. Chapter 95. Lin saw the architecture of Lei's planet closely resembles that of Vegeta planet. Caulifla's home is located on the outskirts of the city, away from the hustle and bustle. Unlike Vegeta, the Saiyans on Lei's planet do not survive by conquering planets and selling them at high prices. Instead, they are protected by an elite force known as the Lei's defense team. Returning to Caulifla's home, a robust man with a square face was lounging on the living room couch. That he was Caulifla's brother, Lin Sheng, formerly the captain of the Lei's defense team. He had also been Gabe's mentor, but had retired due to a severe illness and was now recuperating at home. "Brother, I'm back," Caulifla exclaimed joyfully upon entering. Hearing her voice, Lin Sheng quickly sat up, noticing the unfamiliar young man accompanying her. "Who is he?" His gaze fell on Lin Sheng as he asked. "This is Lin Sheng. He is my boyfriend," Caulifla shyly introduced him. Lin Sheng smiled and greeted, "Hello, Brother Do." Lin raised an eyebrow, astonished that his rebellious sister had found a boyfriend. "This is quite unexpected." "Hello," Lin Sheng replied to Lin Sheng's greeting before questioning. "Are you also a Saiyan?" "Well, sort of," Lin Sheng replied after a moment's thought. Lin Sheng scratched his head, "But I've never seen you before." "Who is your father?" Lin Sheng replied. "I am a Saiyan from the 7th universe." "The 7th universe Saiyan?" Lin Sheng exclaimed in shock, looking at Lin Sheng before shifting his gaze back to Caulifla. "Oh, you found a Saiyan from another universe." Lin Sheng nodded slightly. Understanding Lin Sheng's repeated inquiries, Lin Sheng could appreciate his concern. After all, as an older brother, he naturally wanted to clarify the situation regarding his sister's unexpected boyfriend. Caulifla, unfazed, sat beside Lin Sheng, excitedly proclaiming, "Brother, let me tell you, Lin Sheng is incredibly strong." "Is that so? Just how strong is he?" Even Linker, with furrowed brows, has developed an interest. Although the Saiyans of the 6th universe do not survive by conquering planets and selling them at exorbitant prices, they are nonetheless a warrior race. Thus, Linker harbors hopes that his sister will find a formidable Saiyan to accompany her. In doing so, he would no longer have to worry about Caulifla's safety. He must be extraordinarily powerful. Caulifla struggled to find the words to describe him, adding, "My Super Saiyan is the one who taught me how to transform." All right, I understand," Linker replied, not wishing to press further. Given that Caulifla holds him in such high regard, he deduced that Lin Sheng's strength must be formidable as well. "Brother, I'll prepare some food for you and Lin Sheng." You two chat for now, Caulifla said cheerfully before heading into the backyard. After Caulifla departed, Linker turned his attention back to Lin Sheng and beckoned. Lin Sheng, please take a seat. There is no need for formality. Lin Sheng nodded in acknowledgement and chose a chair to sit down. Lin Sheng, I have but one sister, since she dared to bring you here to meet me. I believe she must genuinely care for you. Linker said earnestly that I hope you will treat her well in the future, that of course, as long as I am around. No one shall bully her, Lin Sheng replied with solemnity. Caulifla could be considered his first love in the Dragon Ball universe. Regardless of what transpires, even if the sixth universe loses in the tournament of power and faces erasure from existence, he would find a way to restore it, for Caulifla resides in the sixth universe. Even if he were to bring her to the seventh universe, should Zeno choose to erase the sixth universe, it is likely she would be wiped out alongside ITS for Champa. If he refrains from provoking Lin Sheng again, Lin Sheng might consider allowing him to survive until after the Tournament of Power. However, should he dare to instigate trouble once more, Lin Sheng would not hesitate to eliminate him. Now that he possesses destructive energy and the title of Destroyer, Lin Sheng harbors no fear of Champa. Even if he ceases to provoke him, Champa would ultimately meet his demise after the tournament. For those who seek to end his life, Lin Sheng feels compelled to eradicate them. Not only Champa, but also the Joker God who once sought to destroy him. That is reassuring. Linker sighed softly, murmuring, my sister may resemble a little rascal, but her potential far surpasses mine, that I am aware, which is why I am nurturing her abilities, Lin Sheng replied, nodding. Caulifla indeed possesses immense potential. To transform into a Super Saiyan, a Saiyan must accumulate a certain quantity of S cells within their body and subsequently trigger an emotional surge to unleash their transformation, that S cells proliferate more readily in peaceful environments. And since the sixth universe offers a far superior living condition for Saiyans compared to the seventh, with significantly less warfare, it explains why both Caulifla and Cabba can transform into Super Saiyans with such ease. While no Super Saiyan has emerged from planet Vegeta in the seventh universe for many years, as the following chapters unfold, Lin Sheng spent the ensuing month on planet Salad, primarily training Caulifla under Lin Sheng's guidance. Caulifla's strength soared to new heights, with her latent power merely needing to be coaxed out. During this period, Caulifla often erupted in jealousy due to the relationship between Lin Sheng and Caulifla, but Lin Sheng subdued her each time with a Tenfold Kaio-ken punch, rendering her unconscious. Aside from Caulifla also made significant progress, achieving the ability to control her powers in her Super Saiyan Bloodline evolution form, although this form granted her explosive growth compared to her previous uncontrolled state. It also meant she lost the core essence of her Super Saiyan Bloodline, which allowed her power to continuously increase through battle. Thus, it can be said that the Super Saiyan evolution form has its advantages and disadvantages. On the day when their training was nearing its conclusion, Caulifla finally managed to transform into Super Saiyan 3. However, due to the immense stamina consumption of this form and a full day of training, she could only maintain it for 2 minutes before her energy was depleted. Lin Sheng caught the exhausted Caulifla and inquired, "How do you feel?" "I'm fine, just extremely fatigued," she replied, gripping Lin Sheng's arm tightly. "Let us head back. Yes, it's getting late. It's time to conclude today's training." With that, Lin Sheng carried Caulifla back. After enjoying a meal, Lin Sheng retreated to the bathroom for a relaxing soak. This feels delightful. He sighed, lying in the tub and observing the bubbles floating upon the surface. During this month, the most pleasant moments were those spent in the bath, as it alleviated the fatigue of the day. "I suppose it's nearly time for me to leave," Lin Sheng murmured at the ceiling. Now that Caulifla had achieved Super Saiyan 3, it was time for him to depart. He could not remain on planet Salad indefinitely, waiting for an opportunity to visit her again. Originally, he had planned to stay for only a few days, but unexpectedly, a month had passed. Plans are often subject to change, Lin Sheng sighed. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the bathroom door. Before Lin Sheng could respond, Caulifla barged in without hesitation. "What are you doing?" Lin Sheng exclaimed, taken aback at her sudden intrusion. Caulifla, holding a towel and grinning broadly, declared, "You've worked hard training me this past month, so today, let me give you a bath." Having spent a month together, Caulifla had shed her initial shyness, and given her naturally bold demeanor, she felt emboldened to enter while Lin Sheng was bathing. With that, she closed the door behind her. A mischievous smile crept onto Lin Sheng's face. This was akin to a wolf entering a den of tigers. He reached out and, with a splash, sent Caulifla tumbling into the bathtub. "But where's your brother?" Lin Sheng inquired. "He has gone to rest," Caulifla replied, blinking innocently. Her cheeks flushed. An hour later, both Lin Sheng and Caulifla exited the bathroom. Afterward, Lin Sheng carried Caulifla straight to her room. The following day, as dawn broke, Lin Sheng and Caulifla awoke almost simultaneously. Caulifla gazed intently at Lin Sheng's profile, recalling the wildness of the previous night. "I must leave today," Lin Sheng said, tightening his embrace around Caulifla, feeling a pang of reluctance. "Da." Where to? Caulifla's eyes widened in alarm at the prospect of his departure. Lin Sheng gently touched her nose and chuckled. "To grow stronger. I need to become more powerful to keep you safe." "But I think you're already strong enough," Caulifla protested. "No." Lin Sheng shook his head. "We are still mere pawns in the hands of the gods. Only when my strength surpasses that of the deities will I consider us truly safe. Otherwise, we remain shadows under the gods' dominion." Lin Sheng was acutely aware of the dangers lurking in the Dragon Ball universe. Therefore, to avoid the ever-present threat of being erased by the gods, he must grow stronger. He still had a long way to go on this journey of strength. Listening to Lin Sheng's words, Caulifla fell into contemplation. Since the martial arts tournament between the 6th and 7th universes, she had come to understand that the destroyers were not the supreme beings of the cosmos before the omnipotent Zeno. Even the destroyers held no dignity. A destroyer capable of ruling an entire universe possesses the power to obliterate them at any moment. What more could be said of Zeno, who governs the 12 universes? "You should remain at home to care for your brother. I will visit whenever I have the time," Lin Sheng advised, "and don't forget to continue your training." "Yes, I will," Caulifla replied emphatically. Chapter 90. The God of Destruction? Is it truly impressive? After bidding farewell to Caulifla, Lin Sheng piloted the shuttle cube directly towards Universe 10. A day later, he arrived once more at Universe 11. Upon entering Universe 11, Lin Sheng made a beeline for the planet Wymide. Half an hour later, he found himself in the cosmic space outside the planet Wymide, which remained unchanged. Subsequently, Lin Sheng dove the shuttle cube downwards. Within the grand palace of Wymide, Margarita was seated elegantly at a table, savoring a sumptuous meal. Opposite her sat the God of Destruction, Wymide, equally engaged in his dining tea that moment. A swift sound echoed as a shuttle cube landed steadily outside. Wymide and Margarita turned abruptly, only to see Lin Sheng smiling and waving at Margarita. "Hi, Margarita, have you missed me?" Lin Sheng. Margarita was taken aback at the sight of Lin Sheng's smiling face. "How did he arrive?" After a brief pause, she nodded lightly, responding with a smile. "Indeed, dear." Observing the somewhat flirtatious interaction between Lin Sheng and Margarita, Wymide's expression darkened instantly. "Are you here to flirt with Margarita?" Although Wymide and Margarita shared a master-servant relationship as well as a mentor-student bond, Margarita was, after all, the angel serving him. The audacity of Lin Sheng to come to his palace and engage with Margarita left Wymide seething. Did he not care for his own dignity? Rising, Wymide fixed Lin Sheng with a cold stare, his voice laced with anger. "Lin Sheng, I let you off last time, yet you dare to return to Universe 10? Do you truly believe I wouldn't destroy you?" "Destroy me?" Lin Sheng scoffed, a mocking smile crossing his lips. "I have come to visit Margarita, but also to settle accounts with you." Previously, upon returning from the GT dimension, he had held some trepidation towards Wymide. However, now, standing before him, Wymide exuded no aura of intimidation. From the very first moment Lin Sheng arrived at Wymide, the latter had consented to his annihilation. Now, Wymide still attempted to instill fear in him. That tactic would surely fail. Had Wymide maintained a cordial demeanor during Lin Sheng's visit to Margarita, Lin Sheng would have been indifferent to settling scores. However, since Wymide chose to disregard his dignity, Lin Sheng felt no need to indulge him any further. Otherwise, Wymide might begin to think himself invincible. listening to Lin Sheng's arrogant declarations. Waimai could only chuckle disdainfully. You seek to settle accounts with me. You seem to be quite oblivious to your predicament. You know who I am. I'm the god of destruction. To obliterate you is but a mere flick of my fingers. The god of destruction? Is that truly impressive? Lin Sheng emerged from the shuttle cube, striding into the palace dining room to face Waimai directly. Taunting, to me, you are nothing more than a farce, caught in the midst of the confrontation. Margarita felt a sense of unease. On one hand, she served the god of destruction. On the other, she had ties with Lin Sheng. What was she to do? Reluctantly, she interjected, Lin Sheng, Waimai, let us discuss this calmly. There is no need for hostility. Dear, Waimai shot a fierce glance at Margarita. This is between him and me. Stay out of it. He could no longer afford to be lenient. Today he had to teach Lin Sheng a lesson to preserve his dignity as a god of destruction. Margarita, step aside, he commanded. Margarita complied, retreating to the sidelines, her only role now to mediate. Even if Lin Sheng and Waimai were to engage in battle, she could not intervene unless Lin Sheng were also a god of destruction. However, given her understanding of Lin Sheng's abilities, while he was formidable, he likely could not match the power of Waimai, the god of destruction. Thus, Margarita resolved to observe, should Lin Sheng prove to be at a disadvantage. She would intervene. Do not think that a bit of strength permits you to act arrogantly before me. With that, Waimai extended his hand, a domineering purple energy of destruction coalescing at his fingertips. Destruction energy. Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow, a smirk beginning to form. Allow me to show you what it truly means to be a god of destruction. The destructive energy surged from Waimai's palm, aimed directly at Lin Sheng. Yet, Lin Sheng made no attempt to evade. Margarita's eyes widened in alarm. Did he not comprehend the ferocity of the destruction energy? Why did he not dodge? I shall demonstrate to you the meaning of surprise. Lin Sheng declared confidently, as the destructive energy enveloped him. In that instant, the surrounding space warped dramatically, the energy expanding to engulf Lin Sheng entirely. The next moment, Waimai's pupils dilated in disbelief. Impossible. Margarita's eyes also widened in shock. They witnessed the destruction energy emitted by Waimai being absorbed by Lin Sheng at a visible rate. Chapter 98. Is this surprise significant enough? Under the astonished gazes of Waimai and Margarita, Lin Sheng absorbed every last bit of Waimai's destruction energy. Destruction energy. This was the exclusive energy of the god of destruction. Due to its inherently overwhelming nature, it was nearly impossible for ordinary beings to withstand, but a mere touch would render them utterly obliterated. Yet Lin Sheng, as a human, effortlessly absorbed Waimai's destructive energy, leaving them astounded. You absorbed my destruction energy? Waimai could no longer maintain his composure, his face a mask of shock. And no wonder Lin Sheng had the audacity to return to Waimai's planet. He had come prepared. Surprised? You should be. Lin Sheng raised his hand. Isn't this just destruction energy? As if it's something no one else can do. In a flash, purple-black destruction energy erupted from within Lin Sheng, enveloping him in a powerful aura. His presence intensified, and two spheres of destruction energy coalesced in his palms, radiating potent destructive waves. Clearly, this was also destruction energy. I wonder if you can absorb my destruction energy, Lin Sheng remarked, flicking his fingers to launch the energy sphere straight towards Waimai. Waimai, not daring to underestimate him, unleashed his own destructive aura to counter Lin Sheng's energy. The moment they collided, an explosion erupted, shattering the dining hall of Waimai's palace. Suspended in midair, Lin Sheng, Margarita, and Waimai found themselves in a precarious situation. When did he acquire destruction energy? Margarita pondered, observing Lin Sheng that a few months ago he had not possessed destruction energy, and now he seemed to have mastered it with finesse. Could it be that he had become the god of destruction of Universe 7? With this thought, Margarita quickly inquired, Lin Sheng, are you now the god of destruction of Universe 7? If so, she could intervene to prevent the impending conflict. No, Lin Sheng shook his head. I am not yet a god of destruction. Waimai had also harbored doubts about Lin Sheng's status as the god of destruction, but based on his attire and response, it was clear that Lin Sheng was not yet one. Much like Torpo, he merely possessed destruction energy, not the title of god of destruction. Perhaps he was merely a candidate for the role that, since you are not yet a god of destruction, that simplifies matters. Wymide suddenly chuckled. Margarita's gaze sharpened. Did Wymide intend to resort to that tactic? If so, even with Lin Sheng's destruction energy, it might not suffice. Indeed, Margarita's suspicions were not unfounded. As long as Lin Sheng was not a true god of destruction, he would remain defenseless against Wymide. Why is the god of destruction called the god of destruction? It is a divine role bestowed by the king of all, endowed with unique skills of destruction. Simple. I fear it may not be as straightforward as you think, sensing the cold malice in Wymide's smile. Lin Sheng began to realize what was about to unfold. That's so. With an elegant grace, Wei Mei raised his head slowly, then extended one hand, aiming it directly at Lin Sheng. Simultaneously, Lin Sheng also stretched out his right hand. Targeting Wei Mei. Are you still intending to use that destructive energy? Wei Mei mocked. Unfortunately, it's futile. Even that move of yours wouldn't be effective against me. You dare to guess whether I am using destructive energy? Lin Sheng grinned. Did Wei Mei truly believe he would be unable to destroy him? Oh, seeing Lin Sheng mimic his actions, Makalita expressed her surprise. This seems improbable. Team matters not what you employ. From my perspective, you've already vanished. As those words left his mouth, Wei Mei's eyes suddenly sharpened, a murderous intent quietly unfurling. In an instant, a purple glow ignited in Wei Mei's palm. Destruction. At the same time, Lin Sheng's palm also radiated with a purple light. Destruction. A resonating hum echoed between Lin Sheng and Wei Mei, abruptly shattering the space around them. Fissures spreading outwards and fragments of the void cascading down like shattered glass. Subsequently, an overwhelming force of collision erupted, sending both Lin Sheng and Wei Mei staggering back several meters. Once Wei Mei regained his footing, his face was once again painted with astonishment. He stared at Lin Sheng, disbelief etched across his features. How is this possible? You too? It seems I was correct, Makalita remarked, a faint smile gracing her lips. Lin Sheng was capable of destruction as well. Was this surprise substantial enough? I told you in my eyes, you are but a trivial being. Lin Sheng's cold laughter echoed, a fierce glint igniting within his eyes. The 99th chapter. Wei Mei's despair for Wei Mei. This revelation was not merely surprising. It was monumental, eclipsing even the vastness of the universe. He was utterly bewildered as to how Lin Sheng possessed destructive energy, or from whom he had learned this destruction. Countless questions surged in his mind, yet no one was there to provide answers. I said I came to settle the score today. As Lin Sheng's murderous intent surged, a chilling voice followed. Wei Mei's face grew pale as he glared at Lin Sheng. You wish to kill me? Congratulations, you are correct, Lin Sheng replied, a sphere of destructive energy materializing in his hand. He then clenched his fist, causing the destructive energy to dissipate into violet sparks. His intent to kill palpable. What nonsense. The god of destruction is not someone you can simply kill. A cruel, disdainful smile crept onto Wei Mei's lips. Even if you wield destructive energy and destruction, you are still too naive to think you can kill me. Wei Mei was at a loss whether to deem Lin Sheng foolish or inexperienced. The god of destruction. How could he lack power? His strength ranked among the top, even among the gods of destruction in the second universe. The notion that Lin Sheng could kill him was utterly absurd. Am I the naive one? Or are you? You should tremble before my might. Lin Sheng chose not to waste words on Wei Mei. He ascended into the air, first releasing the destructive energy. Following a commanding shout, Lin Sheng transformed into his Super Saiyan form. And you think this paltry power can threaten me? The one to die here may well be you. Sensing the violent aura emanating from Lin Sheng, Wei Mei scoffed. Lin Sheng sought to end his life, yet Wei Mei harbored the same desire. Although he bore no profound grudge against Lin Sheng, the affront to his dignity as a god of destruction was sufficient motivation to obliterate him. Lin Sheng's strength, regardless of how formidable, was ultimately just that of a human, not a being on par with a god of destruction. Humans offending the gods of destruction was unforgivable. Otherwise, what purpose would they serve in the universe? Do not be hasty. This is not the end. With that declaration, Lin Sheng's voice resonated through the heavens once more, his aura surging yet again, The eerie green flames that swirled around him expanded as his power escalated. Moments later, Lin Sheng's aura reached an entirely new pinnacle, the full power of Super Saiyan. At this point, his full power surpassed even what he had achieved during his transformation in the GT timeline. Ordinary, Wei Mei still regarded Lin Sheng with disdain that if he unleashed his full strength, there was a high probability he could annihilate Lin Sheng. Wei Mei may not have fully grasped Lin Sheng's true capabilities, but Makalita certainly did. She was aware that Lin Sheng possessed techniques to amplify his power manifold. Coupled with the enhancement from destructive energy, Lin Sheng's might would utterly overwhelm Wei Mei. Upon entering the full power state of Super Saiyan, Lin Sheng did not pause. He activated the Tenfold Kaio-ken. The crimson aura of the Kaio-ken erupted. Lin Sheng's power surged tenfold. At that moment, the heavens and earth turned crimson, the very fabric of space resonating with ominous hums. As if in fear of this force, if Wei Mei had managed to remain composed during Lin Sheng's full power state, he now began to feel genuine horror at Lin Sheng's burgeoning aura. For after activating the Tenfold Kaio-ken, Lin Sheng's strength had nearly reached parity with that of a god. There are methods to amplify one's power. A human's strength can rival that of a deity. Wei Mei gazed at Lin Sheng in the sky, his eyes wide with incredulity. He had initially thought that Jiren surpassing the gods of destruction was an anomaly, yet here stood another human nearly on par with Jiren. Did you think this was my limit? I told you my power would plunge you into despair. Prepare to experience my full might. Lin Sheng understood that his current full power in the Tenfold Kaio-ken was still insufficient to vanquish Wei Mei. He needed to incorporate destructive energy. In the next instant, a domineering aura surged forth from Lin Sheng's being once more. The purple-black destructive energy enveloped his form, and at that moment, aside from his emerald-green pupils, the whites of Lin Sheng's eyes transformed into a vivid purple, rendering his gaze unsettlingly eerie. The crimson aura of the Kaio-ken enveloped the eerie green flames of his Super Saiyan form. While the green flames wrapped around the purple-black destructive energy, the aura that had already instilled fear in Wei Mei now escalated further, completely eclipsing him. This moment, Lin Sheng held an undeniable advantage over Wei Mei. In this instant, Wei Mei finally felt fear. No, it's impossible. Wei Mei's face blanched as he stumbled back a few steps. Just months prior, Lin Sheng had barely been able to contend with Topo. How had he now surpassed him? What manner of growth was this? Moreover, how was he managing to stack multiple powers simultaneously? Currently, Lin Sheng could eliminate him with the utmost ease. Rumbling, the heavens trembled as lightning danced, the sky shrouded in dark clouds, plunging the world into a twilight reminiscent of the apocalypse. This moment, Makalita narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, lost in thought, despair, fear. Observing Wei Mei's expression, a mix of horror and trepidation, Lin Sheng's voice turned icy. Chapter 100. The power of humanity can defy the gods. Now, Lin Sheng was no longer the naive individual of yesteryear. He possessed the strength to look down upon the gods of destruction. Now let us see. Will you kill me, or shall I kill you? As the chilling words laced with murderous intent fell, Lin Sheng's figure vanished in an instant. In this moment, the beauty of taste struck with such intensity that the pupils of Wei Mei dilated abruptly. Lin Sheng's speed reached its zenith, leaving Wei Mei bewildered and unable to comprehend the unfolding events that a fist, imbued with the power of destruction, had already descended upon his face, causing a mouthful of fresh blood to erupt forth. Wei Mei, akin to a cannonball, was hurled at a 45-degree angle into the Palace of Taste, crashing through it with resounding force, ultimately creating a significant crater in the ground. How astonishingly powerful, exclaimed Makalita Jin Chung, who observed the scene with a sense of shock, foreseeing that, given time, Lin Sheng would undoubtedly surpass her on the ground. Wei Mei emerged from the crater in a disheveled state, his gaze dark and brooding, almost capable of dripping with malice. You scoundrel, I will not forgive you. As the god of destruction, he found himself oppressed by a mere human, a blow to his pride that was deeply felt. Although Lin Sheng's earlier strike had inflicted considerable damage, as the god of destruction, Waymeda would not passively accept his fate. The destructive energy surged from within him, his aura explosively amplifying to its peak. "Do you still have the right to utter such words?" Lin Sheng shrugged, unfazed by the threat. He extended one hand, intertwining destructive energy with a ghostly green force, as a powerful energy orb began to swell in his palm. "What?" Upon witnessing the ominous energy orb coalescing in Lin Sheng's hand, Waymeda's scalp tingled with dread, sensing the very essence of death looming above him. "Lin Sheng, don't!" Makalita felt the grave intent behind Lin Sheng's actions, believing he truly intended to kill Waymeda. However, Lin Sheng paid no heed to her warning. As the energy orb fully formed, he gently propelled it downwards with a force that seemed to herald annihilation. The moment the orb descended, Waymeda felt a terrifying pressure bearing down upon him, each drop causing violent gusts of wind, as if the very fabric of space were being rent asunder. The palace of taste crumbled under this relentless oppression. To kill me is no easy feat. In the blink of an eye, the energy orb had plummeted. Yet, Waymeda still refused to concede, unleashing all his remaining destructive energy to counter Lin Sheng's orb with a wave of destruction. When the two forces collided, the surrounding air shattered, and an invisible shockwave ravaged the land for miles around. "You bastard!" Regardless of Waymeda's desperate attempts to redirect the destructive energy, he could not halt the inexorable descent of Lin Sheng's orb. "A mere human dares to challenge a god? I will not spare you!" With a deafening roar, Waymeda's destructive energy surged, and Lin Sheng's energy orb began to push back slowly. In this clash of energies, the surrounding space quaked violently. Makalita watched in astonishment, her lips slightly parted. Meanwhile, the ground beneath Waymeda crumbled away, revealing the depths below. And what of the gods? Are they truly supreme? You gods always presume that humans are mere pawns in your game, to be obliterated at will. Today, I shall show you that human strength can also stand against the divine. Lin Sheng's brow furrowed, and then a resounding shout echoed through the heavens, infused with his defiance as a human against the gods. His aura surged once more, and with both hands raised, he unleashed a tremendous force. The air exploded around him, and the previously pushed back orb surged forward with unstoppable momentum, descending once again. How is this possible? How can human strength contend with the gods? Ultimately, Lin Sheng's energy orb triumphed, driving Waymeda into the ground before rapidly contracting. But a second later, a tempest of purple and green energy erupted, sweeping across the landscape for thousands of miles. The light of the energy storm reached even the farthest reaches of space, appearing from the cosmic perspective as a minuscule purple-green bubble on the planet of Waymeda, an awe-inspiring visual spectacle. The storm raged for several minutes before gradually dissipating. In that moment, the surface of Waymeda's planet bore the scars of a colossal abyss. Even from the cosmos, one could feel a profound sense of dread emanating from the depths. As Lin Sheng descended from the sky, he cast his gaze toward the seemingly bottomless chasm below. There, a faint breath lingered. Was he still alive? The first chapter of the 101st saga unfolded. "You are of no importance." That very attack should have been sufficient to obliterate Waymeda, yet he still drew breath. The vitality of the god of destruction was indeed tenacious, just as Lin Sheng prepared to end Waymeda's life. A mysterious force suddenly lifted Waymeda from the depths of the abyss. In his current state, Waymeda appeared battered and broken, his attire in tatters, his body marred by numerous wounds, utterly helpless. Simultaneously, his aura had dwindled to its nadir. At this moment, Waymeda was merely clinging to life. Lin Sheng could easily deliver a final blow, sending him to meet Yama. "Lin Sheng, please, enough." Makalita descended from the sky, imploring him that, you wish to prevent me from killing him? Lin Sheng's gaze bore into Makalita. She sighed heavily, caught in a dilemma. Regardless of the circumstances, Lord Waymeda is still the god of destruction I serve. Precisely because he is your god of destruction, I must eliminate him. Lin Sheng's intent remained unwavering as he glared at Makalita. If I do not kill him today, it will be I who finds myself in this very predicament in the future. I never release a tiger back into the mountains. That moment, Makalita felt an inexplicable tug at her heart. Was it truly because Wei Maida was her god that he must perish? Words eluded her as she grappled with the implications. Should Wei Maida die, her role as his angel would cease, awaiting the emergence of the next god of destruction. Yet there existed a potential candidate in the second universe, Tuobo. However, Tuobo could not forsake justice. Thus he was unfit to become a true god of destruction. Makalita, step aside. Lin Sheng extended his hand towards the beleaguered Wei Maida, seeing the unwavering intent in Lin Sheng's eyes. Makalita had no choice but to retreat. Moreover, her allegiance to Wei Maida was not absolute. Should he perish, she would suffer no true loss, merely needing to seek another god of destruction. Wei Maida, with great difficulty, opened his eyes, weakly muttering, "Do you dare to kill me? The High God will not spare you." Even on the brink of death, he sought to intimidate. Today, not even the High God can save you. Lin Sheng's gaze was resolute, a flicker of purple light blossoming from his palm. Wei Maida truly believed he was being underestimated. The death of a god of destruction would elicit no concern from the High God. In the eyes of the High God, a god of destruction was but a minor character. Fade away, Makalita, save. The aura of death enveloped him, compelling Wei Maida to call out for Makalita. Yet before he could finish his plea, Lin Sheng unleashed his devastating energy as the overwhelming purple light enveloped Wei Maida. He manifested a fleeting afterimage, and then, with a face full of reluctance, he dissolved into countless motes of light, gradually dissipating into the ether. In that moment, the god of destruction of the 10th universe, Wei Maida, was utterly annihilated. His demise was not merely a passing, but a complete obliteration orchestrated by Lin Sheng, leaving no trace of him in this world. When Wei Mei's existence faded away, it was as though the very fabric of heaven and earth fell into a profound silence. Throughout this tumult, Makalita remained unwavering, her eyes not even fluttering, as if Wei Mei's death bore no significance to her. Wei Mei had perished. It mattered little to her, for she could easily seek another destroyer. Lin Sheng turned to her and remarked, "I recall you mentioning that you would be saddened if the destroyer you serve were to die. Is that not so? Are you grieving now?" Makalita shook her head gently, murmuring, "Not at all, dear. Wei may hold a place in my heart." Yet, unbeknownst to her, as an angel, she found herself unexpectedly moved by Lin Sheng's decisive aura in the face of adversity. His typical demeanor, radiant, humorous, and ever helpful, struck a chord deep within her soul. There was an undeniable charisma about him that captivated her. Thus, in the GT timeline, she willingly severed her cherished twin tails, offering them to Lin Sheng as a keepsake. This act left an indelible mark upon her heart, one that had remained undisturbed for billions of years, now stirred by ripples of emotion. Listening to Makalita's words, Lin Sheng approached her, their faces mere inches apart, and inquired, "Just how important is this to you?" In response, Makalita's exquisite visage flushed a soft crimson. "It is quite important, dear. You are significant to me as well." Lin Sheng replied earnestly, "Makalita, come with me." "That is not possible." "Dear," she responded, a sudden look of distress crossing her otherwise delicate features. "Why not?" Lin Sheng inquired, his brow furrowing. "I am an angel, and you are but a human. Our destinies cannot intertwine," she explained. "Moreover, it is my duty as an angel to serve the destroyer." "This is immutable. Why must it remain so?" Lin Sheng challenged. "Is it because your father, the Grand Minister, decrees it?" Makalita nodded lightly. From the moment of her inception, her life's purpose as an angel was predetermined. Unless someone could surpass the Omni King and alter the current cosmic order, abolishing the angel's obligation to serve the destroyers, she would remain shackled. Yet the Omni King is the supreme deity of the multiverse. It is inconceivable that anyone could rise above him. Thus, she and Lin Sheng were destined to be fated yet forever apart. Of course, there exists another avenue, one that would entail persuading her father, the Grand Minister. However, she deemed this task equally insurmountable. "Makalita, nothing is beyond change. Trust me. One day I shall stand at the pinnacle of the multiverse," Lin Sheng declared, his gaze fixed intently on her that moment. "No one shall impede our union." Makalita was momentarily taken aback. She shook her head, sighing, "That is impossible. No one can surpass the Omni King, dear. While she harbored doubts about Lin Sheng ever achieving such a feat, she could not help but admire the audacity and courage with which he spoke in the current universe. It was unlikely anyone else would dare utter such words. Makalita, I must take my leave. With Wei Mei's passing, my angelic functions will cease. I must return to report to my father and select the next destroyer. Just before departing, Makalita cast a final glance back, a playful smile gracing her lips. Take care. I will await your return, dear. With that, she transformed into a radiant cascade of colors, vanishing into the horizon. A.S. Lin Sheng watched her disappear. He clenched his fist and whispered, Makalita, I shall bring you home. Should the Omni King or the Grand Minister stand in my way, I shall clear them from my path. With that resolve, Lin Sheng summoned the dimensional cube. Now that Makalita had departed, there was no reason for him to linger. It was time to return. Perhaps Black Goku and Zamasu had already arrived. According to his calculations, the Zamasu arc was likely reaching its climax. An Immortal God would serve as an excellent challenge for Lin Sheng to hone his skills. Ideally, he would force Zamasu and Black Goku into fusion soon. Not long after Lin Sheng left, two figures appeared on Wei Mei's planet. One of them was Torpo. The aura of Lord Wei Mei has vanished, Torpo remarked, his expression grave as he surveyed the vast abyss that enveloped the area. What manner of battle had transpired here to extinguish Wei Mei's presence? Could it be that Wei Mei had truly perished? On Earth, in Bulma's courtyard, a time machine stood idle as Bulma busied herself with its mechanisms to be by the poolside. Beerus, Whis, Goku, Vegeta, and the future Trunks were engaged in a discussion regarding Black Goku. Yet aside from the 7th universe, it seemed no other Supreme Kais recognized Kakarot. What identity does this imposter possess? Vegeta questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. Goku scratched his head, perplexed. I can't fathom how this dark doppelganger came into being. That's unclear. Perhaps a journey to the future is required to unravel the intricacies of this mystery, Whis suggested, savoring a dessert. I understand, he said just as Lin Sheng and the android 21 approached. Oh, Beerus straightened, intrigued. The dark doppelganger is the future Supreme Kai Zamasu from Universe 10, who wished upon the Super Dragon Balls to swap bodies with the future version of Goku. His objective is to eradicate all humans in the multiverse, Lin Sheng elucidated. Why would he wish to do that? Vegeta asked, bewildered. As a Supreme Kai, shouldn't he be concerned for humanity? I find that troubling as well. Beerus interjected. Zamasu is an extreme example. Lin Sheng waved dismissively. That still raises questions. Even if he desires to annihilate all humans in the future, the gods of that world would surely intervene, Whis remarked. Narrowing his eyes, quite simply, Zamasu has killed all the Supreme Kais of the future, Lin Sheng stated. With the death of the Supreme Kais, the destroyers also perish, correct? Once the destroyer is gone, the angels cease to function. Allowing Zamasu to execute his plan unhindered, he continued, fixing his gaze on Beerus. Beerus's pupils dilated in shock as cold sweat broke out upon his brow. How do you know so much? Chapter 103. A Journey to the Future. Every mountain has its own stratagem, Lin Sheng said mysteriously. Beerus huffed, feeling an unsettling premonition. This gentleman is, Whis inquired, glancing at Lin Sheng. His name is Lin Sheng. He is our friend, Goku replied cheerfully. Yes, that's so? To your astonishment, you have made new friends. Hello, Mr. Lin, greeted Tate, straightening his posture and politely acknowledging Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng nodded in response. According to your assertion, if I were to annihilate Zamasu from Universe 10 in the future world, would he cease to exist? Contemplated Beerus, stroking his chin. Not quite. Lin Sheng shook his head. Why? Is it not possible to influence the future from the present? Vegeta queried, perplexed. The events of the future have already transpired. Even if we were to destroy Zamasu from Universe 10 now, it would merely create an independent timeline and space. Zamasu from the future world would still exist alongside the Dark Ones. Lin Nyo elucidated, he continued. However, I wholeheartedly support the destruction of the present Zamasu, as he is certainly no benevolent entity. Lin Sheng is correct, Whis remarked solemnly. Why do we strictly prohibit the gods from meddling with anything related to time? Altering even the minutest occurrence that was destined to transpire could have catastrophic repercussions on the future. Even a tree or a blade of grass could drastically alter what is to come. What future? I'm utterly confused about space and time. Goku scratched his head, looking bewildered. It matters not if you comprehend. Lin Sheng dismissed Goku's confusion and turned to Beerus, saying, Beerus, should you destroy Zamasu from Universe 10? He is merely a candidate for the position of God of Destruction. Thus, eliminating him poses no significant risk. We can then confront the Dark Ones and Zamasu directly in the future timeline. Very well, once we have resolved matters of the future, none of you are to meddle with anything concerning time again. Or else, Beerus warned, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes as he directed his gaze at Tate. Understood, Tate promptly assured. Whis, let us depart. After Beerus and Whis left, Lin Sheng approached Bulma, who was engrossed in her research on the time machine, accompanied by Android 21. Bulma, have you made any progress? None at all. I cannot comprehend this time machine. The research has become increasingly arduous, Bulma lamented, slumping to the ground in frustration. Allow me to provide you with assistance. Lin Sheng smiled. Assistance? Who could possibly help me? Bulma turned, her small head filled with confusion. Point 21. Lin Sheng indicated Android 21 beside him, casually stating, 21 not only possesses power surpassing that of Cell, but is also a scientist with a mind rivaling that of Dr. Gero. Collaborating with 21 on this time machine should yield significant results. With 21's involvement, within a mere 3 days, Bulma and 21 deciphered the principles of time travel. The next step involved developing fuel for the time machine. Utilizing notes left by Bulma in the time machine, the process of developing the fuel progressed remarkably swiftly. In just a day, thanks to the efforts of Bulma and 21, they produced enough fuel for a round trip through time. Lin Sheng, do you have confidence? Beerus inquired, observing Lin Sheng and the others within the time machine. None, Lin Sheng replied tersely, closing the hatch of the time machine. With a resounding roar, the time machine ascended into the sky. Upon reaching a certain altitude, it vanished with a whoosh, carrying Lin Sheng, Goku, Vegeta, and Tate away. Beerus interpreted Lin Sheng's lack of confidence as a sign of assuredness, recalling the previous tournament. Of course, I understand. With him present, I feel secure. Had it been solely Goku and Vegeta, I would have been rather concerned. The future timeline appeared desolate, with cities ablaze amidst the chaos. Suddenly, a time machine materialized in the sky above, and within it were Lin Sheng and his companions. The time machine landed steadily, and the four descended. Trunks has returned. At that moment, a group emerged from a nearby, dilapidated structure, survivors of the future world. Trunks sought to reassure them while Lin Sheng, Goku, and Vegeta gazed into the distance, sensing a formidable presence approaching. Finally, we can engage in battle with the Dark Ones, Goku exclaimed, stretching his body in excitement. Who will go first? He inquired. Let's decide with rock, paper, scissors, Vegeta suggested. You all can play. I shall refrain. I'll join in once you finish, Lin Sheng remarked, finding their antics rather trivial, knowing that their strength could not match that of Black Goku and Zamasu. Ultimately, Vegeta emerged victorious in the game. Humph, I finally won once. Let us proceed. Without delay, the trio soared toward the formidable aura. Chapter 104. Dark One. I am your father. Lin Sheng and his companions ascended into the dim sky. An ominous dark storm suddenly erupted. Oh, it has come to us. Lin Sheng paused mid-air, raising an eyebrow as the dark tempest subsided. Black Goku appeared before them. Dark One's Trunks immediately adopted a defensive stance upon seeing Black Goku. The latter surveyed Lin Sheng and his companions, speaking in a deep voice. I recalled destroying the time machine. Vegeta, uninterested in engaging in banter with Black Goku, transformed into his Super Saiyan Blue form, confidently pointing at himself and declaring, you will ultimately perish at the hands of this Super Saiyan Blue. Lin Sheng sighed softly, observing Vegeta's demeanor, recognizing it as a precursor to calamity. Yet, faced with Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, Black Goku remained unfazed. Quite impressive. Is this the essence of a warrior race? In an instant, Black Goku appeared before Vegeta, lifting his chin with 2 fingers, condescendingly remarking, you've trained for quite some time, haven't you? But in the end, you're still just a human. Vegeta quickly created distance between them, cursing himself for being caught off guard. Compared to his battle with Kakarot, Black Goku's energy felt significantly stronger. Enough of this chatter. Vegeta charged at Black Goku with a fierce momentum. Black Goku raised his hands to block, but was still sent flying by Vegeta's punch. Black Goku crashed through several buildings, with Vegeta swiftly pursuing him to unleash a barrage of attacks. Goku, arms crossed, observed the beating being administered to his doppelganger, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Don't fret. Soon, you'll be on the receiving end of a beating, Lin Sheng chuckled. What? No way. Just then, after enduring a relentless assault from Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, Black Goku showed no signs of injury. Humph! Goku brushed off his clothes, a smirk creeping onto his face. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Black Goku struck Vegeta with a powerful kick before declaring, "The human body can be honed to this extent. As a reward, I'll show you something." Black Goku's confidence surged as his energy spiked dramatically. What? Vegeta gasped in shock. I see transforming. Lin Sheng murmured, observing Black Goku's transformation. As Black Goku's aura intensified, the ground trembled beneath them, and the surrounding space glowed a faint red due to his energy. Lightning crackled violently throughout the atmosphere. Finally, with a thunderous roar, Black Goku unleashed a torrent of pink energy that soared skyward. "The Dark One has changed," Trunks exclaimed in astonishment, while Vegeta and Goku wore expressions of shock. The Super Saiyan Rose Black Goku had made his grand entrance. "What do you think of this color? Isn't it beautiful?" Black Goku wears a self-satisfied smile at the corner of his mouth. "According to your preferences, let us name him Peach Pink, or rather, El Super Saiyan Peach Pink." Black Goku, filled with a sense of superiority, suddenly soars into the air. "At last, I have completely claimed Sun Wukong's power as my own." Immediately, Black Goku points downward at Sun Wukong, saying, "Sun Wukong, you should be elated. You have reached the pinnacle of beauty through me." Sun Wukong, somewhat speechless, responds, "I don't quite understand what you're saying. How could a mere human comprehend the noble virtues embedded in my words?" Black Goku, succumbing to his delusions, declares, "My ambitions, my beauty. Yes, all that I am is the epitome of solitude and grandeur." Boom! Just as Black Goku finishes his proclamation, a fist suddenly strikes his face, sending him flying. He crashes heavily into the debris, raising a cloud of dust. "What the hell? Haven't you had enough yet?" Lin Sheng, standing in midair, looks down at Black Goku and critiques him, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Black Goku's over-the-top dialogue is so cringeworthy that it makes Lin Sheng uncomfortable. "Who are you?" Black Goku rises from the ruins, seemingly unfazed by the punch Lin Sheng delivered moments ago. "Listen well, Dark One. I am your father," Lin Sheng retorts with a smirk, mocking him. "What?" Hearing Lin Sheng's insult, Black Goku's pupils constrict. "You dare to insult a god? I will not tolerate this." Black Goku's furious voice, laden with murderous intent, rushes towards Lin Sheng. Boom! At that moment, a blue figure dashes in, delivering a punch that sends Black Goku flying. This figure is none other than Vegeta. "Dark One, your opponent is me," Vegeta states coldly. Yes, your current opponent is him. "Once you finish with him, I'll join the fray," Lin Sheng replies with a mischievous grin before stepping back. Chapter 105, S-Class Card, Immortal Body. Seeing Vegeta, the secondary character, it is time for him to exit. Black Goku swoops back in, disdainful of Vegeta. He is not in a hurry to deal with Lin Sheng. In his view, all of Lin Sheng's group will perish today. "What did you say? I am merely a supporting character," Vegeta, displeased, retorts. "You think just because you've gained a bit of power, you can belittle me?" Vegeta's furious shout prompts him to attack Black Goku directly. Humph! Black Goku smirks, unfazed by Vegeta's assault. Transformed into Super Saiyan Peach Pink, his power has long surpassed that of Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. The next moment, a dull thud echoes as Vegeta's pupils dilate in horror, witnessing Black Goku's pink energy blade piercing through his chest. Vegeta, father, Sun Wukong, and Tater are both taken aback at this sight. Black Goku, with a smug smile, disdainfully remarks, "Vegeta, I take back my earlier words about you being a supporting character. You are merely an appetizer." As Black Goku retracts his energy blade, Vegeta reverts to his normal state, plummeting to the ground. Truly a tragedy. Watching Vegeta lying there, Lin Sheng shakes his head. Just then, another figure rushes in, slender, dressed in the garb of the Supreme Kai, with green-skinned it is Zamasu, who has obtained immortality through a wish from the Super Dragon. You've arrived, Black Goku glances over, speaking nonchalantly. Yes, Zamasu nods. Ding! The moment Zamasu appears, a melodious chime resonates in Lin Sheng's ears. Immediately, brilliant golden light radiates from Zamasu. Upon seeing this golden light, Lin Sheng raises an eyebrow. Ding! Detected an S-Class card drop within the host vicinity. Would you like to pick it up? Pick it up. Lin Sheng promptly responds, having an inkling of what the S-Class card on Zamasu might be. Ding! Congratulations, host has acquired S-Class card, Immortal Body. Would you like to absorb it? Just as I suspected. Hearing the system's notification, Lin Sheng's smile widens. The only S-Class card that could drop from Zamasu is indeed the Immortal Body. Absorb it.as the radiant card transforms into a warm current flowing into Lin Sheng's body. The warmth is fleeting. Although Lin Sheng feels no immediate change, he is acutely aware that the Immortal Body is now prepared. As long as he suffers any harm, the Immortal Body will restore him instantly. Zamasu's mediocre combat power is precisely due to the Immortal Body that he can exchange blows with Super Saiyan Blue Sun Wukong. While the Immortal Body does not enhance strength, it significantly bolsters one's overall power. After all, no matter how others strike, they cannot injure you, let alone kill you. Meanwhile, Black Goku and Zamasu engage with Sun Wukong and Tater. Sun Wukong battles Black Goku, while Tater takes on Zamasu. The battle is about to ignite as Sun Wukong transforms into Super Saiyan Blue, launching into a fierce clash with Peach Pink Black Goku. Tater, too, finds himself embroiled in an intense struggle with Zamasu. Lin Sheng, however, leisurely reclines with his legs crossed as Zamasu's strength is slightly inferior to Tater's, but with his Immortal Body, Tater gradually finds himself at a disadvantage. The battlefield between Sun Wukong and Black Goku sees Sun Wukong holding a slight advantage, but as the fight progresses, Black Goku's energy continues to surge. As time passes, Black Goku's presence truly eclipses that of Sun Wukong. Though Sun Wukong briefly unleashes a surge of anger, he is subsequently suppressed by the combined might of Black Goku and Zamasu. Looking up at the sky, as Black Goku's energy blade transforms into a scythe, Lin Sheng senses that the outcome is about to be decided. Look, Sun Wukong, this is my power. Black Goku's energy surges as he grins, sweeping the lengthy energy scythe through the air. Swoosh, a massive spatial rift, spanning hundreds of meters, cleaves through the sky, with peach pink energy swirling around it, accompanied by crackling lightning. Sun Wukong, bearing numerous wounds, gazes in shock at Black Goku, whose aura towers above his WT that moment. Black Goku strikes a dramatically pretentious pose, and the peach-pink energy emanating from the spatial rift coalesces into multiple figures. Eventually, these figures form shapes identical to Black Goku, albeit lacking his distinctive spirit and flair. The numerous Black Gokus immediately surround Sun Wukong. Bang! 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 Faced with the multitude of Black Gokus, Sun Wukong is utterly powerless to retaliate, receiving a merciless beating before plummeting from the sky, unable to rise again. Sun Wukong, you should feel honored to contribute to my power. Relishing the immense force coursing through him, Black Goku revels in his triumph. Oh, become my underling. You should feel privileged. Just then, a voice, cold yet laced with mockery, interrupts. Chapter 106. 1 against 2 to Black Goku and Zamasu turn in unison to face Lin Sheng, who stands with arms crossed, mockingly observing them. It's you. Black Goku swings his energy scythe, causing the air to be compressed by the terrifying waves of peach-pink energy, resulting in a series of explosive sounds. Having dealt with Sun Wukong, now it's your turn, Black Goku boasts. Having defeated Sun Wukong, he feels invincible, especially against someone he has never encountered before. Who is he? Zamazu's piercing gaze fixated on Lin Sheng as he inquired. I don't know. The Black Goku, who had arrived alongside Sun Wukong, replied dismissively, there is no need for us to remember the name of a dying person. Indeed, Lin Sheng responded with a faint smile. There is no necessity for two mortally wounded souls to know my name. You merely need to remember that it is I who shall bring about your demise. Humph! What an audacious human. Zamasu scoffed, resting his forehead in amusement. If even the gods cannot thwart me, what can a mere human accomplish? Once I have annihilated all of your kind, a glorious era shall dawn upon the universe. The realm of beauty will be reconstructed beneath my feet, and in that time, this world will be devoid of strife, absent of love, hatred, and deceit. The universe shall embrace a radiant tomorrow with a sudden rush. A beam of energy pierced through Zamasu's heart as Lin Sheng retracted his finger, tauntingly remarking, "Spare me your empty rhetoric. Your words bore me. The question remains whether you too can survive my grasp. So why dwell on distant futures? Humans are perpetually arrogant, believing themselves capable of saving the world," Zamasu retorted coldly, his wound rapidly mending. Little do they know, it is precisely because of their existence that this world has become so grotesque. "Eliminate him," Zamasu commanded, his voice laden with murderous intent. In response, Black Goku raised his pink energy scythe, channeling a fierce momentum as he aimed a furious strike at Lin Sheng. In the blink of an eye. The scythe approached, yet the anticipated outcome did not unfold. Their eyes widened in disbelief as Lin Sheng effortlessly caught the scythe with merely 2 fingers. At that moment, Lin Sheng, with his golden hair and azure eyes, was enveloped in a ghostly green aura. "Is he also a Saiyan?" Zamasu gasped, taken aback by the revelation that Lin Sheng shared their heritage. Furthermore, the scythe capable of cleaving through space was halted by just 2 fingers. Lin Sheng lifted his eyelids, a torrent of terrifying energy surging forth, sending Zamasu spiraling away. Black Goku, however, managed to withstand the force. "In my eyes, your strengths are akin to mere fodder," Lin Sheng declared icily, applying pressure with his fingers, which resulted in a resounding crack as he shattered the pink energy scythe into countless shimmering fragments. Witnessing this, Black Goku frowned, contemplating just a glance, and he possesses such power? Before he could fully process the situation, Lin Sheng appeared before him, his fist wreathed in the ghostly green aura, penetrating deep into Goku's abdomen. Goku's eyes bulged in shock, his expression contorted in agony as he was propelled like a projectile through the devastated city, finally crashing to a halt with a thunderous impact. "How are you?" Moments later, Zamasu and Black Goku returned to the fray. Goku shook his head, wiping the blood from his mouth, and gravely stated, "His strength is formidable, far beyond my own." A mere exchange left Goku acutely aware that Lin Sheng's power was leagues above his capabilities. Suddenly, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Black Goku's eyes as he snarled, "Perhaps with him, my own power can ascend to greater heights. Are you attempting to harness my strength to grow stronger?" Lin Sheng mocked, a smirk gracing his lips. "You think I will serve as your experience card? Hardly awake, are we? Let us unite," Zamasu proposed, now re-evaluating Lin Sheng, who he initially dismissed as weak. However, upon hearing Goku's assertion of Lin Sheng's superiority, he realized the need for caution. Goku nodded in agreement, and together they launched an assault on Lin Sheng as they attacked in tandem. Lin Sheng raised both hands, effortlessly blocking their strikes. The dangerous aura emanated from him, causing both Goku and Zamasu to feel an ominous premonition. Before they could react, Lin Sheng executed a mid-air somersault, delivering a powerful kick that sent both Black Goku and Zamasu crashing into 2 crumbling edifices, raising clouds of dust and debris. As they re-emerged, a subtle shock flickered in their eyes. Lin Sheng's might was far beyond their comprehension. "Merge! I am losing my patience," Lin Sheng's voice resonated coldly. Goku and Zamasu exchanged startled glances. "I have no desire to squander time battling with you 2 inept beings. Hurry and merge. Do not waste another moment." Lin Sheng's gaze sharpened, a surge of murderous intent flooding his demeanor. "Otherwise, I shall end you both right now." Lin Sheng, Goku, and Zamasu posed no challenge. He had come to this temporal realm with the singular purpose of confronting the fused Zamasu. Their lack of unity rendered them utterly inconsequential. "Let us combine," Zamasu urged, turning to Goku. Goku raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the prospect of merging. Zamasu nodded, his expression grave. "Though I'm immortal, you are not. For the sake of prudence, Fusion is the most reliable method that a hint of fear flickered within Zamasu. Should Black Goku truly be vanquished by Lin Sheng, then single-handedly, he could not contend with Lin Sheng, let alone with Sun Wukong and Vegeta. There was no choice. The game had reached its conclusion. Black Goku raised his eyelids, declaring, "It is time for you to witness the true power of a god." Humans, Zamasu removed the Patera earring from his right ear and commanded, "Kneel before the brilliance of divinity." As he spoke, Zamasu affixed the Patera earring to his left ear. In that instant, the Patera earring on Black Goku's right ear and Zamasu's left ear erupted in unison, radiating a brilliant green light. Subsequently, under the influence of the Patera earring, the two transformed into shimmering silhouettes that swiftly converged. "This is becoming interesting," Lin Sheng remarked, his gaze fixed upon the blinding light before him. Excitement bubbling within. Soon, the radiance emanating from Black Goku and Zamasu intensified, illuminating the previously dim sky, revealing a new form amidst the dazzling brilliance. My form embodies justice. My form embodies the world. Worship and praise this sublime beauty. The mightiest god, Zamasu, at last, as the light dissipated, the fused Zamasu materialized before Lin Sheng. He retained the black attire characteristic of the Kaio-ken, yet his skin bore the distinctive green hue of Zamasu. In this moment, a confident smirk graced the lips of the fused Zamasu, his body enveloped in a shroud of vibrant energy. With arms outstretched, the fused Zamasu reveled in the sensation that I can feel it within this vessel. Two powers intertwining. Soon, an intense white light burst forth from the fused Zamasu, his aura expanding exponentially. "Indeed, formidable," Lin Sheng stated, a hint of astonishment coloring his voice. "The aura of this fused Zamasu is likely on par with that of a god of destruction. Furthermore, aside from his immortality, there lies a more terrifying aspect. He has absorbed Black Goku's trait of becoming stronger with each blow received, enabling him to continuously amplify his power in battle. With immortality coupled with the ability to grow stronger under duress, Zamasu, at this moment, might surpass even Lin Sheng himself in certain respects. While Lin Sheng too possessed immortality and, due to his Saiyan bloodline, could grow stronger with each battle. Should he exceed his limits, he would enter a berserk state. Conversely, the fused Zamasu could flawlessly harness the surging power within him. Simultaneously, the greater his ire towards humanity, the stronger his aura would become. In the original narrative, he transformed into Cosmic Zamasu, a being against whom none could prevail. It could be said that the fused Zamasu was the most formidable adversary Lin Sheng had encountered thus far. Yet, the stronger the fused Zamasu became, the more exhilarated Lin Sheng felt. Finally, as the brilliance faded, a circular halo appeared around the fused Zamasu. This moment, he appeared to possess an even more divine essence. A sinister smile spread across the fused Zamasu's face as he declared, "Behold this enhanced flesh and immortal form. This power fills my entire being with exquisite comfort. Indeed, this is justice." Following his proclamation, a surge of purple lightning erupted from the fused Zamasu, wreaking havoc upon the nearby ruins. "Even fused, you cannot escape your narcissism and delusions," Lin Sheng retorted, maintaining his composure and delivering a subtle mockery. Zamasu, with a chilling smile, proclaimed, "You shall come to regret our fusion. Human, before divinity, tremble and prostrate yourself." Zamasu's gaze sharpened. Prepare to witness the might of divine light. Judgment Day, Chapter 108. Lin Sheng versus fused Zamasu, as the words of the fused Zamasu echoed. The halo sparkled with red lightning, swiftly forming crimson energy blades in the sky. In the blink of an eye, these blades blanketed half the heavens. Suddenly, the red energy blades descended upon Lin Sheng like a torrential downpour. Instead of directly striking Lin Sheng, the blades halted around him. Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow. A second later, the crimson energy blades detonated with explosive force. Boom! The air was filled with the sounds of destruction. The terrifying shockwaves accompanied by billowing smoke. Did you see that? This is the power of a god. Before the mightiest deity, humanity is but an ant. Seeing Lin Sheng stand his ground, the fused Zamasu laughed wickedly. Arms wide as if to showcase his divine strength to the surviving spectators, As the smoke began to clear, Lin Sheng remained unscathed, standing defiantly in the Is this what you call divine strength? Lin Sheng smirked, and in the next instant, he vanished from sight. Poof! In the following moment, Lin Sheng's fist collided forcefully with the face of the fused Zamas. Thud! The fused Zamas plummeted into the ruins. Saiyan Bomb. In a flash, Lin Sheng conjured a Saiyan Bomb, radiating an aura of terrifying energy, and hurled it towards the descending fused Zamas. Boom! The Saiyan Bomb struck the ground, unleashing catastrophic explosions within a radius of several hundred meters. Even as the smoke lingered, the fused Zamas emerged unscathed from the blast. Humans are, after all, mere mortals. No matter how powerful, they ultimately succumb beneath the brilliance of divinity. With that, the fused Zamas surged forward with the speed of lightning, launching a fierce assault upon Lin Sheng. Bang! Taken by surprise, Lin Sheng was struck squarely by the fused Zamas. What nonsense about being a god. I just killed one a few days ago. Lin Sheng quickly regained his footing and transformed into his full-powered Super Saiyan form, unleashing a barrage of strikes upon the fused Zamas. Yet no matter how fiercely Lin Sheng attacked, the fused Zamas remained unharmed. This ends here, human. The fused Zamas seized Lin Sheng's fist and retaliated with a powerful kick that sent Lin Sheng sprawling. The tables had turned, with the fused Zamas delivering a relentless beating upon Lin Sheng. Amidst the battle, Lin Sheng's strength surged ever higher. Tenfold Kaio-ken. After being thoroughly overpowered by Zamas, Lin Sheng activated the Tenfold Kaio-ken to counterattack. Their speeds were such that they became mere blurs, only shadows visible darting through the sky. With each clash, waves of terrifying energy rippled outward, darkening the sky with flashes of lightning, intensifying the oppressive atmosphere reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. On the ground, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Tate gathered, each bearing varying degrees of injuries. The fusion of Dark Goku and Zamas has yielded an overwhelmingly powerful force. Tate remarked, his expression one of shock as he watched Lin Sheng battle the fused Zamas. This guy is strong too. I never expected him to master Kaioken. Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Moreover, his aura continues to escalate. I thought only I could use Kaioken, yet Lin Sheng can as well. These two are monsters, Vegeta muttered, clutching his chest, his face clouded with concern. The strength of the fused Zamas was already formidable, yet Lin Sheng could withstand him, revealing a staggering disparity in power between himself and Lin Sheng. If he could not defeat Black Goku, how could he possibly contend with the fused Zamas? In the sky, a resounding crash echoed as Lin Sheng and the fused Zamas collided once more, lightning flashing around them. The atmosphere crackled with energy, as if the end of the world had arrived. Humans can actually stand against gods? The fused Zamas' expression twisted in rage, realizing that after 300 exchanges with Lin Sheng, he had failed to inflict any damage. Furthermore, Lin Sheng's aura continued to surge. What is this? Let me show you a surprise. Lin Sheng's gaze was as sharp as a blade, and through his battle with the fused Zamasu, he sensed a breakthrough to the legendary transformation. What? The fused Zamasu narrowed his eyes, realizing that those capable of continuous growth were not merely drawing upon human strength. In that instant, Lin Sheng unleashed his energy, his fists tightening as his aura surged once more as Lin Sheng's shout echoed. The thunderclouds above flickered with brilliant lightning, culminating in a cacophony as bolts struck the ground with a resounding crash. The surrounding space began to tremble. Lin Sheng's hair, caught in a windless frenzy, shifted from its original golden hue to a hint of green. His energy continued to escalate, and sensing the cosmic phenomena triggered by Lin Sheng's rising power, Zamasu was left astonished. Was there truly no limit to Lin Sheng's strength as a Saiyan? It appeared that he was on the verge of assuming a new form. Son Goku, noticing the transformation in Lin Sheng's hair, rose in excitement. Chapter 109. The Weak God. Observing the metamorphosing Lin Sheng, the fused Zamasu furrowed his brow slightly. Suddenly, the eerie green aura enveloping Lin Sheng surged dramatically, and his golden hair transformed entirely into a vibrant green. Lin Sheng's power escalated to an unprecedented height, surpassing even the strength he had displayed while utilizing the Kaio-ken technique. This was the legendary transformation, His previously absent pupils slowly re-emerged, after accumulating power from numerous previous battles. Lin Sheng had finally attained and mastered this new form as powerful. Witnessing Lin Sheng's newfound transformation, Zamasu could hardly swallow, realizing that Mr. Lin Sheng's Super Saiyan prowess had reached such extraordinary heights. Perhaps this was the true essence of the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta gritted his teeth, wishing for Lin Sheng's legendary bloodline. Had he possessed the legendary Super Saiyan status, he would have long since overturned his fate and sung in triumph, rather than being continually overshadowed by Son Goku. In the skies, gazing at the newly transformed Lin Sheng, the fused Zamasu mockingly covered his face with one hand, scoffing, "Is it merely a slight increase in energy that leads you to believe you can contend with a god? How utterly Navi